Pandu, O sire, accompanied by Krishna, felling all our troops, cutteth down our roots, even though thou, O son of Ganga, and that foremost of car warriors, Drona, are alive. O monarch, it is for thee only that this Karna, laying aside his weapons, doth not fight with the sons of Pritha in battle, though he is ever a well-wisher of mine. Do, therefore, that, O son of Ganga, by which Falguni may be slain. Thus addressed, O king, thy sire Devavrata, saying, fight a Kshatriya usage, then proceeded towards Partha's car. And all the kings, O monarch, seeing both those warriors with white steeds yoked unto their cars stationed for battle, set up loud leonine roars, and also blew their conches, O sire. And Drona's son and Duryodhana, and thy son Vikarna, surrounding Bhishma in that combat, stood, O sire, for battle. And so all the Pandavas, surrounding Dhananjaya, stood for fierce conflict. And the battle then commenced. And the son of Ganga pierced Partha in that combat with 9 shafts. And Arjuna pierced him in return with 10 shafts penetrating into the very vitals. Then, with 1,000 arrows, well shot, Pandu's son Arjuna, famed for his skill in battle, shrouded Bhishma on all sides. That arrowy net, however, of Partha, O king, Bhishma the son of Santanu baffled with an arrowy net of his own. And both well pleased, and both delighting in battle, fought with each other without each gaining any advantage over the other, and each desirous of counteracting the other's feats. And the successive flights of arrows, shot from Bhishma's bow, were seen to be dispersed by the shafts of Arjuna. And so the flights of arrows shot by Arjuna, cut off by the arrows of Ganga's son, all fell down on the ground. And Arjuna pierced Bhishma with 25 arrows of sharp points. And Bhishma, too, in that combat, pierced Partha in return with 9 arrows. And those 2 mighty warriors, those chastisers of foes, piercing each other's steeds, and also the shafts and the wheels of each other's cars, began to sport. Then, O king, Bhishma, that foremost of smiters, struck Vasudeva between his 2 breasts with 3 arrows. And the slayer of Manu, struck with those shafts shot from Bhishma's bow, shone in that battle, O king, like a flowering kinsuka. Then Arjuna, indignant at seeing Madhava, pierced in that combat the charioteer of Ganga's son with 3 arrows. And both heroes, striving with each other against each other's car, succeeded not in taking aim at each other in the combat. And in consequence of the ability and dexterity of the charioteers of both those warriors, both displayed, O king, beautiful circles and advancings and retreatings in respect of their moving cars. And, O monarch, seeing the opportunity to strike, they frequently changed positions, O king, for obtaining what they sought. And both the heroes blew their conches, mingling that blare with their leonine roars. And those mighty car warriors twanged their bows, both in the same manner. And with the blare of their conches and the rattle of their car wheels, the very earth was suddenly rent. And it began to tremble and produce subterranean noises. And nobody, O bull of Bharata's race, could detect any latches in neither of them. Both of them was possessed of great might and great courage in battle, each was other's match. And by the sight of his standard alone, the Kauravas could approach him for aid. And so the Pandavas approached Pritha's son for aid, guided by his standard only. And beholding, O king, prowess thus displayed by those 2 foremost of men, O Bharata, all creatures present in that battle were filled with wonder. And none, O Bharata, observed any difference between the 2, just as none finds any transgression in a person observant of morality. And both of them, at times, became perfectly invisible in consequence of clouds of arrows. And soon enough both of them in that battle became visible. And the gods with Gandharvas and the Charanas, And the great rishis, beholding their prowess, said unto one another, These mighty Ka warriors, when excited with rage, are incapable of ever being vanquished in battle by all the worlds with the gods, the Asuras and the Gandharvas. This highly wonderful battle would be wonderful in all the worlds. Indeed, a battle such as this will never take place again. Bhishma is incapable of being conquered in combat by Pritha's son of great intelligence, showering his arrows in battle, with bow and car and steeds. So also that great bowman, the son of Pandu, incapable of being vanquished in battle by the very gods, Bhishma is not competent to conquer in combat. As long as the world itself will last, so long will this battle continue equally. We heard these words, O king, fraught with the praise of Ganga's son and Arjuna in battle bruited about there. And while those two were engaged in displaying their prowess, other warriors of thy side and of the Pandavas, O Bharata, slew one another in battle, with sharp-edged scimitars, and polished battle-axes, and innumerable arrows, and divers kinds of weapons. And the brave combatants of both armies cut one another down, while that terrible and murderous conflict lasted. And the encounter also, O king, that took place between Drona and the prince of the Panchalas, was awful. Section Li. Dhritarashtra said, Tell me, O Sanjaya, how that great bowman Drona and the Panchala prince of Kshatra's race encounter each other in battle, each striving his best. I regard destiny to be superior, O Sanjaya, to exertion, when Santanu's son Bhishma, even, could not escape Pandu's son in battle. Indeed, Bhishma, when enraged in battle, could destroy all mobile and immobile creatures. Why, O Sanjaya, could he not then by his prowess escape the son of Pandu in battle? Sanjaya said, Listen, O king, quietly to this terrific battle. The son of Pandu is incapable of being vanquished by the very gods with Vasava. Drona with diverse arrows pierced Drishthadhyumna and felled the latter's charioteer from his niche in the car. 362 And, O sire, the enraged hero also afflicted Drishthadhyumna's 4 steeds with 4 excellent shafts. And the heroic Drishthadhyumna too pierced Drona in the combat with 9 sharp arrows and addressed him, saying, Wait, wait. Then, again, Bharadwaja's son of great prowess and immeasurable soul, covered with his arrows the wrathful Drishthadhyumna. And he took up a dreadful arrow for the destruction of Kshatra's son, whose force resembled that of Sakra's bolt, and which was like a second rod of death. And beholding that arrow aimed by Bharadwaja in battle, loud cries of woe and alas arose, O Bharata, among all the combatants. And then we beheld the wonderful prowess of Drishthadhyumna, insomuch that the hero stood alone, immovable like a mountain. And he cut off that terrible and blazing arrow coming towards him like his own death, and also showered an arrowy downpour on Bharadwaja's son. And beholding that difficult feat achieved by Drishthadhyumna, the Panchalas with the Pandavas, filled with delight, set up loud shouts. And that prince, endued with great prowess, desirous of slaying Drona, hurled at him a dart of great impetuosity, decked with gold and stones of lapis lazuli. Thereupon the son of Bharadwaja, smiling the while, cut off into 3 fragments the dart decked with gold that was coming towards him impetuously. Beholding his dart thus baffled, Drishthadhyumna of great prowess rained arrowy downpours on Drona, O king. Then that mighty Ka warrior Drona, baffling that arrowy shower, cut off when the opportunity presented, the bow of Drupada's son. His bow, thus, cut off in the combat, that mighty warrior of great fame hurled at Drona a heavy mace endued with the strength of the mountain, and hurled from his hands, that mace coursed through the air for Drona's destruction. And then we beheld the wonderful prowess of Bharadwaja's son. By the lightness of his car's motion, he baffled that mace decked with gold, and having baffled it, he shot at Prashata's son many shafts of sharp edge, well-tempered, furnished with golden wings, and whetted on stone. And these, penetrating through Prashata's coat of mail, drank his blood in that battle. Then the high-souled Drishthadumna, taking up another bow, and putting forth his prowess, pierced Drona in that encounter with the he also felled his foe's charioteer from his niche in the car. And his 4 steeds, too, with 4 sharp arrows, Drona felled in that combat that set up a leonine roar. And with another shaft he cut off the leathern fence that cased Drishthadumna's hand. His bow cut off, deprived of car, his steed slain, and charioteer overthrown, the prince of Panchala alighted from his car, mace in hand, displaying great prowess. But before he could come down from his car, O Bharata, Drona with his shafts cut off that mace into fragments. This feat seemed wonderful to us. And then the mighty prince of the Panchalas of strong arms, taking a large and beautiful shield decked with 100 moons, and a large scimitar of beautiful make, rushed impetuously from desire of slaying Drona, like a hungry lion in the forest towards an infuriate elephant. Then wonderful was the prowess that we behold of Bharadwaja the son, and his lightness of hand, in the use of weapons, as also the strength of his arms, O Bharata, inasmuch as, alone, he checked Prashata's son with a shower of arrows. And although possessed of great might in battle, he was unable to proceed further. And we behold the mighty Ka warrior Drishthadumna staying where he did and warding off those clouds of arrows with his shield, using his arms with great dexterity. Then the mighty armed Bhima, endued with great strength, quickly came there, desirous of aiding in battle the high-souled son of Prashata. And he pierced Drona, O king, with 7 sharp-pointed arrows, and speedily caused Prashata's son to be taken up on another car. Then King Duryodhana urged the ruler of the Kalingas, supported by a large division, for the protection of Bharadwaja's son. Then that terrible and mighty division of the Kalingas, O ruler of men, rushed against Bhima at the command of thy son. And Drona then, that foremost of Ka warriors, abandoning the prince of Panchala, encountered Virata and Drupada together. And Drishthadumna also proceeded to support King Yudhishthira in battle. And then commenced a fierce battle, making the hair stand on end, between the Kalingas and the high-souled Bhima, a battle that was destructive of the universe, terrific and awful. Section Lif. Dhritarashtra said, how did the ruler of the Kalingas, that commander of a large division, urged by my son, and supported by his troops, fight in battle with a mighty Bhimasena of wonderful feats, that hero wandering over the field of battle with his mace like death himself club in hand? Sanjaya said, thus urged by thy son, O great king, the mighty king of the Kalingas, accompanied by a large army advanced towards Bhima's car. And Bhimasena, then, O Bharata, supported by the Chedis, rushed towards that large and mighty army of the Kalingas, abounding with cars, steeds, and elephants, and armed with mighty weapons, and advancing towards him with Ketumat, the son of the king of the Nishadas. And Srutayas also, excited with wrath, accoutred in mail, followed by his troops in battle array, and, accompanied by King Ketumat, came before Bhima in battle. And the ruler of the Kalingas with many thousands of cars, and Ketumat with 10,000 elephants and the Nishadas, surrounded Bhimasena, O king, on all sides. Then the Chedis, the Matsyas, and Kaurushas, with Bhimasena at the head, with many kings impetuously rushed against the Nishadas. And then commenced the battle, fierce and terrible, between the warriors rushing at one another from desire of slaughter. And terrific was the battle that suddenly took place between Bhima and his foes, resembling the battle, O great king, between Indra and the mighty host of Diti's sons. And loud became the uproar, O Bharata, of that mighty army struggling in battle, that resembled the sound of the roaring ocean. And the combatants, O king, cutting one another, made the whole field resemble a crematorium strewn with flesh and blood. And combatants, impelled by the desire of slaughter, could not distinguish friend from foe. And those brave warriors, incapable of being easily defeated in battle, even began to strike down their own friend. And terrific was the collision that took place between the few and many, between the Chedis, on the one side, and the Kalingas and the Nishadas, O king, on the other. Displaying their manliness to the best of their power, the mighty Chedis, abandoning Bhimasena, turned back, and when the Chedis ceased to follow him, the son of Pandu, encountering all the Kalingas, did not turn back, depending upon the might of his own arms. Indeed, the mighty Bhimasena moved not, but from the terrace of his car covered the division of the Kalingas with showers of sharp arrows. Then that mighty bowman, the king of the Kalingas, and that car warrior, his son known by the name of Sakradeva, both began to strike the son of Bandu with their shafts. And the mighty armed Bhima, shaking his beautiful bow, and depending on the might of his own arms, fought with Kalinga, and Sakradeva, shooting in that battle innumerable arrows, slew Bhimasena's steeds with them. And beholding that chastiser of foes Bhimasena deprived of his car, Sakradeva rushed at him, shooting sharp arrows. And upon Bhimasena, O great king, the mighty Sakradeva showered arrowy downpours like the clouds after summer is gone. But the mighty Bhimasena, staying on his car whose steeds had been slain, hurled at Sakradeva a mace made of the hardest iron. And slain by that mace, O king, the son of the ruler of the Kalingas, from his car, fell down on the ground, with his standard and charioteer. Then that mighty car warrior, the king of the Kalingas, beholding his own son slain, surrounded Bhima on all sides with many thousands of cars. Then the mighty armed Bhima, endued with great strength, abandoning mace, shook up the scimitar, desirous of achieving a fierce feat. And that bull among men also took up, O king, crescents made of gold. And the ruler of the Kalingas also, excited with wrath, and rubbing his bowstring, and taking up a terrible arrow, deadly, as poison of the snake, shot it at Bhimasena, desirous at that monarch was of slaying the Pandava. That sharp arrow, thus shot and coursing impetuously, Bhimasena, O king, cut in twain with his huge sword. And filled with delight he set up a loud shout, terrifying the troops. And the ruler of the Kalingas, excited with rage in that combat with Bhimasena, quickly hurled at him 14 bearded darts whetted on stone. The mighty armed son of Pandu, however, with that best of scimitars, fearlessly cut into fragments in a trice, O king, those darts while coursing through the welkin and before they could reach him. And having in that battle, thus, cut off those 14 darts Bhima, that bull among men, beholding Banumat, rushed at him. Banumat then covered Bhima with a shower of arrows, and set up a loud shout, making the welkin resound with it. Bhima, however, in that fierce battle, could not hear that leonine shout. Himself endued with a loud voice, he also shouted very loudly. And at these shouts of his, the army of the Kalingas became filled with fear. In that battle they no longer regarded Bhima, O bull among men, as a human being. Then, O great king, having uttered a loud shout, Bhima, sword in hand impetuously jumping on Banumat's excellent elephant aided by the latter's tusks, gained, O sire, the back of that prince of tuskers, and with his huge sword cut Banumat, dividing him in the middle. That chastiser of foes, then, having, thus, slain in battle the prince of the Kalingas, next 363 made his sword, which was capable of bearing a great strain, to descend upon the neck of that elephant. His head cut off, that prince of elephants fell down with a loud roar, like a crested mountain, whose base is eaten away by the impetuous surges of the sea. And jumping down, O Bharata, from that falling elephant, the prince of Bharata's race, of underpressed soul, stood on the ground, sword in hand and accoutred in mail, as before. And felling numerous elephants on all sides, he wandered over the field, making many paths for himself. And then he seemed to be like a moving wheel of fire, slaughtering whole divisions of cavalry, of elephants, and cars, and large bodies of infantry. And that lord among men, the mighty Bhima, was seen to move over the field with the activity of the hawk, quickly cutting off in that battle, with his sharp-edged sword, their bodies and heads, as also those of the combatants on elephant and combatant on foot, excited with rage, all alone, and like Yama at the season of universal dissolution, he struck terror into his foes and confounded those brave warriors. Only they that were senseless rushed with loud shouts at him, wandering in that great battle with impetuosity, sword in hand. And that grinder of foes, endued with great strength, cutting off the shafts and yokes of warriors on their cars, slew those warriors also. And Bhimasena was seen, O Bharata, to display diverse kinds of motions there. He wheeled about, and whirled about on high, and made side thrusts, and jumped forward, and ran above, and leapt high. And, O Bharata, he was also seen to rush forward and rush upward. And some, mangled by the Haisul son of Bandu by means of his excellent sword, shrieked aloud, struck at their vitals, or fell down deprived of life. And many elephants, O Bharata, some with trunks and the extremities of their tusks cut off, and others having their temporal globes cut open, deprived of riders, slew their own ranks and fell down uttering loud cries. And broken lances, O king, and the heads of elephant drivers, and beautiful housings of elephants, and cords resplendent with gold, and collars, and darts, and mallets, and quivers, diverse kinds of machines, and beautiful bows, short arrows with polished heads, with hooks and iron crows for guiding elephants, bells of diverse shape, and hilts decked with gold, were seen by us falling down or, already, fallen along with riders of steeds, and with elephants, lying down, having the fore parts and hind parts of their bodies and their trunks cut off, or entirely slain. The field seemed to be strewn with fallen cliffs. That bull among men, having thus crushed the huge elephants, next crushed the steeds also. And, O Bharata, that hero also felled the foremost of cavalry soldiers. And the battle, O sire, that took place between him and them was fierce in the extreme. And hilts and traces, and saddle girths resplendent with gold, and covers for the back of steeds, and bearded darts, and costly swords, and coats of mail, and shields, and beautiful ornaments, were seen by us strewn over the ground in that great battle. And he caused the earth to be strewn over with blood, as if it were variegated with lilies. And the mighty son of Pandu, jumping high and dragging some car warriors down with his sword, felled them along with their standards. Frequently jumping up or rushing on all sides, that hero endued with great activity, wandering along many routes, caused the combatants to be amazed. And some he slew by his legs, and dragging down others he pressed them down under the earth. And others he cut off with his sword, and others he frightened with his roars. And others he threw down on the ground by the force of his thighs, as he ran. And others, beholding him, fled away in terror. It was thus that that vast force of the Kalingas, endued with great activity, surrounding the terrible Bhimasena in battle, rushed at him. Then, O bull of Bharata's race, beholding Sarutayush at the head of Kalinga troops, Bhimasena rushed at him. And seeing him advancing, the ruler of the Kalingas, of immeasurable soul, pierced Bhimasena between his breasts with 9 arrows. Struck with those shafts shot by the ruler of the Kalingas, like an elephant pierced with a hook, Bhimasena blazed up with wrath like fire fed with fuel. Then Asoka, that best of charioteers, bringing a car decked with gold, caused Bhima to mount on it. And thereupon that slayer of foes, the son of Kunti, speedily mounted on that car. And then he rushed at the ruler of the Kalingas, saying, "Come, wait, wait." And then the mighty Sarutayush, excited with wrath, shot at Bhima many sharp arrows, displaying his lightness of hand, and that mighty warrior, Bhima, forcibly struck with those 9 sharp arrows shot by Kalinga from his excellent bow, yielded to great wrath, O king, like a snake struck with a rod. Then that foremost of mighty men, Bhima, the son of Pritha, excited with rage and drawing his bow with great strength, slew the ruler of the Kalingas with 7 shafts made wholly of iron. And with 2 shafts he slew the 2 mighty protectors of the car wheels of Kalinga. And he also dispatched Satyadeva and Satya to the abode of Yama. Of immeasurable soul, Bhima also, with many sharp arrows and long shafts, caused Ketumad to repair unto Yama's abode. Then the Kshatriyas of the Kalinga country, excited with rage and supported by many thousands of combatants, encountered the wrathful Bhimasena in battle. And armed with darts and maces and scimitars and lances and swords and battle-axes, the Kalingas, O king, hundreds upon hundreds surrounded Bhimasena. Baffling that risen shower of arrows, that mighty warrior then took up his mace and jumped down from his car with great speed. 364 And Bhima then dispatched 700 heroes to Yama's abode. And that grinder of foes dispatched, in addition, 2,000 Kalingas to the region of death. And that feat seemed highly wonderful. And it was thus that the heroic Bhima of terrible prowess repeatedly felt in battle large bands of the Kalingas, and elephants deprived by Pandu's son, in that battle, of their riders, and afflicted with arrows wandered on the field, dreading down their own ranks and uttering loud roars like masses of clouds driven by the wind. Then the mighty armed Bhima, scimitar in hand, and filled with delight, blew his conch of terrible loudness. And with that blare he caused the hearts of all the Kalinga troops to quake with fear. And, O chastiser of foes, all the Kalingas seemed at the same time to be deprived of their senses. And all the combatants and all the animals shook with terror. And in consequence of Bhimasena wandering in that battle through many paths or rushing on all sides like a prince of elephants, or frequently jumping up, a trance seemed to be engendered there that deprived his foes of their senses. And the whole Kalinga army shook with terror of Bhimasena, like a large lake agitated by an alligator. And struck with panic in consequence of Bhima of wonderful achievements, all the Kalinga combatants fled away in all directions. When, however, they were rallied again, the commander of the Pandava army, Drishthadhyumna, O Bharata, ordered his own troops, saying, "Come, fight." Hearing the words of their commander, many leaders of the Pandava army, headed by Sikandin, approached Bhima, supported by many car divisions accomplished in smiting. And Pandu's son, King Yudhishthira the Just, followed all of them with a large elephant force of the colour of the clouds. And thus urging all his divisions, the son of Prishata, surrounded by many excellent warriors, took upon himself the protection of one of the wings of Bhimasena. 365 There exists nobody on earth, save Bhima and Satyaki, who to the prince of the Panchalas is dearer than his very life. That slayer of hostile heroes, the son of Prishata, beheld the mighty armed Bhimasena, that slayer of foes, wandering among the Kalingas. He set up many shouts, "O king, and was filled with delight, O chastiser of foes. Indeed, he blew his conch in battle and uttered a leonine roar. And Bhimsen also, beholding the red standard of Drishthadhyumna on his car decked with gold and into which were yoked steeds white as pigeons, became comforted. 366 And Drishthadhyumna of immeasurable soul, beholding Bhimsen encountered by the Kalingas, rushed to the battle for his rescue. And both those heroes, Drishthadhyumna and Vrikadara, endued with great energy, beholding Satyaki at a distance, furiously encountered the Kalingas in battle. And that bull among men, the grandson of Sini, that foremost of victorious warriors, quickly advancing to the spot, took up the wing of both Bhima and Prishata's son, bow in hand, creating a great havoc there, and making himself fierce in the extreme, he began to slay the enemy in battle. And Bhima caused a river to flow there of bloody current, mingled with the blood and flesh of the warriors born in Kalinga. And beholding Bhimasena then, the troops cried aloud, O king, saying, This is Death himself that is fighting in Bhima's shape with the Kalingas. Then Santanu's son Bhishma, hearing those cries in battle, quickly proceeded towards Bhima, himself surrounded on all sides with combatants in army. Thereupon, Satyaki and Bhimasena and Drishthadhyumna of Prishata's race rushed towards that car of Bhima decked with gold. And all of them quickly surrounding Ganga's son in battle, pierced Bhishma, each with 3 terrible shafts, without losing a moment. Vaisayadevavrat, however, in return pierced each of those mighty bowmen striving in battle with 3 straight shafts. And checking those mighty car warriors, with thousands of arrows he slew with his shafts the steeds of Bhima decked with golden armor. Bhima, however, endued with great energy, staying on the car whose steeds had been slain, with great impetuosity hurled a dart at Bhishma's car. Vaisayadevavrat then, in that battle, cut off that dart in twain before it could reach him, and thereupon it fell down on the earth. Then that bull among men, Bhimasena, taking up her heavy and mighty mace made of Sakya iron, speedily jumped down from his car. And Drishthadhyumna, quickly taking up that foremost of car warriors on his own car, took away, in the very sight of all the combatants, that renowned warrior. And Satyaki then, from desire of doing what was agreeable to Bhima, felled with his shaft the charioteer of the reverend Kuru Grandasaya. Upon his charioteer being slain, that foremost of car warriors, Bhishma, was borne away from the field of battle by his steeds with the speed of the wind. And when that mighty car warrior was thus taken away from the field, Bhimasena then, O monarch, blazed up like a mighty fire while consuming dry grass. And slaying all the Kalingas, he stayed in the midst of the troops, and none, O bull of Bharata's race, of thy side ventured to withstand him. And worshipped by the Panchalas and the Matsyas, O bull of Bharata's race, he embraced Drishthadhyumna and then approached Satyaki. And Satyaki, the tiger among the Eddas, of prowess incapable of being baffled, then gladdening Bhimasena, said unto him, in the presence of Drishthadhyumna, these words, By good luck the king of the Kalingas, and Ketumat, the prince of the Kalingas, and Sakradevu also of that country, and all the Kalingas, have been slain in battle. With the might and prowess of thy arms, by thee alone, hath been crushed the very large division of the Kalingas that abounded with elephants and steeds and cars, and with noble warriors, and heroic combatants. Having said this, the long-armed grandson of Sini, that chastiser of foes, quickly getting upon his car, embraced the son of Pandu. And then that mighty car warrior, coming back to his own car, began to slay thy troops, excited with rage and strengthening the hands of Bhima. Section LV. Sanjaya said, when the forenoon of that day had passed away, O Bharata, and when the destruction of the cars, elephants, steeds, foot soldiers and horse soldiers proceeded on, the the prince of Panchala engaged himself in battle with these three mighty car warriors, viz., Drona's son, Salya, and the high-souled Kripa, and the mighty heir of Panchala's king with many sharp shafts, slew the steeds of Drona's son that were celebrated over all the world. Deprived then of his animals, Drona's son, quickly getting up on Salya's car, showered his shafts on the heir of the Panchala king. And beholding Drishadima engaged in battle with Drona's son, the son of Subhadra, O Bharata, quickly came up scattering his sharp arrows. And, O bull of Bharata's race, he pierced Salya with 25, and Kripa with 9 arrows, and Aswathaman with 8. Drona's son, however, quickly pierced Arjuna's son with many winged arrows, and Salya pierced him with 12, and Kripa with 3 sharp arrows. Thy grandson Lakshmana then, beholding Subhadra's son engaged in battle, rushed at him, excited with rage. And the battle commenced between them. And the son of Duryodhana, excited with rage, pierced Subhadra's son with sharp shafts in that combat. And that feat, O king, seemed highly wonderful. The light-handed Abhimanyu then, O bull of Bharata's race, excited with rage, quickly pierced his cousin with 500 arrows. Lakshmana also, with his shafts, then cut off his cousin's bow staff at the middle, at which, O monarch, all the people sent forth a loud shout. Then that slayer of hostile heroes, the son of Subhadra, leaving aside that broken bow, took up another that was beautiful and tougher. 367 And thereupon those two bulls among men, thus engaged in combat and desirous of counteracting each other's feats, pierced each other with sharp shafts. King Duryodhana then, O monarch, beholding his mighty son thus afflicted by thy grandson, Abhimanyu, proceeded to that spot. And when thy son turned towards that spot, all the kings surrounded the son of Arjuna on every side with crowds of cars, incapable of being defeated in battle and equal in prowess unto Krishna himself, that hero, O king, thus surrounded by those heroes, was not agitated in the least. Then Dhananjaya, beholding Subhadra's son engaged in battle, rushed to that spot, excited with wrath, desirous of rescuing his own son. Thereupon the kings, on the Kuru side, headed by Bhishma and Drona and with cars, elephants and steeds, rushed impetuously at save the Arsashan. Then a thick earthly dust, suddenly raised by foot soldiers and steeds and cars and cavalry troopers, covering the sky, appeared on the view. And those thousands of elephants and hundreds of kings, when they came within reach of Arjuna's arrows, were all unable to make any further advance. And all creatures set up loud wails, and the points of the compass became dark. And then the transgression of the Kurus assumed a fierce and dreadful aspect as regards its consequences. Neither the welkin, nor the cardinal points of the compass, nor the earth, nor the sun, could be distinguished, O best of men, in consequence of the arrows shot by Iritin. 368 And many were the elephants that deprived of the standards on their backs, and many car warriors also, deprived of their steeds. And some leaders of car divisions were seen wandering, having abandoned their cars. And other car warriors, deprived of their cars, were seen to wander hither and thither, weapon in hand and their arms graced with angadas. And riders of steeds abandoning their steeds, and of elephants abandoning their elephants from fear of Arjuna, O king, fled away in all directions. And kings were seen felled or falling from cars and elephants and steeds in consequence of Arjuna's shafts. And Arjuna, assuming a fierce countenance, cut off with his terrible shafts the upraised arms of warriors, mace in grasp, and arms bearing swords, O king, or darts, or quivers, or shafts, or bows, or hooks, or standards, all over the field. And spiked maces broken in fragments, and mallets, O sire, and bearded darts, and short arrows, and swords also, in that battle, and sharp-edged battle-axes, and lances, O Bharata, and shields broken into pieces, and coats of mail also, O King, 369, and standards, and weapons of all kinds thrown away, and umbrellas furnished with golden staves, and iron hooks also, O Bharata, and goads and whips, and traces also, O sire, were seen strewn over the field of battle in heaps. There was no man in thy army, O sire, who could advance against the heroic Arjuna in battle. Whoever, O king, advanced against Britha's son in battle, pierced by sharp shafts, was dispatched to the other world. When all these combatants of thine had fled away, Arjuna and Vasudeva blew their excellent conches. Thy sire Devavrata then, beholding their Kuru host routed, smilingly addressed the heroic son of Bharadwa in the battle and said, This mighty and heroic son of Pandu, viz. Dhananjaya, accompanied by Krishna, is dealing with our troops as he alone is competent to deal with them. He is incapable of being vanquished in battle today by any means, judging by his form that we see now so like unto that of the destroyer himself at the end of the Yuga. This vast host again, of ours, is incapable of being rallied. Behold, looking at one another, our troops are flying away. Yon sun, robbing in every way the vision of the whole world, is about to reach that best of mountains called Astad. 370 For this, O bull among men, I think that the hour is come for the withdrawal of the army. The warriors, who have all been tired and struck with panic, will never fight. Having said this unto Drona, that best of preceptors, Bhishma, that mighty car warrior, caused thy army to be withdrawn. And then when the sun set, the withdrawal of both thy army and theirs took place, O sire, and twilight set in. Section LVI. Sanjaya said, when the night having passed away, the dawn came, Santanu's son Bhishma, that chastiser of foes, gave the order for their Kuru army to prepare for battle. And the son of Santanu, the old Kuru grandsire, desirous of victory to thy sons, formed that mighty array known after the name of Garuda. And on the beak of that Garuda was thy sire Devavrata himself. And its two eyes were Bharadwa the son and Kritavarman of Satwata's race. And those renowned warriors, as Wataman and Kripa, supported by the Trigatas, the Matsyas, the Kikayas, and the Vatadanas, were in its head. And Bharisravas and Sala, and Salya and Bhagadatta, O sire, and the Madrakas, the Sindhusuviras, and they that were called the Panchanodas, together with Jayadratha, were placed on its neck. And on its back was King Duryodhana with all his followers. And Vinda and Danuvinda of Avanti, and the Kamvojas with the Sakas, and the Surasnas, O sire, formed its tail, O great king. And the Magadhas and the Kalingas, with all the tribes of the Desrakas, accoutred in mail, formed the right wing of that array. And the Kaurashas, the Vikanjas, the Mindas, and the Kondavrishas, with Vrithadvala, were stationed on the left wing. Then that chastiser of foes, save the Arsashin, beholding the host disposed in battle array, aided by Drishthadama, disposed his troops in counter array. And in opposition to that array of thine, the son of Bandu formed a fierce array after the form of the half-moon. And stationed on the right horn, Bhimasena shone surrounded by kings of diverse countries, abundantly armed with various weapons. Next to him were those mighty Ka warriors Virata and Drupada, and next to them was Nila armed with envenomed weapons. And next to Nila was the mighty Ka warrior Drishtaketu, surrounded by the Chedis, the Kasis, the Kaurashas, and the Pauravas. And Drishthadama, and Sikandin, with the Panchalas and the Prabhadrakas, and supported by other troops, were stationed in the middle, O Bharata, for battle. And there also was King Yudhishthira the Just, surrounded by his elephant division. And next to him was Satyaki, O king, and the 5 sons of Draupadi. And immediately next to them was Iravan, and next to him were Bhimasana's son, Ghatotkacha, and those mighty car warriors, the Kikayas. And next, on the left horn of that array, was that best of men, viz., he who had for his protector, Janardana, the protector of the whole universe. It was thus that the Pandavas formed their mighty counter-array for the destruction of thy sons and of those who had sided with them. Then commenced the battle between thy troops and those of the foe, striking one another, and in which cars and elephants mingled in a clash of combat. Large numbers of elephants and crowds of cars were seen everywhere, O king, to rush towards one another for purposes of slaughter. And the rattle of innumerable cars rushing to join the fray, or engaged separately, raised a loud uproar, mingling with the beat of drums, and the shouts of the heroic combatants belonging to thy army and theirs, O Bharata, slaying one another in that fierce encounter, reached the very heavens. Section VI. Sanjaya said, after the ranks of thy army and theirs had been disposed in battle array, that mighty car warrior, Dhananjaya, felling in that conflict leaders of car divisions with his arrows, caused a great carnage, O Bharata, among the car ranks. The Dhritarashtras, thus, slaughtered in battle by Pritha's son, like the destroyer himself at the end of the Yuga, still fought perseveringly with the Pandavas, desirous of winning, blazing glory and, bent upon, making death the only ground for a cessation of the fight, with minds undirected to anything else. They broke the Pandava ranks in many places and were also themselves broken. Then both the Pandava and the Kaurava troops broke, changed positions, and fled away. Nothing could be distinguished. An earthly dust arose, shrouding the very sun, and nobody that could distinguish either the cardinal or the subsidiary directions. And everywhere the battle raged, O king, the combatants being guided by the indications afforded by colours, by watchwords, names and tribal distinctions. And the array of the Kauravas, O king, could not be broken, duly protected as it was by Bharadwaja's son, O sire. 371. And so the formidable array of the Pandava also, protected by Savyasashin, and well guarded by Bhima, could not be broken. And the cars and elephants in close ranks, O king, of both the armies, and other combatants, coming out of their respective rays, engaged in conflict. And in that fierce battle cavalry soldiers felled cavalry soldiers, with polished swords of sharp edges and long lances. And car warriors, getting car warriors, within reach, in that fierce conflict, felled them with shafts decked with golden wings. And elephant riders, of thy side and theirs, felled large numbers of elephant riders in close ranks, with broad-headed shafts and arrows and lances. And large bodies of infantry, inspired with wrath towards one another, cheerfully felled combatants of their own class with short arrows and battle-axes. And car warriors, O king, getting elephant riders, within reach, in that conflict, felled them along with their elephants. And elephant riders similarly felled car warriors. And, O bull of Bharata's race, the cavalry soldier with his lance felled the car warrior in that conflict, and the car warrior also felled the cavalry soldier. And both the armies, the foot soldier felled the car warrior in the combat, and the car warrior felled the foot soldiers, with sharp weapons. And elephant riders felled horse riders, and horse riders felled warriors on the backs of elephants. And all this appeared exceedingly wonderful. And here and there foot soldiers were felled by foremost of elephant riders, and elephant riders were seen to be felled by the former. And bands of foot soldiers, by hundreds and thousands, were seen to be felled by horse riders, and horse riders by foot soldiers. And strewn with broken standards and bows and lances and housings of elephants, and costly blankets, and bearded darts, and maces, and clubs furnished with spikes, and campanas, and darts, and variegated coats of mail, and canopers, and iron hooks, and polished scimitars, and shafts furnished with golden wings. The field, O best of Bharata's race, shone as if with floral wreaths, and the earth, miry with flesh and blood, became impassable with the bodies of men and steeds and elephants slain in the dreadful battle. And drenched with human blood, the earthy dust disappeared, and the cardinal points, all around, became perfectly clear, O Bharata. And innumerable headless trunks rose up all around, indicating, O Bharata, of the destruction of the world. And in that terrible and awful battle, cow warriors were seen to run away in all directions. Then Bhishma and Drona, and Jayadratha, the ruler of the Sindhus, and Purumitra, and Vikana, and Sakuni the son of Shivala, these warriors invincible in battle and possessed of leonine prowess, staying in battle, broke the ranks of the Pandavas. And so Bhimasena and the Rakshasa Ghatotkacha, and Satyaki, and Chekatana, and the sons of Draupadi, O Bharata, supported by all the kings on their side, began to grind thy troops and thy sons stationed in battle, like the gods grinding the Danavas. And those bulls among Kshatriyas, striking one another in battle, became terrible to behold, and covered with blood shone like kinsukas. And the foremost warriors of both armies, vanquishing their opponents, looked, O king, like the planetary luminaries in the firmament. Then thy son Duryodhana, supported by 1,000 cars, rushed to battle with the Pandavas and the Rakshasa. And so all the Pandavas, with a large body of combatants, rushed in battle against those chastisers of foes, the heroic Bhishma and Drona. And the diadem-decked Arjuna, also, excited with rage, rushed against the foremost of kings. And Arjuna's son, Abhimanyu, and Satyaki, both advanced against the forces of Shivala's son. And then commenced once more a fearful battle, making the hair to stand on end, between thine and the enemy's troops, both desirous of vanquishing each other. Section VI. Sanjaya said, Then those kings, excited with rage, beholding Falguni in battle, surrounded him on all sides with many thousands of cars. And having, O Bharata, surrounded him with multitudinous division of the cars, they shrouded him from all sides with many thousands of shafts, and bright lances of sharp points, and maces, and clubs endued with spikes, and bearded darts and battle-axes, and mallets and bludgeons they hurled at Falguni's car, excited with rage. And that shower of weapons approaching towards him, like a flight of locusts, Britha's son checked on all sides with his gold-decked arrows. And beholding there on that occasion the superhuman lightness of hand that Vatsa possessed, the gods, the Danavas, the Gandhavas, the Pisachas, the Uragas and the Rakshasas eulogized Falguni, O king, saying, Excellent, excellent. And the heroic Gandhavas along with Shivala's son with a large force surrounded Satyaki and Abhimanyu. Then the brave warriors led by Shivala's son from anger, cut into pieces the excellent car of the Vrishan hero, with weapons of diverse kinds. And in course of that fierce conflict, Satyaki, abandoning that car of his, speedily mounted on Abhimanyu's car, O chastiser of foes. And those two, mounted on the same car, then began to speedily slaughter the army of Shivala's son with straight arrows of sharp points. And Drona and Bhishma, steadily struggling in battle, began to slaughter the division of King Yudhishthira the Just, with sharp shafts furnished with the feathers of the kanka bird. Then the son of Dharma and 2 other sons of Bandu by Madri, in the very sight of the whole army, began to grind the division of Drona. And the battle that took place there was fierce and awful, making the hair stand on end, like the terrible battle that took place between the gods and the Asuras in days of yore. And Bhimsena and Ghatotkacha both achieved mighty feats. Then Duryodhana, approaching, checked them both. And the prowess we then beheld of Hidimva's son was exceedingly wonderful, insomuch that he fought in battle, O Bharata, transcending his very father. And Bhimsena, the son of Pandu, excited with wrath, pierced the vindictive Duryodhana in the breast, with an arrow, smiling the while. Then King Duryodhana, afflicted by the violence of that blow, sat down on the terrace of his car and swooned away. And his charioteer then, beholding him senseless, speedily bore him away, O king, from battle. And then the troops that supported Duryodhana broke and fled. And thereupon Bhima, smiting that Kuru army, thus flying away in all directions, with sharp-pointed shafts, pursued it behind. And Prishata's son, Drishthadhyumna, that foremost of warriors, and Pandu's son King Yudhishthira, the just, in the very sight, O Bharata, of both Drona and Ganga's son, slew their army with sharp shafts capable of slaying hostile forces. That host of thy son, thus flying away in battle, those mighty car warriors, Bhishma and Drona, were incapable of checking. For though attempted to be checked by Bhishma and the high-souled Drona, that host fled away in the very sight of Drona and Bhishma. And then when those thousands of car warriors fled away in all directions, Subhadra's son and that bull of Sini's race, both stationed on the same car, began, O chastiser of foes, to slaughter the army of Shavala's son of battle. And Sini's grandson and that bull of Kuru's race looked resplendent like the sun and the moon went together in the firmament after the last lunation of the dark fortnight has passed away. And then Arjuna also, O king, excited with rage, showered arrows on thy army like the clouds pouring rain in torrents. And the Kaurava army, thus slaughtered in battle with the shafts of Patha, fled away, trembling in grief and fear. And beholding the army flying away, the mighty Bhishma and Drona, excited with rage and both desirous of Duryodhana's welfare, sought to check it. Then King Duryodhana himself, comforting the combatants, checked that army, then flying away in all directions. And thereupon all the mighty Kshatriya warriors stopped, each at the spot where he saw thy son. And then others among the common soldiers, beholding them stopped of their own accord, O king, from shame and desire of displaying their courage unto one another. And the impetuosity, O king, of that army thus rallied to the fight resembled that of the surging sea at the moment of the moon's rise. And King Duryodhana, beholding that army of his rallied for the fight, quickly repaired to Santanu's son Bhishma and said these words, O grandsire, listen to what I say, O Bharata. When, O son of Kuru, thou art alive, and Drona, that foremost of persons conversant with weapons, along with his son and with all our other friends, is alive, and then that mighty bowman Gripa also is alive, I do not regard it as at all creditable that my army should thus fly away. I do not regard the Pandavas to be, by any means, a match for thee of the Drona, in battle, of the Drona's son, of the Kripa. Without doubt, O grandsire, the sons of Pandu are being favoured by thee, inasmuch as thou forgivest, O hero, this slaughter of my army. Thou shouldst have told me, O king, before this battle took place, that thou wouldest not fight with the Pandavas. Hearing such words from thee, as also from the preceptor, O Bharata, I would then have, with Karna, reflected upon what course I should pursue. If I do not deserve to be abandoned by you two in battle, then, O bulls among men, do ye fight according to the measure of your prowess. Hearing these words, Bhishma, laughing repeatedly, and turning up his eyes in wrath, said to thy son, many a time, O king, have I said unto thee words worthy of thy acceptance and fraught with thy good. The Pandavas are incapable of being vanquished in battle by the very gods, with Vasava amongst them. That, however, which my aged self is capable of doing, I will do to the extent of my power, O best of kings, in this battle. Witness it now with thy kinsmen. Today, in the very sight of all, alone I shall check the sons of Bandu at the head of their troops and with all their kinsfolk. Thus addressed by Bhishma, thy son, O king, filled with delight, caused conches to be blown and drums to be beaten. And the Pandavas also, O king, hearing that loud uproar, blew their conches, and caused their drums and cymbals to be played upon. Section Licks. Dhritarashtra said, after that dreadful vow had been made in battle by Bhishma, enraged by the words of my son, what, O Sanjaya, did Bhishmas do unto the sons of Pandu, or what did the Panchalas do unto the grandsire? Tell it all unto me, O Sanjaya. Sanjaya said, after the forenoon of that day, O Bharata had passed away, and the sun in his westward course had passed a portion of his path, and after the high-souled Pandavas had won the victory, thy sire Devavrata, conversant with the distinction of all codes of morality, rushed carried by the fleetest steeds, towards the army of the Pandavas, protected by a large force and by all thy sons. Then, O Bharata, in consequence of thy sinful policy, commenced a dreadful battle, making the hair stand on end between ourselves and the Pandavas. And the twang of bows, the flapping of bowstrings against the leathern fences, casing the hands of the bowmen, mingling together, made a loud uproar resembling that of splitting hills. Stay, here I stand, no, this one, turn back, stand, I wait for thee, strike, these were the words heard everywhere. And the sound of falling coats of mail made of gold, of crowns and diadems, and of standards resembled the sound of falling stones on the stony ground. And heads and arms decked with ornaments, falling by hundreds and thousands upon the ground, moved in convulsions. And some brave combatants, with heads severed from their trunks, continued to stand, weapons in grasp or armed with drawn bow. And a dreadful river of blood began to flow there, of impetuous current, miry with flesh and blood, and with the bodies of dead elephants for its subaqueous rocks, flowing from the bodies of steeds, men, and elephants, and delightful to vultures and jackals, it ran towards the ocean represented by the next world. A battle such as that, O king, which then shook place between thy sons, O Bharata, and the Pandavas, was never seen or heard before. And in consequence of the bodies of combatants slain in that conflict, cars could not make their way. And the field of battle, in consequence of the bodies of slain elephants, seemed to be strewn over with blue crests of hills. And the field of battle, strewn with variegated coats of mail and turbans, O sire, looked beautiful like the firmament autumn. And some combatants were seen who, though severely wounded, yet rushed cheerfully and proudly upon the foe in battle. And many, fallen on the field of battle, cried aloud, saying, O father, O brother, O friend, O kinsman, O companion, O maternal uncle, do not abandon me. And others cried aloud, saying, Come thou here. Why art thou frightened? Where dost thou go? I stand in battle, do not be afraid. And in that combat Bhishma, the son of Santanu, with bow incessantly drawn to a circle, shot shafts of blazing points, resembling snakes of virulent poison, and shooting continuous line of arrows in all directions, that hero of rigid vows smote the Pandavaka warriors, naming each beforehand, O Bharata, and displaying his extreme lightness of hands, and dancing, as it were, along the track of his car, he seemed, O king, to be present everywhere like a circle of fire. And in consequence of the lightness of his movements, the Pandavas in that battle, along with the Srinjayas, beheld that hero, though really alone, as multiplied 1,000-fold. And every one that regarded Bhishma as having multiplied himself by illusion. Having seen him now on the east, the next moment they saw him on the west. And so having seen him on the north, the next moment they saw him on the south. And the son of Ganga was thus seen fighting in that battle. And there was no one amongst the Pandavas capable of even looking at him. What they all saw were only the innumerable shafts shot from his bow. And heroic warriors, beholding him achieve such feats in battle, and, thus, slaughtering their ranks, uttered many lamentations. And kings in thousands came in contact with thy sire, thus coursing over the field in a superhuman way, and fell upon that fire represented by the enraged Bhishma like flights of senseless insects, upon a blazing fire, for their own destruction. Not a single shaft of that light-handed warrior was futile, falling upon the bodies of men, elephants, and steeds, in consequence of the numbers opposed to him. With a single straight shaft shot in that battle, he dispatched a single elephant like hail riven by the thunderbolt. 2 or 3 elephant riders at a time, cased in mail and standing together, thy sire pierced with one shaft of sharp point. Whoever approached Bhishma, that tiger among men, in battle, seen for a moment, was next beheld to fall down on the ground. And that vast host of King Yudhishthira the Just, thus slaughtered by Bhishma of incomparable prowess, gave way in 1,000 directions. And afflicted with that arrowy shower, the vast army began to tremble in the very presence of Vasudeva and the high-souled Partha. And although the heroic leaders of the Pandava army made great efforts, yet they could not check the flight of, even, the great Ka warriors of their side afflicted with the shafts of Bhishma. The prowess, in consequence of which that vast army was routed, was equal to that of the chief of the gods himself. And that army was so completely routed, O great king, that no 2 persons could be seen together. And cars and elephants and steeds were pierced all over, and standards and shafts of cars were strewn over the field. And the army of the sons of Pandu uttered cries of woe and alas, and became deprived of senses. And the sire struck the son, and the son struck the sire, and friend challenged the dearest of friends to battle as if under the influence of fate. And others amongst the combatants of Pandu's son were seen, O Bharata, to run away, throwing aside their coats of mail, and with dishevelled hair. And the army of the sons of Pandu, indulging in loud wails, including the very leaders of their best of Ka warriors, was seen to be as confounded as a very herd of kine. The delighter of the Yadavas then, beholding that army thus routed, said unto Partha, stopping that best of cars, which he guided, these words, The hour is now come, O Partha, which was desired by thee. Strike Bhishma, O tiger among men, else thou wilt lose the senses. O hero, formerly, in the conclave of kings, thou hadst said, I will slay all the warriors of Dhritarashtra's sons, headed by Bhishma and Drona, all in fact, who will fight with me in battle. O son of Kunti, O chastiser of foes, make those words of thine true. Behold, O Vatsu, this army of thine is being routed on all sides. Behold, the kings in Yudhishthira's host are all flying away, seeing Bhishma in battle, who looketh like the destroyer himself with wide open mouth. Afflicted with fear, they are making themselves scarce like the weaker animals at sight of the lion. Thus addressed, Dhananjaya replied unto Vasudeva, saying, plunging through this sea of the hostile host, urge on the steeds to where Bhishma is. I will throw down that invincible warrior, the reverend Kuru Grandasire. Then Madhava urged those steeds of silvery hue to where, O king, the car of Bhishma was, that car which, like the very sun, was incapable of being gazed at. And beholding the mighty armed Partha thus rushing to an encounter with Bhishma, the mighty army of Yudhishthira rallied for battle. Then Bhishma, that foremost of warriors amongst the chorus, repeatedly roaring like a lion, quickly covered Dhananjaya's car with an arrowy shower. In a moment that car of his, with standard and charioteer, became invisible, shrouded with that arrowy downpour. Vasudeva, however, endued with great might, fearlessly and summoning all his patience, began to guide those steeds mangled by Bhishma's shafts. Then Partha, taking up his celestial bow whose twang resembled the roar of the clouds, caused Bhishma's bow to drop down, cutting it off with his keen shafts. The Kuru warrior, thy sire, seeing his bow cut off, shook up another and stringed it within the twinkling of the eye. And he stretched that bow whose twang resembled the roar of the clouds, with his 2 hands. But Arjuna, excited with wrath, cut off that bow also of his. Then the son of Santanu applauded that lightness of hand displayed by Arjuna, saying, "Excellent, O Partha, O thou of mighty arms, excellent, O son of Pandu. O Dhananjaya, such a mighty feat is, indeed, worthy of thee. I have been pleased with thee. Fight hard with me, O son." And having applauded Partha thus, and taking up another large bow, that hero shot his shafts at Partha's car. And Vasudeva then displayed his great skill in the guiding of chariot, for he baffled those shafts of his, by guiding the car in quick circles. Then, O sire, Bhishma with great strength pierced both Vasudeva and Dhananjaya with keen shafts all over their bodies. And mangled by those shafts of Bhishma, those 2 tigers among men looked like 2 roaring bulls with the scratches of horns on their bodies. And once again, excited with rage, Bhishma covered the 2 Krishnas on all sides with shafts in hundreds and thousands. And with those keen shafts of his, the enraged Bhishma caused him of Vrishani's race to shiver. And laughing loudly, he also made Krishna to wonder. Then the mighty-armed Krishna, beholding the prowess of Bhishma in battle as also the mildness with which Arjuna fought, and seeing that Bhishma was creating incessant showers of arrows in that conflict and looked like the all-consuming sun himself in the midst of the 2 armies, and marking besides that hero was slaying the foremost of combatants in Yudhishthira's host and causing a havoc in that army as if the hour of dissolution had come, the adorable Kesava, that slayer of hosts, endued with immeasurable soul, unable to bear what he saw, thought that Yudhishthira's army could not survive that slaughter. In a single day Bhishma can slaughter all the Daityas and the Danavas. With how much ease then can he slay in battle the sons of Bandu with all their troops and followers. The vast army of the illustrious son of Bandu is again flying away. And the Kauravas also beholding the Somakas routed, are rushing to battle cheerfully, gladdening the grand desire. Accoutred in mail, even I will stay Bhishma today for the sake of the Pandavas. This burthen of the high-souled Pandavas even I will lighten. As regards Arjuna, though struck in battle with keen shafts, he knoweth not what he should do, from respect for Bhishma, and while Krishna was reflecting thus the grandsire, excited with wrath, once again shot his shafts at Partha's car. And in consequence of very great number of those arrows all the points of the compass became entirely shrouded, and neither the welkin nor the quarters nor the earth nor the sun himself of brilliant rays could be seen. And the winds that blew seemed to be mixed with smoke, and all the points of the compass seemed to be agitated. And Drona, and Vikana, and Jayadratha, and Parisrava, and Gritavarman, and Gripa, and Sarutayush, and the ruler of the Amvashtas, and Vinda, and Danuvinda, Sudakshina, and the Westerners, and the diverse tribes of the Sauviras, the Vasatis, and the Kshudrakas, and the Malavas, all these, at the command of the royal son of Santanu, quickly approached Kiritin for battle. And the grandson of Suni saw that Kiritin was surrounded by many hundreds of horse, and infantry, and cars, and mighty elephants. And beholding both Vasudeva and Arjuna thus encompassed by infantry and elephants and horses and cars, on all sides, that foremost of all bearers of arms, viz., the chief of the Senis, quickly proceeded to that spot. And that foremost of bowmen, the chief of the Senis, quickly rushing at those troops, came to Arjuna's side like Vishnu coming to the aid of the slayer of Vritra. And that foremost warrior of Senis race cheerfully said unto Yudhishthira's host all the combatants of which had been frightened by Bhishma and whose elephants, steeds, cars, and numberless standards had been mangled and broken into pieces, and which was flying away from the field, these words, Ye Kshatriyas, where do ye go? This is not the duty of the righteous as hath been declared by the ancients. Ye foremost of heroes, do not violate your pledges. Observe your own duties as heroes. Beholding that those foremost of kings were flying together from the field of battle, and marking the mildness with which Partha fought, and beholding also that Bhishma was exerting himself very powerfully in battle, and that the Kurus were rushing from all sides, the younger brother of Vasava, the high-souled protector of all the Dasagas, unable to bear it all, addressed the renowned grandson of Sini, and applauding him, said, "Come, O hero of Sini's race, they that are retreating, are, indeed, retreating. They that are yet staying, O thou of the Satwata race, let them also go away. Behold, I will soon throw Bhishma's down from his car, and Drona also in battle, with all their followers. There is none in the Kuru host, O thou of the Satwata race, who is able to escape my angry self. Therefore, taking up my fierce discus, I will slay Bhishma of high vows." And slaying in battle those two foremost of car warriors, viz., Bhishma along with his followers, and Drona also, O grandson of Sini, I will gladden Dhananjaya, and the king, and Bhima, and the twin Aswins. And slaying all the sons of Dhritarashtra and all those foremost of kings who have embraced their side, I will joyfully furnish King Ajatasattu with a kingdom today. Saying this, Vasudeva's son, abandoning the reins of the steeds, jumped down from the car, whirling with his right arm his discus of beautiful nave with edge sharp as a razor, effulgent as the sun and possessed of force equal to that of 1,000 bolts of heaven. And making the earth tremble under his tread, the high-souled Krishna rushed impetuously towards Bhishma. And that grinder of foes, the younger brother of the chief of the gods, excited with wrath, rushed towards Bhishma staying in the midst of his troops, like a lion from desire of slaying upon a prince of elephants blinded with fury and staying proudly for the attack. And the end of his yellow garments waving in the air looked like a cloud charged with lightning in the sky. And that lotus of a discus called Sudarsana, having for its stalk the beautiful arm of Sorin, looked as beautiful as the primeval lotus, bright as the morning sun, which sprung from the navel of Narayana. And Krishna's wrath was the morning sun that caused that lotus to blow. And the beautiful leaves of that lotus were as sharp as the edge of a razor. And Krishna's body was the beautiful lake, and his right arm the stalk springing therefrom, upon which that lotus shone. And beholding the younger brother of Mahendra, excited with wrath and roaring loudly and armed with that discus, all creatures set out a loud wail, thinking that the destruction of the Kurus was at hand. And armed with his discus Vasudeva looked like the Samvata fire that appears at the end of the Yuga for consuming the world. And the preceptor of the universe blazed up like a fierce comet risen for consuming all creatures. And beholding that foremost of bipeds, that divine personage, advancing red-armed with a discus, Santanu's son stationed on his car, bow and arrow in hand, fearlessly said, "Come, come, O Lord of the gods, O thou that hast the universe for thy abode. I bow to thee, O thou that art armed with mace, sword and saranga. O Lord of the universe, forcibly throw me down from this excellent car, O thou that art the refuge of all creatures in this battle, slain here by thee, O Krishna, great will be my good fortune both in this world and the next. Great is the respect thou payest me, O Lord of the Vrishnis and the Andakas. My dignity will be celebrated in the three worlds. Hearing these words of Santanu's son, Krishna, rushing impetuously towards him, said, Thou art the root of this great slaughter on earth. Thou wilt behold Duryodhana slain today. A wise minister who treadeth in the path of righteousness should restrain a king that is addicted to the evil of gambling. That wretch again of his race who transgresseth duty should be abandoned as one whose intelligence hath been misdirected by destiny. The royal Bhishma, hearing these words, replied unto the chief of the Yadas, saying, Destiny is all-powerful. The Yadas, for their benefit, has abandoned cancer. I said this to the king, Dhritarashtra, but he minded it not. The listener that hath no benefit to receive becometh, for his own misery, of perverted understanding through the influence of destiny. Meanwhile, jumping down from his car, Partha, himself of massive and long arms, quickly ran on foot after that chief of Yadu's race possessed of massive and long arms, and seized him by his two hands. That first of all gods devoted in self, Krishna, was excited with rage, and therefore, through thus seized, Vishnu forcibly dragged Jishu after him, like a tempest bearing away a single tree. The high-souled Partha, however, seizing them with great force his legs as he was proceeding at a quick pace towards Bhishma, succeeded, O king, in stopping him with difficulty at the 10th step. And when Krishna stopped, decked as he was with a beautiful garland of gold, cheerfully bowed down to him and said, Quell this wrath of thine. Thou art the refuge of the Pandavas, O Kesava. I swear, O Kesava, by my sons and uterine brothers that I will not withdraw from the acts to which I have pledged myself. O younger brother of Indra, at thy command I will certainly annihilate the Kuras. Hearing that promise and oath of his, Janardana became gratified, and ever engaged as he was in doing what was agreeable to Arjuna, that best of the Kuras. He once more, discus on arm, mounted on his car, and that slayer of foes once more took up those reins that he had abandoned, and taking up his conch called Panchajanya, Sorin filled all the points of the compass and the welkin with its blare. And thereupon beholding Krishna decked with necklace and angada and earrings, with curved eyelashes smeared with dust, and with teeth of perfect whiteness, once more take up his conch, the Kuru heroes uttered a loud cry, and the sound of cymbals and drums and kettle drums, and the rattle of car wheels and the noise of smaller drums, mingling with those leonine shouts, set forth from all the ranks of the Kuras, became a fierce uproar, and the twang of Partha's Gandhiva, resembling the roll of the thunder, filled the welkin and all the quarters, and shot from the bow of Pandu's son, bright and blazing shafts proceeded in all directions. Then the Kuru king, with a large force, and with Bhishma and Brisravas also, arrow in hand, and resembling a comet risen for consuming a constellation, rushed against him. And Brisravas hurled at Arjuna 7 javelins furnished with wings of gold, and Duryodhana a lance of fierce impetuosity, and Salya a mace, and Santanu's son a dart. Thereupon, Arjuna, baffling with 7 shafts the 7 javelins, fleet as arrows, shot by Brisravas, cut off with another keen-edged shaft the lance hurled from Duryodhana's arm. And the blazing dart coming towards him, effulgent as lightning, hurled by Santanu's son, and the mace hurled from the arm of the ruler of the Madras, that hero cut off with 2 other shafts. Then drawing with his 2 hands and with great force his beautiful bow Gandhiva of immeasurable energy, he invoked with proper mantras the highly wonderful and terrible Mahendra weapon and caused it to appear in the welkin. And with that mighty weapon producing profuse showers of arrows endued with the effulgence of the blazing fire, that high-suit and mighty bowmen, decked with diadem and garland of gold, checked the entire core of the host. And those shafts from Partha's bow, cutting off the arms, bows, standard tops, and cars, penetrated into the bodies of the kings and of the huge elephants and steeds of the foe, and filling the cardinal and the subsidiary directions with those sharp and terrible shafts of his, Britha's son, decked with diadem and garland of gold, agitated the hearts of his foes by means of the twang of Gandiva. And in that awful passage at arms, the blare of conches and beat of drums and the deep rattle of cars were all silenced by the twang of Gandiva. And ascertaining that twang to be of Gandiva, King Virata and other heroes among men, and the brave Drupada, the king of the Panchalas, all proceeded to that spot with depressed hearts. And all thy combatants stood, struck with fear, each at the spot where he heard the twang of Gandiva. And none amongst them ventured to proceed to that place whence that sound was heard. And in that awful slaughter of kings, heroic combatants were slain, and car warriors with those that guided their cars, and elephants with resplendent housings of gold and gorgeous standards on their backs, afflicted with broad-headed shafts falling upon them, suddenly fell down, deprived of life and their bodies mangled by Kirutin, and forcibly struck by Partha with his winged arrows of great impetuosity and broad-headed shafts of keen edge and points. The standards of innumerable kings stationed at the heads of the yantras and indrajulas were cut off. 372 and bands of infantry and car warriors, in that battle, and steeds and elephants, fell fast on the field, their limbs paralyzed, or themselves speedily deprived of life, affected by Dhananjaya with those shafts. And, O king, many were their warriors who in that terrible conflict had their coats of mail and bodies cut through by that mighty weapon called after the name of Indra. And with those terrible and sharp shafts of his, Kirutin caused an awful river to run on the field of battle, having for its waters the blood flowing from the mangled bodies of the combatants, and having for its froth their fat. And its current was broad and ran fiercely. And the bodies of elephants and steeds dispatched to the other world formed its banks. And its mire consisted of the entrails, the marrow, and the flesh of human beings, and prodigious rakshasas formed there, tall trees, standing on its banks. And the crowns of human heads in profusion, covered with hair, formed its floating mess, and heaps of human bodies, forming its sandbanks, caused the current to flow in 1,000 directions, and the coats of mail strewn all over formed its hard pebbles, and its banks were infested by large number of jackals and wolves and cranes and vultures and crowds of rakshasas and packs of hyenas, and they that were alive beheld that terrible river of current consisting of fat, marrow, and blood, caused by the arrowy showers of Arjuna, that embodiment of man's cruelty, to look like the great Vaitarani. 373 And beholding the foremost warriors of that army of the Kuras thus slain by Falguni, the Chedis, the Panchalas, the Kurushas, the Matsyas, and all the combatants of the Pandava side, those foremost of men, elated with victory, together set up a loud shout for frightening the core of the warriors. And they uttered that cry indicative of victory, beholding the foremost combatants of the Kuru army, the very troops protected by mighty leaders of divisions, thus slain by Kirutin, that terror of foes, who frightened them like a lion frightening herds of smaller animals. And then the bearer of Gandiva himself, and Janardana, both filled with delight, uttered loud roars. And the Kurus, with Bhishma, and Drona and Duryodhana and Valika, exceedingly mangled by the weapons of Arjuna, beholding the sun withdraw his rays, and seeing also that awful and irresistible weapon called after the name of Indra spread out and causing, as it were, the end of the Yuga to appear, withdraw their forces for the nightly rest. and that foremost of men, Dhananjaya also, having achieved a great feat and won great renown by crushing his foes, and beholding the sun assume red hue and the evening twilight to set in, and having completed his work, retired with his Uttarang brothers to the camp for nightly rest. Then when darkness was about to set in, there arose among the Kuru troops a great and terrible uproar. And all said, "In today's battle Arjuna hath slain 10,000 car warriors, and full 700 elephants. And all the Westerners, and the diverse tribes of the Sauviras, and the Kshudrakas and the Mallavas, have all been slain. The feat achieved by Dhananjaya is a mighty one. None else is competent to achieve it. Sarutaish, the ruler of the Imvashtas, and Damashana, and Chitrasana, and Drona, and Kripa, and the ruler of the Centaurs, and Valika, and Parisravas, and Saliya, and Sala, O king, and other warriors by hundreds united together, along with Bhishma himself, have in battle, by the prowess of his own arms, been vanquished today by the angry son of Pritha, viz. Kirutin, that one mighty car warrior in the world. Talking thus, O Bharata, all the warriors of thy side went to their tents from the field of battle. And all the combatants of the Kuru army, frightened by Kirutin, then entered their tents illumined by thousands of torches, and beautified by innumerable lamps. Section LX. Sanjaya said, when the night passed away, O Bharata, the high-souled Bhishma, with wrath engendered, supported by large force, and stationed at the head of the Bharata army, proceeded against the foe. And Drona and Duryodhana and Valika, and also Damashana and Chitrasana, the mighty Jayadratha, and other royal warriors, supported by large divisions accompanied, surrounding him all sides. And surrounded by those great and mighty car warriors endued with great prowess and energy, O king, he shone, O best of monarchs, in the midst of those foremost of royal warriors, like the chief of the celestials in the midst of the gods. And the magnificent standards on the backs of the elephants stationed in front of those ranks, of diverse colours, viz., red, yellow, black and brown, waving in the air, looked exceedingly beautiful. And that army with the royal son of Santanu and other mighty car warriors and with elephants and steeds, looked resplendent like a mass of clouds charged with lightning, or like the firmament, in the season of rains, with gathering clouds. 374 And then the fierce army of the Kurus, bent on battle and protected by Santanu's son, rushed impetuously towards Arjuna like the fierce current of the ocean-going Ganga. 375 Pervaded by diverse kinds of forces possessed of great strength, and having in its wings elephants, steeds, infantry, and cars in profusion, that array their high-souled Arjuna, having the prince of apes on his banner, beheld from a distance to resemble a mighty mass of clouds. 376 That high-souled hero, that bull among men, upon his car furnished with tall standard and unto which were yoked white steeds, at the head of his own division and surrounded by a mighty force, proceeded against the whole hostile army. And all the Kauravas with thy sons, beholding that ape-bannered warrior, with his excellent standard and handsome car shaft trapped in costly cover, accompanied by the bull of Yadu's race, his charioteer in battle, were filled with dismay. And thy army beheld that best of arrays, which was protected by the mighty car warrior of the world, viz., Kirutin, with weapons appraised to have at each of its corners 4,000 elephants, like the array which was formed on the day before by that best of Kurus, viz., King Yudhishthira the Just, and like of which had never been seen or heard before by human beings, was this one of today, that the Pandavas formed. Then on the field of battle thousands of drums were loudly beaten, and there arose from all the divisions the loud blare of conches and the notes of trumpets and many leonine shouts. Then, innumerable bows of loud twang, stretched by heroic warriors with shaft fixed on the bowstrings, and the blare of conches, silenced that uproar of drums and cymbals, and the entire welkin, filled with that blare of conches, was diffused with an earthly dust that made it wonderful to behold. And with that dust the sky looked as if vast canopy were spread overhead. And beholding that canopy, the brave warriors all rushed impetuously to battle. And car warriors, struck by car warriors, were overthrown with charioteers, steeds, cars, and standards. And elephants, struck by elephants, fell down, and foot soldiers struck by foot soldiers. And rushing horsemen, struck down by rushing horsemen with lances and swords, fell down with frightful countenances. And all this seemed exceedingly wonderful. And excellent shields decked with golden stars and possessed of solar refulgence, broken by strokes of battle-axes, lances and swords, dropped on the field. 377 And many car warriors, mangled and bruised by the tusks and the strong trunks of elephants, fell down with their charioteers. And many bulls among car warriors, struck by bulls among car warriors with their shafts, fell down on the ground. And many persons, hearing the wails of horsemen and foot soldiers, struck with the tusks and other limbs of elephants, or crushed by the impetus of those huge creatures rushing in close ranks, fell down on the field of battle. 378 Then, when cavalry and foot soldiers were falling fast, and elephants and steeds and cars were flying away in fear, Bhishma, surrounded by many mighty car warriors, obtained sight of him who had the Prince of Apes on his standard, and the Parmura-bannered warrior, viz., the son of Santanu, having 5 Parmuras on his standard, then rushed against the diadem-decked Arjuna, whose car, in consequence of the fleetness of the excellent steeds attached to it, was endued with wonderful energy, and which blazed like the very lightning in consequence of the energy of his mighty weapons. And so against that son of Indra, who was like unto Indra himself, rushed many other warriors headed by Drona and Kripa and Salya and Vivansati and Duryodhana, and also Somadatta's son, O king. Then the heroic Abhimanyu, the son of Arjuna, conversant with all weapons and cased in a handsome and golden coat of mail, rushing out of the ranks, quickly proceeded against all those warriors. And that son of Krishna, of feats incapable of being borne, baffling the mighty weapons of all those warriors of great strength, looked resplendent like the adorable Agni himself, on the sacrificial altar of blazing flames, invoked with high mantras. Then Bhishma, of mighty energy, creating in that battle a very river whose waters were the blood of foes, and quickly avoiding Subhadra's son, encountered that mighty car warrior, viz., Partha himself. Then Arjuna, decked with diadem and garlands, with his Gandiva of wonderful mien and twang loud as the roar of the thunder, shooting showers of arrows, baffled that shower of mighty weapons, shot by Bhishma. And that high-souled warrior, having the Prince of Apes on his banner, of feats incapable of being borne, then poured in return upon Bhishma, that best of all wielders of bows, a shower of sharp-edged arrows and polished shafts of broad heads. And so thy troops also beheld that shower of mighty weapons shot by him who had the Prince of Apes on his banner, opposed and dispersed by Bhishma like the maker of day dispelling the gloom of night. And the Kuras and the Srinjayas, and all the people there, beheld that single combat between those 2 foremost of men, viz., Bhishma and Dhananjaya, proceeding thus steadily and thus distinguished by the terrible twang of the bows of both. Section LXI. Sanjaya said, and Drona's son, Ambara's rivers, and Chitrasana, O sire, and the son of Samyamani also, all fought with Subhadra's son. And while fighting alone with 5 tigers among men, people beheld him possessed of exceeding energy, like a young lion fighting with 5 elephants. And no one among them equalled Krishna's son in sureness of aim, in bravery, in prowess, in lightness of hand, or in knowledge of weapons. And beholding his son, that chastiser of foes, thus struggling and displaying his prowess in battle, hath set up a leonine roar. And seeing thy grandson, O king, thus afflicting thy host, thy warriors, O monarch, surrounded him on all sides. Then that smiter of foes, the son of Subhadra, depending upon his prowess and might, advanced with him depressed heart against the Dhritarashtra host. And while battling with the foe in that conflict, his mighty bow endued with the effulgence of the sun, was seen by all to be incessantly stretched for striking. And piercing the son of Drona with one shaft, and Salya with 5, he overthrew the standard of Samyamani's son with 8 shafts. And with another sharp-edged arrow he cut off the mighty dart of golden staff, resembling a snake, that was hurled at him by Somadatta's son. And the heir of Arjuna, baffling in the very sight of Salya, his hundreds of terrible shafts, slew his 4 steeds. Thereupon Bharazravas, and Salya, and Drona's son, and Samyaman, and Sala, struck with the fear at the strength of arms displayed by Krishna's son, could not stay before him. Then, O great king, the Trigartas and the Madras, with the Kikayas, numbering 25,000, urged by thy son, all of whom were foremost of men accomplished in the science of arms, and who were incapable of defeat by foes in battle, surrounded Kirutin with his son for slaying them both. Then, O king, that vanquisher of foes, the commander of the Pandava army, the prince of the Panchalas, beheld the cars of the father and the son, thus surrounded by the foe, supported by many thousands of elephants and cars, and by 100,000 of cavalry and infantry, and stretching his bow in great wrath, he advanced against that division of the Madras and the Kikayas, O chastiser of foes, leading his troops with him. And that division of the Pandava army, protected by that renowned and firm 9 noblemen, and consisting of cars, elephants, and cavalry, looked resplendent as it advanced for the encounter. And while proceeding towards Arjuna, that perpetuator of Panchala's race struck Saradwat's son on his shoulder joint with 3 arrows. And piercing the Madrakas then with 10 sharp shafts, he speedily slew the protector of Gritavarman's rear. And that chastiser of foes then, with a shaft of broad head, slew Damana, the heir of the Haisulpur river. Then the son of Samyamani pierced the Panchala prince incapable of defeat in the battle with 10 shafts, and his charioteer also with 10 shafts. Then that mighty bowman, thus severely pierced, licked with his tongue the corners of his mouth, and cut off his enemy's bow with a broad-headed shaft of excessive sharpness. And soon the prince of Panchala afflicted his foe with 25 arrows, and then slew his steeds, O king, and then both the protectors of his wings. Then, O bull of Bharata's race, Samyamani's son, standing on that car whose steeds were slain, looked at the son of the renowned king of the Panchalas. Then taking up a terrible scimitar of the best kind, made of steel, Samyamani's son, walking on foot, approached Drupada's son staying on his car. And the Pandavas, soldiers and Drishadama also of Prishata's race beheld him coming like a wave and resembling a snake fallen from the skies. And he whirled his sword and looked like the sun and advanced with the tread of an infuriate elephant. The prince of Panchala then, excited with rage, quickly taking up a mace, smashed the head of Samyamani's son, thus advancing towards him, sharp-edged scimitar in grasp and shield in hand, as soon as the latter, having crossed the shooting distance, was near enough to his adversary's car. And then, O king, while falling down deprived of life, his blazing scimitar and shield, loosened from his grasp, fell down with his body on the ground. And the Haisul son of the Panchala king, of terrible prowess, having slain his foe with his mace, won great renown. And when that prince, that mighty car warrior and great bowman, was thus slain, loud cries of "Oh!" and "Alas!" arose among thy troops, O sire. Then Samyaman, excited with rage upon beholding his own son slain, impetuously rushed towards the prince of Panchala, who was incapable of defeat in battle. And all the kings of both the Kuru and the Pandava armies beheld those two princes and foremost of Ka warriors engaged in battle. Then that slayer of hostile heroes, Samyaman, excited with wrath, struck Brishata's son with 3 shafts like the conductor of an elephant striking a mighty elephant with hooks. And so Salya also, the tournament of assemblies, excited with wrath, struck the heroic son of Prashata on his breast. And then commenced another battle there. Section XCI. Dhritarashtra said, I regard destiny to be superior to exertion, O Sanjaya, inasmuch as the army of my son is continually slaughtered by the army of the Pandavas. Thou always speakest, O Suta, of my troops as being slaughtered, and thou always speakest of the Pandavas as both unslain and cheerful. Indeed, O Sanjaya, thou speakest of mine as deprived of manliness, felled and falling, and slaughtered, although they are battling to the best of their powers and striving hard for victory. Thou always speakest to me of the Pandavas as obtaining victory and mine as becoming weaker and weaker. O child, I am incessantly hearing of countless cause of unbearable and poignant grief on account of Duryodhana's doing. I do not see, O Sanjaya, the means by which the Pandavas may be weakened and sons of mine may obtain the victory in battle. Sanjaya said, This mighty evil hath proceeded from thee, O king. Listen now with patience to the great slaughter of men, elephants, steeds and car warriors. Drishtadama, afflicted by Salya with 9 shafts, afflicted in return the ruler of Madras with many shafts made of steel. And then we beheld the prowess of Prashata's son to be highly wonderful inasmuch as he speedily checked Salya the tournament of assemblies. The battle between them lasted for only a short space of time. While angrily engaged in combat, none beheld even a moment's rest taken by any of them. Then, O king, Salya in that battle cut off Drishtadama's bow with a board-headed shaft of sharp edge and excellent temper. And he also covered him, O Bharata, with a shower of arrows like rain-charged clouds pouring their drops on the mountain breast during the season of rains. And while Drishtadama was being thus afflicted, Abhimanyu, excited with wrath, rushed impetuously towards the car of the ruler of the Madras. Then the wrathful son of Krishna, of immeasurable soul, obtaining the car of the ruler of the Madras, within shooting distance, pierced Tartyani with 3 sharp shafts. 379 Then the warriors of thy army, O king, desirous of opposing the son of Arjuna in battle, speedily surrounded the car of the ruler of Madras. And Duryodhana, and Vikana, and Dusasna, and Vivansati, and Damashana, and Dusala, and Chitrasana, and Durmika, and Satyabrata, blessed be thou, and Purumatra, O Brata, these, protecting the car of the ruler of the Madras, stationed themselves there. Then Bhimasena, excited with wrath, and Drishtadama of Prashata's race, and the 5 sons of Draupadi, and Abhimanyu, and the twin sons of Madri and Pandukama, these 10 opposed those 10 warriors of the Dhritarashtra army shooting, O king, diverse kinds of weapons. And they approached and encountered one another in battle, desirous of slaying one another, in consequence, O king, of thy wicked policy. And when those 10 car warriors, excited with wrath, engaged with the 10 others in that awful battle, the other car warriors of both thy army and of the foe all stood as spectators. And those mighty car warriors, shooting diverse kinds of weapons and roaring at one another, smote one another fiercely. With wrath engendered in their breasts, desirous of slaying one another, they uttered fierce shouts, challenging one another. And jealous of one another, O king, those kinsfolk united together, encountered one another wrathfully, shooting mighty weapons. And wonderful to say, Duryodhana, excited with rage, pierced Drishthadumna in that battle with 4 sharp shafts. And Damarshana pierced him with 20, and Chitrasana with 5, and Durmaka with 9, and Dusaha with 7, and Vivansati with 5, and Dusasana with 3 shafts. Then, O great king, that scorcher of foes, viz., Brishata's son, pierced each of them in return with 25 shafts, displaying his lightness of hand. And Abhimanyu, O Bharata, pierced Satyavrata and Purumitra each with 10 shafts. Then the son of Madri, those delighters of their mother, covered their uncle with showers of sharp arrows. And all this seemed wonderful. Then, O monarch, Salya covered his nephews, those 2 foremost of Ka warriors desirous of counteracting their uncle's feats, with arrows, but the sons of Madri wavered not. Then the mighty Bhimasena, the son of Pandu, beholding Duryodhana and desirous of ending the strife, shook up his mace. And beholding the mighty armed Bhimasena with upraised mace and looking like the crested Kailasa mount, thy sons fled away in terror. Duryodhana, however, excited with wrath, urged the Magadha division consisting of 10,000 elephants of great activity. Accompanied by that elephant division and placing the ruler of Magadha before him, King Duryodhana advanced towards Bhimasena. Beholding that elephant division advancing towards him, Vrikadara, mace in hand, jumped down from his car, uttering a loud roar like that of a lion. And armed with that mighty mace which was endued with great weight and strength of adamant, he rushed towards that elephant division, like the destroyer himself with wide open mouth. And the mighty armed Bhimasena, endued with great strength, slaying elephants with his mace, wandered over the field, like the slayer of Vritra among the Danava host. And with the loud shouts of the roaring Bhima, shouts that made the mind and the heart to tremble with fear, the elephants, crouching close, lost all power of motion. Then the sons of Draupadi, and that mighty Ka warrior, the son of Subhadra, and Nakula and Sahadeva, and Drishthadumna of Prashata's race, protecting Bhima's rear, rushed behind him, checking all by scattering their arrowy showers like the very clouds pouring rain on the mountain breast. And those Pandava warriors struck off the heads of their foes battling from the backs of elephants, with well-tempered and keen-edged shafts of diverse forms. 380 on the heads of elephant riders, and arms decked with ornaments, and hands with iron hooks in grasp, falling fast, resembled a stony shower. And the headless trunks of elephant riders on the necks of the beasts they rode, looked like headless trees on mountain summits. And we beheld mighty elephants felled and falling, slain by Drishthadumna, the high-souled son of Brishata. Then the ruler of the Magadhas, in that battle, urged his elephant resembling Airavata himself, towards the car of Subhadra's son. Beholding that mighty elephant advancing towards him, that slayer of hostile heroes, the brave son of Subhadra, slew it with a single shaft. And when the ruler of the Magadhas was thus deprived of his elephant, that conqueror of hostile cities, viz., the son of Krishna, then struck off that king's head with a broad-headed shaft with silver wings. And Bhimasena, the son of Pandu, having penetrated that elephant division, began to wander over the field, crushing those beasts around him like Indra himself crushing the mountains. And we beheld elephants slain in that battle by Bhimasena, each with only one stroke of his mace, like hills riven by thunder. And many elephants, huge as hills, were slain there, having their tusks broken, or temples, or bones, or backs, or frontal globes. And others, O king, deprived of life, lay there with foaming mouths. And many mighty elephants, with frontal globes completely smashed, vomited large quantities of blood. And some, from fear, laid themselves down on the ground like so many hillocks, and smeared with the fat and blood of elephants, and almost bathed in their marrow, Bhima wandered over the field like the destroyer himself, club in hand. And Vrikadara, whirling that mace of his which was wet with the blood of elephants, became terrible and awful to behold, like the wielder of Pinaka armed with Pinaka. 381 and those huge tuskers, while, thus, crushed by the angry Bhima, suddenly fled away, afflicted, crushing thy own ranks. And these mighty bowmen and car warriors, headed by Subhadra's son, all the while, protected that battling hero whirling his gory mace. 382 wet with the blood of elephants, like the celestials protecting the wielder of the thunderbolt. Of terrible soul, Bhimasena then looked like the destroyer himself. Indeed, O Bharata, putting forth his strength on all sides, mace in arms, we beheld Bhimasena then to resemble Sankara himself dancing, at the end of the Yuga, and his fierce, heavy, and sounding mace to resemble the club of Yama and possessed of the sound of Indra's bolt. And that gory mace of his, smeared with marrow and hair, resembled, also, the angry Rudra's Pinaka while he is engaged in destroying all creatures. As a herdsman chastises his herd of cattle with a goad, so did Bhima smite that elephant division with that mace of his. And while thus slaughtered by Bhima with his mace and with shafts, by those that protected his rear, the elephants ran on all sides, crushing the cars of thy own army. Then driving away those elephants from the field like a mighty wind driving away masses of clouds, Bhima stood the like wielder of the trident on a crematorium. Section XI. Sanjaya said, when that elephant division was exterminated, thy son Duryodhana urged his entire army, commanding the warriors to slay Bhimasena. Then the entire army at the command of thy son rushed towards Bhimasena, who was uttering fierce shouts. That vast and unlimited host difficult of being borne by the very gods, incapable of being crossed like the surging sea on the day of full moon or new moon, abounding with cars, elephants, and steeds, resounding with the blare of conches and the beat of drums, numbering untold foot soldiers and car warriors, and shrouded by the dust, raised, that very sea of hostile troops incapable of being agitated, thus coming towards him, Bhimasena checked in battle, O king, like the bank resisting the ocean. That feat, O king, which we beheld, of Bhimasena the high-souled son of Pandu, was exceedingly wonderful and superhuman. With his mace, he fearlessly checked all those kings angrily rushing towards him, with their steeds and cars and elephants. Checking that vast force with mace, that foremost of mighty men, Bhima, stood in that fierce melee, immovable as the mountain Meru. And in that dreadful, fierce, and terrific encounter his brother and sons and Drishadama of Prishata's race, and the sons of Draupadi and Abhimanyu, and the unvanquished Sikandin, these mighty warriors, did not abandon him from fear. Taking up his massive and weighty mace made of Saker iron, he rushed towards the warriors of thy army like the destroyer himself, armed with his club, and pressing crowds of cars and crowds of horsemen down into the earth, Bhima wandered over the field like the fire at the end of the Yuga. And Pandu's son of infinite prowess crushing crowds of cars with the impetus of his thighs and slaying thy warriors in battle, wandered like the destroyer himself at the end of the Yuga. And he began to grind thy troops with the greatest ease like an elephant crushing a forest of reeds, and dragging car warriors down from their cars, and warriors fighting from the backs of heroes, and foot soldiers as they stood on the ground, in the army of thy son. The mighty armed Bhimasena slew them all with his mace like the wind crushing trees by its force. And that mace of his, slaying elephants and steeds, became smeared with fat, marrow, flesh, and blood, and looked exceedingly terrible. And with the bodies of slain men and cavalry lying scattered about, the field of battle wore the appearance of the abode of the armor. And the terrible and slaughtering mace of Bhimasena, resembling the fierce bludgeon of death and endued with the effulgence of Indra's bolt, looked like Pinaka of the angry Rudra while destroying living creatures. Indeed, that mace of the Hysil son of Kunti, who was slaying all around, looked fiercely resplendent like the bludgeon of the destroyer himself at the time of the universal dissolution. And beholding him thus routing that large army repeatedly and advancing like death's self, all the warriors became cheerless. Whithersoever the son of Pandu, raising his mace, cast his eyes, in consequence of his look alone, O Bharata, all the troops seemed to melt away. Beholding Vrikadara of terrible deeds, thus routing the army and unvanquished by even so large a force and devouring the hostile division like the destroyer himself with wide open mouth, Bhimasena speedily came towards him, on his car of solar refulgence and rattle loud as that of the clouds, shrouding the welkin, with his arrowy showers like a vapory canopy charged with rain. Then the mighty armed Bhimasena, beholding Bhishma thus advancing like the destroyer himself with wide open mouth, rushed towards him, excited with wrath. At that moment, that foremost hero of Sini's race, viz. Satyaki of sure aim, fell upon the grandsire, slaying his enemies along the way with his firm bow and causing thy son's army to tremble. And all the combatants who belonged to thy army were then, O Bharata, unable to impede the progress of that hero thus advancing with his steeds of silvery hue and scattering his sharp shafts furnished with handsome wings. At that time the Rakshasa Alamvashaw only succeeded in piercing him with 10 shafts. But piercing Alamvashaw in return with 4 shafts, the grandson of Sini proceeded on his car. Beholding that hero of Vrishani's race thus advancing and rolling, as it were, through the very midst of his enemies, and checking, as he proceeded, the foremost of Kuru warriors, and repeatedly uttering loud shouts in that battle, thy warriors then like masses of clouds pouring rain in torrents on the mountain breast, showered their arrowy downpours on him. They were, however, incapable of impeding the progress of that hero who looked like the noonday sun in his glory. And there was none who was not then cheerless, save Somadatta's son, O king, Ambarisravas, the son of Somadatta, O Bharata, beholding the car warriors of his own side driven away, rushed against Satyaki from desire of battle, taking up his bow of fierce impetus. Section Sif. Sanjaya said, Then, O king, the Risravas, excited with great wrath, pierced Satyaki with 9 arrows like the conductor of an elephant piercing an elephant with the iron hook. Satyaki also, of immeasurable soul, in the very sight of all the troops, pierced the core of the warrior with 9 shafts. Then King Duryodhana, accompanied by his uterine brothers, surrounded Somadatta's son thus striving in battle. Similarly the Pandavas also, of great energy, quickly surrounding Satyaki in that battle took up their positions around him. And Bhimasena, excited with wrath, and with mace praised, O Bharata, encountered all thy sons headed by Duryodhana, with many thousands of cars, and excited with wrath and vindictiveness. Thy son Nandaka pierced Bhimasena of great might with keen-edged and sharp-pointed shafts whetted on stone and winged with the feathers of the kanka bird. Then Duryodhana, O king, in that great battle, excited with wrath, struck Bhimasena in the breast with 9 shafts. Then the mighty armed Bhima of great strength mounted on his own excellent car and addressing his charioteer, Vaisoka, said, These heroic and mighty sons of Dhritarashtra, all great car warriors, exceedingly angry with me and desirous of slaying me in battle. I will slay all these today in thy sight, without doubt. Therefore, O charioteer, guide my steed in battle with care. Having said this, O monarch, Pritha's son pierced thy son with sharp-pointed arrows decked with gold. And he pierced Nandaka in return with 3 arrows between his 2 breasts. Then Duryodhana, having pierced the mighty Bhima with 6 arrows, pierced Vaizoka in return with 3 other sharp arrows. And Duryodhana, O king, as if smiling the while, with 3 other sharp arrows cut off at the grasp the resplendent bow of Bhima in that battle. Bhima then, that bull among men, beholding his charity of Vaizoka afflicted, in that conflict, with sharp shafts by thy son armed with the bow, and unable to bear it, drew another excellent bow, excited with wrath, for the destruction of thy son, O monarch. And excited with great wrath, he also took up an arrow with horseshoe head and furnished with excellent wings. And with that arrow, Bhima cut off the excellent bow of the king. Then thy son, excited to the highest pitch of fury, leaving that broken bow aside, speedily took up another that was tougher, and aiming a terrible shaft blazing as death's rod, the Kuru king, excited with rage, struck Bhima in the between his 2 breasts. Deeply pierced therewith, and greatly pained, he sat down on the terrace of his car. And while seated on the terrace of his car, he swooned away. Beholding Bhima thus unmanned, the illustrious and mighty car warriors of the Pandava army, headed by Abhimanyu, could not bear it. And those warriors then, with great steadiness, showered on thy son's head a thick downpour of fierce shafts. Then the mighty Bhimasena, regaining consciousness, pierced Duryodhana at first with those shafts, and then with 5. And that mighty bowman the son of Pandu then pierced Salya with 25 shafts furnished with golden wings. And pierced therewith, Salya was borne away from the battle. Then thy 14 sons, viz., Sanapati, Sushna, Jalasundha, Sulachana, Ugra, Bhimaratha, Bhima, Viravahu, Alupa, Dirmaka, Dashpradasha, Vivitsu, Vikata, and Sama, then encountered Bhimasena in battle. United together they rushed against Bhimasena, and with eyes red in wrath, showering countless arrows, they pierced him deeply. Then the heroic and mighty Bhimasena of strong arms, beholding thy sons, licking the corners of his mouth like a wolf in the midst of smaller creatures, fell upon them with the impetuosity of Garuda. And the son of Pandu then cut off the head of Sanapati with a shaft having a horseshoe head. And with delighted soul and laughing the while, that mighty armed warrior, piercing Jalasundha with 3 arrows, dispatched him to Yama's abode. And next, smiting Sushna, he sent him to the presence of death's self. And with a single broad-headed shaft he felled on the ground the head, handsome as the moon, of Ugra, decked with turban and adorned with earrings. And in that battle, Pandu's son Bhima, with 70 shafts, dispatched Viravahu to the other world with his steeds and standard and charioteer. And smiling the while, O king, Bhimasena quickly dispatched both the brothers Bhima and Bhimaratha also to Yama's abode. And then in that great battle in the very sight of all the troops, with an arrow of horseshoe head Bhima dispatched Sulachana also to death's domain. Then the rest of thy sons that were there, O king, beholding the prowess of Bhimasena, and while thus being struck by that illustrious warrior, all fled from battle from fear of Bhima. Then Santanu's son, addressing all the mighty car warriors of his army, said, that fierce bowman, Bhima, excited with wrath in battle, is slaying the mighty sons of Dhritarashtra and other heroic car warriors united together, whatever their knowledge of weapons, and whatever their bravery. Therefore, seize ye all that son of Pandu. Thus addressed, all the troops of the Dhritarashtra army, excited with rage, rushed towards Bhimasena endued with great might. And Bhagadatta, O king, on his elephant of rent temples, suddenly rushed thither where Bhimasena was stationed. And thither to the combat, he shrouded Bhima with his shafts whetted on stone so as to make him completely invisible, like the clouds covering the sun. Those mighty car warriors, however, of the Pandava army, relying on the prowess of their own arms, could not bear the shrouding of Bhima with the arrowy showers of Bhagadatta. They, therefore, surrounding Bagadatta on all sides, poured on him their arrowy downpours. And they pierced his elephant also with showers of shafts, and struck by all those mighty car warriors with showers of fierce shafts of diverse kinds that elephant, O king, of the ruler of the Pragjotishas, with blood trickling down his body, became beautiful to behold on the field of battle like a mass of clouds tinged with the rays of the sun. And that elephant with temporal juice trickling down, urged by Bagadatta, like the destroyer, ran with double his former speed, shaking the very earth with his dread. Then all those mighty car warriors, beholding that terrible mien of the animal, and regarding it irresistible, became cheerless. Then King Bagadatta, that tiger among men, excited with rage, struck Bhimsena between his two breasts with a straight shaft. Deeply pierced by the king with that shaft, that great bowman and mighty car warrior, with limbs deprived of sensation in consequence of a swoon, sat down on his car, holding his flagstaff. And beholding those mighty car warriors terrified and Bhimsena in a swoon, Bagadatta of great prowess uttered a loud roar. Then, O king, that terrible Rakshasa Gatotkacha, beholding Bhima in that state, became excited with rage and there and then disappeared from the view. And creating a terrible illusion enhancing the fears of the timid, he reappeared in a moment assuming a fierce form, himself riding on an Airavata created by his powers of illusion. The other dick elephants, viz., Anjana, Vamana, and Mahapadma of blazing glory, followed him. And those three mighty elephants, ridden by Rakshasas, were of the huge form, with juice profusely trickling down in 3 lines, and endued with great speed and prowess. Then Gatotkacha urged his own elephant to battle, desirous, O chastiser of foes, of slaying Bagadatta with his elephant. And those other elephants, excited with fury and each endued with 4 tusks, urged by Rakshasas of great strength, fell from all sides upon Bagadatta's elephant and afflicted him with their tusks. And the elephant of Bagadatta, thus afflicted by those elephants, already struck with arrows and feeling great pain, uttered loud cries that resembled the thunder of Indra. And hearing those terrible and loud cries of that roaring elephant, Bhishma, addressing Drona, Sayadana and all the kings, said, The mighty bowman Bagadatta is battling with the wicked son of Hidimva, and hath fallen into great distress. That Rakshasa is of huge form, and the king also is very wrathful. Engaged in battle, they would certainly prove each other's death. Loud shouts were also heard of the rejoicing Pandavas, and the cries of agony of King Bagadatta's terrified elephant. Blessed be ye, let us all go there for rescuing the king, for, if left unprotected, in battle, he will soon give up his life. Ye warriors of great energy, do, as I bid, even now. Ye sinless ones, make no delay. The combat deepens and becometh fierce, making the hair to stand on end. That commander of a division is high-born, endues with great bravery, and devoted to us. Ye warriors of unfading glory, it is meet that his rescue should be effected by us. Hearing these words of Bhishma, all the kings of the Kuru army, headed by Bharadwaja's son, desirous of rescuing Bagadatta, proceeded with great speed to where the ruler of the Pragjotishas was. And beholding the enemy advancing, the Panchalas with the Pandavas, headed by Yudhishthira, pursued them behind. Then that prince of Rakshasas, endued with great prowess, beholding that division of the enemy advance, uttered a fierce roar, deep as that of thunder. Hearing that roar of his and beholding those battling elephants, Santanu's son Bhishma once again addressed Bharadwaja's son and said, I do not like to fight today with the wicked son of Hidimva. Endues with great might and energy, he is at present well supported. He is incapable of being vanquished now by the wielder of the thunderbolt himself. Of sureness of aim, he is a great smiter. As regards ourselves, our animals are tired today. We have also been greatly mangled by Panchalas and the Pandavas. I do not like fresh encounter with the victorious Pandavas. Let the withdrawal of our army, therefore, be proclaimed today. Tomorrow we will fight with the foe. Hearing these words of the grandsire, the Kauravas, afflicted with the fear of Ghatotkacha, and availing of the advent of night as a pretext, gladly did what the grandsire said. And after the Kauravas had withdrawn, the Pandavas, crowned with victory, uttered leonine roars, mingling them with the blare of conches and the notes of pipes. Thus did the battle take place that day, O Bharata, between the Kauravas and the Pandavas headed by Ghatotkacha. And the Kauravas also, vanquished by the Pandavas and overcome with shame, retired to their own tents when night came. And those mighty Kaur warriors, the sons of Pandu, their bodies mangled with shafts and themselves filled with the result of the battle, proceeded, O king, towards their encampment, with Bhimasena and Ghatotkacha, O monarch, at their head. And filled with great joy, O king, they worshipped those heroes. And they uttered diverse kinds of shouts which were mingled with the notes of trumpets. And those high-souled warriors shouted, making the very earth tremble therewith, and grinding as it were, O sire, the hearts of thy sons. And it was thus that those chastisers of foes, when night came, proceeded towards their tents. And King Duryodhana, cheerless at the death of his brothers, passed some time in thoughtfulness, overcome with grief and tears. Then making all the arrangements for his camp according to the rules of military science, he began to pass the hours in meditation, scorched with grief and afflicted with sorrow on account of his slain brothers. Section LXV. Dhritarashtra said, hearing of those feats of the sons of Pandu which are incapable of being achieved by the gods themselves, my heart, O Sanjaya, is filled with fear and wonder. Hearing also of the humiliation of my sons in every way, great hath been my anxiety as to the consequence that will ensue. The words uttered by Vidura will, no doubt, consume my heart. Everything that hath happened seemeth to be due to destiny, O Sanjaya. The combatants of the Pandava army are encountering and smiting those best of warriors having Bhishma for their head, those heroes conversant with every weapon. What ascetic penances have been performed by the high-souled and mighty sons of Pandu? What boon hath they obtained, O son, or what science is known to them, in consequence of which, like the stars in the firmament, they are undergoing no diminution? I cannot bear it that my army should be repeatedly slaughtered by the Pandavas. The divine chastisement, highly severe, hath fallen on me alone. Tell me everything truly, O Sanjaya, about that for which the sons of Pandu have become unslayable and mindslable. I do not see the other shore of this sea of distress. 383. I am like a man desirous of crossing the vastly deep ocean with my 2 arms alone. I certainly think that a great calamity hath overtaken my sons. Without doubt, Bhima will slay all my sons. I do not see that hero who is able to protect my sons in battle. The death of my sons in this battle, O Sanjaya, is certain. It behoveth thee, therefore, O Suta, to tell me, who asketh thee, everything about the true cause of all these. Beholding his own troops retreating from battle, what did Duryodhana do? And what told Bhishma and Drona, and Kripa, and Shivala's son, and Jayadratha, and that mighty bowman, viz., Drona's son and Vikana of great strength do? When also, O thou of great wisdom, my sons turned back from the fight, what, O Sanjaya, became the resolve of those high-souled warriors? Sanjaya said, listen, O king, with attention, and having listened, let it go to thy heart. Nothing, in this, is the result of incantation, nothing the result of illusion of any kind. nor have the sons of Bandu created any new terrors. They are endued with might, and they are fighting by fair means in this battle. Desirous of high fame, the sons of Prithu always do every act, including even the support of their lives, agreeably to the way of morality. Endued with every kind of prosperity, and possessed of great strength, they never desist from battle, keeping their eyes on righteousness. And victory is there where righteousness is. It is for this, O King, that the sons of Prithu are unslayable in battle and always victorious. Thy sons are of wicked souls and are addicted to sinfulness. They are cruel and wedded to mean acts. It is for this that they are being weakened in battle. Thy sons, O King, like despicable men, did many cruel and deceitful acts to the sons of Pandu. Disregarding, however, all those offences of thy sons, the sons of Pandu always concealed those acts, O elder brother of Pandu. Thy sons also, O King, on numerous occasions humiliated the Pandavas. Let them now reap the terrible fruit, like poison, of that persistent course of sinfulness. 384 That fruit should be enjoyed by thee also, O King, with thy sons and kinsmen, since thou, O King, could not be awakened even though counselled by thy well-wishers. Repeatedly forbidden by Vidura, by Bhishma, by the high Suladrona, and by myself also thou didst not understand, rejecting our words intended for thy good and worthy of thy acceptance, like a sick man rejecting the medicine prescribed. Accepting the views of thy sons thou hadst regarded the Pandavas as already vanquished. Listen again, O King, to what thou hast asked me, viz., the true cause, O chief of the Bharatas, of the victory of the Pandavas. I will tell thee what I have heard, O chastiser of foes. Duryodhana had asked the grandsire this very question. Beholding his brothers, almighty car warriors, vanquished in battle, thy son Duryodhana, O Kaurava, with heart confounded with grief, repairing with humility during the night to the grandsire possessed of great wisdom, asked him this question. Listen to me, O monarch, about it all. Duryodhana said, Drona and thou, and Saliya, and Kripa, and Drona's son, and Kritavarman the son of Ridika, and Sudakshina the ruler of the Kamvojas, and Parisravas, and Vikana, and Bhagadatta of exceeding prowess, are all regarded as mighty car warriors. All of these, again, are high-born, and prepared to throw away their lives in battle. It is my opinion that these are a match for even the three worlds, united together. Even all the warriors of the Pandava army, united together, cannot bear your prowess. A doubt has arisen in my mind. Explain it to me who inquireth of thee. Who it is, relying on whom the Pandavas are vanquishing us repeatedly. Bhishma said, Listen, O King, to the words that I will speak unto thee, O thou of Kuru's race. Frequently wert thou addressed by me to the same effect, but thou didst not do what I said. Let peace be made with the Pandavas, O best of the Bharatas. I regard this to be beneficial both to the world and thee, O Lord. Enjoy this earth, O King, with thy brothers and be happy, gratifying all thy well-wishers and delighting thy kinsfolk. Although I cried myself hoarse before this, thou didst not yet listen to me, O sire. Thou hadst always disregarded the sons of Pandu. The effect of all that hath now overtaken thee. Listen also, O King, from me as I speak of it, O Lord, to the reason why the Pandavas, whose achievements tire them not, are unslayable. 385 There is not, was not, will not be, the being in all the worlds who would or will be able to vanquish the sons of Pandu who are all protected by the wielder of Saranga. Listen truly, O thou that art conversant with morality, to that ancient history which was recited to me by sages of souls under control. In days of yore, all the celestials and the rishis, united together, waited reverentially on the grandsire upon the mountains of Gandamadana. And the Lord of all creatures, seated at his ease in their midst, beheld an excellent car stationed in the firmament, blazing with effulgence. Having ascertained everything about it, by meditation, joining his hands with restrained heart, Brahman, with delighted soul, made his salutations to the highest divine being. And the rishis and the celestials, beholding in the firmament the form thus displayed, all stood up with joined hands, their eyes fixed on that wonder of wonders. Worshipping him duly, Brahma, the foremost of all conversant with Brahman, the creator of the universe, acquainted with the highest morality, uttered these high words: Thou art the glory of the universe for thy form. Thou art the Lord of the universe. O thou whose protection extendeth through the whole universe. O thou that hath the universe for thy work. O thou that hath thy soul under control. Thou art the supreme master of the universe. Thou art Vasudeva. Therefore, I seek refuge in thee that art the soul of yoga and the highest divinity. Victory to thee that art the supreme God of the universe. Victory to thee that art ever employed in the good of the worlds. Victory to thee that art the Lord of yoga. Thee that art all-powerful. Victory to thee that art prior and subsequent to yoga. Having the lotus springing from thy navel, and having large expansive eyes. Victory to thee that art Lord of lords of the universe. O Lord of the past, the present, and the future. Victory to thee that art the embodiment of gentleness. Thee that art the Son of sons. O thou that art the receptacle of untold attributes. Victory to thee that art the refuge of all things. Thou art Narayana, thou art incapable of being understood. Victory to thee that art the wielder of the bow called Saranga. Victory to thee that art endued with every attribute. O thou that hast the universe for thy form. O thou that art ever hail. O Lord of the universe. O thou of mighty arms. Victory to thee that art always ready for benefiting the worlds. O great snake. O huge boar. O first cause. O thou of the tawny locks. Victory to thee that art almighty. O thou of yellow robes. O Lord of the cardinal and the subsidiary points of the compass. O thou that hast the universe for thy abode. O thou that art infinite. O thou that hast no decay. O thou that art the manifest. O thou that art the unmanifest. O thou that art the immeasurable space. O thou that hast all thy senses under control. O thou that always achievest what is good. O thou that art immeasurable. O thou that alone knowest thy own nature. Victory to thee that art deep. O thou that art the giver of all wishes. O thou that art without end. O thou that art known as Brahma. O thou that art eternal. O thou that art the creator of all creatures. O thou that art ever successful. O thou whose acts always display wisdom. O thou that art conversant with morality. O thou that givest victory. O thou of mysterious self. O thou that art the soul of all yoga. O thou that art the cause of everything that hath sprung into existence. O thou that art the knowledge of the selves of all beings. O Lord of the worlds. Victory to thee that art the creator of all beings. O thou that hath thyself for thy origin. O thou that art highly blessed. O thou that art the destroyer of everything. O thou that art the inspirer of all mental thoughts. Victory to thee that art dear to all conversant with Brahma. O thou that art busy in creation and destruction. O controller of all wishes. O supreme Lord. O thou that art the cause of Amrita. O thou that art all existent. O thou that art the first that appears at the end of the Yuga. O thou that art the giver of victory. O divine Lord of all creatures. O thou that hast the lotus springing from thy navel. O thou of mighty strength. O thou that art sprung from thyself. O thou that art the great elements in their primeval state. O thou that art the soul of all religious rites. Victory to thee that givest all. The goddess Earth represents thy 2 feet, the cardinal and the subsidiary directions thy arms. and the heavens thy head. I am thy form, the celestials constitute thy limbs, and the sun, the moon are thy two eyes. Ascetic austerities and truth born of morality and religious rites constitute thy strength. Fire is thy energy, the wind is thy breath, and the waters have sprung from thy sweat. The twins as winds constitute thy ears, and the goddess Saraswati is thy tongue. The Vedas have thy knowledge, and upon thee resteth this universe. O Lord of Yoga and Yogins, we do not know thy extent, thy measure, thy energy, thy prowess, thy might, thy origin. O God, O Vishnu, filled with devotion in thee, and depending upon thee with vows and observances, we ever worship thee as the highest Lord, the God of gods. The Rishis, the gods, Gandharvas, the Yakshas, the Rakshasas, the Panagas, the Pisachas, human beings, beasts, birds, reptiles, all these were created by me on earth through thy grace. O thou, having the lotus springing from thy navel, O thou of large expansive eyes, O Krishna, O dispeller of all woe, thou art the refuge of all creatures, and thou art their guide. Thou hast the universe for thy mouth. Through thy grace, O Lord of the gods are ever happy. Through thy grace the earth hath always been freed from terrors. Therefore, O thou of large eyes, take birth in the race of Yadu. 386 for the sake of establishing righteousness, for slaying the sons of deity, and for upholding the universe. Do what I have said, O Lord. O Vasudeva, that which is thy supreme mystery, that, O Lord, hath been sung by me through thy grace. Having created the divine Sankarsana out of thy own self by thyself, thou didst then, O Krishna, create thyself as Pradama born of thyself. From Pradama thou didst then create Aniruddha, who is known as the eternal Vishnu. And it was Aniruddha who created me as Brahma, the upholder of the universe. Created out of Vasudeva's essence I have, therefore, been created by thee. Dividing thyself into portions, take birth, O Lord, among human beings. And slaughtering the Asuras for happiness of all the worlds, and establishing righteousness, and winning renown, thou wilt again truly attain to yoga. The regenerate rishis on earth and the gods, O thou of infinite prowess, devoted to thee, sing of thy wondrous self under those names that belong to thee. O thou of excellent arms, all classes of creatures rest on thee, having taken refuge in thee, thou giver of boons. The regenerate ones sing thee as the world's bridge, having no beginning, middle and end, and as possessed of unlimited yoga. Section LXVI. Bhishma said, then that illustrious deity, the Lord of the worlds, replied unto Brahma in a soft deep voice, saying, through yoga, O sire, all that is wished by thee is known to me. It will be even as thou wishest. And saying this, he disappeared then and there. Then the gods, rishis, and Gandharvas, filled with great wonder and curiosity, all asked the grandsire, saying, who is that one, O Lord, that was worshipped by thy illustrious self with such humility and praised in such high words? We desire to hear. Thus addressed, the illustrious grandsire replied unto all the gods, the regenerate rishis, and the Gandharvas, in sweet words, saying, he who is called Tat, he who is supreme, he who is existent at present and who will be for all time, he who is the highest self, he who is the soul of beings, and who is the great Lord. I was talking even with his ever-cheerful self, he bulls among gods. The Lord of the universe was solicited by me, for the good of the universe, to take his birth among mankind in the family of Vasudeva. I said unto him, for the slaughter of the Asuras take thy birth in the world of men! Those deities and Rakshasas, of fierce form and great strength, that were slain in battle, have been born among men. Indeed, the illustrious and mighty Lord, taking birth in the human womb, will live on the earth, accompanied by Nara. Those ancient and best of rishis, viz., Nara and Narayana, are incapable of defeat in battle by even all celestials united together. Of immeasurable effulgence, those rishis, viz., Nara and Narayana, when born together in the world of men, will not be known, as such, by fools. He, from whose self, I, Brahman, the Lord of the whole universe, have sprung, that Vasudeva, that supreme God of all the worlds, is worthy of your adoration. Endued with great energy, and bearing the conch, the discus, and the mace, he should never be disregarded as a man, ye best of deities. He is the supreme mystery, the supreme refuge, the supreme Brahma, and the supreme glory. He is without decay, unmanifest, and eternal. He it is who hath been sung as Purusha, though none can comprehend him. The divine artificer hath sung of him as the supreme energy, the supreme felicity, and the supreme truth. Therefore, the Lord Vasudeva of immeasurable prowess should never be disregarded as a man by all the Asuras and the gods with Indra at their head. That person of foolish understanding is called a wretch, who, from disregard, speaketh of Hrishikasa as only a man. People speak of him as one labouring under darkness who disregardeth Vasudeva, that yogin of illustrious soul, for his entering into a human form. People speak of him as one labouring under darkness who knoweth not that divine personage, that soul of the mobile and the immobile creation, that one bearing the auspicious wheel on his breast, that one of dazzling effulgence, that one from whose navel hath sprung there, primeval, lotus. He who disregardeth that wearer of the diadem and the Kaustubha gem, that dispeller of the fears of his friends, that high-souled one, sinketh in thick darkness. Having known all these truths duly, that Lord of the worlds, viz., Vasudeva, should be adored by every one, ye best of gods. Bhishma continued, having said these words unto those gods and rishis in days of yore, the illustrious grandsire, dismissing them all, repaired to his own abode. And the gods and the Gandharvas, and the Munis and the Apsaras also, having listened to those words spoken by Brahman, were filled with delight and repaired to heaven. Even this was heard by me, O sire, from rishis of cultured soul talking in their assembly, of Vasudeva, that ancient one. And O thou that art well versed in scriptures, I heard this from Rama, the son of Jamadani, and Markandeya of great wisdom, and Vyasa and Narada also. Having learnt all this and heard of the illustrious Vasudeva as the eternal Lord, the supreme God of all the worlds, and the great Master, from whom hath sprung Brahman himself, the Father of the universe, why should not that Vasudeva be adored and worshipped by men? Forbidden wert thou before, O sire, by sages of cultured souls, who said unto thee, never go to war with that Vasudeva armed with bow as also with the Pandavas, this, from folly, thou canst not apprehend. I regard thee therefore, as a wicked Rakshasa. Thou art, besides, enveloped in darkness. It is for this that thou hatest Govinda and Ananjaya the son of Pandu, for who else among men would hate the divine Nara and Narayana? It is for this, O king, that I say unto thee that this one is eternal and unfading, pervading the whole universe, unchanging, the ruler, creator and upholder of all, and the truly existent. He it is who upholdeth the three worlds. He is the supreme Lord of all mobile and immobile creatures, and he is the great Master, he is warrior, he is victory, he is victor, and he is the Lord of all nature. O king, he is full of goodness and divested of all the qualities of darkness and passion. There, where Krishna is, there righteousness is, and there is victory where righteousness is. It is by the yoga of his supreme excellence, and the yoga of his self, that the sons of Pandu, O king, are supported. Victory, therefore, will surely be theirs. He it is that always imparteth to the Pandavas and understanding endued with righteousness, and strength in battle, and he it is that always protecteth them from danger. He is the eternal God, pervading all beings, and ever blessed. He, of whom thou hadst tasked me, is known by the name of Vasudeva. He it is whom Brahmanas and Kshatriyas and Vaisyas and Sudras, having distinctive features of their own, humbly serve and worship with restrained hearts and performing their own duties. He it is who, towards the close of the Dwapara Yuga and the beginning of the Kali Yuga, is sung of with Sankarsana, by believers with devotion. It is that Vasudeva that createth, Yuga after Yuga, the worlds of the gods and the mortals, all cities girt by the sea, and the region of human habitation. Section XVI. Duryodhana said, in all the worlds Vasudeva is spoken of as the Supreme Being. I desire, O Grandsire, to know his origin and glory. Bhishma said, Vasudeva is the Supreme Being. He is the God of all gods. None superior to him of eyes like lotus petals is to be seen, O bull of Bharata's race. Markandeya speaketh of Govinda as the most wonderful and the most high, as the all-being, as the all-soul, as the highest soul, and as the supreme male being. Water, air, and fire, these three were created by him. That divine Master and Lord of all the worlds created this earth. That supreme being of illustrious soul laid himself down on the waters, and that divine being made up of all kinds of energy slept thereon in yoga. From his mouth he created fire, and from his breath, the wind. Of unfading glory, he created from his mouth speech and the Vedas. It was thus that he created first the worlds and also the gods along with the diverse classes of rishis. And he created decay and death also of all creatures, as well as birth and growth. He is righteousness and of righteous soul. He is the giver of boons and the giver of all our wishes. He is the actor and action, and he is himself the divine Master. 387. He first made the past, the present, and the future. He is the creator of the universe. He is of illustrious soul. He is the Master possessed of unfading glory. He created Sankarsana, the firstborn of all creatures. He created the divine Sesha, who is known as Ananta and who upholdeth all creatures and the earth with her mountains. Of supreme energy, he it is whom the regenerate ones know by yoga meditation. Sprung from the secretions of his ear, the great Asuran owned by the name of Madhu, fierce and of fear steeds and entertaining a fierce intent and about to destroy Brahman, was slain by that supreme being. And O sire, in consequence of Madhu's slaughter, the gods, the Danavas, and human beings, and rishis, called Janardana the slayer of Madhu. He is the great boar. He is the great lion, and he is the three-stepped Lord. 388. He is the mother and the father of all living creatures. There never was, nor will be, any superior to him of eyes like lotus petals. From his mouth he created the Brahmanas, and from his 2 arms the Kshatriyas, and from his thighs, O king, he created the Vaisyas, and from his feet he created the Sudras. One waiting dutifully on him, observant of vows with ascetic austerities on days of the full moon and the new moon, is sure to obtain the divine Kusava, that refuge of all embodied creatures, that essence of Brahma and of Yoga. Kusava is the higher energy, the grandsire of all the worlds. Him, O king, the sages call Rishikusa, the lord of the senses. Him also should all know as the preceptor, the father, and the master. Inexhaustible regions of blessedness are won by him with whom Krishna is gratified. He also who, in a place of fear, seeketh the protection of Kusava, and he who frequently readeth this description, becometh happy and endued with every prosperity. Those men who attain to Krishna are never beguiled. Janardana always saveth those that are sunk in great terrors. Knowing this truly, O Bharata, Yudhishthira, with his whole soul, O king, hath sought the shelter of the highly blessed Kusava, the lord of yoga, and the lord of the earth. Section XVI. Bhishma said, "Hear from me, O king, this hymn that was uttered by Brahman himself. This hymn was in days of old communicated by regenerate rishis and the gods to men on earth. Narada described thee as the master and the lord of the god of gods and all the satyas and the celestials, and as one acquainted with the nature of the creator of the worlds. Markandeya spoke of thee as the past, the present, and the future, and the sacrifice of sacrifices, and the austerity of austerities. The illustrious Bhrigu said of thee that thou art the god of the gods, that thine is the ancient form of Vishnu. Vaipayana said of thee that thou art Vasudeva of the Vasas, the establisher of Sakra, and the god of gods and all creatures. In days of old, on the occasion of procreating creatures, the sages spoke of thee as Daksha, the father of creation. Angiras said that thou art the creator of all beings. Tivala said of thee that the unmanifest all is thy body, and the manifest is in thy mind, and that the gods are all the result of thy breath. 389 With thy heads is pervaded the heavens, and thy 2 arms support the earth. In thy stomach are 3 worlds, and thou art the eternal being. Even thus do men exalted by asceticism know thee. Thou art the Sat of Sat, with rishis gratified with sight of self. 390 With royal sages of liberal minds, never retreating from battle and having morality for their highest end, thou, O slayer of Madhu, art the sole refuge. Even thus is that illustrious and supreme being, viz. Hari, adored and worshipped by Sanatgama and other ascetics endued with yoga. The truth about Kesava, O sire, is now narrated to thee, both in brief and detail. Turn thy heart in love to Kesava. Sanjaya continued, hearing this sacred story, thy son, O great king, began to regard highly both Kesava and these mighty car warriors, viz., the sons of Pandu. Then, O monarch, Bhishma the son of Santanu once more addressed thy son, saying, Thou hast now heard truly, O king, about the glory of the high-souled Kesava and of Nara about which thou hadst asked me. Thou hast also heard about the object for which both Nara and Narayana have taken their births among men. Thou hast also been told the reason why those heroes are invincible and have never been vanquished in battle, and why also, O king, the sons of Bandu are incapable of being slain in battle by anybody. Krishna beareth great love for the illustrious sons of Pandu. It is for this, O King of Kings, that I say, let peace be made with the Pandavas. Restraining thy passions, enjoy thou the earth with thy mighty brothers around thee. By disregarding the divine Nara and Narayana, thou shalt certainly be destroyed. Having said these words, thy sire became silent, O monarch, and dismissing the king, entered his tent. And the king also came back to his own tent, having worshipped the illustrious grandsire. And then, O bull of Bharata's race, he laid himself down on his white bed for passing the night in sleep. Section 6. Sanjaya said, after the night had passed away and the sun had risen, the 2 armies, O king, approached each other for battle. Beholding each other, each rushed in united ranks towards the other, excited with rage and desirous of vanquishing the other. And in consequence of thy evil policy, O king, the Pandavas and the Dhritarashtra's thus rushed, cased in mail and forming battle array, for striking each other. And the array that Bhishma protected from all sides, O king, was of the shape of a Makara. 391 And so the Pandavas also, O king, protected the array they had formed, of their troops. Then thy sire Devavrata, O great king, that foremost of car warriors, proceeded in advance, supported by a large division of cars. And others, viz., car warriors, infantry, elephants, and cavalry, all followed him, each stationed in the place allotted. And beholding them prepared for battle, The illustrious sons of Bandu arrayed their troops in that invincible and prince of arrays called the Syena. 392, and in the beak of that array shone Bhimasena of great strength, and in its 2 eyes were the invincible Sikandin and Drishthadhyumna of Prishata's race, and in the head was the heroic Satyaki of prowess incapable of being baffled, and in its neck was Arjuna shaking his Gandiva, and in its left wing was the high-suit and blessed Drupada with his son, and supported by an Ikshoni of all forces. And the king of the Kikayas, owning an Ikshoni, formed the right wing of that array. And in its back were the sons of Draupadi, and Subhadra's son of great prowess. And in its tail was the heroic king Yudhishthira himself, of excellent prowess, supported by his twin brothers. Then in the battle that ensued, Bhima, penetrating the Makara array of the Kauravas through its mouth, and approaching Bhishma, covered him with his shafts. Then in that great battle, Bhishma, possessed of great prowess, shot his mighty weapons, confounding the combatants of the Pandavas disposed in battle array. And when the combatants of the Pandava army were thus confounded, Dhananjaya, speedily proceeding, pierced Bhishma at the van of battle with 1,000 arrows, and counteracting, in that conflict, the weapons shot by Bhishma, Arjuna stood ready for the combat, supported by his own division filled with cheerfulness. 393 Then King Duryodhana, that foremost of mighty men, that great car warrior, beholding that terrible carnage of his troops and remembering the slaughter of his brothers on the previous day, came quickly towards Bharadwaja's son, and addressing him, said, O preceptor, O sinless one, thou art ever my well-wisher, relying on thee as also on the grandsire Bhishma, ourselves hope to vanquish without doubt the very gods in battle, let alone the sons of Bandu that are destitute of energy and prowess. Blessed be thou, act in such a way that the Pandavas may be slain. Thus addressed in battle by thy son, Drona penetrated into the Pandava array in the very sight of Satyaki. Then no Bhrata, Satyaki checked the son of Bharadwaja, and thereupon enthused a battle that was fierce in its incidents and awful to behold. Then Bharadwaja's son, excited with rage and endued with great prowess, as if smiling the while, pierced the grandson of Sini with 10 shafts at his shoulder joint. And Bhimasen also, excited with rage, pierced Bharadwaja's son with many shafts, desirous of protecting Satyaki, O king, from Drona, that foremost of all warriors. Then Drona and Bhishma, and Salya also, O sire, excited with rage, covered Bhimasena, in that battle, with their shafts. Thereupon Abhimanyu, excited with wrath, and the sons of Draupadi, O sire, pierced with their sharp-pointed shafts all those warriors with upraised weapons. Then in that fierce battle, the great bowman Sikandin rushed against those 2 mighty warriors, viz., Bhishma and Drona, who, excited with rage, had, thus, fallen upon the Pandavas. Firmly grasping his bow, whose twang resembled the roar of the clouds, that hero, shrouding the very sun with his arrows, quickly covered his antagonists therewith. The grandsire of the Bharatas, however, getting Sikandin before him, avoided him, remembering the femininity of his sex. Then, O king, urged by thy son, Drona rushed to battle, desirous of protecting Bhishma in that stress. Sikandin, however, approaching Drona, that foremost of all wielders of weapons, avoided, from fear, that warrior resembling the blazing fire that appears at the end of the Yuga. Then, O king, thy son with a large force, desirous of winning great glory, proceeded to protect Bhishma. And the Pandavas also proceeded, O king, firmly setting their hearts upon victory. And the battle then that took place between the combatants of both armies, desirous of victory and fame, was fierce and highly wonderful, resembling that, in days of yore, between the gods and Danavas. Section LXX. Sanjaya said, Then Bhishma the son of Santanu fought fiercely, 394, desirous of protecting thy sons from the fear of Bhimasena. And the battle that then took place between the kings of the Kaurava and the Pandava armies was awful in the extreme and destructive of great heroes. And in that general engagement, so fierce and terrible, tremendous was the din that rose, touching the very heavens. And in consequence of the shrieks of huge elephants and the neigh of steeds and the blare of conches and beat of drums, the uproar was deafening. Fighting for the sake of victory, the mighty combatants endued with great prowess roared at one another like bulls in a cow-pen, and heads cut off in that battle with keen-edged shafts, incessantly falling, created, O bull of Bharata's race, the appearance of a stony shower in the welkin. Indeed, O bull of Bharata's race, innumerable were the heads lying on the field of battle, decked with earrings and turbans and resplendent with ornaments of gold. And the earth was covered with limbs cut off with broad-headed shafts, with heads decked with earrings, and with arms adorned with ornaments. And in a moment the whole field was strewn over with bodies cased in mail, with arms decked with ornaments, with faces beautiful as the moon, and having eyes with reddish corners, and with every limb, O king, of elephants, steeds and men. And the dust, raised by the warriors, looked like a thick cloud, and the bright implements of destruction, like flashes of lightning. And the noise made by the weapons resembled the roar of thunder. And that fierce and awful passage at arms, O Bharata, between the Kurus and the Pandavas caused a very river of blood to flow there. And in that terrible, fierce, and awful battle, causing the hair stand on end, Kshatriya warriors incapable of defeat incessantly poured their arrowy showers. And the elephants of both thy army and the enemies, afflicted with those arrowy showers, shrieked aloud and ran hither and thither in fury. And in consequence of the twang of bows, endued with great energy, of fierce and heroic warriors excited with fury, and of flapping of their bowstrings against their leathern fences, nothing could be distinguished. 395 And all over the field, which looked like a lake of blood, headless trunks stood up, and the kings bent upon slaying their foes, rushed to battle. And brave warriors of immeasurable energy and possessed of arms resembling stout bludgeons, slew one another with arrows and darts and maces and scimitars. And elephants, pierced with arrows and deprived of riders to guide them with hooks, and steeds destitute of riders, wildly ran in all directions. And many warriors, O best of the Bharatas, belonging to both thy army and that of the foe, deeply pierced with shafts, jumped up and fell down. And in that encounter between Bhima and Bhishma, heaps of arms and heads, as also of bows and maces and spiked clubs and hands and thighs, of legs and ornaments and bracelets, were seen lying over the field. And here and there over the field, O king, were seen large bodies of unretreating elephants and steeds and cars. And the Kshatriya warriors, urged on by fate, slew one another with maces, swords, lances, and straight shafts. And others, endued with great heroism and accomplished in fight, encountered one another with their bare arms that resembled spiked clubs made of iron. And other heroic warriors of thy army, engaged with the combatants of the Pandava host, fought on slaying one another with clenched fists and knees, and slaps and blows, O king. And with the fallen and falling warriors and those weltering in agony on the ground, the field of battle everywhere became, O king, terrible to behold, and car warriors, deprived of the cars and grasping excellent swords, rushed at one another, desirous of slaughter. Then King Duryodhana, surrounded by a large division of Kalingas, and placing Bhishma ahead, rushed towards the Pandavas. And so the Pandava combatants also, supporting Vrikadara, and owning fleet animals, rushed, excited with rage, against Bhishma. Section LXXI. Sanjaya said, beholding his brothers and the other kings engaged in battle with Bhishma. Dhananjaya, with weapons upraised, rushed against the son of Ganga. Hearing the blare of Panchajanya and the twang of the bow Gandiva, and seeing also the standard of Pritha's son, a great fear entered our hearts. And the standard that we beheld, O king, of the wielder of Gandiva bore the device of lion's tail and looked like a blazing mountain in the welkin. Beautiful and of celestial workmanship, it was variegated with diverse hues, and looking like a risen comet, it could not be obstructed by trees. And in that great battle, their warriors beheld Gandiva, the back of whose staff was decked with pure gold, and which looked beautiful like a flash of lightning in the midst of a mass of clouds in the firmament. And while slaying the combatants of thy army, the shouts we heard uttered by Arjuna seemed to resemble the loud roars of Indra himself, and the slaps also of his palms were frightfully loud. Like a roaring mass of clouds charged with lightning and aided by a raging tempest, Arjuna incessantly poured his arrowy showers on all sides, completely shrouding the 10 points of the compass. Dhananjaya, then possessed of terrible weapons, quickly proceeded towards the son of Ganga. Deprived of 4 senses in consequence of his weapons, we could not then distinguish the east from the west. And thy warriors, then, O bull of Bharata's race, their animals tired, steeds slain, and hearts depressed, thoroughly confounded 396, and huddling close to one another, sought Bhishma's protection along with all thy sons. And in that battle Bhishma the son of Santanu became their protector. Struck with fear, cow warriors jumping down from their cars, cavalry soldiers jumping down from the backs of their steeds, and the foot soldiers where they stood, all began to fall down on the earth. Hearing the twang of Gandiva that resembled the roar of the thunder, all thy warriors were struck with fear and seemed, O Bharata, to melt away. Then, O king, with many huge and fleet steeds of the Kamvoa breed, and surrounded by many thousand of Gopas with a large Gopayana force and supported by the Madras, the Sauviras, the Gandhras and the Trigatas, and surrounded by all the principal Kalingas, the king of the Kalingas, and King Jayadratha, accompanied by all the kings and supported by a large force of diverse races with Adusasana at the head, and 14,000 principal horsemen, urged by thy son, surrounded the son of Shivala, for supporting him. Then in that battle, all the Pandavas, united together, and riding on separate cars and animals, began, O bull of Bharata's race, to slaughter thy troops. 397 And the dust raised by car warriors and steeds and foot soldiers, looking like a mass of clouds, made the field of battle exceedingly awful. And with a large force consisting of elephants, steeds and cars, and armed with lances and bearded darts and broad-headed shafts, Bhishma engaged in battle with the diadem-decked Arjuna. And the king of Avanti engaged with the ruler of Kazi, and the ruler of the Sindhus engaged with Bhimasena. And King Yudhishthira with his sons and councillors engaged with Saliya, the famous chief of the Madras. And Vikarna engaged with Sahadeva, and Chitrasena with Sikandin. And the Matsyas, O king, engaged with Duryodhana, and Sakuni, and Drupada and Chekatana, and that mighty car warrior Satyaki engaged in battle with the high-souled Drona aided by his son. And Gripa and Gritavarman both rushed against Drishthadama. And thus, all over the field, rushing bodies of horses, of elephants and cars, engaged with one another in battle. And although there were no clouds in the sky, yet flashes of lightning were seen. And all the points of the compass were covered with dust. And, O king, fierce meteors were seen falling with thundering noise. And violent winds blew and a shower of dust fell from above. And the sun, covered by the dust raised by the troops, disappeared in the firmament. And all the warriors, covered by that dust and battling with weapons, were deprived of their senses. and the sound made by weapons, all capable of penetrating through every armor and hurled from heroic arms, became a tremendous uproar. And, O bull of Bharata's race, weapons hurled from excellent arms and possessed of stellar brightness, illumined the whole welkin. And variegated shields made of bulls' hides and embossed with gold were strewn, O bull of Bharata's race, all over the field. And heads and limbs were seen falling on all sides, cut off with swords and scimitars possessed of solar refulgence. And great car warriors, the wheels, axles, and boxes of whose cars were broken, fell down on the ground, their steeds slain and their tall standards tumbling down. 398 And many car warriors having been slain, their steeds, mangled with weapons, fell down as they ran dragging the cars, to which they were yoked. And, in many places over the field, excellent steeds, afflicted with arrows, with limbs mangled, and with their traces on, ran, dragging the car yokes after them. And many car warriors, with their charioteers and steeds, were seen, O king, to be crushed by single elephants endued with great strength. 399 And in that battle, in the midst of large forces, many elephants, scenting the odour of the temporal juice of their compeers, began to snuff the breeze repeatedly. And the whole field was strewn with slain elephants, deprived of life by means of broad-headed shafts and falling down with the wooden edifices and the guides on their backs. And many elephants, in the midst of large forces crushed, with the standards and warriors on their backs, by huge compeers urged by their guides, fell down on the field. And many car shafts, O king, were seen to be broken in that battle by huge elephants using their trunks, each of which resembled the trunk of the prince of elephants, called Airavata. And many car warriors also, in that conflict, the gillas of whose cars had been broken, were like branches of trees dragged down by tuskers, seized by the hair of their heads and, thrashed violently on the ground, were crushed into shapeless masses. And other huge elephants, dragging cars that were entangled with other cars, ran in all directions shrieking loudly. And those elephants, thus dragging those cars, looked like others of their species dragging lotus stalks growing in lakes. And thus was that vast field of battle strewn over with cavalry, soldiers and foot soldiers and great car warriors and standards. Section XXI. Sanjaya said, Sikandin with Virata king of the Matsyas speedily approached Bhishma that invincible and mighty bowman. And Dhananjaya encountered Drona and Kripa, and Vikarna and many other kings, brave in battle, almighty bowmen endued with great strength, as also that mighty bowman the ruler of the Sindhus supported by his friends and kinsmen and many kings of the west and the south also, O bull of Bharata's race. And Bhimasena proceeded against that mighty bowman, viz., by vindictive son Duryodhana, and also against Dusaha. And Sahadeva proceeded against those invincible warriors, viz., Sakuni and that mighty car warrior Aluka, those great bowmen, who was sire and son. And that mighty car warrior Yudhishthira, deceitfully treated by thy son, proceeded in that battle, O king, against the elephant division of the Kauravas. And that son of Panda and Madri, viz., the heroic Nakula capable of wringing tears from the foe, engaged in battle with the excellent car warriors of the Trigartas. And those invincible warriors, viz., Satyaki and Chekatana, and the mighty son of Subhadra, proceeded against Salya and the Kakiyas. And Drishtaketu and the Rakshasakatotkacha, both invincible in battle, proceeded against the car division of thy sons. And that mighty car warrior Drishtadama, that generalissimo, of the Pandava forces, of immeasurable soul, engaged in battle, O king, with Drona of fierce achievements. And it was thus that those heroic and mighty bowmen of thy army and the Pandavas, engaged in battle, began to strike one another. And when the sun had reached the meridian and the sky was brilliantly illumined by his rays, the Kauravas and the Pandavas began to slay one another. Then cars, furnished with standards from whose tops pennons were afloat, variegated with gold and covered with tiger skins, looked beautiful as they moved on the field of battle. And the shouts of warriors engaged in battle from desire of vanquishing one another became as loud as leonine roars. And that encounter which we beheld between the heroic Seringias and the Kuras was fierce in the extreme and highly wonderful. And in consequence of the arrows shot all around, we could not, O King, distinguish, O chastiser of foes, the firmament, the sun and the cardinal and the subsidiary points of the compass, and the splendour, like that of the blue lotus, of darts with polished points, of bearded lances hurled at the foe, of well-tempered sabres and scimitars, of variegated coats of mail and of the ornaments on the persons of the warriors, illumined the welkin and the cardinal and the subsidiary points with its effulgence. And the field of battle in many places, O King, shone in consequence of the bodies of monarchs whose effulgence resembled that of the moon and the sun. And brave car warriors, tigers among men, shone in that battle, O King, like the planets in the firmament. And Bhishma, that foremost of car warriors, excited with rage, checked the mighty Bhimasena in the very sight of the troops. And the impetuous shafts shot by Bhishma, furnished with golden wings, and whetted on stone, and rubbed with oil, pierced Bhima in that battle. Then Bhimasena, endued with great strength, hurled at him, O Bharata, a dart of fierce impetuosity that resembled a wrathful snake. But Bhishma in that combat cut off with straight shafts that dart with staff made of gold and difficult of being borne, as it coursed impetuously towards him. And with another broad-headed shaft, sharp and well-tempered, he cut off Bhimasena's bow, O Bharata, into 2 parts. Then, O King, in that battle, Satyaki, coming quickly towards Bhishma, pierced thy sire with innumerable keen-edged and sharp-pointed shafts of fierce impetuosity shot from his bowstring drawn to the ear. Then Bhishma, aiming an exceedingly fierce shaft, felled the charioteer of the Vrishani hero from his box in the car. And when the charioteer of Satyaki's car was thus slain, his steeds, O King, bolted away. Endued with the speed of the tempest o' the mind, they ran wild over the field. Then cries were uttered by the whole army, which became a loud uproar. And exclamation of "Oh" and "Alas" arose from the high-souled warriors of the Pandava army. And those cries said, "Run, seize, check the horses, go in haste." And this uproar followed Ayodhya's car. Meanwhile, Bhishma the son of Santanu began to slay the Pandava forces like Indra slaying the Danavas. But the Panchalas and the Somikas, though slain by Bhishma thus, forming yet a laudable resolution, rushed towards Bhishma. And other warriors of the Pandava army, headed by Drishthadhyumna, and desirous of slaughtering the ranks of thy son, rushed towards Santanu's son in that battle. And so also, O King, their warriors of thy army, headed by Bhishma and Drona, impetuously rushed towards their foes. And thereupon another battle took place. Section XXI. Sanjaya said, King Virata then pierced the mighty car warrior, viz., Bhishma, with 3 shafts. And that great car warrior pierced his antagonists' steeds also with 3 shafts furnished with golden wings. And that terrible bowman and mighty car warrior of firm hand, viz., Drona's son, pierced with 6 shafts the wielder of Gandiva between his 2 breasts. Thereupon that grinder of foes, viz., Falguni, that slayer of hostile heroes, cut off his Haman's bow and deeply pierced him in return with 5 shafts. Deprived of his senses by anger, and unable to bear the cutting off of his bow in that battle, Drona's son, taking up another bow that was tougher, pierced Falguni, O King, with 90 sharp shafts, and Vasudeva also with 70 fierce arrows. Then, with eyes red in wrath, Falguni, with Krishna, breathing long and hot breaths, reflected for a moment. Firmly grasping the bow with his left hand, that grinder of foes, viz., the wielder of Gandiva, excited with rage, fixed on his bowstring a number of the fierce shafts, sharp and perfectly straight, and capable of taking the foe's life. And that foremost of mighty men speedily pierced Drona's son, in that battle, with those arrows. And those arrows, penetrating through his armor, drank his life blood. But through thus pierced by the wielder of Gandiva, Drona's son wavered not. Shooting in return similar arrows at Partha, he stayed unperturbed, in that battle, desirous, O king, of protecting Bhishma of high vows. And that feat of his was applauded by the foremost warriors of the Kuru army, consisting, as it did, of his having encountered the two Krishnas united together. Indeed, as Wataman daily battled fearlessly amid the forces, having obtained from Drona all weapons with the methods also of their withdrawal. This one is the son of my preceptor. He is again the dear son of Drona. He is especially a Brahmana, and, therefore, worthy of my regard. Thinking so, that scorcher of foes, the heroic Vatsu, that foremost of car warriors, showed mercy to the son of Bharadwaj. Avoiding the son of Drona, Kunti's son endued with great prowess and having white steeds, yoked unto his car, began to fight, displaying great quickness of arms and causing a great carnage of thy troops. Duryodhana then pierced that great bowman Bhima with 10 shafts winged with vulturine feathers, adorned with gold, and whetted on stone. Thereupon Bhimasena, excited with wrath, shook up a tough and well-adorned bow capable of taking the life of the foe, and also 10 sharp shafts. And steadily aiming those sharp-pointed shafts of fierce energy and impetuous velocity, and drawing the bowstring to his ear, he deeply pierced the king of the Kurus in his wide chest. Thereupon the gem hanging on his breast on threads of gold, surrounded by those shafts, looked beautiful like the sun in the firmament surrounded by the planets. Thy son, however, endued with great energy, thus struck by Bhimasena, could not bear it, coolly, like a snake unable to bear the sounds of a man's slap. Excited with wrath and desirous of protecting his army, he then pierced Bhima in return, O king, with many shafts whetted on stone and endued with golden wings. Thus struggling in battle and mangling each other fiercely, those two mighty sons of thine looked like a pair of celestials. That tiger among men and slayer of hostile heroes, viz., the son of Subhadra, pierced Chitrasena with many sharp shafts and Purumitra also with 7 shafts. And piercing Satyavrata too with 70 shafts, that hero resembling Indra himself in battle, began as it were to dance on the field, and caused us much pain. Chitrasena then pierced him in return with 10 shafts, and Satyavrata with 9, and Purumitra with 7. Then the son of Arjuna, thus pierced, while yet covered with blood, cut off the large and beautiful bow of Chitrasena that was capable of checking foes. And cutting through his coat of mail he pierced his antagonist's breast with a shaft. Then the princes of thy army, all heroic and mighty car warriors, excited with wrath and united together in that conflict, pierced him with sharp arrows. And Abhimanyu, acquainted with the mightiest weapons, smote them all with keen shafts. Beholding that feat of his, thy sons then surrounded the son of Arjuna, who was consuming thy army in that conflict like a swelling fire of blazing flames consuming a heap of dry grass in summer. And the son of Subhadra, while smiting thy troops, thus seemed to glow in splendor. Seeing that conduct of his, thy grands and Lakshmana then, O monarch, quickly fell upon the son of Subhadra. Thereupon that mighty car warrior Abhimanyu, excited with wrath, pierced Lakshmana graced with auspicious marks, as also his charioteer, with 6 sharp arrows. But Lakshmana also, O king, pierced Subhadra's son with many keen shafts. And that feat, O king, seemed to be highly wonderful. Then that mighty car warrior, viz. Abhimanyu, slaying the 4 steeds as also the charioteer of Lakshmana with sharp shafts, rushed towards the latter. Thereupon Lakshmana, that slayer of hostile heroes, staying on that car of his whose steeds had been slain, and excited with wrath, hurled a dart towards the car of Subhadra's son. Abhimanyu, however, with his sharp arrows, cut off that irresistible dart of fierce mien, resembling a snake, and coming impetuously towards him. Then Kripa, taking Lakshmana upon his own car, bore him away from the conflict, in the very sight of all the troops. Then when that awful conflict became general, the combatants rushed against one another, desirous of taking another's life. And the mighty bowmen of thy army and the great car warriors of the Pandava host, prepared to lay down their lives in battle, slew one another. With hair dishevelled, divested of their coats of mail, deprived of their cars, and their bows broken, the Saranjayas fought with the Kuras with their bare arms. Then the mighty armed Bhishma, endued with great strength, and excited with wrath, slew with his celestial weapons the troops of the high-souled Pandavas. And the earth became covered with the fallen bodies of elephants deprived of their guides of men and steeds and car warriors and cavalry soldiers. Section Xxif. Sanjaya said, Then, O king, the mighty armed Satyaki invincible in battle, drawing in that conflict an excellent bow capable of bearing a great strange shot innumerable winged arrows resembling snakes of virulent poison, displaying his wonderful lightness of hand. And while slaying his foes in battle, so quickly did he draw the bow, take out his arrows, fix them on the bowstring, and letting them off throw them among the foe, that he then seemed to be a mass of clouds pouring a thick shower of rain. Beholding him then thus blazing up, like a swelling fire, King Duryodhana, O Bharata, dispatched 10,000 cars against him. But that great bowman, Satyaki, of prowess incapable of being baffled and possessed of great energy, slew with his celestial weapons all those mighty car warriors. Having achieved, bow in hand, that fierce feat, that hero then approached Bharisravas in battle. And Bharisravas also, that enhancer of the fame of the Kuras, beholding the Dhritarashtra ranks thus felled by Ayudhana, rushed in wrath against the latter. 400 drawing his great bow which resembled that of Indra himself in hue, he shot thousands of shafts, O monarch, looking like snakes of virulent poison and possessed of the strength of the thunder, displaying his extreme lightness of hand. Thereupon the combatants that followed Satyaki, unable to bear those shafts of fatal touch, fled away, O king, in all directions, abandoning, O monarch, the invincible Satyaki in that conflict. Beholding this, the mighty sons of Ayudhana, almighty car warriors of great renown, cased in excellent mail, bearing diverse arms, and possessing excellent standards, approaching that great bowman, viz. Bharisravas, in battle, wrathfully addressed that warrior bearing on his standard the device of a sacrificial stake, and said these words, Listen, O kinsman of the Kauravas, O thou that art possessed of great strength, come, fight in battle with us, that is, with either all of us jointly or with each of us separately. Vanquishing us in battle thou mayst win great renown, or ourselves, vanquishing thee, will have great gratification. Thus addressed by them, that mighty hero endued with great strength and proud of his prowess, that foremost of men, beholding them before him, replied unto them, saying, Ye heroes, ye have said well. If such be now your wish, fight ye then altogether with care. I shall slay all of you in battle. Thus addressed by him, Those heroic and mighty bowmen endued with great activity covered that chastiser of foes with a thick shower of arrows. And it was towards the afternoon, O king, that dreadful battle took place between the Risravas alone on one side and the many united together on the other. And those 10 heroes covered that single mighty car warrior with showers of arrows like a clouds showering rain on a mountain cliff in the season of rains. That mighty car warrior, however, cut off those clouds of shafts shot by them resembling the fatal darts of death or the very thunder in effulgence, before they could reach him. 401 They then, surrounding that mighty armed warrior, endeavored to slay him. But the son of Somadatta, excited with rage, cut off their bows, O Bharata, and then their heads, with sharp shafts. Thus slain, they fell down, O monarch, like mighty trees felled by the thunder. 402 Beholding then his mighty sons thus slain in battle, the Vrishan hero, Satyaki, O king, uttering a loud roar, rushed against the Risravas. And those mighty warriors then each pressed his car against the other. And each of them in that combat slew the other's car steeds. And both deprived of their cars, those mighty warriors jumped down on the ground. And both taking up large scimitars and excellent shields encountered each other. And those tigers among men, stationed for the encounter, shone brightly. Then Bhimasena, O king, quickly coming up to Satyaki thus armed with an excellent scimitar, took him up on his own car. And thy son also, O monarch, speedily took up the Risravas on his car, in that battle, at the very sight of all the bowmen. Meanwhile, during the continuance of that battle, the Pandavas, O bull of Bharata's race, excited with wrath, fought with that mighty car warrior Bhishma. And when the sun assumed a red hue, Dhananjaya, exerting himself actively, slew 25,000 great cow warriors. These, urged on by Duryodhana for slaying Partha, were thus completely destroyed before they could even come up to him, like insects on a blazing fire. Then the Matsyas and the Kikayas, all accomplished in the science of arms, surrounded that mighty car warrior Partha as also his son, for supporting them. Just at that time the sun disappeared, and all the combatants seemed to be deprived of their senses. Then at twilight, O king, thy sire Devavrata, his animals having been tired, caused the troops to be withdrawn. And the troops of both the Pandavas and the Kauravas, filled with fear and anxiety in course of that dreadful encounter, proceeded to their respective camps. The Pandavas with the Saranjayas and the Kauravas also rested for the night agreeably to the rules of military science. Section LXXV. Sanjaya said, having rested for a while, O king, both the Kauravas and the Pandavas, after the night had passed away, once more went out for battle. And then loud was the uproar, O king, that arose of mighty car warriors as they prepared for battle, and of tuskers as these were being equipped for the conflict, and of infantry as they put on their armor, and of steeds also, O Bharata. And the blare of conches and the beat of drums became deafening in all parts of the field. Then King Yudhishthira addressed Drishthadhyumna and said, O mighty armed one, dispose the troops in the array called Makara that scorcheth the foe. Thus addressed by Pritha's son, that mighty car warrior Drishthadhyumna, that foremost of combatants on cars, issued the order, O great king, to the car warriors, for forming the Makara array. Drupada, and Dhananjaya the son of Pandu, formed the head of that array, and Sahadeva and that mighty car warrior Nakula formed its 2 eyes. And the mighty Bhimasena formed its beak. And Subhadra's son, and the sons of Draupadi and the Rakshasa Ghatotkacha, and Satyaki, and King Yudhishthira the Just, were stationed in its neck. And King Virata, that commander of a large division, formed its back, supported by Drishthadhyumna and a large force. And the 5 Kikaya brothers consisted its left wing, and that tiger among men, viz. Drishtaketu, and Chekatana of great prowess, stationed in the right wing, stood for protecting that array. And its 2 feet, O monarch, were constituted by that mighty Ka warrior the blessed Kantibhoa, and Satanika, supported by large force. And that great bowman, the mighty Sikandin, surrounded by the Somakas, and Iravat, were stationed in the tail of that Makara array. And having, O Bharata, formed their great array, the Pandavas, O monarch, equipped in mail at dawn, again stood for battle. And with elephants and steeds and cars and infantry, and with standards upraised and umbrellas set up, and armed with bright, whetted weapons, they quickly proceeded against the Kauravas. Then thy sire Devavrata, beholding their Pandava army thus arrayed, disposed his army, O king, in counter-array after the form of a huge crane. And in its beak was Bharadwaja the son, Drona. And as what Haman and Kripa, O monarch, formed its 2 eyes. And that foremost of all bowmen, viz. Kritavarman, united with the ruler of the Kambojas and with the Valikas, was stationed, O king, in its head. And in its neck, O Bharata, was Zorasana, and thy son Duryodhana, O king, surrounded by many kings. And the ruler of the Pragjotishas, united with the Madras, the Sauviras, and the Kikayas, and surrounded by large force, was stationed, O king, in its breasts. And Susaman the king of Prasthala, accompanied by his own troops, stood, accoutred in mail, in the left wing. And the Tusharas, the Yavanas and the Sakas, along with the Tulikas, stood in the right wing, O Bharata, of that array. And Sarutayush and Satatish and Somadatta's son, O sire, were stationed in the rear of that array protecting one another. Then the Pandavas, O king, rushed against the Kauravas for battle. The sun, O Bharata, had risen when the battle commenced. And elephants proceeded against elephants. And horsemen rushed against horsemen, cow warriors against cow warriors, O king, and against elephants also, in that dreadful conflict. And car men rushed against riders of elephants, and riders of elephants against horsemen. And car warriors engaged with foot soldiers, and cavalry with infantry. And all the warriors, O king, excited with wrath, rushed against one another in battle. And the Pandava army, protected by Bhimasena and Arjuna and the twins, looked beautiful like the night decorated with stars. And thy army also, with Bhishma and Kripa and Drona and Salya and Duryodhana, and others, shone like the firmament spangled with the planets. And Bhimasena the son of Kunti, endued with great prowess, beholding Drona rushed against the division of Bharadwaja the son, borne by his steeds of great fleetness. Then Drona, excited with wrath in that conflict and endued with great energy, pierced Bhima with 9 shafts made wholly of iron, aiming his vital limbs. Deeply pierced by Bharadwaja's son in that conflict, Bhima dispatched Drona's charioteer to the region of Yama. Thereupon the son of Bharadwaja, endued with great prowess, himself restraining his steeds, began to consume the Pandava army like fire consuming a heap of cotton. And while thus slaughtered, O king, by Drona and Bhishma, the Saranjayas along with the Kikayas took to flight. And so thy troops also, mangled by Bhima and Arjuna, became deprived of their senses as they stood, like a beautiful female in her pride. And in that conflict destructive of heroes great was the distress, O Bharata, that befell both thy army and theirs. And we beheld the wonderful sight, O Bharata, of the troops fighting with one another regardless of their lives. 403 And the Pandavas and the Kauravas, O king, in that conflict, fought with one another counteracting one another's weapons. Section XV. Dhritarashtra said, Our army is possessed of many excellencies, consisting of diverse forces. Its efficiency is great. It is again arrayed according to the rules of science and, therefore, ought to be resistible. It is attached to us exceedingly, and always devoted to us. It is submissive, and free from the faults of drunkenness and licentiousness. Its prowess had before been tested. The soldiers are neither very old nor very young. They are neither lean nor corpulent. Of active habits, of well-developed and strong frames, they are free from disease. They are cased in mail and well equipped with arms. They are exercised in every kind of weapons. They are skilled in encounters with swords, with bare arms, and with maces. They are well exercised in lances, sabres, and darts, as also in iron clubs, short arrows, javelins, and mallets. They are devoted to all kinds of armed exercises, and are adepts in mounting upon and descending from the backs of elephants, in moving forward and stepping back, in smiting effectually, in marching and retreating. Many a time have they been tested in the management of elephants and steeds and cars. Having been examined duly, they have been entertained on pay, and not for the sake of lineage, nor from favour, nor from relationship, nor from strength of attachments, nor from connections of birth and blood. They are all respectable and honest, and their kinsmen have been well treated and gratified by us. We have done them many good offices. They are, besides, all renowned men and endued with great mental vigour. O son, they are again protected by many foremost of men endued with great activity, and of famous achievements, resembling the very regents of the world and renowned over the whole earth. Innumerable kshatriyas, respected throughout the world, and who have of their own will sided us with their forces, and followers also protect them. Indeed, our army is like the vast ocean filled with the water of innumerable rivers running from all directions. It abounds with elephants, and with cars which, though destitute of wings, yet resemble the winged tenants of the air. Vast numbers of combatants constitute the waters of that ocean, and the steeds and other animals constitute its terrible waves. Innumerable swords and maces and darts and arrows and lances constitute the oars, piled on that ocean, abounding with standards and ornaments, and adorned with cloth inlaid with golden gems. The rushing steeds and elephants constitute the winds agitating it into fury. Our host, therefore, really resembles the vast, shoreless ocean roaring in rage. And that host is protected by Drona and Bhishma, and by Gritavarman and Kripa and Dusasna, and others headed by Jayadratha. It is also protected by Bhagadatta and Vikana, by Drona's son, and Shavala's son, and Valika, and by many other mighty and high-souled heroes of the world. That our army should yet be slaughtered in battle is due only to predestined fate, O Sanjaya. Neither men nor highly blessed rishis of old ever beheld such preparations for battle on earth before. That so large an army, mustered according to science, and attached to us by wealth, should yet be slaughtered in battle, alas, what can it be but the result of destiny? O Sanjaya, all these seem to be unnatural. Indeed, Vidura had often said what was both beneficial and desirable. But my wicked son Duryodhana would not accept it. I believe that high-souled and well-knowing person had foreseen all that is now happening, and hence the counsel he gave. 404 O Sanjaya, all these, in all its details, had been prearranged by him, for that which is ordained by the Creator must happen as ordained and cannot be otherwise. Section XXVI. Sanjaya said, Thou hast, O king, in consequence of thy own fault, been overtaken by this calamity. O bull of Bharata's race, the faults which thou, O monarch, hast seen in that unrighteous course of conduct towards the Pandavas were not seen by Duryodhana. It was through thy fault, O king, that the match at dice had taken place. And it is through thy fault that this battle hath taken place with the Pandavas. Having committed a sin, do thou, therefore, reap the fruit of that sin of thine. One reapeth the fruit of acts perpetrated by one's own self. Do thou, therefore, O king, reap the fruit of thy own acts both here and hereafter. Therefore, O monarch, though overtaken by this calamity, be calm still, and listen, O sire, to their account of the battle as I recite it. The heroic Bhimsena, having with his sharp shafts broken thy mighty array, then came upon all the younger brothers of Duryodhana. The mighty Bhima, beholding Dusasana and Durvaisaha and Dusaha and Dharmada and Jayasena and Vikana and Chitrasena and Sudasana, and Charashitra and Shivaman and Deskana and Karna, and many other mighty car warriors, excited with rage, of the Dhritarashtra host near enough to himself, penetrated into thy mighty array that was protected by Bhishma in that battle. Then, beholding him in their midst, all those warriors said, Ye kings, let us take this one's life! Thereupon that son of Pritha was surrounded by those cousins of his who were firmly resolved to take his life. And Bhima then resembled Surya himself of fierce splendor surrounded by the mighty planets of evil nature, at the time of the universal destruction. And although the son of Pandu was there in the very midst of the Kaurava array, yet fear entered not his heart, as it did not that of Indra while surrounded by the Danavas in the fierce battle of old between the Celestials and the Asuras. Then thousands of Ka warriors armed with all weapons and fully prepared for battle overwhelmed his single self with terrible shafts. Thereupon the heroic Bhima, disregarding the sons of Dhritarashtra, slew in that conflict many foremost warriors of the Kaurava army, fighting from cars or upon the back of elephants and steeds. And ascertaining the purpose harbored by those cousins of his who were bent upon his destruction, the mighty Bhima set his heart upon slaying them all. Then leaving his car and taking up his mace, the son of Pandu began to smite that very sea of Dhritarashtra troops. Then when Bhimsena thus penetrated the Dhritarashtra host, Drishtadyumna the son of Prishata, forsaking Drona, with whom he had been engaged, quickly proceeded to the spot where Shivala's son was stationed. That bull among men, battling countless warriors of thy army, came upon the empty car of Bhimsena in that battle. And beholding in that conflict Vaizoka, the charioteer of Bhimsena, Drishtadyumna, O king, became exceedingly cheerless and almost deprived of his senses. With voice choked in tears, and sighing as he spoke, he asked Vaizoka, in grief, saying, Where is Bhima, who is dear to me as my life itself? Vaizoka then, joining his hands, replied unto Drishtadyumna saying, The mighty son of Pandu, endued with great strength, ordering me to wait for him here, hath alone penetrated into the Dhritarashtra host that resembleth the very ocean. That tiger among men very cheerfully said unto me these words, Wait for me, O charioteer, restraining the steeds for a short space of time, that is, till I slay those that are bent upon my destruction. Beholding then the mighty Bhima rushing mace in hand, all our troops that supported him became filled with delight. Then in this fierce and terrible battle, O prince, thy friend, breaking the mighty array of the foe, hath penetrated into it. Hearing these words of Vaizoka, Prishata's son Drishtadyumna, endued with great strength, said unto the charioteer these words on the field of battle, What need have I today of life itself, if forgetting my affection for the Pandavas, I forsake Bhima in battle? If I return today without Bhima, what will the Kshatriyas say of me? What will they say of me when they will learn that while I was on the field Bhima penetrated alone into the hostile array, making a single opening in it? The gods with Indra at their head visit him with evil, who, forsaking his comrades in battle, returneth home unhurt. The mighty Bhima again is my friend and kinsman. He is devoted to me, and I also am devoted to that slayer of foes. Therefore, I will go thither, with Bhima hath gone. Behold me slaying the foe like Vasava slaying the Danavas. Having said this, the heroic Drishtadyumna, O Bharata, proceeded through the midst of the foe, along the tracks opened by Bhimsena and marked by elephants crushed with his mace. He then obtained sight of Bhimsena consuming the hostile ranks or felling Kshatriya warriors like the tempest devastating rows of trees. And Ka warriors and horsemen and foot soldiers and tuskers, while thus slaughtered by him, uttered loud cries of woe. And cries of ah and alas arose from thy troops, O sire, while they were slaughtered by the victorious Bhima accomplished in all modes of warfare. Then the Kaurava warriors all accomplished in arms, surrounding Vrikadara on all sides, fearlessly poured upon him their arrowy showers at the same time. Then the mighty son of Prishata, beholding that foremost of all wielders of weapons, that celebrated hero, viz., the son of Pandu, thus attacked on all sides by fierce ranks of foes in close array, mangled with shafts, dreading the fields on foot, and vomiting the poison of his wrath, mace in hand and looking like the destroyer himself at the hour of the universal dissolution, quickly approached him and comforted him by his presence. And taking him upon his car, and plucking the arrows off from all his limbs, and embracing him warmly, the high-souled son of Prishata comforted Bhimsena in the very midst of the foe. Then thy son, in that terrible conflict, quickly coming up to his brothers, said unto them, This son of Drupada of wicked soul, is now united with Bhimsena. Let us all approach him together for slaying him. Let not the foe seek our ranks for battle. Hearing these words, the Dharashtra's, thus surged on by the command of their eldest brother and unable to put up with the foe, quickly rushed, with upraised weapons, for slaying Drishtadama like fierce comets at the hour of the universal dissolution. Taking up their beautiful bows, those heroes, making the very earth shiver with the twang of their bowstring and the rattle of their car wheels, showered shafts on Drupada's son, like the clouds covering the mountain breast with torrents of rain. But that hero, conversant with all modes of warfare, though thus struck with sharp arrows in that battle, did not waver. On the other hand, that mighty car warrior, the youthful son of Drupada, beholding those heroic sons of thine staying before him in battle and exerting themselves to their utmost, being desirous of slaying them, applied that fierce weapon called Pramohana and engaged with thy sons, O king, like Indra with the Danavas in battle. Then those heroic warriors were deprived of their senses, their minds and strength afflicted by the Pramohana weapon. And the Kauravas fled away in all directions, with their steeds and elephants and cars, beholding those sons of thine deprived of their senses in a swoon like those whose hours had come. And at that time Drona, the foremost of all wielders of weapons, approaching Drupada, pierced him with 3 fierce shafts. And that monarch then, O king, viz., Drupada, deeply pierced by Drona, left the battle, O Bharata, remembering his former hostility with Bharadwaja's son. Thereupon Drona, endued with great prowess, having thus vanquished Drupada, blew his conch. And hearing the blare of his conch, all the Somikas were struck with fear. Then Drona, possessed of great energy, that foremost of all wielders of weapons, heard of thy sons being deprived of their senses in battle with the Pramohana weapon. Then the son of Bharadwaja, desirous of rescuing the princes, speedily left that part of the field where he was and proceeded to the place where thy sons were. And that mighty bowman, viz., Bharadwaja's son of great prowess, the beheld Drishtadama and Bhima careering through the field in that dreadful conflict. And that mighty car warrior beheld thy sons deprived of their senses. Taking up then the weapon called Brajna, he neutralized the Pramohana weapon that Drishtadama had shot. Then thy sons, those mighty car warriors, when their senses returned, once more proceeded to battle with Bhima and Prashata's son. Then Yudhishthira, addressing his own troops, said, Let 12 brave car warriors cased in mail and headed by Subhadra's son, follow, to the utmost of their might, the track of Bhima and Prishata's son in battle. Let intelligence be had of those two warriors. My heart is very uneasy. Thus ordered by the king, those heroes possessed of great prowess in battle and proud of their manliness, saying yes, all proceeded forward when the sun had reached the meridian. And those chastisers of foes then, viz., the Kakeyas and the sons of Draupadi, and Drishtaketu of great prowess, supported by large force and with Abhimanyu at the head, and disposing themselves in the array called Sakimika, 405 penetrated into that car division of the Dharashtra's in battle. And thy troops, O king, struck with the fear of Bhimasena and deprived of their senses by Drishtadama, were unable to resist the rush of those mighty bowmen headed by Abhimanyu. And they were quite helpless, like a lady in the streets. And those mighty bowmen with standards variegated with gold cutting through the core of the ranks, proceeded with great speed for rescuing Drishtadama and Vrikadara. And the latter, beholding those mighty bowmen headed by Abhimanyu, became filled with delight and continued to smite down thy ranks. And the heroic prince of Panchala, viz., the son of Prishata, seeing meanwhile his preceptor advancing towards him with great speed, no longer wished to compass the death of thy sons. Causing Vrikadara then to be taken up on the car of the king of the Kakeyas, he rushed in great wrath against Drona, accomplished in arrow and all weapons. And that slayer of foes, viz., the valiant son of Bharadwaj, excited with rage, cut off with a broad-headed shaft the bow of Prishata's son, who was rushing towards him with impetuosity. And remembering the bread he had eaten of his master and desirous of doing good to Duryodhana, he also sped hundreds of shafts after Prishata's son. Then that slayer of hostile heroes, viz., the son of Prishata, taking up another bow, pierced Drona with 70 shafts whetted on stone and furnished with wings of gold. Then that grinder of foes, viz., Drona, once more cut off his bow, and dispatched his 4 steeds to Yama's abode with 4 excellent arrows, and also slew his charioteer, O Bharata, with a broad-headed shaft. Then that mighty car warrior of strong arms, viz., Drishtadama, quickly descending from the car whose steeds had been slain, ascended the great car of Abhimanyu. Then Drona caused the Pandava army consisting of cars, elephants, and steeds, to tremble, in the very sight of Bhimasena and the intelligent son of Prishata. Beholding then that army thus broken by Drona of immeasurable energy, all those mighty car warriors were incapable of checking its flight, and that army, thus slaughtered by Drona with his sharp shafts, began to move in eddies there, like the agitated sea. And beholding their Pandava army in that condition, thy troops were filled with delight. And seeing the preceptor excited with rage and thus consuming the ranks of the foe, all thy warriors, O Bharata, set up loud shouts and uttered exclamations in praise of Drona. Section XVI. Sanjaya said, Then King Duryodhana, regaining his senses, once more began to resist Bhima with showers of arrows. And once more those mighty car warriors, viz., thy sons, united together, began to fight valiantly with Bhimasena. And Bhimasena also of mighty arms during that battle, having got his car, ascended it and proceeded to the spot where thy sons were. And taking up a strong and very tough bow adorned with gold and capable of taking the lives of foes, he pierced thy sons in that conflict with his shafts. Then King Duryodhana struck the mighty Bhimasena at the very vitals with a long shaft of exceeding sharpness. Then that mighty bowman, pierced thus deeply by thy son, bow in hand, forcibly drawing his own with eyes red in wrath, struck Duryodhana in his 2 arms and the breast with 3 shafts. But struck thus, O king, he moved not, like a prince of mountains. Beholding then those 2 heroes excited with rage and smiting each other, the younger brothers of Duryodhana, all of whom were heroes, prepared to lay down their lives, remembering their previously formed scheme of afflicting Vrikadara of terrible deeds, set about firmly resolved for smiting him down. And as they fell upon him in battle, Bhimasena of great strength rushed against them, O king, like an elephant rushing against an attacking compeer, excited with fury and endued with great energy. That celebrated hero then, O king, afflicted thy son Chitrasena with a long arrow. And as regards thy other sons, that descendant of Bharata smote them all in that battle, with divers kinds of shafts furnished with wings of gold and endued with great impetus. Then King Yudhishthira the Just, disposing all his own divisions properly, dispatched 12 mighty Ka warriors, including Abhimanyu and others, to follow Bhimasena behind. Those, O king, all proceeded against those mighty Ka warriors, viz., thy sons. Beholding those heroes on their cars, resembling the sun himself or the fire in splendor, those great bowmen of blazing effulgence and superb beauty, looking resplendent in that dreadful conflict with ornaments of gold, thy mighty sons abandoned Bhima, with whom they had been fighting. The sons of Kunti, however, could not bear the sight of their abandoning the conflict alive. Section 6. Sanjaya said, Then Abhimanyu, accompanied by Bhimasena pursuing thy sons, afflicted them all. Then the mighty Ka warriors of thy army, including Duryodhana and others, beholding Abhimanyu and Bhimasena united with Prishata's son in the midst of the Kauravas' troops, shook up their bows, and borne by their fleet steeds rushed to the spot where those warriors were. And on that afternoon, O king, a dreadful conflict took place between the mighty combatants of thy army and those of the foe, O Bharata. And Abhimanyu, having, in that fierce battle, slain the steeds of Vikarna, pierced the latter with 25 small arrows. Then that mighty Ka warrior, Vikarna, abandoning that car whose steeds had been slain, mounted on the resplendent car, O king, of Chitrasena. Then thus stationed on the same car, viz., those 2 brothers of Kuru's race, the son of Arjuna, covered, O Bharata, with showers of arrows. Then Dajaya and Vikarna pierced Abhimanyu with 5 shafts made wholly of iron. Abhimanyu, however, shook not in the least, but stood firm like the mountain Meru. Dusasana in that battle, O sire, fought with the 5 Gakaya brothers. All these, O great king, seemed exceedingly wonderful. The sons of Draupadi, excited with rage, resisted Duryodhana in that battle. And each of them, O king, pierced thy son with 3 shafts. Thy son also, invincible in battle, pierced each of the sons of Draupadi, O monarch, with sharp shafts. And pierced by them, in return, and bathed in blood, he shone like a hill with rillets of water mixed with red chalk, gliding down its breast. And the mighty Bhishma also, in that battle, O king, afflicted the Pandava army like a herdsman belabouring its herd. Then, O monarch, the twang of Gandiva was heard, of Patha, who was engaged in slaughtering the foe on the right of the army. And in that part of the field headless drunks stood up by thousands, amongst the troops, O Bharata, of both the Kauravas and the Pandavas. And the field of battle resembled an ocean whose water was blood, and whose eddies were the shafts, shot by the combatants. And the elephants constituted the islands of that ocean, and the steeds its waves. And cars constituted the boats by which brave men crossed it. And many brave combatants, with arms cut off, divested of armour, and hideously mutilated, were seen lying there in hundreds and thousands. And with the bodies of infuriate elephants deprived of life and bathed in blood, the field of battle, O Bharata, looked as if strewn with hills. And the wonderful sight we saw there, O Bharata, was that neither in their army nor in thine was a single person that was unwilling to fight. And thus, O monarch, did those brave warriors, of both thy army and the Pandavas, fight, seeking glory and desirous of victory. Section LXXX. Sanjaya said, then when the sun assumed a red hue, King Duryodhana, desirous of battle, rushed towards Bhima from desire of slaying him. Beholding that heroic warrior cherishing deep animosity, thus, coming towards him, Bhimasena, excited with great wrath, said these words, that hour hath come which I have desired for so many years. I will slay thee today if thou dost not abandon the battle. Slaying thee, I shall today dispel the sorrows of Kunti as also of Draupadi and the woes that were ours during our exile in the woods. Filled with pride, thou hadst formerly humiliated the sons of Pandu. Behold, O son of Gandhari, the dire fruit of that sinful behavior. Following the counsels of Karna as also of Shivala's son, and wrecking the Pandavas little, thou hadst formerly behaved towards them as thou hadst hinted. Thou hadst also disregarded Krishna who begged thee for peace. With a joyous heart didst thou dispatch Aluka to us with thy messages. For all these, I shall slay thee today with all thy kinsmen, and thus avenge all those offences of thine of former days. Having said these words, Bhima bending his bow and stretching it repeatedly, and taking up a number of terrible shafts whose effulgence resembled that of the lightning itself, and filled with wrath, quickly sped 36 of them at Duryodhana. And those shafts resembled the flames of a blazing fire, and coursed straight with the force of the thunderbolt. And then he pierced Duryodhana's bow with 2 shafts, and his charioteer with 2. And with 4 shafts he dispatched Duryodhana's 4 steeds to the regions of Yama. And that grinder of foes then, with 2 shafts shot with great force, cut off in that battle the king's umbrella from his excellent car. And with 3 other shafts he cut off his handsome and blazing standard. And having cut it off, he uttered a loud shout in the very sight of thy son. And that beautiful standard of the latter, decked with diverse gems, suddenly fell down on the earth from his car like a flash of lightning from the clouds. And all the kings beheld that beautiful standard of the Kuru king, bearing the device of an elephant, decked with gems, and blazing like the sun, fell down cut off by Bhimasena. And that mighty car warrior, viz. Bhima, then pierced Duryodhana in that battle, smiling the while, with 10 shafts like a guide piercing a mighty elephant with a hook. Then that foremost of car warriors, viz. The mighty king of the Centaurs, supported by many brave warriors, placed himself on the flank of Duryodhana. And then that great car warrior, viz. Kripa, O king, caused the vindictive Duryodhana, that son of Kuru's race, of immeasurable energy, to mount on his own car. Then King Duryodhana, deeply pierced by Bhimasena and feeling great pain, sat down on the terrace of that car. Then Jayadratha, desirous of slaying Bhima, surrounded him on all sides with several thousands of cars. Then, O king, Drishtaketu and Abhimanyu of great energy, and the Kikayas, and the sons of Draupadi, all encountered thy sons. And the high-souled Abhimanyu smote them all, piercing each with 5 straight shafts, resembling the bolts of heaven or death's selves, shot from his excellent bow. Thereupon, all of them, unable to bear it, coolly showered on that foremost of car warriors, viz. The son of Subhadra, a perfect downpour of sharp shafts like rain-charged clouds pouring rain on the breast of the mountains of Meru. But Abhimanyu, that invisible warrior accomplished in arms, thus afflicted by them in battle, caused all thy sons, O king, to tremble like the wielder of the thunderbolt, causing the mighty Asuras to tremble in the battle between the celestials and the latter. Then that foremost of car warriors, O Bharata, shot 14 broad-headed shafts, fierce and looking like snakes of virulent poison, at Vikarna. Endued with great prowess and as if dancing in that battle, he felled with those shafts the standard of Vikarna from his car and slew also his charioteer and steeds. Then that mighty car warrior, the son of Subhadra, again sped at Vikarna many other arrows that were well-tempered, straight-going, and capable of penetrating every armor. And those arrows, furnished with feathers of the canker bird, coming at Vikarna and passing through his body, entered the earth, like hissing snakes. And those arrows, with wings and points decked with gold, bathed in Vikarna's blood, seemed to vomit blood on the earth. Beholding Vikarna thus pierced, his other uterine brothers rushed, in that battle, against those Ka warriors headed by Subhadra's son. And when these invincible warriors upon their own cars came upon those combatants of the Pandava army, resplendent like so many suns and staying on their cars, both began to pierce one another. And Dharmika, having pierced Srutakarman with 5 shafts, cut off the latter's standard with a single shaft, and then pierced his charioteer with 7. And advancing closer, he slew with 6 shafts his foe's steeds, fleet as the wind and cased in golden armor, and then felled his charioteer. Srutakarman, however, staying on that car of his, the steeds of which had been slain, hurled in great wrath a dart blazing like a fierce meteor. That dart, blazing with effulgence, passing through the renowned Dharmika's hard coat of mail, penetrated into the earth. Meanwhile the mighty Sutasoma, beholding Srutakarman deprived of his car, caused him to mount upon his own car in the very sight of all the troops. The heroic Srutakirti rushed against thy son Jayatsena in that battle, desirous, O king, of slaying that renowned warrior. Then thy son Jayatsena, O king, with a sharp arrow having a horseshoe head, smiling the while, cut off the bow of the high-souled Srutakirti as the latter came along, stretching it in his hands. Then Satyanika, beholding his uterine brother's bow cut off, endued as he was with great valor, quickly came at that spot, repeatedly roaring like a lion. And Satyanika, drawing his bow in that battle with great force, speedily pierced Jayatsena with 10 shafts, and uttered a loud shout like an infuriate elephant. And with another arrow of sharp point and capable of penetrating every armor, Satyanika deeply pierced Jayatsena in the chest. Just at that time, Dashkarna, who was near his brother, Jayatsena, infuriate with anger, cut off Satyanika's bow and arrow. Then the mighty Satyanika, taking up another excellent bow capable of bearing a great strain, aimed many sharp shafts. And addressing Dashkarna in the presence of his brother, Jayatsena, saying, Wait, he sped at him those sharp and blazing shafts resembling so many snakes. And then he speedily cut off Dashkarna's bow with 1 arrow, and slew his charioteer, O sire, with 2, and then pierced Dashkarna himself with 7 arrows. And that spotless warrior then, with 12 sharp shafts, slew all the steeds of Dashkarna that were fleet as the mind and of variegated hue. And then with another broad-headed arrow, well aimed and capable of coursing swiftly, Satyanika, excited with great wrath, deeply pierced Dashkarna in the chest. And thereupon the latter fell down on the earth like a tree struck with lightning. Beholding Dashkarna slain, 5 mighty Ka warriors, O king, surrounded Satyanika on all sides, from desire of slaying him. And they struck the renowned Satyanika with showers of arrows. Then the 5 Kikaya brothers, excited with wrath, approached Satyanika for rescuing him. Beholding the latter coming upon them, thy sons, those mighty Ka warriors rushed towards them like elephants rushing against mighty elephants. These amongst thy sons, viz., Dharmika and Dajaya, and the youthful Dharmashana and Satranjaya and Satrusha, all renowned warriors, excited with rage, proceeded, O king, against the 5 Kikaya brothers. On their cars that resembled fortified towns, and to which were yoked steeds decked with ornaments, and which were graced with beautiful standards of variegated hue, those heroes wielding excellent bows and cased in beautiful coats of mail and owning excellent standards, entered the hostile army like lions entering one forest from another, smiting one another. Fierce and terrific was the battle that ensued between them and the foe, in which cars and elephants got entangled with one another, cherishing feelings of hostility towards one another. The terrible battle in which they took part lasted for a short space of time about sunset, increasing the population of Yama's kingdom, and Ka warriors and horsemen by thousands were strewn over the field. And Bhishma the son of Santanu, excited with wrath, began to slaughter the troops of the high-souled Pandavas with his straight shafts. And with his arrows he began to dispatch the combatants of the Panchalas to the domains of Yama. And the grandsire, having thus broken the ranks of the Pandavas, at last withdrew his troops and retired, O king, to his encampment. And King Yudhishthira also, beholding both Drishtadama and Vrikadara, smelt their heads, and filled with joy, retired to his tents. Section C. Sanjaya said, Then those heroes, O king, who cherished feelings of hostility towards one another, retired to their tents, their persons covered with blood. Having rested for a while agreeably to rule, and praising one another for the feats of the day, they were again seen clad in mail, desirous of battle. Then thy son, O king, overwhelmed with anxiety and covered with blood trickling down from his wounds, asked the grandsire, saying, 406 our troops are fierce and terrible and carry innumerable standards. They are, again, arrayed properly. Yet the brave and mighty Ka warriors of the Pandavas, having penetrated into our array, and afflicted and slaughtered our troops, escaped unhurt. 407 confounding us all, they have won great fame in battle. Bhima again, having penetrated into our Makara array, which was strong as the thunderbolt, afflicted me with his terrible shafts, each resembling the rod of death. Beholding him excited with wrath, O king, I was deprived of my senses. Even now I cannot regain my peace of mind. Through thy grace, O thou that art firm in truth, I desire to obtain victory and slay their sons of Pandu. Thus addressed by him, the high-souled son of Ganga, that foremost of all wielders of weapons, endued with great mental energy, understanding that Duryodhana was possessed by grief, replied unto him, laughing the while though cheerless, saying, 408 penetrating into their army with the utmost exertions and with my whole soul, O prince, I wish to give thee victory and joy. For thy sake I do not at all dissemble. They that have become the allies of the Pandavas in this battle are fierce and numerous. Mighty Ka warriors of great renown, they are exceedingly brave and accomplished in arms. Incapable of being fatigued, they vomit forth their wrath, cherishing feelings of animosity towards thee, and swelling with prowess, they are not capable of being defeated easily. I will, however, O king, contend against those heroes with my whole soul, and throwing away my very life. For thy sake, in battle, O thou of great glory, my life itself shall today be recklessly exposed. For thy sake I would consume all the worlds with the celestials and the deities, let alone thy foes here. I will, O king, fight with those Pandavas, and do all that is agreeable to thee. Hearing these words, Duryodhana became inspired with great confidence, and his heart was filled with delight. And chiefly he ordered all the troops, and all the kings, in his army, saying, Advance. And at that command, O king, his army consisting of cars, steeds, foot soldiers, and elephants, began to advance. And that large force, O king, armed with diverse kinds of weapons, was exceedingly cheerful. And that army of thine, O monarch, consisting of elephants, steeds, and foot soldiers, on the field of battle, looked exceedingly beautiful. And huge tuskers, stationed in large bodies, and skilfully urged, looked resplendent on the field all around. And many royal combatants accomplished in diverse weapons were seen in the midst of thy troops. and the dust, red as the morning sun, raised by those cars and foot soldiers and elephants and steeds in large bodies as they were duly moved over the field, looked beautiful, shrouding the rays of the sun. And the many-coloured banners stationed on cars and elephants, waving in the air and moving along the welkin, looked beautiful like flashes of lightning amid the clouds. And loud and fierce was the uproar made by the twang of the bows stretched by the kings, resembling the roar of the ocean while churned in the cry to age by the gods and the great Asuras. And that army of thy sons, looking so proud, consisting of combatants of diverse hues and shapes, shouting so fiercely, and capable of slaying hostile warriors, then looked like those masses of clouds that appear at the end of the Yuga. 409. Section XXI. Sanjaya said, O chief of the Bharatas, Ganga's son, once more addressing thy son who was plunged in thought, told him these delightful words, myself and Drona and Salya and Kritavarman of Satwata's race, and Aswathaman and Vikarna and Bhagadatta and Shivala's son and Vinda and Danuvinda of Avanti, and Valika with the Valikas, 410, and the mighty king of the Trigartas and the invincible ruler of the Magadhas, Vrihadvala the king of the Koslas, and Chitrasana and Vivansati, and many thousands of Ka warriors graced with tall standards, a large number of country-born steeds, well mounted with excellent horse soldiers, and many infuriate elephants of large size with temporal juice issuing from their mouths and cheeks, and many brave foot soldiers armed with diverse weapons and born in diverse realms, are all prepared to do battle for thy sake. 411 These, and many others ready for thy sake to lay down their lives, are, as I think, competent to vanquish the very gods in battle. I should, however, always tell thee, O king, what is for thy good. The Pandavas are incapable of being vanquished by the very gods with Vasava. They have Vasudeva for their ally and are equal to Mahendra himself in prowess. As regards myself, I shall, however, always do thy bidding. Either I shall vanquish the Pandavas in battle or they will vanquish me. Having said these words, the grandsire gave him an excellent herb of great efficacy for healing his wounds. And therewith thy son was cured of his wounds. Then at dawn, when the sky was clear, the valiant Bhishma, that foremost of men well versed in all kinds of array, himself disposed his troops in that array called mandala, bristling with weapons. And it abounded with foremost of warriors and with tuskers and foot soldiers. And it was surrounded on all sides with many thousands of cars, and with large bodies of horsemen armed with swords and lances. Near unto every elephant were placed 7 cars, and near unto every car were placed 7 horsemen. And behind every horseman were placed 7 bowmen, and behind every bowman were 7 combatants with shields. And thus, O king, thy army, arrayed by mighty car warriors, stood for fierce battle, protected by Bhishma. And 10,000 horses, and as many elephants, and 10,000 cars, and thy sons, all equipped in mail, viz., the heroic Chitrasana and others, protected the grandsire. And it was seen that Bhishma was protected by those brave warriors, and those princes themselves of great strength, accoutred in mail, were, in their turn, protected by him. And Duryodhana, accoutred in mail, sat upon his car on the field, and possessed of every grace, looked resplendent like Sakra himself in heaven. Then, O Bharata, loud were the shouts uttered by thy sons, and deafening the clatter of cars and the uproar of musical instruments. That mighty and impenetrable array of those slayer of foes, viz., the Dharashtras, in the form called mandala, thus arrayed by Bhishma, began to proceed, facing the west. Incapable of being defeated by enemies, it looked beautiful in every point. Beholding then the array called mandala that was exceedingly fierce, King Yudhishthira himself disposed his troops in the array called Vajra. And when the divisions were thus arrayed, cow warriors and horsemen, stationed in their proper places, uttered leonine shouts. Accompanied by their respective forces, the brave warriors of both armies, well versed in smiting, and longing for battle, proceeded, desirous of breaking each other's array. And Bharadwaja's son proceeded against the king of the Matsyas, and his son, as Wataman, against Sikandin. And King Duryodhana himself rushed against the son of Prishata. And Nakula and Sahadeva went forth against the king of the Madras. And Vinda and Danuvinda of Avanti proceeded against Iravat. And many kings together battled with Ananjaya. And Bhimasena, exerting himself well, opposed the son of Hridika in battle. And possessed of great prowess, Abhimanyu, the son of Arjuna, fought in battle, O king, against thy sons Chitrasena and Vigana, and Damashana. And Hidimva's son, that prince of the Rakshasas, rushed against that mighty bowman, the ruler of the Pragjotishas, like one infuriate elephant against another. And the Rakshasa Alamvasha, O king, excited with wrath, rushed in battle against the invincible Satyaki in the midst of his followers. And Parisravas, exerting himself greatly, fought against Drishtaketu. And Yudhishthira, the son of Dharma, proceeded against King Srutayush. And Chekadana in that battle fought against Kripa. And others, among the Kuru warriors, exerting themselves powerfully, proceeded against that mighty Ka warrior Bhima. And thousands of other kings surrounded Dhananjaya, with darts, lances, arrows, maces, and spiked clubs in their hands. Then Arjuna, excited with great wrath, addressing him of Vrishani's race, said, Behold, O Madhava, the Dhartarashtra troops in battle, arrayed by the Haisul son of Ganga, acquainted with every kind of array. Behold, O Madhava, those brave warriors, countless in number, and desirous of battle, with me. Behold, O Kasava, the ruler of the Trigarters with his brothers. 412 This very day I shall slay them all, O Janardana, before thy eyes, them, that is, O foremost of the Eddas, who, longing for battle, with me, are on the field. Having said these words, the son of Kunti, rubbing his bowstring, showered his arrows on that multitude of kings. And those great bowmen also poured on him thick showers of arrows, like clouds that fill a lake with torrents of rain in the rainy season. And loud shouts were heard in thy army, O monarch, when in that great battle the two Krishnas were seen covered with thick showers of arrows. And the gods, the celestial rishis, and the Gandharvas with the Uragas, beholding the two Krishnas in that state, were filled with great wonder. Then Arjuna, O king, excited with wrath, invoked the Indra weapon. And then the prowess we beheld of Vijaya seemed to be highly wonderful, insomuch that those showers of weapons shot by his foes were checked by his myriads of arrows. And there among those thousands of kings and steeds and elephants was none, O king, that was not wounded. And others, O sire, the son of Pritha pierced, each with 2 or 3 arrows. And while being thus struck by Pritha, they sought the protection of Bhishma, the son of Santanu. But Bhishma then became the rescuer of those warriors who were like men sinking in the fathomless deep. And in consequence of those warriors thus flying away and mixing with thy troops, thy broken ranks, O king, were agitated like the vast deep with the tempest. Section XXI. Sanjaya said, and when the battle was thus raging, and after Susaman had ceased fighting, and their other heroic warriors of the Kuru army had been routed by the Haisul son of Pandu, after, indeed, thy army, resembling the very ocean, had become quickly agitated, and the son of Ganga had speedily proceeded against the car of Vijaya, King Duryodhana, beholding the prowess of Partha in battle, quickly proceeded towards those kings, and addressing them as also the heroic and mighty Susaman stationed in their van, said in their midst these words, gladdening them all, this Bhishma, the son of Santanu, this foremost one among the Kurus, reckless of his very life, is desirous of fighting with his whole soul against Ananjaya. Exerting your best, ye all, united together, and accompanied by your troops, protect in battle the grandsire of Bharata's race, who is proceeding against the hostile army. Saying, yes, all those divisions, belonging to those kings, O monarch, proceeded, following the grandsire. Then the mighty Bhishma, the son of Santanu, thus rushing to battle, speedily came upon Arjuna of Bharata's race, who also had been coming towards him, on his exceedingly resplendent and large car, unto which were yoked white steeds, and upon which was set up his standard bearing the fierce ape, and whose rattle resembled the deep roll of the clouds. And thy entire army, beholding the diadem-decked Dhananjaya, thus coming to battle, uttered, from fear, many loud exclamations. And beholding Krishna, reins in hand, and looking like the midday sun in splendor, thy troops could not gaze at him. And so also the Pandavas were incapable of looking at Santanu's son Bhishma of white steeds and white bow and resembling the planet Sukrisen in the firmament. And the latter was surrounded on all sides by the high-souled warriors of the Trigatas, headed by their king with his brothers and sons, and by many other mighty car warriors. Meanwhile, Bharadwaja's son pierced with his winged arrows the king of the Matsyas in battle, and in that combat he cut off the latter's standard with one shaft, and his bow also with another. Then Virata, the commander of a large division, leaving aside that bow thus cut off, quickly took up another that was strong and capable of bearing a great strain. And he also took up a number of blazing arrows that resembled snakes of virulent poison. And he pierced Drona in return with 3 of these, and his 4 steeds with 4. And then he pierced Drona's standard with 1 arrow, and his charioteer with 5. And he also pierced Drona's bow with 1 arrow, and, at all this, the bull among Brahmanas became highly angry. Then Drona slew Virata's steeds with 8 straight shafts, and then his charioteer, O chief of the Bharatas, with 1 shaft. His charioteer having been slain, Virata jumped down from his car, whose steeds also had been killed. And then that foremost of car warriors speedily mounted upon the car of his son, Sankha. Then sire and son, staying on the same car, began with great might to resist the son of Bharadwaja with a thick shower of arrows. Then the mighty son of Bharadwaja, excited with wrath, quickly shot at Sankha in that encounter, an arrow resembling a snake of virulent poison. And that arrow, piercing through Sankha's breast and drinking his blood, fell upon the earth, wet and smeared with gore. Struck with that arrow of Bharadwaja's son, Sankha speedily fell down from his car, his bow and arrows loosened from his grasp in the very presence of his sire. And beholding his son slain, Virata fled from fear, avoiding Drona in battle, who resembled death's self with gaping mouth. The son of Bharadwaja then, without losing a moment, checked the mighty host of the Pandavas resisting combatants by hundreds and thousands. Sikandin also, O king, getting at Drona's son in that battle, struck the latter between his brows with 3 swiftly coursing shafts. And that tiger among men, viz., Aswathaman, pierced with those shafts, looked beautiful like the mountain Meru with its 3 tall golden crests. Then, O king, Aswathaman, excited with rage, and within half the time taken up by a wink of the eye, overthrew in that battle Sikandin's charioteer and standard and steeds and weapons, covering them with myriads of shafts. Then that foremost of car warriors, viz., Sikandin, that scorcher of foes, jumping down from that car whose steeds had been slain, and taking up a sharp and polished scimitar and a shield, excited with rage, moved on the field with great activity like a hawk. And while moving with great activity, O king, on the field sword in hand, the son of Drona failed to find an opportunity for striking him. And all this seemed highly wonderful. And then, O bull of Bharata's race, the highly wrathful son of Drona sent after Sikandin in that battle many thousands of shafts. But Sikandin, that foremost of mighty men, with his sharp sword cut that fierce shower of arrows coming towards him. Then the son of Drona cut into pieces that resplendent and beautiful shield decked with 100 moons, and then that sword also of Sikandin. And he pierced the latter's person also, O king, with a large number of winged arrows. Then Sikandin, whirling the fragment, in his hand, of that sword of his which had been cut off by Aswataman with his arrows, and which resembled a blazing snake, quickly hurled it at him. The son of Drona, however, displaying in that battle the lightness of his arms, cut off that broken blade, coming impetuously towards him and resembling in splendour the fire that blazeth forth at the end of the Yuga. And he pierced Sikandin himself with innumerable arrows made of iron. Then Sikandin, O king, exceedingly afflicted with those whetted arrows, speedily mounted on the car of Satyaki, that high-souled sign of mad whose race. Then Satyaki, excited with rage, pierced in that battle, with his terrible shafts, the cruel Rakshasa Alambashaw on all sides. That prince of Rakshasas then, O Bharata, cut off in that combat Satyaki's bow with a crescent-shaped arrow, and pierced Satyaki also with many shafts. And creating by his Rakshasu powers an illusion, he covered Satyaki with showers of arrows. But wonderful was the prowess that we then beheld of the grandson of Suni, inasmuch as struck with those whetted shafts he betrayed no fear. On the other hand, O Bharata, that son of Vrishan is resupplied with mantras, the Indra weapon, which that illustrious hero of Madhu's race had obtained from Vijaya. 413. That weapon, consuming into ashes that demoniac illusion, covered Alambashaw all over with terrible shafts, like a mass of clouds covering the mountain breast with torrents of rain in the rainy season. Thereupon the Rakshasa, thus afflicted by the hero of Madhu's race, fled away in fear, avoiding Satyaki in battle. Then the grandson of Suni, having vanquished that prince of Rakshasas who was incapable of being vanquished by Maghavat himself, uttered a loud roaring the very sight of all thy troops. And Satyaki, of prowess incapable of being baffled, then began to slay thy troops with innumerable shafts, whereupon the latter fled away in fear. Meanwhile, O monarch, Drishthadhyumna, the mighty son of Drupada, covered thy royal son in battle with innumerable straight shafts. While, however, O Bharata, Drishthadhyumna was thus shrouding him with his shafts, thy royal son was neither agitated nor struck with fear. On the other hand, he speedily pierced Drishthadhyumna in that battle, first with 60 and then with 30 shafts. And all these seemed highly wonderful. Then the commander of the Pandava army, O Bharata, excited with wrath, cut off his bow. And that mighty car warrior then slew in that combat the 4 steeds of thy son, and also pierced him with 7 shafts of the keenest points. Thereupon, thy son, that mighty armed warrior endued with great strength, jumping down from that car whose steeds had been slain, ran on foot, with an upraised sabre, towards the son of Prishata. Then the mighty Sakuni, devoted to the king, quickly coming to that spot, caused thy royal son to mount on his own car in the very sight of all. Then that slayer of foes, the son of Prishata, having vanquished the king, began to slaughter thy troops like the wielder of the thunderbolt slaughtering the Asuras. Kritavarman, in that battle, covered with his arrows that mighty car warrior Bhima. Indeed, he overwhelmed the latter entirely, like a mighty mass of clouds shrouding the sun. Then that chastiser of foes, viz., Bhimasena, excited with wrath, and laughing the while, sped some shafts at Greitavarman. Struck therewith, that utteriter of the Satwater race, excelling all in might, trembled not, O king, but, instead, pierced Bhima, in return, with many sharp arrows. Then the mighty Bhimasena, slaying the 4 steeds of Greitavarman, felled the latter's charioteer, and then his beautiful standard. And that slayer of hostile heroes, viz. Bhima, then pierced Greitavarman himself with many shafts of diverse kinds. And Greitavarman, pierced all over, seemed to be excessively mangled in every limb. Then from that car whose steeds had been slain, Greitavarman quickly went to the car of Vrishaka, in the very sight, O king, of both Salya and thy son. And Bhimasena, excited with rage, began to afflict thy troops. Goaded to fury, he began to slay them, like the destroyer himself armed with his club. Section Xxxif. Dhritarashtra said, Many and wonderful, O Sanjaya, were the single combats I hear thee speak of between the Pandavas and my warriors. Thou speakest not, however, O Sanjaya, of any one of my side having been cheerful on such occasions. Thou always speakest of the sons of Bandu as cheerful and never routed, O Suta, and thou speakest of mine as cheerless, deprived of energy, and constantly vanquished in battle. All this, without doubt, is destiny. Sanjaya said, Thy men, O bull of Bharata's race, exert themselves according to the measure of their might and courage, and display their valor to the utmost extent of their strength. As contact with the properties of the ocean make the sweet waters of the celestial stream Ganga brackish, so the valor, O king, of the illustrious warriors of thy army coming in contact with the heroic sons of Bandu in battle, becometh futile. Exerting themselves according to their might, and achieving the most difficult feats, thou shouldst not, O chief of the Kuras, find fault with thy troops. O monarch, this great and awful destruction of the world, swelling their population of the domains of Yama, hath arisen from thy misconduct and that of thy sons. It behoveth thee not, O king, to grieve for what hath arisen from thy own fault. Kings do not always in this world protect their lives. These rulers of earth, desirous of winning by battle the regions of the righteous, daily fight, penetrating into hostile divisions, with heaven only for their aim. On the forenoon of that day, O king, great was the carnage that ensued, resembling what occurred in the battle between the gods and the Asuras of old. Listen to it, O monarch, with undivided attention. The 2 princes of Avanti, those great bowmen endued with exceeding might, those excellent warriors fierce in battle, beholding Iravat, advanced against him. The battle that took place between them was fierce, making the hair stand on end. Then Iravat, excited with rage, quickly pierced those 2 brothers of celestial forms with many sharp and straight shafts. Those 2, however, conversant with all modes of warfare, pierced him in return in that battle. Struggling their best to slaughter the foe, and desirous of counteracting each other's feats, no distinction, O king, could be observed between them as they fought. Iravat then, O monarch, with 4 shafts, dispatched the 4 steeds of Anuvinda to the abode of the armor, and with a couple of sharp, broad-headed shafts, O sire, he cut off the bow and standard also of Anuvinda. And this feat, O king, seemed highly wonderful. Then Anuvinda, leaving his own car, mounted on the car of Vinda. Taking up an excellent and strong bow capable of bearing a great strain, Anuvinda, as also his brother Vinda, those foremost of car warriors hailing from Avanti, both stationed on the same car, quickly shot many shafts at the high Suliravat. Shot by them, those shafts of great impetuosity decked with gold, while coursing through the air, covered the welkin. 414 Then Iravat, excited with rage, showered on those mighty car warriors, those 2 brothers of Avanti, his arrowy downpours, and felled their charioteer. When the charioteer, deprived of life, fell down on the ground, the horses, no longer restrained, ran away with the car. Having vanquished those two warriors, that daughter's son of the king of the Nagas, displaying his prowess, then began to consume with great activity thy ranks. Then that mighty Dharashtra host, while thus slaughtered in battle, began to reel in many directions like a person who hath drunk poison. That prince of Rakshasa, the mighty son of Hidimva, on his car of solar refulgence furnished with a standard, rushed against Bhagadatta. The ruler of the Pragjotishas was stationed on his prince of elephants like the wielder of the thunderbolt in days of old in the battle occasioned by the ravishment of Taraka. The gods, the Gandharvas, and the rishis had all come there. They could not, however, notice any distinction between Hidimva's son and Bhagadatta. As the chief of the celestials, excited with wrath, had inspired the Danavas with fear, so did Bhagadatta, O king, frightened the Pandava warriors. And the warriors of the Pandava army, frightened by him on all sides, failed, O Bharata, to find among the ranks any protector. We beheld, however, O Bharata, the son of Bhimasena there, on his car. The other mighty car warriors fled away with cheerless hearts. When, however, O Bharata, the troops of the Pandavas rallied, in the battle that then ensued an awful uproar arose among thy troops. Then Ghatotkacha, O king, in that dreadful battle, covered Bhagadatta with his arrows like the clouds pouring rain on the breast of Meru. Baffling all those arrows shot from the Rakshasa's bow, the king quickly struck the son of Bhimasena in all his vital limbs. That prince of the Rakshasa, however, though struck with innumerable straight shafts, wavered not at all, but stood still, like a mountain pierced with shafts. Then the ruler of the Pragjotishas, excited with wrath, hurled in that combat 14 lances, all of which, however, were cut off by the Rakshasa. Cutting off by means of his sharp shafts those lances, the mighty armed Rakshasa pierced Bhagadatta with 70 shafts, each resembling the thunderbolt in force. Then the ruler of the Pragjotishas, laughing the while, O Bharata, dispatched in that combat the 4 steeds of the Rakshasa to death's domain. The prince of the Rakshasas, however, of great valour, staying on the car whose steeds had been slain, hurled with great force a dart at the elephant of the ruler of the Pragjotishas. King Bhagadatta then cut off that swift dart furnished with a staff of gold and coursing impetuously towards him into 3 fragments, and thereupon it fell down on the ground. Beholding his dart cut off, the son of Hidimva fled from fair like Namachi, that foremost of the Daityas, in days of old, from battle with Indra. Having vanquished in battle the hero of great valour and renowned prowess, who, O king, cannot be vanquished in battle by Yama himself or Varuna, King Bhagadatta with his elephant began to crush down the troops of the Pandavas like a wild elephant, O king, crushing as he treads the lotus stalks in a lake. The ruler of the Madras engaged in battle with his sister's sons, the twins, and he overwhelmed those sons of Bandu with clouds of arrows. Then Sahadeva, beholding his maternal uncle, engaged in battle with him, covered him with arrows like the clouds covering the maker of day. Covered with those clouds of arrows, the ruler of the Madras wore a delighted expression, and the twins also felt great delight for the sake of their mother. 415 Then Salya, that mighty car warrior, smiting effectively in that battle, dispatched with 4 excellent shafts, O king, the 4 steeds of Nakula to the abode of the armour. Nakula then, that mighty car warrior, quickly jumping down from the car whose steeds had been slain, mounted upon the vehicle of his renowned brother. Stationed then on the same car, those 2 heroes, both fierce in battle, and both excited with rage, began to shroud the car of the ruler of Madras with their arrows, drawing their bows with great strength. But that tiger among men, though thus covered by his sisters' sons with innumerable straight arrows, shook not in the least, but stood immovable, like a hill. Laughing the while, he smote them, in return, with showers of arrows. Then Sahadeva of great prowess, O Bharata, excited with wrath, took up a powerful shaft, and rushing at the ruler of the Madras, shot it at him 416. That shaft, endued with the impetuosity of Garuda himself, shot by him, pierced the ruler of the Madras through, and fell on the earth. Thereupon that mighty car warrior, deeply pierced and greatly pained, sat down, O king, on the terrace of his car, and went into a swoon. Beholding him, thus, afflicted by the twins, deprived of consciousness, and prostrated, on his car, his charioteer bore him away on his vehicle over the field. Seeing the car of the ruler of the Madras retreating from battle, the Dhritarashtras all became cheerless and thought it was all over with him. 417 Then those mighty car warriors, viz., the two sons of Madri, having vanquished in battle their maternal uncle, cheerfully blew their conches and uttered leonine roars. And then they rushed joyfully, O king, towards thy forces like the gods Indra and Dipendra, O monarch, towards the Daitya host. Section LXXXV. Sanjaya said, Then when the sun attained the meridian, King Yudhishthira, beholding Sarutayush, urged on his steeds. And the king rushed at Sarutayush, that chastiser of foes, striking him with 9 straight shafts of keen points. That great bowman, viz., King Sarutayush then, checking in that battle those arrows shot by the son of Pandu, struck Yudhishthira with 7 shafts. These penetrating through his armor, drank his blood in that battle, as if sucking the very vital energies dwelling in the body of that high-souled 1.418. The son of Pandu then, though deeply pierced by that high-souled king, pierced King Sarutayush, in return, at the latter's heart, with an arrow shaped as the boar's ear. And that foremost of car warriors, viz., the son of Pritha, with another board-headed arrow, quickly felled on the earth the standard of the high-souled Sarutayush from his car. Beholding his standard overthrown, King Sarutayush then, O monarch, pierced the son of Pandu with 7 sharp shafts. Thereupon Yudhishthira, the son of Dharma, blazed up with wrath, like the fire that blazeth forth at the end of the Yuga for consuming creatures. Beholding the son of Pandu excited with rage, the gods, the Gandharvas, and the Rakshasas, trembled, O king, and the universe became agitated. And even this was the thought that arose in the minds of all creatures, viz., that king, excited with rage, would that day consume the 3 worlds. Indeed, when the son of Pandu was thus excited with wrath, the rishis and the celestials prayed for the peace of the world. Filled with wrath and frequently licking the corners of his mouth, Yudhishthira assumed a terrible expression looking like the sun that riseth at the end of the Yuga. Then all thy warriors, O king, became hopeless of their lives, O Bharata. Checking, however, that wrath with patience, that great bowman endued with high renown then cut off Sarutayush's head bow at the grasp. And then, in the very sight of all the troops, the king in that battle pierced Sarutayush, whose bow had been cut off, with a long arrow in the center of the chest. And the mighty Yudhishthira then, O king, speedily slew with his arrows the steeds of Sarutayush, and then, without losing a moment, his charioteer. Beholding the prowess of the king, Sarutayush, leaving that car whose steeds had been slain, quickly fled away from battle. After that great bowman had been vanquished in combat by the son of Dharma, all the troops of Duryodhana, O king, turned their faces. Having, O monarch, achieved this feat, Yudhishthira, the son of Dharma, began to slay thy troops like death himself with wide open mouth. Chekadana of the Vrishan race, in the very sight of all the troops, covered with his shaft-scored armor, that foremost of Ka warriors. Baffling all those arrows, Kripa the son of Saradwat pierced Chekatana in return, who was fighting with great care, O king, with arrows in that battle. Then, O Bharata, with another board-headed arrow he cut off Chekatana's bow, and endued with great lightness of hand, he also felled with another board-headed arrow the former's charioteer. Kripa then, O monarch, slew Chekatana's steeds, as also both the warriors that protected the latter's wings. Then Chekatana of the Satwata race quickly jumped down from his car, and took up a mace. The foremost of all wielders of the mace, Chekatana, with that hero-slaying mace of his, slew the steeds of Gautama and then felled his charioteer. Then Gautama, standing on the ground, shot 16 arrows at Chekatana. Those arrows, piercing through that hero of the Satwata race, entered the earth. Thereat, Chekatana, excited with rage, once more hurled his mace, desirous of slaying Gautama, like Purandara desirous of slaying Vritara. Then Gautama with many thousands of arrows checked that huge mace, endued with the strength of adamant, that was coursing towards him. Then Chekatana, O Bharata, drawing his sabre from the sheath, rushed with great speed towards Gautama. Thereupon Gautama also, throwing away his bow, and taking up a polished sabre, rushed with great speed towards Chekatana. Both of them possessed of great strength, and both armed with excellent sabres, began to strike each other with those sharp-edged weapons of theirs. Then those bulls among men, struck with the force of each other's sabres, fell down on the earth, that common element of all creatures. Exhausted by the efforts they had made, the limbs of both were motionless in a swoon. Then Karakasho, impelled by friendship, quickly rushed to that spot. And that invincible warrior, beholding Chekatana in that plight, took him up on his car in the very sight of all troops. And so also the brave Sakuni, thy brother-in-law, O monarch, speedily caused Gautama, that foremost of car warriors, to mount on his car. The mighty Drishtaketu, excited with wrath, speedily pierced the son of Somadatta, O king, with 90 shafts in the chest. And the son of Somadatta looked highly resplendent with those shafts on his chest, like the sun, O king, with his rays at midday. Berisravas, however, in that battle, with his excellent shafts, deprived Drishtaketu, that mighty car warrior, of his car, slaying his charioteer and steeds. And beholding him deprived of his car, and his steeds and charioteer slain, Berisravas covered Drishtaketu in that combat with a thick shower of arrows. The high-souled Drishtaketu then, O sire, abandoning that car of his, mounted upon the vehicle of Satanika, Chitrasana, and Vikana, O king, and also Damashana, these car warriors cased in golden mail, all rushed against the son of Subhadra. Then a fierce battle took place between Abhimanyu and those warriors, like the battle of the body, O king, with wind, bile, and phlegm. 419 That tiger among men, however, viz. Abhimanyu, having, O king, deprived thy sons of their cars, slew them not, remembering Bhima's words. 420 Then during the progress of the fight, Kunti's son, Arjuna, of white steeds, beholding Bhishma, who was incapable of being vanquished by very gods, proceeding to rescue thy sons in view of Abhimanyu, a boy and alone though a mighty car warrior, addressed Vasudeva and said these words, urge the steeds, O Hrishikasa, to that spot where are those numerous cow warriors. They are many in number, brave, accomplished in arms, invincible in battle. Guide the horses so, O Madhava, that the foe may not be able to slay our troops. Thus urged by Kunti's son of immeasurable energy, he of Vrishani's race then drove that car, unto which were yoked white steeds, to battle. When Arjuna, excited with rage, thus proceeded towards thy army. A loud uproar, O sire, arose among thy troops. 421 The son of Kunti then, having come up to those kings that were protecting Bhishma, first addressed Susaman, O king, and said these words, I know thee to be foremost in battle, and a dire enemy of ours, of old. Behold today the terrible fruit of that evil behavior of thine. 422 I will today cause thee to visit the manes of thy ancestors. That leader of car divisions, Susaman, however, hearing these harsh words uttered by the slayer of foes viz. Vatsu, told him nothing, in reply, well or ill. But, approaching the heroic Arjuna, with a large number of kings in his train, and surrounding him in that battle, he covered him aided by thy sons, O sinless one, with arrows from all sides, viz., front, rear, and flanks, like the clouds covering the maker of day. Then, O Bharata, a dreadful battle took place between thy army and the Pandavas, in which blood ran like water. Section V. Sanjaya said, Then the mighty Dhananjaya, struck with those shafts and drawing long breaths like a trodden snake, cut off, with great force, by means of his successive shafts, the bows of those mighty car warriors, cutting off in a moment, O king, the bows of those powerful monarchs in that battle. The high-souled Arjuna, desiring to exterminate them, pierced all of them simultaneously with his shafts. Struck, thus, by Indra's son, O king, some of them fell down on the field, covered with blood. And some had their limbs mangled, and some had their heads struck off. And some perished with bodies mangled and coats of mail cut through. And afflicted by the arrows of Patha, many of them, falling down on the earth, perished together. Beholding then those princes slain in battle, the ruler of the Trigarters advanced on his car, and 32 others amongst those car warriors, they who had been protecting the rear of the slain combatants, also fell upon Patha. These all, surrounding Patha, and drawing their bows of loud twang, poured on him a thick shower of arrows like the clouds pouring torrents of water on the mountain breast. Then Dhananjaya, afflicted with that arrowy downpour in that battle, became excited with wrath, and with 60 arrows steeped in oil he dispatched all those protectors of the rear. Having vanquished in battle those 60 car warriors, the illustrious Dhananjaya became cheerful at heart. And having slain also the forces of those kings, Jaishu sped for Bhishma's slaughter. Then the ruler of the Trigarters, beholding his friends those mighty car warriors slain, speedily advanced upon Patha, with a number of other kings in his van, for slaying him. Then the Pandava warriors headed by Sikandar, beholding those combatants advancing upon Dhananjaya, that foremost of all conversant with arms, proceeded with whetted weapons in hand, desirous of protecting the car of Arjuna. Patha also, beholding those brave men advanced towards him with the ruler of the Trigarters, mangled them in battle with arrows shot from Gandiva. Then that distinguished bowman, desirous of approaching Bhishma, beheld Duryodhana and other kings headed by the ruler of the Centaurs, fighting with great energy for a moment and checking those warriors that were desirous of protecting Bhishma, the heroic Arjuna of great valor and infinite prowess, avoiding Duryodhana and Jayadratha and others, that warrior of mighty strength and great mental vigor, at last proceeded, bow and arrow in hand, towards the son of Ganga in battle. The high-souled Yudhishthira also, of fierce prowess and infinite renown, avoiding in battle the ruler of the Madras who had been assigned to his share, quickly proceeded, with excited wrath and accompanied by Bhima and the sons of Madri, towards Bhishma, the son of Santanu, for battle. Conversant with all modes of warfare, the high-souled son of Ganga and Santanu, though attacked in battle by all the sons of Pandu united together, wavered not at all. Of fierce might and great energy, King Jayadratha of sure aim, advancing in battle, forcibly cut off with his own excellent bow the bows of all those mighty car warriors. And the illustrious Duryodhana also, with excited wrath and having wrath for his position, struck Yudhishthira and Bhimasena and the twins and Partha, with arrows resembling flames of fire. Pierced with arrows by Kripa and Sala and Chitrasena, O Lord, the Pandavas, enflamed with rage, resembled the gods pierced with arrows by the united deities, in days of old. King Yudhishthira then, beholding Sikandin flying away, having had his weapon cut off by Santanu's son, became filled with anger. The high-souled Ajatasattu, angrily addressing Sikandin in that battle, said these words, Thou saidst at that time, in the presence of thy sire, and to me, even I shall slay Bhishma of high vows with my shafts of the hue of the effulgent sun. Truly do I say this. Even this was thy oath. That oath of thine thou dost not fulfill, inasmuch as thou dost not slay Devavrata in battle. O hero, be not a person of unfulfilled vow. Take care of thy virtue, race, and fame. Behold Bhishma of terrible impetuosity scorching all my troops with his innumerable arrows of fierce energy and destroying everything in a moment like death himself. With thy bow cut off avoiding the battle, and vanquished by the royal son of Santanu, whither dost thou go, forsaking thy kinsmen and brothers? This doth not become thee. Beholding Bhishma of infinite prowess, and our army routed and flying away, thou art assuredly, O son of Drupada, frightened, since the colour of thy face is pale. Unknown to thee, O hero, Dhananjaya hath engaged in the dreadful battle, celebrated over the whole world. Why, O hero, art thou afraid today of Bhishma? 423. Hearing these words of King Yudhishthira the Just, that were harsh, though fraught with sound reason, the high-souled Sikandin, regarding them as good counsel, speedily set himself about slaying Bhishma. 424. And while Sikandin was proceeding to battle with great impetuosity for falling upon Bhishma, Salya began to resist him with terrible weapons that were difficult of being baffled. The son of Drupada, however, O king, of prowess equal to that of Indra himself, beholding those weapons effulgent as the fire that blazeth forth at the hour of universal dissolution, thus displayed, was not confounded in the least. Checking those weapons by means of his own shafts, that mighty bowman, viz. Sikandin, stayed there without moving. And then he took up another weapon, viz. the fierce Varuna weapon for baffling those fiery weapons of Salya. Then the celestials staying in the firmament, and the kings of the earth also, all beheld Salya's weapons baffled by that Varuna weapon of Sikandin. Meanwhile, the high-souled and heroic Bhishma, O king, in that battle, cut off the bow and the variegated standard also of Pandu's son, King Yudhishthira of the Ajumida race. Thereupon casting aside his bow and arrows upon beholding Yudhishthira overwhelmed with fear, and taking up a mace in that battle, Bhimasena rushed, on foot, at Jayadratha. Then Jayadratha, with 500 terrible arrows of keen points and each resembling the rod of death, pierced Bhimasena from every side, who was thus rushing impetuously at him, mace in hand. Disregarding those arrows, the impetuous Vrikadara, with heart filled with rage, slew in that battle all the steeds, born in Narata, of the king of the Sindhus. Then beholding Bhimasena on foot, thy son, Chitrasena, of unrivalled prowess and resembling the chief of the celestials himself, quickly rushed at him on his car, with upraised weapons, forgiving him his quietus. Bhima also, roaring and uttering a loud shout, rushed at him impetuously, mace in hand. Thereupon the Kauravas all around, beholding that upraised mace resembling the rod of death, forsaking thy brave son, fled away, desirous of avoiding its fall amongst them. In that fierce and awful crush of men, O Bharata, confounding the senses, Chitrasena, however, beholding that mace coursing towards him, was not deprived of his senses. Taking up a bright scimitar and a shield, he forsook his car and became a warrior on foot in the field, for jumping down from his vehicle, like a lion from the top of a cliff he came down upon the level ground. Meanwhile that mace, falling upon that beautiful car and destroying the vehicle itself with its steeds and charioteer in that battle, dropped on the ground like a blazing meteor, loosened from the firmament, falling upon the earth. Then thy troops, O Bharata, beholding that highly wonderful feat, became filled with joy, and all of them together set up a loud shout over the field of battle. And the warriors all applauded thy son for what they witnessed. Section VI. Sanjaya said, approaching then thy son Chitrasena of great energy, who had thus been deprived of his car, thy son Vikarna caused him to mount on his car. And during the progress of the general engagement, so fierce and dreadful, Bhishma, the son of Santanu, impetuously rushed at Yudhishthira. Then the Saranjayas with their cars, elephants, and horses, trembled. And they regarded Yudhishthira to be already within the jaws of death. The Lord Yudhishthira, however, of Kuru's race, accompanied by the twins, proceeded towards that mighty bowman, that tiger among men, viz. Bhishma. Then the son of Pandu, shooting in that battle thousands of arrows, shrouded Bhishma like the clouds shrouding the sun. And those numberless arrows, well shot by Yudhishthira, were received by the son of Ganga in distinct sets by hundreds and thousands. 425. And so also, O sire, innumerable were the arrows shot by Bhishma, in return, which looked like flights of insects coursing through the air. In half the time taken up by a wink of the eye, Bhishma, the son of Santanu, in that battle, made Kunti's son invisible by means of his numberless shafts shot insects. Then King Yudhishthira, excited with rage, sped at the high Sulkora a long arrow resembling a snake of virulent poison. That mighty car warrior, Bhishma, however, O king, cut off in that combat, with a horseshoe-headed arrow, that shaft shot from Yudhishthira's bow before it could reach him. Having cut off that long arrow resembling death himself, Bhishma then slew in that battle the steeds, decked with gold, of that prince of Kuru's line. Then Yudhishthira the son of Pandu, abandoning that car whose steeds had been slain, quickly mounted upon the car of the high-souled Nakula. Then Bhishma, that subjugator of hostile cities, excited with rage, and coming upon the twins in that battle, covered them with arrows. Beholding those two brothers, O king, thus afflicted with the arrows of Bhishma, Yudhishthira began to reflect earnestly, desirous, O monarch, of compassing Bhishma's destruction. Then Yudhishthira, O king, urged his friends and the rulers on his side, saying, slay Bhishma the son of Santanu, uniting together. Then all those rulers, hearing these words of Pritha's son, surrounded the grandsire with a large number of cars. Thy sire Devavrat then, thus surrounded on all sides, began to sport, O king, with his bow, felling, all the while, many mighty car warriors. Him of Kuru's race, thus careering over the field of battle, the Pandavas beheld resembling a young lion in the forest amid a herd of deer. Uttering a loud roar in that battle and striking fear into the hearts of brave warriors by means of his shafts, the Kshatriyas beholding him, O king, were all struck with fear, like inferior animals upon seeing a lion. Indeed, the Kshatriyas beheld the movements of that line of Bharata's race in battle to resemble those of a conflagration aided by the wind while consuming a heap of dry grass. And Bhishma in that battle felled the heads of car warriors like a skillful man felling, with stones, ripe, palmyra, fruits from trees that bear them. And the heads of warriors, O king, falling upon the surface of the earth produced a loud noise resembling that of a stony shower. During the progress of that fierce and dreadful battle, a great confusion set in among all the troops. And in consequence of that confusion the arrays of both armies were broken, and the Kshatriyas, summoning one another individually, approached one another for fight. Then Sikandar, citing the grandsire of the Bharatas, rushed at him impetuously, saying, "Wait, wait," remembering, however, the femininity of Sikandar, and disregarding him on that account, Bhishma proceeded against the Srinjayas. Thereupon the Srinjayas, beholding Bhishma in that great battle, were filled with joy. And they set forth diverse kinds of loud shouts, mingled with the blare of their conches. Then commenced a fierce battle, in course of which cars and elephants got entangled with one another. And it was that hour of the day, O Lord, when the sun was on the other side of the meridian. Then Drishthadhyumna, the prince of the Panchalas, and that mighty car warrior Satyaki, greatly afflicted the Bharata host with showers of arrows and lances, and with innumerable shafts. O king, these two began to smite down thy warriors in that battle. Thy combatants, however, O bull among men, though slaughtered in battle, thus retreated not from the fight, having formed an honourable resolution in that engagement. Indeed, thy troops began to smite according to the measure of their courage. While, however, O king, thy high-souled combatants were being slaughtered by the illustrious son of Brishata, loud cries of woe were heard among them. Hearing those loud cries, that couple of mighty car warriors of thy army, viz., Vinda and Danuvinda of Avanti, quickly proceeded against Prashata's son. And those mighty car warriors, speedily slaying his steeds, together covered Prashata's son with showers of arrows. Thereupon that mighty car warrior, viz., the prince of the Panchalas, quickly jumping down from that car of his, mounted without loss of time the car of the high-souled Satyaki. Then King Yudhishthira, supported by large force, proceeded against those chastisers of foes, viz., the two princes of Avanti, excited with rage. Similarly, thy son, O sire, with every preparation, stood, surrounding Vinda and Danuvinda in that battle, for supporting them. Arjuna also in that battle, excited with rage, fought against many bulls of the Kshatriya race, like the wielder of the thunderbolt against the Asuras. Drona also, who always does what is agreeable to thy son, inflamed with wrath in that battle, began to consume the Panchalas like fire consuming a heap of cotton. Thy other sons, O king, owning Duryodhana as their chief, surrounding Bhishma in that battle, fought against the Pandavas. Then when the sun assumed a red hue, 426, King Duryodhana, O Bharata, addressing thy troops, said, "Lose no time," and while they were thus battling and achieving feats difficult of accomplishment, the sun having become invisible in consequence of his retirement behind the western hill, there soon flowed, towards dusk, an awful river whose current and billows were of blood, and which was infested by innumerable jackals. And the field of battle became dreadful, abounding as it did with spirits and with those jackals howling hideously, foreboding evil. Rakshasas and Pisachas and other cannibals were seen all round, in hundreds and thousands. Then Arjuna, having vanquished those kings headed by Susaman along with all their followers, in the midst of their division, proceeded towards his tent. And the Lord Yudhishthira also of Kuru's race, accompanied by his brothers, and followed by his troops, proceeded, O king, when night set in, towards his tent. And Bhimasena, too, having vanquished those kings, viz., those warriors headed by Duryodhana, proceeded towards his tent. And King Duryodhana, with his troops, surrounding Bhishma, the son of Santanu, in that great battle proceeded towards his tent. And Drona, and Drona's son, and Kripa, and Saliya, and Kritavaman of the Satvata race, surrounding the whole Dhritarashtra army, proceeded towards their tents. and similarly Satyaki also, O king, and Drishthadhyumna, the son of Prishata, surrounding their army, proceeded towards their tents. It was thus, O king, that those chastisers of foes, viz., thy troops and the Pandavas, ceased to fight when darkness came. Then the Pandavas, and the Kauravas, retiring to their tents, entered the same, applauding one another, and making arrangements for the protection of their brave warriors and disposing outposts according to rule. They plucked out the arrows from their bodies, and bathed in diverse kinds of water. And Brahmanas performed propitiatory rites for them, and bards sang their praises. And those renowned men sported for a while in accompaniment with music both vocal and instrumental. And for a while the whole scene resembled heaven itself. And those bulls among men for a while spoke not of battle. And when both armies abounding with tired men and elephants and steeds slept there, they became, O monarch, beautiful to behold. Section VI. Sanjaya said, having passed the night in sound sleep, those rulers of men, the Kauravas and the Pandavas, once more proceeded to battle. And when the troops of both armies were about to proceed to the field, great was the uproar heard there, resembling the loud uproar of the ocean itself. Then King Duryodhana, and Chitrasena, and Vivansati, and that foremost of Car warriors, viz., Bhishma and Bharadwaja's son, possessed of great prowess, those mighty Car warriors, clad in mail and uniting together, O king, formed with great care the array of the Kauravas against the Pandavas. Having formed that mighty array fierce as the ocean, and having for its billows and current its steeds and elephants, thy sire Bhishma, the son of Santanu, then, O king, proceeded in the van of the whole army, supported by the Mallavas, and the inhabitants of the southern countries, and the Avantis. Next to him was the valiant son of Bharadwaja, accompanied by the Pulindas, the Paridas, and the Kshudraka Mallavas. Next to Drona was the valiant Bhagadatta, O king, firmly resolved on fight, accompanied by the Magadhas, the Kalingas, and the Pisachas. Behind Bhagadatta was Vrihadvala, the king of the Koslas, accompanied by the Melikas, the Tripuras, and the Chikalas. Next to Vrihadvala was the brave Drigata, the ruler of the Prasthala, accompanied by a large number of the Kamvojas, and by Yavanas in thousands. Next to the ruler of the Trigatas, O Bharata, proceeded that mighty hero, viz., the son of Drona, uttering leonine roars and filling the earth with those shouts. Next to Drona's son proceeded King Duryodhana with the whole army, surrounded by his uterine brothers. Behind Duryodhana proceeded Gripa, the son of Saradwat. It was thus that that mighty array, resembling the very ocean, advanced to battle. And standards and white umbrellas, O Lord, and beautiful bracelets and costly bows shed their effulgence there. And beholding that mighty array of thy forces, that great Car warrior Yudhishthira speedily addressed the generalissimo of his forces, viz., Brishata's son, saying, Behold, O great bowman, that array, already formed, resembling the ocean. Do thou also, O son of Brishata, form without delay thy counter-array. Thus addressed, the heroic son of Brishata, O great king, formed that terrible array called Sringataka, that is destructive of all hostile arrays. At the horns were Bhimasena and that mighty Car warrior, viz., Satyaki, with many thousands of cars as also of horse and infantry. Next to them was that foremost of men, viz., Arjuna, of white steeds, and having Krishna for his charioteer. 427 in the centre were King Yudhishthira and the twin sons of Bandu by Madri. Other royal bowmen, conversant with the science of arrays, with their troops, filled up that array. In the rear were ordered Abhimanyu, and that mighty Car warrior, Virata, and the sons of Draupadi and the Rakshasa Ghatotkacha. Thus, O Bharata, having formed their mighty array, the heroic Pandavas waited on the field, longing for battle and desirous of victory. And the loud noise of drums mingling with the blare of conches and leonine roars and shouts of the combatants, and the slapping of their armpits, became terrible and filled all the points of the compass. Then those brave warriors, approaching one another for battle, looked at one another, O king, with winkless eyes. Then, O ruler of men, the warriors, first challenging each other by name, engaged with each other. 428 Then commenced a fierce and terrible battle between thy troops and those of the foe, striking one another. And in that battle, O Bharata, whetted shafts fell in showers like terrible snakes with mouths wide open, and polished darts of impetuous force, washed with oil, O king, shone like the effulgent flashes of lightning from the clouds. And maces decked with gold and attached to bright slings were seen to fall all over the field, resembling beautiful crests of hills, and sabres of the colour of the clear blue sky, O Bharata, and shields of bulls' hides and decked with 100 moons, as they fell everywhere over the field, O king, looked beautiful. And as the two armies, O king, were engaged in battle with each other, they looked resplendent like the celestial and the demoniac hosts battling with each other. All round they rushed against one another in battle. Foremost of royal car warriors, impetuously dashing against car warriors in that dreadful battle, fought on, with the yokes of their cars entangled with those of their adversaries. And, O bull of Bharata's race, all over the field flashes of the fire mixed with smoke were generated, in consequence of friction, in the tusks of battling elephants. And combatants on the backs of elephants, struck with lances, were seen all round to fall down like blocks, loosened from crests of hills. 429 And brave foot soldiers, battling with their bare arms or with lances, and striking one another, looked exceedingly beautiful. And the warriors of the Kaurava and the Pandava hosts, coming upon one another in that conflict, dispatched one another with divers kinds of shafts to the abode of the armour. Then Bhishma, the son of Santanu, filling the air with a rattle of his car, and depriving the foe of his senses by the twang of his bow, rushed against the Pandavas in battle. The car warriors of the Pandavas, too, headed by Drishthadhyumna, uttering fierce shouts, rushed at him, firmly resolved on fight. Then commenced, O Bharata, a battle between the infantry, car warriors, and elephants, of theirs and thine, in which the combatants became all entangled with one another. Section 6. Sanjaya said, the Pandavas were incapable of even looking at Bhishma, excited with rage in battle and scorching every side like the sun himself shedding scorching heat. Then all the Pandava troops, at the command of Dharma's son, rushed at the son of Ganga, who was grinding everything with his whetted arrows. Bhishma, however, who delighted in battle, felled the mightiest of bowmen amongst the Saranjayas and the Panchalas, with his shafts. Through the slaughtered by Bhishma, the Panchalas along with the Somakas still rushed impetuously at him, forsaking the fear of death. The heroic Bhishma, the son of Santanu, however, in that battle, cut off, O king, the arms and heads of their car warriors. Thy sire, Devavrata, deprived their car warriors of cars, and the heads of cavalry soldiers on their chargers fell fast. And we beheld, O king, huge elephants looking like hills, deprived of their riders, and paralyzed with Bhishma's weapons, lying all around. Amongst the Pandavas, O king, there was no other man save that foremost of car warriors, the mighty Bhimasena, who could resist Bhishma. Indeed, Bhima alone, approaching Bhishma, encountered him in battle. Then in that encounter between Bhima and Bhishma, a fierce and terrible uproar arose among all the troops of the Kauravas. The Pandavas then, filled with joy, uttered leonine shouts. During that destructive carnage, King Duryodhana, surrounded by his uterine brothers, protected Bhishma in that battle. Then that foremost of Ka warriors, viz. Bhima, slew Bhishma's charioteer. Thereupon the steeds no longer controlled, ran away from the field with Ka. Then that slayer of foes, viz. Bhima, with a sharp arrow having a horseshoe head, cut off the head of Sunaba. Thus, slain, the latter fell down on the earth. When that son of thine, that mighty Ka warrior and great bowman was slain, 7 of his heroic brothers, O sire, could not quietly bear that act. These, viz. Aditaketu and Vavasan, and Kandadara and Mahodara, and Aparajita, and Pandataka and the invincible Visaliksha, clad in a variegated armor and with their beautiful coats of mail and weapons, these grinders of foes desirous of battle, rushed against the son of Pandu. And Mahodara, in that battle, pierced Bhimasena with 9 winged arrows, each resembling the thunderbolt in force, like the slayer of Vritra striking the great Asura, Namachi. And Aditaketu struck him with 70 shafts, and Vishnu with 5. And Kandadara struck him with 90 shafts, and Visalaksha with 7. And that conqueror of foes, the mighty Ka warrior Aparajita, O king, struck Bhimasena of great strength with many arrows. And Panditaka also, in battle, pierced him with 3 arrows. Bhima, however, did not quietly bear these attacks of his foes in battle. Forcibly grasping the bow with his left hand, that grinder of foes cut off, in that battle, the head, with a straight shaft, of thy son Aparajita, graced with a fine nose. Thus vanquished by Bhima, his head then dropped on the ground. Then, in the very sight of all the troops, Bhima dispatched, with another board-headed arrow, the mighty Ka warrior Kandadara to the domain of death. Then that hero of immeasurable soul, once more aiming an arrow, sped it, O Bharata, at Panditaka in that battle. And the arrow killing Panditaka, entered the earth, like a snake impelled by death quickly entering the earth after dispatching the person, whose hour had come. Of undepressed soul, that hero then, O king, recollecting his former woes, felled Visaliksha's head, cutting it off with 3 arrows. Then Bhima, in that battle, struck the mighty bowman Mahodara in the center of the chest with a long shaft. Slain, therewith, O king, the latter fell down on the earth. Then, O Bharata, cutting off with an arrow the umbrella of Aditaketu in that battle, he severed his head with another board-headed shaft of exceeding sharpness. Then, O monarch, excited with rage, Bhima, with another straight shaft, dispatched Vavasan towards the abode of the armor. Then thy other sons, O king, all fled away regarding the words to be true which Bhima had uttered in the midst of the Kaurava assembly. 430 Then King Duryodhana, afflicted with sorrow on account of his brothers, addressed all his troops, saying, There is Bhima. Let him be slain. Thus, O king, thy sons, those mighty bowmen, beholding their brothers slain, recollected those words beneficial and peaceful, that Vidura of great wisdom had spoken. Indeed, those words of the truthful Vidura are now being realized, those beneficial words, O king, which, influenced by covetousness and folly as also by affection for thy sons, thou couldst not then understand. From the way in which that mighty armed hero is slaying the Kauravas, it seemeth that that mighty son of Bandu hath assuredly taken his birth for the destruction of thy sons. Meanwhile, King Duryodhana, O sire, overwhelmed with great grief, went to Bhishma, and there, overcome with sorrow, he began to lament, saying, My heroic brothers have been slain in battle by Bhimasena. Although, again, all our troops are fighting bravely, yet they also are falling. Thou seemest to disregard us, behaving, as thou dost, like an indifferent spectator. Alas, what course have I taken? Behold my evil destiny. Sanjaya continued. Hearing these cruel words of Duryodhana, thy sire Devavrata, with eyes filled with tears, said this unto him. 431 Even this was said by me before, as also by Drona, and Vidura, and the renowned Gandhari. O son, thou didst not then comprehend it. O grinder of foes, it hath also been before settled by me that neither myself, nor Drona, will ever escape with life from this battle. I tell thee truly that those upon whom Bhima will cast his eyes in battle, he will surely slay. Therefore, O king, summoning all thy patience, and firmly resolved on battle, fight with the sons of Pritha, making heaven thy goal. As regards the Pandavas, they are incapable of being vanquished by the very gods with Vasava at their head. Therefore, setting thy heart firmly on battle, fight, O Bharata. Section XC. Dhritarashtra said, Beholding my sons, so many in number, O Sanjaya, slain by a single person, what did Bhishma and Drona and Kripa do in battle? 432 Day after day, O Sanjaya, my sons are being slain. I think, O Suta, that they are completely overtaken by evil destiny, inasmuch as my sons never conquer but are always vanquished. When my sons, staying in the midst of those unretreating heroes, viz., Drona and Bhishma, and the high-souled Kripa, and Somadatta's heroic son and Bhagadatta, and Aswatthama also, O son, and other brave warriors, are being still slain in battle, what can it be said save the result of fate? 433 The wicked Duryodhana did not comprehend our words before, though admonished by me, O son, and by Bhishma and Vidura. Though forbidden, always by Gandhari, too, from motives of doing him good, Duryodhana of wicked understanding awoke not before from folly. 434 That conduct hath now borne fruit, inasmuch as Bhimasena, excited with wrath, dispatcheth, day after day in battle, my insensate sons to the abode of the armor. Sanjaya said, Those excellent words of Vidura, uttered for thy good, but which thou didst not then understand, have now come to be realized. Vidura had said, Restrain thy sons from the dice. Like a man whose hour is come refusing the proper medicine, thou didst not then listen to the words of well-wishing friends counseling thee for thy good. Those words uttered by the righteous have now been realized before thee. Indeed, the Kauravas are now being destroyed for having rejected those words, deserving of acceptance, of Vidura and Drona and Bhishma and thy other well-wishers. These very consequences happened even then when thou declinedst to listen to those counsels. Hear now, however, to my narration of the battle exactly as it has happened. 435 At midday the battle became exceedingly awful and fraught with great carnage. Listen to me, O king, as I describe it. Then all the troops of the Pandava army, excited with rage, rushed, at the command of Dharma's son, against Bhishma alone from desire of slaying him. Drishthadhyumna and Sankandan, and the mighty Ka warrior Satyaki, accompanied, O king, by their forces, proceeded against Bhishma alone. And those mighty Ka warriors, viz., Virata and Drupada, with all the Somakas, rushed in battle against Bhishma alone. And the Kakiyas, and Drishtaketu, and Kuntibhoa, equipped in mail and supported by their forces, rushed, O king, against Bhishma alone. And Arjuna, and the sons of Draupadi, and Chekatana of great prowess, proceeded against all the kings under the command of Duryodhana. And the heroic Abhimanyu, and that mighty Ka warrior, viz., the son of Hidimva, and Bhimasena excited with wrath, rushed against the other Kauravas. Thus, the Pandavas, divided into 3 bodies, began to slaughter the Kauravas. And similarly the Kauravas also, O king, began to slaughter their foes. 436 That foremost of Ka warriors, viz., Drona, excited with wrath, rushed against the Somakas and the Srinjayas, desirous of sending them to the abode of the armor. Thereupon loud cries of woe arose among the brave Sarangias while they were being slaughtered, O king, by Bharadwaja's son, bow in hand. Large numbers of Kshatriyas, struck down by Drona, were seen to all convulsing like persons writhing in the agony of disease. All over the field were continuously heard moans and shrieks and groans resembling those of persons afflicted with hunger. And so the mighty Bhimasena, excited with wrath, and like unto a second Yama, caused a terrible carnage amongst the Kaurava troops. There in that dreadful battle, in consequence of the warriors slaying one another, a terrible river began to flow whose billowy current consisted of blood. 437 And that battle, O king, between the Kurus and the Pandavas, becoming fierce and awful, began to swell the population of Yama's kingdom. Then in that battle Bhima, excited with wrath, fell with great impetuosity upon the elephant division of the Kauravas, and began to send many to the regions of death. Then, O Bharata, struck with Bhima's shafts, some of those beasts fell down, some were paralyzed, some shrieked in pain, and some ran away in all directions. Huge elephants, their trunks cut off and limbs mangled, screaming like cranes, began, O king, to fall down on the earth. Nakula and Sahadeva fell upon their Kaurava cavalry. Many steeds with garlands of gold on their heads, and with their necks and breasts adorned with ornaments of gold, were seen to be slain in hundreds and thousands. The earth, O king, was strewn with fallen steeds. And some were deprived of their tongues, and some breathed hard, and some uttered low moans, and some were void of life. The earth looked beautiful, O chief of men, with those steeds of such diverse kinds. At the same time, O Bharata, she looked fiercely resplendent, O monarch, with a large number of kings slain by Arjuna in that battle, and strewn with broken cars and rent banners and brilliant umbrellas, with taunch armaras and fans, and mighty weapons broken into fragments, with garlands and necklaces of gold, with bracelets, with heads decked with earrings, with headgears loosened from off heads, with standards, with beautiful bottoms of cars, O king, and with traces and reins. The earth shone as brightly as she does in spring when strewn with flowers. And it was thus, O Bharata, that the Pandava host suffered destruction when Bhishma the son of Santanu, and Drona that foremost of Kaur warriors, and Aswathaman, and Kripa, and Kritavarman, were inflamed with wrath. And similarly thy army also suffered the same kind of destruction when the other side, viz., the Pandava heroes, were excited with rage. Section XCI. Sanjaya said, during the progress, O king, of that fierce battle fraught with the slaughter of great heroes, Sakuni, the glorious son of Shivala, rushed against the Pandavas. And so also, O monarch, Pridika's son of the Satwata race, that slayer of hostile heroes, rushed in that battle against the Pandava ranks. And smiling the while, several warriors on thy side, with a large number of steeds consisting of the best of the Kamvoa bred, as also of those born in the country of the rivers, and of those belonging to Aratta and Mai and Sindhu, and of those of Vanayu also that were white in hue, and lastly those of the hilly countries, surrounded the Pandava army. 438 And so also with horses, exceedingly swift, fleet as the very winds, and belonging to the Titri breed, others encompassed that army. And with many horses, clad in mail and decked with gold, the foremost of their class and fleet as the winds, the mighty son of Arjuna, viz., Iravat, that slayer of foes, approached their Kaurava force. This handsome and valiant son of Arjuna, named Iravat, was begotten upon the daughter of the king of the Nagas by the intelligent Patha. Her husband having been slain by Garuda, she became helpless, and of cheerless soul. Childless as she was bestowed upon Arjuna by the high-souled heir of it. Pathu accepted her for wife, coming to him as she did under the influence of desire. It was thus that son of Arjuna was begotten upon the wife of another. 439 Abandoned by his wicked uncle from hatred of Pathu, he grew up in the region of the Nagas, protected by his mother. And he was handsome and endued with great strength, possessed of diverse accomplishments, and of prowess incapable of being baffled. Hearing that Arjuna had gone to the region of Indra, he speedily went thither. And the mighty armed Iravat, possessed of prowess incapable of being baffled, approaching his sire, saluted him duly, standing before him with joined hands. And he introduced himself to the high-souled Arjuna, saying, I am Iravat, blessed be thou, and I am thy son, O Lord. And he reminded Arjuna of all the circumstances connected with the latter's meeting with his mother. And thereupon the son of Pandu recollected all those circumstances exactly as they happened. Embracing his son then who resembled himself in accomplishments, Pathu, in Indra's abode, was filled with joy. The mighty armed Iravat then, O king, in the celestial regions was, O Bharata, joyfully commanded by Arjuna, with regard to his own business, in these words, when the battle takes place, assistance should be rendered by thee. Saying yes, O Lord, he went away. And now at the time of battle he presented himself, O king, accompanied with a large number of steeds of great fleetness and beautiful colour. And those steeds, decked with ornaments of gold, of various colours and exceeding fleetness, suddenly coursed over the field, O king, like swans on the bosom of the vast deep. And those steeds, falling upon thine of exceeding swiftness, struck their chests and noses against those of thine. Afflicted by their own impetuous clash against thine, they suddenly fell down, O king, on the earth. And in consequence of those steeds as also of thine occasioned by that clash, loud sounds were heard resembling what occurs at Garuda's swoop. And the rider of those steeds, O king, thus dashing against one another in that battle, began to slay one another fiercely. And during that general engagement, which was fierce and terrible, the chargers of both sides, escaping from press of battle, ran wildly away over the field. Weakened by one another's shafts, brave warriors, with their horses killed under them, and themselves worn out with exertion, perished fast subbring one another. Then when those cavalry divisions were thinned and a remnant only survived, the younger brothers of Shivala's son, possessed of great wisdom, rode out, O Bharata, from the core of the array, to the van of battle, mounted on excellent chargers that resembled the tempest itself in both fleetness and the violence of their dash, and that were well trained, and neither old nor young. 440 Those 6 brothers endued with great strength, viz., Gaya, Gavaksha, Vrishava, Chemavat, Arjava, and Sukha dashed out of the mighty Kaurava array, supported by Sikuni and by their respective forces of great valour, themselves clad in mail, skilled in battle, fierce in mien, and possessed of exceeding might. Breaking through that invincible cavalry division of the Pandavas, O thou of mighty arms, those Gandhara warriors who could with difficulty be vanquished, supported by large force, desirous of heaven, longing for victory, and filled with delight, penetrated into it. Beholding them filled with joy, the valiant Iravat, addressing his own warriors decked with diverse ornaments and weapons, said unto them, Adopt such contrivances in consequence of which these Dhritarashtra warriors with their weapons and animals may all be destroyed. Saying yes, all those warriors of Iravat began to slay those mighty and invincible Dhritarashtra soldiers. Beholding that their own warriors were thus overthrown by Iravat's division, those sons of Shivala being unable to bear it coolly, all rushed at Iravat and surrounded him on all sides, and commanding all their followers to attack those of Iravat with lances, those heroes swept over the field, creating a great confusion. And Iravat, pierced with lances by those high-souled warriors, and bathed in blood that trickled down his wounds, looked like an elephant pierced with a hook. Wounded deeply on the chest, back, and flanks, singly encountering the many, he did not yet, O king, swerve from his natural firmness. Indeed, Iravat, excited with rage, deprived all those adversaries of their senses, piercing them, in that battle, with sharp shafts. And that chastiser of foes, tearing those lances from off his body, struck with them the sons of Shavala in battle. Then, unsheathing his polished sword and taking a shield, he rushed on foot, desirous of slaying Shavala's sons in that combat. The sons of Shavala, however, recovering their senses, once more rushed at Iravat, excited with wrath. Iravat, however, proud of his might, and displaying his lightness of hand, proceeded towards all of them, armed with his sword. Moving as he did with great activity, the sons of Shavala, although they moved about on their fleet steeds, could not find an opportunity for striking that hero on foot. Beholding him then on foot, his foes surrounded him closely and wished to take him captive. Then that crusher of foes, seeing them contiguous to himself, struck off, with his sword, both their right and left arms, and mangled their other limbs. Then those arms of theirs adorned with gold, and their weapons, fell down on the earth, and they themselves, with limbs mangled, fell down on the field, deprived of life. Only Vrishava, O king, with many wounds on his person, escaped, with life, from that dreadful battle destructive of heroes. Beholding them lying on the field of battle, thy son Duryodhana, excited with wrath, said unto the Rakshasa of terrible mien, viz., Rishayasringa's son, Alambashur, that great bowman versed in illusion, that chastiser of foes, who bore feelings of animosity against the Misana in consequence of the slaughter of Vaka, these words, behold, O hero, how the mighty son of Falguni, versed in illusion, hath done me a severe injury by destroying my forces. Thou also, O sire, art capable of going everywhere at will and accomplished in all weapons of illusion. Thou cherishest animosity also for Partha. Therefore, do thou slay this one in battle. Saying yes, that Rakshasa of terrible mien proceeded with a leonine roar to that spot where the mighty and youthful son of Arjuna was. And he was supported by the heroic warriors of his own division, accomplished in smiting, well-mounted, skilled in battle and fighting with bright lances. Accompanied by the remnant of that excellent cavalry division, of the Kauravas, he proceeded, desirous of slaying in battle the mighty Iravat, that slayer of foes, viz., the valiant Iravat, excited with rage, and advancing speedily from desire of slaying the Rakshasa, began to resist him. Beholding him advance, the mighty Rakshasa speedily set himself about for displaying his powers of illusion. The Rakshasa then created a number of elusive chargers which were ridden by terrible Rakshasas armed with spears and axes. Those 2,000 accomplished smiters advancing with rage were, however, soon sent to the regions of Yama, falling in the encounter with Iravat's forces. And when the forces of both perished, both of them, invincible in battle, encountered each other like Vritra and Vasava. Beholding the Rakshasa, who was difficult of being vanquished in battle, advancing towards him, the mighty Iravat, excited with rage, began to check his onset. And when the Rakshasa approached him nearer, Iravat with his sword quickly cut off his bow, as also each of his shafts into 5 fragments. Seeing his bow cut off, the Rakshasas speedily rose up into their welkin, confounding with his illusion the enraged Iravat. Then Iravat also, difficult of approach, capable of assuming any form at will, and having a knowledge of what are the vital limbs of the body, raising up into the welkin, and confounding with his illusion the Rakshasa began to cut off the latter's limbs in that battle, and thus were the limbs of the Rakshasa repeatedly cut into several pieces. 441. Rakshasas ceases to be italicized at this point for a couple of pages. JBH. Then the Rakshasa, however, O king, was reborn, assuming a youthful appearance. Illusion is natural with them, and their age and form are both dependent on their will. And the limbs of that Rakshasa, O king, cut into pieces, presented a beautiful sight. Iravat, excited with rage, repeatedly cut that mighty Rakshasa with his sharp axe. The brave Rakshasa, thus cut into pieces like a tree by the mighty Iravat, roared fiercely. And those roars of his became deafening. Mangled with the axe, the Rakshasa began to pour forth blood in torrents. Then, Alambashaw, the mighty son of Rishyasringa, beholding his foe blazing forth with energy, became infuriate with rage and himself put forth his prowess in that combat. Assuming a prodigious and fierce form, he endeavored to seize the heroic son of Arjuna, viz., the renowned Iravat. In the sight of all the combatants the present, beholding that illusion of the wicked Rakshasa in the van of battle, Iravat became inflamed with rage and adopted steps for himself, having recourse to illusion. And when that hero, never retreating from battle, became inflamed with wrath, a Naga related to him by his mother's side, came to him. Surrounded on all sides, in that battle by Nagas, that Naga, O king, assumed a huge form mighty as Ananta himself. With the diverse kinds of Nagas then he covered the Rakshasa. While being covered by those Nagas, that bull among Rakshasas reflected for a moment, and assuming the form of Garuda, he devoured those snakes. When that Naga of his mother's line was devoured through illusion, Iravat became confounded. And while in that state, the Rakshasas slew him with his sword. Alambashaw fell on the earth, Iravat's head decked with earrings and graced with a diadem and looking beautiful like a lotus or the moon. When the heroic son of Arjuna was thus slain by the Rakshasa, the Dhritarashtra host with all the kings in it were freed from grief. In that great battle that was so fierce, awful was the carnage that occurred among both the divisions. Horses and elephants and foot soldiers, entangled with one another, were slain by tuskers. And many steeds and tuskers were slain by foot soldiers. And in that general engagement bodies of foot soldiers and cars, and large numbers of horses belonging both to thy army and theirs, were slain, O king, by car warriors. Meanwhile, Arjuna, not knowing that the son of his loins had been slaughtered, slew in that battle many kings who had been protecting Bhishma. And the warriors, O king, of thy army and the Srinjayas, by thousands, poured out their lives and libations on the fire of battle, striking one another. And many car warriors, with dishevelled hair, and with swords and bows fallen from their grasp, fought with their bare arms, encountering one another. The mighty Bhishma also, with shafts capable of penetrating into the very vitals, slew many mighty car warriors and caused the Pandava army to tremble, the while by him were slain many combatants in Yudhishthira's host, and many tuskers and cavalry soldiers and car warriors and steeds. Beholding, O Bharata, the prowess of Bhishma in that battle, it seemed to us that it was equal to that of Sakra himself. And the prowess of Bhimasena, as also that of Parshata, was hardly less, O Bharata, than that of Bhishma. And so also the battle fought by that great bowman, viz., Satyaki, of Satyavata's race, was equally fierce. Beholding, however, the prowess of Drona, the Pandavas were struck with fear. Indeed, they thought, alone, Drona can slay us with all our troops. What then should be said of him when he is surrounded by a large body of warriors who for their bravery are renowned over the world? Even this, O king, was what the Partha said, afflicted by Drona. During the progress of that fierce battle, O bull of Bharata's race, the brave combatants of neither army forgave their adversaries of the other. O sire, the mighty bowmen of both thy army and that of the Pandavas, inflamed with wrath, fought furiously with one another, as if they were possessed of by the Rakshasas and demons. Indeed, he did not see anyone in the battle which was so destructive of lives and which was considered as a battle of the demons, to take of life. Section XI. Dhritarashtra said, Tell me, O Sanjaya, all that the mighty Partha did in battle when they heard that Iravat had been slain. Sanjaya said, Beholding Iravat slain in battle, the Rakshasa Ghatotkacha, the son of Bhimasena, uttered loud shouts. And in consequence of the loudness of those roars, the earth having the ocean for her robes, along with her mountains and forests, began to tremble violently. And the welkin also and the quarters both cardinal and subsidiary, all trembled. And hearing those loud roars of his, O Bharata, the thighs and other limbs of the troops began to tremble, and sweat also appeared on their persons. And all thy combatants, O king, became cheerless of heart. And all over the field the warriors stood still, like an elephant afraid of the lion. And the Rakshasa, uttering those loud roars resembling the rattle of thunder, assuming a terrible form, and with a blazing spear upraised in hand, and surrounded by many bulls among Rakshasas of fierce forms armed with diverse weapons, advanced, excited with rage and resembling the destroyer himself at the end of the Yuga. Beholding him advance in wrath and with a terrible countenance, and seeing also his own troops almost all running away from fear of that Rakshasa, King Duryodhana rushed against Ghatotkacha, taking up his bow with arrow fixed on the string, and repeatedly roaring like a lion. Behind him proceeded the ruler of the Vangas, with 10,000 elephants, huge as hills, and each with juice trickling down. Beholding thy son, O king, thus, advancing surrounded by that elephant division, that ranger of the night, viz. Ghatotkacha, was highly inflamed with rage. Then commenced a battle with utmost vehemences that made the hair stand on end, between the formidable Rakshasa and the troops of Duryodhana. And beholding also that elephant division risen, on the horizon, like a cloud, the Rakshasas, inflamed with rage, rushed towards it, weapons in hand, and uttering diverse roars like clouds charged with lightning. With arrows and darts and swords and long shafts, as also with spears and mallets and battle-axes and short arrows, they began to smite down that elephant host. And they slew huge elephants with mountain summits and large trees. While the Rakshasas slew those elephants, O king, we saw that some of them had their frontal globes smashed, some were bathed in blood, and some had their limbs broken or cut through. At last, when that elephant host was broken and thinned, Duryodhana, O king, rushed upon the Rakshasas, under the influence of rage and becoming reckless of his very life. And that mighty warrior sped clouds of sharp shafts at the Rakshasas. And that great bowman slew many of their foremost warriors. Inflamed with rage, O chief of the Bharatas, that mighty car warrior, viz. Thy son Duryodhana, then slew with 4 shafts 4 of the principal Rakshasas, viz. Vegavat, Maharudra, Vidyujihva, and Brahmavan. And once again, O chief of the Bharatas, that warrior of immeasurable soul, sped at the Rakshasa host showers of arrows that could with difficulty be resisted. Beholding that great feat of thy son, O sire, the mighty son of Bhimasena blazed up with wrath. Drawing his large bow effulgent as the lightning, he rushed impetuously at the wrathful Duryodhana. Beholding him, thus, rushing like death himself commissioned by the destroyer, thy son Duryodhana, O king, shook not at all. With eyes red in anger, and excited with rage, Ghatotkacha, then, addressing thy son, said, I shall today be freed from the debt I owe to my sires, as also to my mother, they that had so long been exiled by thy cruel self. The sons of Pandu, O king, were vanquished by thee in that match at dice. Drupada's daughter Krishna also, while Leland, therefore, clad in a single raiment, was brought into the assembly, and great trouble was given by thee in divers ways, O thou most wicked, unto her. While dwelling also in her sylvan retreat, thy well-wisher, that wicked wight, viz., the ruler of the Centaurs, persecuted her further, disregarding my sires. For these and other wrongs, O wretch of thy race, I shall today take vengeance if thou dost not quit the field. Having said these words, Hidimva's son, drawing his gigantic bow, biting his nether lip with his teeth, and licking the corners of his mouth, covered Duryodhana with a profuse shower, like a mass of clouds covering the mountain breast with torrents of rain in the rainy season. Section XI. Sanjaya said, that arrowy shower, difficult of being borne by even the Danavas, King Duryodhana, however, quietly bore in that battle, like a gigantic elephant bearing a shower from the blue. 442 Then filled with anger and sighing like a snake, thy son, O bull of Bharata's race, was placed in a position of great danger. He then shot 25 sharp arrows of keen points. These, O king, fell with great force on that bull among Rakshasas, like angry snakes of virulent poison on the breast of Gandhamadana. Pierced with those shafts, blood trickled down the Rakshasa's body, and he looked like an elephant with rent temples. 443 Thereupon that cannibal set his heart upon the destruction of the Kuru king. And he took up a huge dart that was capable of piercing even a mountain. Blazing with light, effulgent as a large meteor, it flamed with radiance like the lightning itself. And the mighty armed Gatotkacha, desirous of slaying thy son, raised the dart. Beholding that dart upraised, the ruler of the Vangas, mounting upon an elephant huge as a hill, drove towards the Rakshasa. On the field of battle, with a mighty elephant of great speed, Bhagadatta placed himself in the very front of Duryodhana's car. And with that elephant he completely shrouded the car of thy son. Beholding then the way to Duryodhana's car, thus covered by the intelligent king of the Vangas, the eyes of Gatotkacha, O king, became red in anger. And he hurled that huge dart, before upraised, at that elephant. Struck, O king, with that dart hurled from the arms of Gatotkacha, that elephant, covered with blood and in great agony, fell down and died. The mighty king of the Vangas, however, quickly jumping down from that elephant, alighted on the ground. Duryodhana then, beholding the prince of elephants slain, and seeing also his troops broken and giving way, was filled with anguish. From regard, however, for a Kshatriya's duty 444, as also his own pride, the king, though defeated, stood firm like a hill. Filled with wrath and aiming a sharp arrow that resembled the Yuga fire in energy, he sped it at that fierce wanderer of the night. Beholding that arrow, blazing as Indra's bolt, thus coursing towards him, the high-souled Gatotkacha baffled it by the celerity of his movements. With eyes red in wrath, he once more shouted fiercely, frightening all thy troops, like a clouds that appear at the end of Yuga. Hearing those fierce roars of the terrible Rakshasa, Bhishma the son of Santanu, approaching the preceptor, said these words, these fierce roars that are heard, uttered by Rakshasas, without doubt indicate that Hidimva's son is battling with King Duryodhana. That Rakshasa is incapable of being vanquished in battle by any creature. Therefore, blessed be ye, go thither and protect the king. The blessed Duryodhana hath been attacked by the high-souled Rakshasa. Therefore, ye chastisers of foes, even this is our highest duty. 445 Hearing those words of the grandsire, those mighty car warriors without loss of time and with the utmost speed, proceeded to the spot when the king of the Kurus was. they met Duryodhana and Somadatta and Valika and Jayadratha, and Gripa and Bharisravas and Salya, and the 2 princes of Avanti along with Vrihadvala, and Aswathaman and Vikana, and Chitrasana and Vaivansati, and many thousands of other car warriors, including all those that followed them, proceeded, desirous of rescuing thy son Duryodhana, who had been hotly pressed. Beholding that invincible division protected by those mighty car warriors, coming towards him with hostile intentions, that best of Rakshasas, viz., the mighty armed Ghatotkacha, stood firm like the Menaka mountain, with a huge bow in hand, and surrounded by his kinsmen armed with clubs and mallets and divers other kinds of weapons. Then commenced a fierce battle, making the hair stand on end, between those Rakshasas on the one side and that foremost of Duryodhana's divisions on the other. And the loud noise of twanging bows in that battle was heard, O king, on all sides, resembling the noise made by burning bamboos, and the din produced by the weapons falling upon the coats of mail of the combatants resembled, O king, the noise of splitting hills. And the lances, O monarch, hurled by heroic arms, while coursing through the welkin, looked like darting snakes. Then, excited with great wrath and drawing his gigantic bow, the mighty armed prince of the Rakshasas, uttering a loud roar, cut off, with a crescent-shaped arrow, the preceptor's bow in a rage, and overthrowing, with another board-headed arrow, the standard of Somadatta, he uttered a loud yell, and he pierced Valika with 3 shafts in the centre of the chest, and he pierced Gripa with 1 arrow, and Chitrasana with 3, and with another arrow, well aimed and well sped from his bow drawn to its fullest stretch, he struck Vikana at the shoulder joint. Thereupon the latter, covered with gore, sat down on the terrace of his car. Then that Rakshasa of immeasurable soul, excited with rage, O bull of Bharata's race, sped at Bharisrava's 5 and 10 shafts. These, penetrating through the latter's armor, entered the earth. He then struck the chariot of Vaivansati and Aswathaman. These fell down on the front of their cars, relinquishing the reins of the steeds. With another crescent-shaped shaft, he overthrew the standard of Jayadratha bearing the device of a boar and decked with gold. And with a second arrow he cut off the latter's bow. And with eyes red in wrath, he slew with 4 shafts the 4 steeds of the high-souled king of Avanti. And with another arrow, O king, well-tempered and sharp, and shot from his bow drawn to its fullest stretch, he pierced King Vrihadvala. Deeply pierced and exceedingly pained, the latter sat down on the terrace of his car. Filled with great wrath and seated on his car, the prince of the Rakshasas then shot many bright arrows of keen points that resembled snakes of virulent poison. These, O king, succeeded in piercing Salyu accomplished in battle. Section Ksif. Sanjaya said, having in that battle made all those warriors of thy army turn their faces from the field, the Rakshasa then, O chief of the Bharatas, rushed at Duryodhana, desirous of slaying him. Beholding him rushing with great impetuosity towards the king, many warriors of thy army, incapable of defeat in battle, rushed towards him, in return, from desire of slaying him. Those mighty car warriors, drawing their bows that measured full 6 cubits long, and uttering loud roars like a herd of lions, all rushed together against that single warrior. And surrounding him on all sides, they covered him with their arrowy showers like the clouds covering the mountain breast with torrents of rain in autumn. Deeply pierced with those arrows and much pained, he resembled then an elephant pierced with a hook. Quickly then he soared up into the firmament like Garuda, and, while there, he uttered many loud roars like the autumnal clouds, making the welkin and all the points of the compass, cardinal and subsidiary, resounded with those fierce cries. Hearing those roars of the Rakshasa, O chief of the Bharatas, King Yudhishthira then, addressing Bhima, said unto the chastiser of foes these words, The noise that we hear uttered by the fiercely roaring Rakshasa, without doubt, indicates that he is battling with the mighty Ka warriors of the Dhritarashtra army. I see also that the burden has proved heavier than what that bull among Rakshasas is able to bear. The grandsire, too, excited with rage, is ready to slaughter the Panchalas. For protecting them Falguni is battling with the foe. O thou with mighty arms, hearing now of these two tasks, both of which demand prompt attention, go and give succor to Hidimva's son, who is placed in a position of very great danger. Listening to these words of his brother, Vrikadara, with great speed, proceeded, frightening all the kings with his leonine roars, with great impetuosity, O king, like the ocean itself during the period of the new full moon. Him followed Satyadrati and Saukiti, difficult of being vanquished in battle, and Srinamat, and Vasudhana, and the powerful son of the ruler of Kazi, and many Ka warriors headed by Abhimanyu, as also those mighty Ka warriors, viz., the sons of Draupadi, and the valiant Kshitradiva, and Kshitradaman, and Nila, the ruler of the Low Countries, at the head of his own forces. And these surrounded the son of Hidimva with a large division of Kas, for aiding him. 446. And they advanced to the rescue of Ghatotkacha, that prince of the Rakshasas, with the 6,000 elephants, always infuriate and accomplished in smiting. And with their loud leonine roars, and the clatter of their car wheels, and with the tread of their horses' hoofs, they made the very earth to tremble. Hearing the din of those advancing warriors, the faces of thy troops, who were filled with anxiety in consequence of their fear of Bhimasena, became pale. Leaving Ghatotkacha, then they all fled away. Then commenced in that part of the field a dreadful battle between those high-souled warriors and thine, both of whom were retreating. Mighty Ka warriors, hurling diverse kinds of the weapons, chased and smote one another. That fierce battle, striking terror into the hearts of the timid, was such that the different classes of combatants became entangled with one another. Horses engaged with elephants, and foot soldiers with Ka warriors. And challenging one another, O king, they engaged in the fight. 447. And in consequence of that clash of cars, steeds, elephants, and foot soldiers, a thick dust appeared, raised by the car wheels and the dread of those combatants and animals. And that dust, thick and of the colour of reddish smoke, shrouded the field of battle. And the combatants were unable to distinguish their own from the foe. Sire recognized not the son, and son recognized not the sire, in that dreadful engagement which made the hair stand on end, and in which no consideration was shown by anyone for anybody. And the noise made by the hissing weapons and the shouting combatants resembled, O chief of Bharata's race, that made by departed spirits, in the infernal regions. And there flowed a river whose current consisted of the blood of elephants and steeds and men. And the hair of the combatants formed its weeds and moss. And in that battle, heads falling from the trunks of men made a loud noise like that of a falling shower of stones. And the earth was strewn with the headless trunks of human beings, with mangled bodies of elephants, and with the hacked limbs of steeds. And mighty Ka warriors chased one another for smiting one another down, and hurled diverse kinds of weapons. Steeds, urged by their riders and falling upon steeds, dashed against one another and fell down deprived of life. And men, with eyes red in wrath, rushing against men and striking one another with their chests, smote one another down. And elephants, urged by their guides against hostile elephants, slew their compeers in that battle, with the points of their tusks, covered with blood in consequence of their wounds and decked with standards on their backs. Elephants were entangled with elephants and looked like masses of clouds charged with lightning. And some amongst them mounted, by others, with the points of their tusks, and some with their frontal globes split with lances, ran hither and thither with loud shrieks like masses of roaring clouds. And some amongst them with their trunks lopped off, 448, and others with mangled limbs, dropped down in that dreadful battle like mountains shorn of their wings. 449 other huge elephants, copiously shedding blood from their flanks, ripped open by compeers, looked like mountains with liquefied red chalk running down their sides after a shower. 450 others, slain with shafts or pierced with lances and deprived of their riders, looked like mountains deprived of their crests. 451 some amongst them, possessed by wrath and blinded with fury, in consequence of the juice trickling down their temples and cheeks. 452 are no longer restrained with a hook, crushed cars and steeds and foot soldiers in that battle by hundreds. And so steeds, attacked by horsemen with bearded darts and lances, rushed against their assailants, as if agitating the points of the compass. Cow warriors of noble parentage and prepared to lay down their lives, encountering car warriors, fought fearlessly, relying upon their utmost might. The combatants, O king, seeking glory or heaven, struck one another in that awful press, as if in a marriage by self-choice. During, however, that dreadful battle making the hair stand on end, the Dhritarashtra troops generally were made to run their backs on the field. Section XCV. Sanjaya said, beholding his own troops slain, King Duryodhana, then excited with wrath, rushed towards Bhimasena, that chastiser of foes. Taking up a large bow whose effulgence resembled that of Indra's bolt, he covered the son of Pandu with a thick shower of arrows. And filled with rage, and aiming a sharp crescent-shaped shaft twinked with feathers, he cut off Bhimasena's bow. And that mighty car warrior, noticing an opportunity, quickly aimed at his adversary a whetted shaft capable of riving the very hills. With that shaft, that mighty armed warrior struck Bhimasena in the chest. Deeply pierced with that arrow, and exceedingly pained, and licking the corners of his mouth, Bhimasena of great energy caught hold of his flagstaff decked with gold. Beholding Bhimasena in that cheerless state, Ghatotkacha blazed up with wrath like an all-consuming conflagration. Then many mighty car warriors of the Pandava army, headed by Abhimanyu and with wrath generated in their bosoms, rushed at the king shouting loudly. Beholding them, thus, advancing to the fight, filled with wrath and in great fury, Bharadwaja's son, addressing the mighty car warriors of thy side, said these words, go quickly. Blessed be ye, and protect the king. Sinking in an ocean of distress, he is placed in a situation of great danger. These mighty car warriors of the Pandava army, these great bowmen, placing Bhimasena at the head, are rushing towards Duryodhana, shooting and hurling diverse kinds of weapons, resolved upon winning success, uttering terrible shouts, and frightening the kings on your side. Hearing these words of the preceptor, many warriors of thy side headed by Somadatta rushed upon the Pandava ranks. Kripa and Bharislavas and Saliya, and Drona's son and Vivansati, and Chitrasena and Vigana, and the ruler of the Centaurs, and Vrihadvala, and those two mighty bowmen, viz., the two princes of Avanti, surrounded the Kuru king. Advancing only 20 steps, the Pandavas and the Dhritarashtras began to strike, desirous of slaughtering each other. The mighty armed son of Bharadwaja also, having said those words, unto the Dhritarashtra warriors, stretched his own large bow and pierced Bhima with 26 arrows. And once again that mighty car warrior speedily covered Bhimasena with a shower of arrows like a mass of clouds dropping torrents of rain on the mountain breasts in the rainy season. That mighty bowman Bhimasena, however, of great strength, speedily pierced him in return with 10 shafts on the left side. Deeply pierced with those arrows and exceedingly pained, O Bharata, the preceptor, enfeebled as he is with age, suddenly sat down on the terrace of his car, deprived of consciousness. Beholding him thus pained, King Duryodhana himself, and Aswatthama also, excited with wrath, both rushed towards Bhimasena. Beholding those two warriors advance, each like Yama as he shows himself at the end of the Yuga, the mighty armed Bhimasena, quickly taking up a mace, and jumping down from his car without loss of time, stood immovable like a hill, with that heavy mace resembling the very club of Yama, upraised in battle. Beholding him with mace, thus, upraised and looking, on that account, like a crested Kailasa, both the Kuru king and Drona's son rushed towards him. Then the mighty Bhimasena himself rushed impetuously at those two foremost of men, thus rushing together towards him with great speed. Beholding him thus rushing in fury and with terrible expression of face, many mighty warriors of the Kaurava army speedily proceeded towards him. Those warriors headed by Bharadwaja the son, impelled by the desire of slaughtering Bhimasena, hurled at his breast diverse kinds of weapons, and thus all of them together afflicted Bhima from all sides. Beholding that mighty warrior thus afflicted and placed in a situation of great peril, many mighty warriors of the Pandava army, headed by Abhimanyu, and prepared to lay down life itself, rushed to the spot, desirous of rescuing him. The heroic ruler of the low country, the dear friend of Bhima, viz. Nila, looking like a mass of blue clouds, rushed at Drona's son, filled with wrath. A great bowman, Nila always desired an encounter with Drona's son. Drawing his large bow, he pierced the son of Drona with many winged arrows, like Sakra in days of old, O king, piercing the invincible Danava Prashati, that terror of the celestials, who, moved by anger, frightened the three worlds by his energy. Pierced after the same way by Nila with his well-shot arrows winged with feathers, Drona's son, covered with blood and exceedingly pained, was filled with wrath. Drawing then his large bow, of twang loud as the roar of Indra's thunder, that foremost of intelligent persons set his heart upon the destruction of Nila. Aiming then a few bright shafts of broad heads and sharpened by the hands of their forger, he slew the 4 steeds of his adversary and overthrew also his standard. And with the 7th shaft he pierced Nila himself in the chest. Deeply pierced and exceedingly pained, he sat down on the terrace of his car. Beholding King Nila, who looked like a mass of blue clouds, in a swoon, Ghatotkacha, filled with wrath and surrounded by his kinsmen, rushed impetuously towards Drona's son, their tournament of battle. Similarly many other Rakshasas, incapable of being easily defeated in battle, rushed at Aswatthama. Beholding then that Rakshasa of terrible mien coming towards him, the valiant son of Bharadwaja impetuously rushed towards him. Filled with wrath, he slew many Rakshasas of formidable visage, that is, those wrathful ones amongst them who were in Ghatotkacha's van. Beholding them repulsed from the encounter by means of the shafts shot from the bow of Drona's son, Bhimasena's son Ghatotkacha of gigantic size was filled with rage. He then exhibited a fierce and awful illusion. Therewith that prince of the Rakshasas, endued with extraordinary powers of illusion, confounded the son of Drona in that battle. Then all thy troops, in consequence of that illusion, turned their backs upon the field. They beheld one another cut down and lying prostrate on the surface of the earth, writhing convulsively, perfectly helpless, and bathed in blood. Drona and Duryodhana and Salya and Aswatthama, and other great bowmen that were regarded as foremost among the Kauravas, also seemed to fly away. All the warriors seemed to be crushed, and all the kings seemed to be slain. And horses and horse riders seemed to be cut down in thousands. Beholding all this, thy troops fled away towards their tents. And although, O king, both myself and Devavrata cried out at the top of our voices, saying, Fight, do not fly away, All this is Rakshasa illusion in battle, applied by Ghatotkacha, yet they stopped not, their senses having been confounded. Although both of us said so, still struck with panic, they gave no credit to our words. Beholding them fly away, the Pandavas regarded the victory to be theirs. With Ghatotkacha among them, they uttered many leonine shouts. And all around they filled the air with their shouts, mingled with the blare of their conches and the beat of their drums. It was thus that thy whole army, routed by the wicked Ghatotkacha, towards the hour of sunset, fled away in all directions. Section XCVI. Sanjaya said, after that great battle, King Duryodhana, approaching Ganga's son and saluting him with humility, began to narrate to him all that had happened about the victory won by Ghatotkacha and his own defeat. That invincible warrior, O king, sighing repeatedly, said these words unto Bhishma, the grandsire of the Kurus: O Lord, relying upon thee, as Vasudeva hath been relied upon by the foe, a fierce war hath been commenced by me with the Pandavas. These 11 Akshayinis of celebrated troops that I have, are, with myself, obedient to thy command, O chastiser of foes. O tiger among the Bharatas, through thus situated, yet have I been defeated into battle by the Pandava warriors headed by Bhimasena relying upon Ghatotkacha. It is this that consumeth my limbs like fire consuming dry tree. O blessed one, O chastiser of foes, I therefore desire, through thy grace, O grandsire, to slay Ghatotkacha myself, that worst of Rakshasas, relying upon thy invincible self. It behoveth thee to see that wish of mine may be fulfilled. Hearing these words of the king, that foremost one among the Bharatas, viz. Bhishma, the son of Santanu, said these words unto Duryodhana, Listen, O king, to these words of mine that I say unto thee, O thou of Kuru's race, about the way in which thou, O chastiser of foes, shouldst always behave. One's own self, under all circumstances, should be protected in battle, O repressor of foes. Thou shouldst always, O sinless one, battle with King Yudhishthira the just, or with Arjuna, or with the twins, or with Bhimasena. Keeping the duty of a king before himself, a king stricketh a king. Myself, and Drona, and Kripa, and Drona's son, and Kritavarman of the Satvata race, and Saliya, and Somadatta's son, and that mighty warrior Vikarna, and thy heroic brothers headed by Dusasana, will all, for thy sake, battle against that mighty Rakshasas. Or if thy grief on account of that fierce prince of the Rakshasas be too great, let this one proceed in battle against that wicked warrior, that is to say, King Bhagadatta, who is equal unto Purandara himself in fight. Having said this much unto the king, the grandsire skilled in speech then addressed Bhagadatta in the presence of the Kuru king, saying, Proceed quickly, O great monarch, against that invincible warrior, viz., the son of Hidimva. Resist in battle, with care, and in view of all the bowmen, that Rakshasa of cruel deeds, like Indra in days of old resisting Taraka. Thy weapons are celestial. Thy prowess also is great, O chastiser of foes. In days of old many have been the encounters that thou hadst with Asura, O tiger among kings. Thou art that Rakshasas match in great battle. Strongly supported by thy own troops, slay, O king, that bull among Rakshasas. Hearing these words of Bhishma the generalissimo, of the Kaurava army, Bhagadatta specially set out with a leonine roar facing the ranks of the foe. Beholding him advance towards them like a mass of roaring clouds, many mighty warriors of the Pandava army proceeded against him, inflamed with wrath. They were Bhimasena, and Abhimanyu, and the Rakshasa Ghatotkacha, and the sons of Draupadi, and Satyajiti, and Kshitradiva, O sire, and the rulers of the Chedis, and Vasudana, and the king of the Dasanas. Bhagadatta then, on his elephant named Supratika, rushed against them. Then commenced a fierce and awful battle between the Pandavas and Bhagadatta, that increased the population of Yama's kingdom. Shafts of terrible energy and great impetuosity, shot by car warriors, fell, O king, on elephants and cars. Huge elephants with rent temples and trained to the fight by their guides, approaching fell upon one another fearlessly. Blind with fury, in consequence of the temporal juice trickling down their bodies, and excited with rage, attacking one another with their tusks resembling stout bludgeons, they pierced one another with the points of those weapons. 453 graced with excellent tails, and ridden by warriors armed with lances, steeds, urged by those riders fell fearlessly and with great impetuosity upon one another. And foot soldiers, attacked by bodies of foot soldiers with darts and lances, fell down on the earth by hundreds and thousands. And car warriors upon their cars, slaughtering heroic adversaries in that battle by means of barbed arrows and muskets and shafts, uttered leonine shouts. 454 And during the progress of the battle making the hair stand on end, that great bowman, viz. Bhagadatta, rushed towards Bhimasena, on his elephant of rent temples and with juice trickling down in 7 currents and resembling, on that account, a mountain with as many rillets flowing down its breast after a shower. And he came, O sinless one, scattering thousands of arrows from the head of Supratika, whereon he stood, like the illustrious Purandara himself on his Airavata. King Bhagadatta afflicted Bhimasena with that arrowy shower like the clouds afflicting the mountain breast with torrents of rain on the expiry of summer. That mighty bowman Bhimasena, however, excited with rage, slew by his arrowy showers the combatants numbering more than 100, that protected the flanks and rear of Bhagadatta. 455 Beholding them slain, the valiant Bhagadatta, filled with rage, urged his prince of elephants towards Bhimasena's car. That elephant, thus urged by him, rushed impetuously like an arrow propelled from the bowstring towards Bhimasena, that chastiser of foes. Beholding that elephant advancing, the mighty car warriors of the Pandava army, placing Bhimasena at the head, themselves rushed towards it. Those warriors were the 5 Kikaya princes, and Abhimanyu, and their 5 sons of Draupadi, and the heroic ruler of the Dasanas, and Kshitradiva also, O sire, and the ruler of the Chedis, and Chitraketu. And all these mighty warriors came, enflamed with anger, and exhibiting their excellent celestial weapons. And they all surrounded in anger that single elephant, on which their adversary rode. Pierced with many shafts, that huge elephant, covered with gore flowing from his wounds, looked resplendent like a prince of mountain variegated with liquefied red chalk, after a shower. The ruler of the Dasanas then, on an elephant that resembled a mountain, rushed towards Bhagadatta's elephant. That prince of elephants, however, viz. Supratika, bore the rush of that advancing compere like the continent bearing the rush of the surging sea. Beholding that elephant of the high-souled king of the Dasanas thus resisted, even the Pandava troops, applauding, cried out, "Excellent, excellent!" Then that best of kings, viz., the ruler of the Pragjotishas, excited with rage, sped 4 and 10 lances at that elephant. These, speedily penetrating through the excellent armor, decked with gold, that covered the animal's body, entered into it, like snakes entering ant-hills. Deeply pierced and exceedingly pained, that elephant, O chief of the Bharatas, its fury quelled, speedily turned back with great force. And it fled away with great swiftness, uttering frightful shrieks, and crushing the Pandava ranks like the tempest crushing trees with its violence. After that elephant was thus vanquished, the mighty car warriors of the Pandava army, uttering loud leonine shouts, approached for battle. Placing Bhima at the head, They rushed at Bhagadatta, scattering diverse kinds of arrows and diverse kinds of weapons. Hearing the fierce shouts, O king, of those advancing warriors swelling with rage and vengeance, that great bowman Bhagadatta, filled with rage and perfectly fearless, urged his own elephant. That prince of elephants then, thus urged with the hook and the toe, soon assumed the form of the all-destructive Samvata fire that appears at the end of the Yuga, crushing crowds of cars and hostile compeers and steeds with riders. In that battle, it began, O king, to turn hither and thither. Filled with rage, it also crushed foot soldiers by hundreds and thousands. Attacked and agitated by that elephant, that large force of the Pandavas shrank in dimensions, O king, like a piece of leather exposed to the heat of fire. Beholding, then, the Pandava array broken by the intelligent Bhagadatta, Ghatotkacha, of fierce mien, O king, with blazing face and eyes red as fire, filled with rage, rushed towards him. Assuming a terrible form and burning with wrath, he took up a bright dart capable of riving the very hills. Endued with great strength, he forcibly hurled the dart that emitted blazing flames from every part, desirous of slaying that elephant. Beholding it coursing towards him with great impetuosity, the ruler of the Bragdjyotishas sped at it a beautiful but fierce and sharp arrow with a crescent head. Possessed of great energy, he cut off the dart with that arrow of his. Thereupon the dart, decked with gold, thus divided in twain, dropped down on the ground, like the bolt of heaven, hurled by Indra, flashing through the welkin. Beholding that dart of this adversary, O king, divided in twain and fallen on the ground, Bhagadatta took up a large javelin furnished with a golden staff and resembling a flame of fire in effulgence, and hurled it at the Rakshasa, saying, Wait, wait. Seeing it coursing towards him like the bolt of heaven through the welkin, the Rakshasa jumped up and speedily seizing it uttered a loud shout. And quickly placing it against his knee, O Bharata, he broke it in the very sight of all the kings. All this seemed exceedingly wonderful. Beholding that feat achieved by the mighty Rakshasa, the celestials in the firmament, with the Gandharvas and the Munis, were filled with wonder. And the Pandava warriors also, headed by Bhimasena, filled the earth with cries of excellent, excellent. Hearing, however, those loud shouts of the rejoicing Pandavas, that great bowman, viz., the valiant Bhagadatta, could not bear it coolly. Drawing his large bow whose effulgence resembled that of Indra's bolt, he roared with great energy at the mighty car warriors of the Pandava army, shooting at the same time many bright arrows of great sharpness and possessed of the effulgence of fire. And he pierced Bhima with one arrow, and the Rakshasa with 9. And he pierced Abhimanyu with 3, and the Kakaya brothers with 5. And with another straight arrow shot from his bow drawn to its fullest stretch, he pierced, in that battle, the right arm of Kshitrudeva. Thereupon the latter's bow with arrow fixed on the bowstring dropped down from his hand, and he struck the 5 sons of Draupadi with 5 arrows. And from wrath, he slew the steeds of Bhimasena, and with 3 shafts winged with feathers, he cut down Bhimasena's standard bearing the device of a lion, and with 3 other shafts he pierced Bhima's charioteer. Deeply pierced by Bhagadatta in that battle, and exceedingly pained, Vaizoka thereupon, O chief of the Bharatas, sat down on the terrace of the car. Then, O king, that foremost of car warriors, viz., Bhima, thus deprived of his car, quickly jumped down from his large vehicle taking up his mace. Beholding him with mace upraised and looking like a crested hill, all thy troops, O Bharata, became filled with great fear. Just at this time that son of Pandu who had Krishna for his charioteer, O king, slaughtering the foe on all sides as he came, appeared at that spot with those tigers among men, those mighty car warriors, viz., Bhimasena and Ghatotkacha, sire and son, were engaged with the ruler of the Pragjotishas. Beholding his brothers, those mighty car warriors, engaged in battle, that son of Pandu quickly commenced to fight, profusely scattering his shafts, O chief of the Bharatas. Then that mighty car warrior, viz., King Duryodhana, speedily urged on the division of his troops abounding with cars and elephants. Towards that mighty division of the Kauravas thus advancing with impetuosity, Arjuna of white steeds rushed with great impetuosity. Bhagadatu also, upon that elephant of his, O Bharata, crushing the Pandava ranks, rushed towards Yudhishthira. Then commenced a fierce battle between Bhagadata, O sire, and the Panchalas, the Srinjayas, and the Kikayas, with upraised weapons. Then Bhimasena, in that battle, told both Kusava and Arjuna in detail about the slaughter of Iravat as it had occurred. Section Xkvi. Sanjaya said, hearing that his son Iravat had been slain, Dhananjaya was filled with great grief and sighed like a snake. And addressing Vasava in the midst of battle, he said these words, without doubt, the high-souled Vijaya of great wisdom had before seen, with his mind's eye, this awful destruction of the Kuras and the Pandavas. It was for this that he forbade King Dhritarashtra. 456 In this battle, O slayer of Madhu, many other heroes have been slain by the Kaurava, and many amongst the Kauravas have similarly been slain by ourselves. O best of men, for the sake of wealth vile acts are being done. Fie upon that wealth for the sake of which such slaughter of kinsmen is being perpetrated. For him that hath no wealth, even death would be better than the acquisition of wealth by the slaughter of kinsmen. What, O Krishna, shall we gain by slaying our assembled kinsmen? Alas, for Duryodhana's fault, and also of Sakuni the son of Shivala, as also through the evil counsels of Karna, the Kshatriya race is being exterminated, O slayer of Madhu. I now understand, O mighty armed one, that the king acted wisely by begging of Sayadana 457 only half the kingdom, or, instead, only 5 villages. Alas, even that was not granted by that wicked Sud White. Beholding so many brave Kshatriyas lying, dead, on the field of battle, I censure myself, saying, fie upon the profession of a Kshatriya. The Kshatriyas will regard me powerless in battle. For this alone, I am battling. Else, O slayer of Madhu, this battle with kinsmen is distasteful to me. Urge the steeds on with speed towards the Dhritarashtra army. I will, with my 2 arms, reach the other shore of this ocean of battle that is so difficult to cross. There is no time, O Madhava, to lose in action. Thus addressed by Patha, Kusava, that slayer of hostile heroes, urge those steeds of white who endues with the speed of the wind. Then, O Bharata, loud was the noise that was heard among thy troops, resembling that of the ocean itself at full tide when agitated by the tempest. 458 In the afternoon, O king, the battle that ensued between Bhishma and the Pandavas was marked by noise that resembled the roar of the clouds. Then, O king, thy sons, surrounding Drona like the Vasas surrounding Vasava, rushed in the battle against Bhimasena. Then Santanu's son, Bhishma, and that foremost of car warriors, viz., Kripa, and Bhagadata, and Susaman, all went towards Dhananjaya. And Hridika's son, Kritavarman, and Valika rushed towards Satyaki. And King Ambashta placed himself before Abhimanyu. And other great car warriors, O king, encountered other great car warriors. Then commenced a fierce battle that was terrible to behold. Bhimasena then, O king, beholding thy sons, blazed up with wrath in that battle, like fire with a libation of clarified butter. Thy sons, however, O monarch, covered that son of Kunti with their arrows like the clouds drenching the mountain breast in the season of rains. While being thus covered in diverse ways by thy sons, O king. That hero, possessed of the activity of the tiger, licked the corners of his mouth. 459 Then, O Bharata, Bhima felled Viduriska with the sharp horseshoe-headed arrow. Thereupon that son of thine was deprived of life. With another board-headed arrow, well-tempered and sharp, he then felled kindling like a lion overthrowing a smaller animal. Then, O sire, getting thy other sons within reach of his arrows, he took up a number of shafts, sharp and well-tempered, and with careful aim speedily shot these at them. Those shafts, sped by that strong bowman, viz., Bhimasena, felled thy sons, those mighty car warriors, from their vehicles. These sons of thine that were thus slain were Anadrati, and Kandarbeden, and Virata, and Durgalachana, and Durgavau, and Shavau, and Kanikadaya. While falling down from their cars, O bull of Bharata's race, those heroes looked resplendent like falling mango trees variegated with blossoms in the spring. Then thy other sons, O monarch, fled away, regarding the mighty Bhimasena as death himself. Then like a cloud's pouring torrents of rain on the mountain breast, Drona in that battle covered with arrows from every side that hero who was thus consuming thy sons. The prowess that we then beheld of Kunti's son was exceedingly wonderful, for though held in check by Drona, he still slew thy sons. Indeed, as a bull beareth a shower of rain falling from above, Bhima chiefly bore that shower of arrows shot by Drona. Wonderful, O monarch, was the feat that Vrikadara achieved there, for he slew thy sons in that battle and resisted Drona the while. Indeed, the elder brother of Arjuna sported amongst those heroic sons of thine, like a mighty tiger, O king, among a herd of deer. As a wolf, staying in the midst of a herd of deer, would chase and frighten those animals, so did Vrikadara, in that battle chase and frighten thy sons. Meanwhile, Ganga's son, and Bhagadatta, and that mighty car warrior, viz., Gautama, began to resist Arjuna, that impetuous son of Pandu. That Atrita, baffling with his weapons the weapons of those adversaries of his in that battle, dispatched many prominent heroes of thy army to the abode of death. Abhimanyu also, with his shafts, deprived that renowned and foremost of car warriors, viz., King Amvashta, of his car. Deprived of his car and about to be slain by the celebrated son of Subhadra, that king quickly jumped down from his car in shame, and hurled his sword in that battle at the high-souled Abhimanyu. Then, that mighty monarch got up on the car of Hridika's son, conversant with all movements in battle. Subhadra's son, that slayer of hostile heroes, beholding that sword coursing towards him, baffled it by the celerity of his movements. Seeing that sword thus baffled in that battle by Subhadra's son, loud cries of well done, were, O king, heard among thy troops. Other warriors headed by Drishthadhyumna battled with thy troops, while thy troops, also, all battled with those of the Pandavas. Then, O Bharata, fierce was the engagement that took place between thine and theirs, that combatants smiting one another with great force and achieving the most difficult feats. Brave combatants, O sire, seizing one another by the hair, fought using their nails and teeth, and fists and knees, and palms and swords, and their well-proportioned arms. And seizing one another's lacquers, they dispatched one another to the abode of Yama. Sire slew son, and son slew sire. Indeed, the combatants fought with one another, using every limb of theirs. Beautiful bows with golden staves, O Bharata, loosened from the grasp of slain warriors, and costly ornaments, and sharp shafts furnished with wings of pure gold or silver and washed with oil, looked resplendent, as they lay scattered on the field, the latter resembling, in particular, snakes that had cast off their slough. And swords furnished with ivory handles decked with gold, and the shields also of bowmen, variegated with gold, lay on the field, loosened from their grasp. bearded darts and axes and swords and javelins, all decked with gold, beautiful coats of mail, and heavy and short bludgeons, and spiked clubs, and battle-axes, and short arrows, O sire, and elephants' housings of diverse shapes, and yak-tails, and fans, lay scattered on the field. And mighty car warriors lay on the field with diverse kinds of weapons in their hands or beside them, and looking alive, though the breath of life had gone. 460 and men lay on the field with limbs shattered with maces and heads smashed with clubs, or crushed by elephants, steeds, and cars. And the earth, strewn in many places with the bodies of slain steeds, men, and elephants, looked beautiful, O king, as if strewn with hills. And the field of battle lay covered with fallen darts, and swords, and arrows, and lances, and scimitars, and axes, and bearded darts, and iron crows, and battle-axes, and spiked clubs, and short arrows, and satignes, 461, and bodies mangled with weapons. And, O slayer of foes, covered with blood, warriors lay prostrate on the field, some deprived of life and therefore, in the silence of death, and others uttering low moans. And the earth, strewn with those bodies, presented a variegated sight, and strewn with the arms of strong warriors smeared with sandal paste and decked with leathern fences and bracelets, with tapering thighs resembling the trunks of elephants, and with fallen heads, graced with gems attached to turbans and with earrings of large-eyed combatants. O Bharata, the earth assumed a beautiful sight, and the field of battle, overspread with blood, dyed coats of mail and golden ornaments of many kinds, looked exceedingly beautiful as if with scattered fires of mild flames, and with ornaments of diverse kinds fallen off from their places, with bows lying about, with arrows of golden wings scattered around, with many broken cars adorned with rows of bells, with many slain steeds scattered about covered with blood and with their tongues protruding, with bottoms of cars, standards, quivers, and banners, with gigantic conches, belonging to great heroes, of milky whiteness lying about, and with trunkless elephants lying prostrate. The earth looked beautiful like a damsel adorned with diverse kinds of ornaments. And there, with other elephants pierced with lances and in great agony, and frequently uttering low moans with their trunks, the field of battle looked beautiful as if with moving hills, with blankets of diverse hue, and housings of elephants, with beautiful hooks falling about having handles decked with stones of lapis lazuli, with bells lying about that had adorned gigantic elephants, with clean and variegated cloths as also skins of the ranku deer, with beautiful neck chains of elephants, with gold-decked girths, with broken engines of diverse kinds, with bearded darts decked with gold, with embroidered housings of steeds, embrowned with dust, with the lopped-off arms of cavalry soldiers, decked with bracelets and lying about, with polished and sharp lances and bright swords, with variegated headgears fallen off from heads, and scattered about, with beautiful crescent-shaped arrows decked with gold, with housings of steeds, with skins of the ranku deer, torn and crushed, with beautiful and costly gems that decked the headgears of kings, with their umbrellas lying about and yak-tails and fans, with faces, bright as the lotus or the moon, of heroic warriors, decked with beautiful earrings and graced with well-cut beards, lying about and radiant with other ornaments of gold. The earth looked like the firmament bespangled with planets and stars. Thus, O Bharata, the two armies, viz., thine and theirs, encountering each other in battle, crushed each other, and after the combatants had been fatigued, routed, and crushed, O Bharata, dark night set in and the battle could no longer be seen. Thereupon both the Kurus and the Pandavas withdrew their armies, when that awful night of pitchy darkness came. And having withdrawn their troops, both the Kurus and the Pandavas took rest for the night, retiring to their respective tents. Section Xvi. Sanjaya said, Then King Duryodhana, and Sakuni the son of Shivala, and thy son Dusasana, and the invincible suitor's son, Karna, meeting together, consulted in the following way. How could the sons of Pandu, with their followers, be vanquished in battle? Even this was the subject of their consultation. Then King Duryodhana, addressing the suitor's son and the mighty Sakuni, said unto all those counsellors of his, Drona, Bhishma, and Kripa, and Salya and Somadatta's son, do not resist the Pathas. I do not know what the cause is of such conduct of theirs. Unslain by any of these, the Pandavas are destroying my forces. Therefore, O Gana, I am becoming weaker in strength, and my weapons also are being exhausted. I am deceived by the heroic Pandavas, they that are incapable of being vanquished by the very gods. Doubt filleth my mind as to how, indeed, I shall succeed in smiting them in battle. And to the king who said so, O great monarch, the suitor's son answered, Do not grieve, O chief of the Bharata. Even I will do what is agreeable to thee. Let Santanu's son Bhishma soon withdraw from the great battle. After Ganga's son will have withdrawn from the fight and laid aside his weapons, I will slay the Path along with all the Somikas in the very sight of Bhishma. I pledge my truth, O king. Indeed, Bhishma every day showeth mercy towards the Pandavas. He is, besides, incapable of vanquishing those mighty car warriors. Bhishma is proud of showing his prowess in battle. He is again very fond of fight. Why, O sire, will he, therefore, vanquish the assembled Pandavas? For then the battle will be over. Therefore, repairing without delay to the tent of Bhishma, solicit that old and reverend senior to lay aside his weapons. After he will have laid aside his weapons, O Bharata, think the Pandavas as already slain, with all their friends and kinsmen, O king, by myself alone. Thus addressed by Kana, thy son Duryodhana then said unto his brother Dusasana these words, See, O Dusasana, that without delay that all who walk in my train be dressed. Having said these words, O monarch, the king addressed Karna, saying, Having caused Bhishma, that foremost of men, to consent to this, I will, without delay, come to thee, O chastiser of foes. After Bhishma will have retired from the fight, thou wilt smite the foe in battle. Then thy son, O monarch, set out without delay, accompanied by his brothers like he of 100 sacrifices, accompanied by the gods. Then his brother Dusasana caused the tiger among kings, endued, besides, with the prowess of a tiger, to mount on his horse, graced with bracelets, with diadem on head, and adorned with other ornaments on his arms. O king, thy son shone brightly as he proceeded along the streets, smeared with fragrant sandal paste of the hue of the bandy flower and bright as burnished gold, and clad in clean vestments, and proceeding with a sportive gait of the lion, Duryodhana looked beautiful like the sun of brilliant radiance in the firmament. And as that tiger among men proceeded towards the tent of Bhishma, many mighty bowmen, celebrated over the world, followed him behind. And his brothers also walked in his train, like the celestials walking behind Vasava. And others, foremost of men, mounted upon steeds, and others again on elephants, O Bharata, and others on cars, surrounded him on all sides. And many amongst those that wished him well, taking up arms for the protection on his royal self, appeared there in large bodies, like the celestials surrounding Sakra in heaven. The mighty chief of the Kurus, adored by all the Kauravas, thus proceeded, O king, towards the quarters of the renowned son of Ganga. Ever followed and surrounded by his uterine brothers, he proceeded, often raising his right arm, massive and resembling the trunk of an elephant and capable of resisting all foes. And with that arm of his, he accepted the regards that were paid to him from all sides by bystanders who stood raising towards him their joined hands. and he heard, as he journeyed, the sweet voices of the natives of diverse realms. Of great fame, he was eulogized by bards and eulogists. And in return that great king paid his regards unto them all. And many high-souled persons stood around him with lighted lamps of gold fed with fragrant oil. And surrounded with golden lamps, the king looked radiant like the moon attended by the blazing planets around him. And attendants, with headgears decked with gold, having canes and jawharas in hand, softly caused the crowd all around to make way. The king then, having reached the excellent quarters of Bhishma, alighted from his horse, and arrived at Bhishma's presence. That ruler of men saluted Bhishma and then sat himself down on an excellent seat that was made of gold, beautiful throughout and overlaid with a rich coverlet. With hands joined, eyes bathed in tears, and voice choked in grief, he then addressed Bhishma, saying, "Taking thy protection, this battle, O slayer of foes, we ventured to vanquish the very gods and the Asuras with Indra at their head. What shall I say, therefore, of the sons of Pandu, heroic though they be, with their kinsmen and friends? Therefore, O son of Ganga, it behoveth thee, O Lord, to show me mercy. Slay the brave sons of Pandu like Mahendra slaying the Danavas. I will slay, O king, all the Somakas and the Panchalas and the Kaurushas along with the Kakayas. O Bharata, these were thy words to me. Let these words become true. Slay the assembled Pathas, and those mighty bowmen, viz., the Somakas. Make thy words true, O Bharata. If from kindness for the Pandavas, O king, or from thy hatred of my unfortunate self, thou sparest the Pandavas, then permit Karna, their tournament of battle, to fight. He will vanquish in battle the Pathas with all their friends and kinsmen." The king, thy son Duryodhana, having said this, shut his lips without saying anything more to Bhishma of terrible prowess. Section 6. Sanjaya said, "The high-souled Bhishma, deeply pierced with wordy daggers by thy son, became filled with great grief. But he said not a single disagreeable word in reply. Indeed, mangled by those wordy daggers and filled with grief and rage, he sighed like a snake and reflected, in silence, for a long while. Raising his eyes then, and as if consuming, from wrath, but the world with the celestials, the Asuras, and the Gandharvas, that foremost of persons conversant with the world, then addressed thy son and said unto him these tranquil words, Why, O Duryodhana, dost thou pierce me thus with thy wordy daggers? I always endeavour to the utmost of my might to achieve, and do achieve, what is for thy good. Indeed, from desire of doing what is agreeable to thee, I am prepared to cast away my life in battle. The Pandavas are really invincible. When the brave son of Pandu gratified Agni in the forest of Kandava, having vanquished Sakra himself in battle, even that is a sufficient indication. 462 When, O mighty armed one, the same son of Pandu rescued thee while thou wert being led away a captive by the Gandharvas, even that is a sufficient indication. On that occasion, O Lord, thy brave utrine brothers had all fled, as also Radha's son of the Sutta caste. That rescue, therefore, by Arjuna, is a sufficient indication. In Virata's city, alone he fell upon all of us united together. That is a sufficient indication. Vanquishing in battle both Drona and myself excited with rage, he took away our robes. That is a sufficient indication. On that occasion, of old, of the seizure of kine, he vanquished that mighty bowman the son of Drona, and Saradwat also. That is a sufficient indication. Having vanquished Karna also, who is very boastful of his manliness, he gave the latter's robes unto Uttara. That is a sufficient indication. The son of Pritha defeated in battle the Nivatakavishas who were incapable of defeat by Vasava himself. That is a sufficient indication. 2. Indeed, is capable of vanquishing in battle the son of Pandu by force, him, viz., that hath for his protector the protector of the universe armed with conch, discus, and mace. Vasudeva is possessed of infinite power, and is the destroyer of the universe. He is the highest Lord of all, the God of gods, the supreme soul and eternal. He hath been variously described, O king, by Narada and other great rishis. In consequence of thy folly, however, O Sayadana, thou knowest not what should be said and what should not. The man on the point of death beholdeth all trees to be made of gold. So thou also, O son of Gandhari, seest everything inverted. Having provoked fierce hostilities with the Pandavas and the Saranjayas, fight now, thyself, with them in battle. Let us see thee act like a man. As regards myself, I will, O tiger among men, slay all the Somakas and the Panchalas assembled together, avoiding Sikandin alone. Slain by them in battle, I will go to Yama's abode, or slaying them in battle, I will give thee joy. Sikandin was born in Drupada's palace as female at first. She became a male in consequence of the grant of the boon. After all, however, she is Sikandini. Him I will not slay even if I have to lose my life, O Bharata. She is the same Sikandini that the Creator had first made her. Pass the night in happy sleep, O son of Gandhari. Tomorrow I will fight a fierce battle about which men will speak as long as the world lasts. Thus addressed by him, thy son, O monarch, came away. And saluting his senior with a bow of the head, he came back to his own tent. Coming back, the king dismissed his attendants. And soon then that destroyer of foes entered his abode. And having entered his tent, the monarch passed the night in sleep. And when the night dawned, rising up, the king ordered all the royal warriors, saying, Draw up the forces. Today Bhishma, excited with wrath, will slay all the Somakas. Hearing those copious lamentations of Duryodhana in the night, Bhishma regarded them, O king, as commands to himself. Filled with great grief and deprecating the status of servitude, Santanu's son reflected for a long time, thinking of an encounter with Arjuna in battle. Understanding from signs that Ganga's son had been thinking of that, Duryodhana, O king, commanding Dusasana, saying, O Dusasana, let cars be quickly appointed for protecting Bhishma. Let all the 22 divisions of our army be urged on. That hath now come about which we had been thinking for a series of years, viz., the slaughter of the Pandavas with all their troops and the acquisition by ourselves of the kingdom. In this matter, I think, the protection of Bhishma is our foremost duty. Protected by us, he will protect us and slay the Pathas in battle. Of cleansed soul, he said unto me, I will not slay Sikandini. He was a female before, O king, and, therefore, should be avoided by me in battle. The world knoweth, O thou of mighty arms, that from desire of doing good to my father, I formerly gave up a swelling kingdom. I will not, therefore, slay in battle, O foremost of men, any female or anybody that was a female before. This that I tell thee is true. This Sikandin, O king, was first born a female. Thou hast heard that story. She was born as Sikandini after the manner I told thee before the battle began. Taking her birth as a daughter she hath become a man. Indeed, she will fight with me, but I will never shoot my arrows at her. As regards all other Kshatriyas desirous of victory to the Pandavas, O sire, whom I may get within my reach on the field of battle, I will slay them. These were the words that Ganga's son, acquainted with the scriptures, that chief of Bharata's race, said unto me. Therefore, with my whole soul I think that protecting the son of Ganga is our foremost duty. The very wolf may slay the lion left unprotected in the great forest. Let not Ganga's son be slain by Sikandin like the lion slain by the wolf. Let our maternal uncle Sakuni, and Salia, and Gripa, and Drona, and Vivansati carefully protect the son of Ganga. If he is protected, our victory is certain. Hearing these words of Duryodhana, all surrounded Ganga's son with a large division of cars. And thy sons also, taking up their position around Bhishma, proceeded to battle. And they all went, shaking the earth and the welkin, and causing fear in the hearts of the Pandavas. The mighty car warriors of the Kaurava army, supported by those cars and elephants, and clad in mail, stood in battle, surrounding Bhishma. And all of them took up their positions for protecting that mighty car warrior like the celestials in the battle between themselves and the Asuras for protecting the wielder of the thunderbolt. Then King Duryodhana, once more addressing his brother, said, Yudhamanyu protects the left wheel of Arjuna's car, and Utamauja's his right wheel. And, thus protected, Arjuna protects Sikandin. O Dusasana, adopt such steps that, protected by Patha, Sikandin may not be able to slay Bhishma left unprotected by us. Hearing these words of his brother, thy son Dusasana, accompanied by the troops, advanced for battle, placing Bhishma in the van. Beholding Bhishma, thus surrounded by a large number of cars, Arjuna, that foremost of car warriors, addressed Drishthadhyumna and said, O Prince, place that tiger among men, Sikandin, today in front of Bhishma. I myself will be his protector, O Prince of Panchala. Section C. Sanjaya said, Then Bhishma, the son of Santanu, went out with the troops. And he disposed his own troops in mighty array called Savitobhadra. 463 Gripa, and Gritavarman, and that mighty car warrior Saviour, and Sakuni, and the ruler of the Centaurs, and Sudakshina, the ruler of the Kamvojas, these all, together with Bhishma and thy sons, O Bharata, shook up their stations in the van of the whole army and in the very front of the Kaurava array. Drona and Bharisravas and Thalya and Bhagadatta, O sire, clad in mail, took up their position in the right wing of that array. And as Wataman, and Somadatta, and those great car warriors, viz., the two princes of Avanti, accompanied by a large force, protected the left wing. Duryodhana, O monarch, surrounded on all sides by the Trigartas, took up, for encountering the Pandavas, a position in the midst of that array. That foremost of car warriors, viz., Alambashaw, and that mighty car warrior, viz., Sarutayush, clad in mail, took up their position in the rear of that array, and therefore, of the whole army. Having, O Bharata, on that occasion formed their array thus, thy warriors, clad in mail, looked like scorching fires. Then King Yudhishthira, and that son of Pandu, viz., Bhimasena, and the twin sons of Madri, viz., Nakula and Sahadeva, clad in mail, took up their position in the van of that array and therefore, at the very head of all their troops. And Drishthadhyumna, and Virata, and that mighty car warrior, viz., Satyaki, these destroyers of hostile ranks, stood, supported by large force. And Sikandin, and Vijaya, Arjuna, and the Rakshasakatotkacha, and Chekatana of mighty arms, and the valiant Kantipoa, stood for battle, surrounded by a large force. And that great bowman Abhimanyu, and the mighty Drupada, and their 5 Kakya brothers, stood for battle, clad in mail. Having formed their mighty and invincible array thus, the Pandavas, endued with great courage in battle, stood for the fight, clad in mail. Then the kings of thy array, O monarch, exerting themselves at their best, accompanied by their forces, and placing Bhishma at their van, rushed against the Pathas in battle. Similarly the Pandavas also, O king, headed by Bhimasena, and desirous of victory in battle proceeded, for battling with Bhishma. With leonine roars and confused cries, blowing their conches, crackushas, and cow horns, beating their drums and cymbals and pandavas in thousands. 464 And uttering terrible shouts, the Pandavas advanced to battle. With a din of our drums and cymbals and conches and smaller drums, with loud leonine roars, and other kinds of shouts, ourselves also, replying to the cries of the foe, rushed against him with great impetuosity, inflamed with rage. Those sounds mingling with one another, produced a tremendous uproar. The warriors then, of the two armies, rushing at one another, began to strike. And in consequence of the din produced by that encounter, the earth seemed to tremble, and birds, uttering fierce cries, hovered in the air. The sun, radiant as he was when he had risen, became dimmed, and fierce winds blew, indicating great terrors. Frightful jackals wandered, yelling terribly, O king, and foreboding an awful carnage at hand. The quarters seemed, O king, to be ablaze, and showers of dust fell from the blue. And a shower fell there, of pieces of bones mixed with blood. And tears fell from the eyes of the animals which were all weeping, and filled with anxiety, O king. These began to urinate and eject the contents of their stomachs. And the loud shouts of battle, O bull of Bharata's race, were rendered inaudible by the louder cries of Rakshasas and cannibals, and jackals and vultures and crows and dogs, uttering diverse kinds of cries, began, O sire, to fall and swoop down on the field. And blazing meteors, striking against the sun's disk, fell with great celerity on the earth, foreboding great terrors. Then those two vast hosts belonging to the Pandavas and the Dhritarashtras, in course of that awful encounter, shook in consequence of that tremendous uproar of conches and drums like forests shaken by the tempest. And the noise made by the two armies, both of which abounded with kings, elephants, and steeds, and which encountered each other in an evil hour, resembled the noise made by oceans tossed by the tempest. Section 6. Sanjaya said, Then the noble Abhimanyu of great energy, borne by his steeds of a tawny hue, rushed at the mighty host of Duryodhana, scattering his arrowy showers like the clouds pouring torrents of rain. O son of Kuru's race, thy warriors, in that battle, were unable to resist that slayer of foes, viz., Subhadra's son, who, excited with wrath and possessed of wealth of arms, was then immersed in that inexhaustible ocean of Kaurava forces. Death-dealing shafts, O king, shot by him in that battle, dispatched many heroic Kshatriyas to the regions of the king of the departed spirits. Indeed, excited with wrath, Subhadra's son in that battle shot fierce and blazing arrows in profusion that resembled snakes of virulent poison or rods of death himself. And Falguni's son speedily split into fragments warriors with their cars, steeds with their riders, and elephant warriors along with the huge animals they rode. And the rulers of the earth, filled with joy, applauded those mighty feats in battle and praised him also that achieved them. And the son of Subhadra, O Bharata, tossed those divisions of the Kaurava army, like the tempest tossing a heap of cotton on all sides in the welkin. Rooted by him, O Bharata, the troops failed to find a protector, like elephants sunk in a slough. Then, O best of men, having routed all troops, Abhimanyu stood, O king, like a blazing fire without a curl of smoke. Indeed, O king, thy warriors were incapable of bearing that slayer of foes, like insects impelled by fate, unable to bear a blazing fire. That mighty car warrior and great bowman, having struck all the foes of the Pandavas, looked at that moment like Vasava himself armed with the thunder, and his bow, the back of whose staff was decked with gold, as it moved on every side, seemed, O king, like the lightning's flash as it spotted amid the clouds. And well-tempered and sharp shafts came from his bowstring in that battle like flights of bees, O king, from blossoming trees in the forest. And as the high-souled son of Subhadra careered on the fields on his car whose limbs were decked with gold, people were incapable of finding an opportunity for striking him, confounding Gripa and Drona and mighty son of Drona, as also the ruler of the Centaurs. The great bowman moved on the field of battle with great activity and skill. As he consumed thy troops, O Bharata, I beheld his bow incessantly drawn to a circle and resembling on that account the circular halo of light that is sometimes seen around the Sunday brave Kshatriyas, beholding him endued with such activity and scorching the foe. Thus thought, in consequence of those feats, that the world contained two Falgunis. Indeed, O king, the vast host of the Bharatas, afflicted by him, reeled hither and thither like a woman drunk with wine. Routing that large army and causing many mighty car warriors to tremble, he gladdened his friends, like Vasava gladdening the Celestials, after vanquishing Maya. And while being routed by him in that battle, thy troops uttered loud exclamations of woe that resembled the roar of the clouds. Hearing that awful wail thy troops, O Bharata, that resembled the roar of the very sea at full tide when agitated by the winds, Duryodhana then, O king, addressed the son of Rishyasringa and said, This Abhimanyu singly, O thou of mighty arms, like a second Falguni, rooteth from rage, my army like Vritra rooting the celestial host. I do not see any other efficacious medicine for him in battle than thyself, O best of Rakshasas, that art well skilled in every science. Therefore, go speedily and slay the heroic son of Subhadra in battle. As regards ourselves, headed by Bhishma and Drona, we will slay Partha himself. Thus addressed, the mighty and valiant Rakshasas speedily went to battle at the command of thy son, uttering loud roars like the clouds themselves in the season of rains. And in consequence of that loud noise, O king, the vast host of the Pandavas trembled throughout like the ocean when agitated by the wind. And many combatants, O king, terrified by those roars, giving up dear life, fell prostrate on the earth. Filled with joy and taking up his bow with arrow fixed on the string, and apparently dancing on the terrace of his car, that Rakshasu proceeded against Abhimanyu himself. Then the angry Rakshasa, having in that battle got Arjuna's son within reach, began to rout his ranks, even those that stood not far from him. Indeed, the Rakshasa rushed in battle against that mighty Pandava host which he began to slaughter, like valor rushing against the celestial host. Attacked in battle by that Rakshasa of terrible mien, the slaughter was very great, O sire, that took place amongst those troops. Exhibiting his prowess, the Rakshasa began to rout that vast force of the Pandavas, with thousands of arrows. Thus slaughtered by that Rakshasa of terrible visage, the Pandava army fled away from excessive fear. Grinding that army like an elephant grinding lotus stalks, the mighty Rakshasa then rushed in battle against the sons of Draupadi. Then those great bowmen, accomplished in fighting, viz., the sons of Draupadi, rushed towards the Rakshasa in battle like 5 planets rushing against the Sunday. That best of Rakshasa then was afflicted by those brothers endued with great energy, like the moon afflicted by the 5 planets of the awful occasion of the dissolution of the world. Then the mighty Prativandaya quickly pierced the Rakshasa with whetted shafts, sharp as battle-axes and furnished with points capable of penetrating every armor. Thereupon that foremost of Rakshasas, with his armor pierced through, looked like a mass of clouds penetrated by the rays of the Sunday pierced with these shafts, furnished with golden wings. Rishyasringa's son, O king, looked resplendent like a mountain with blazing crests. Then those 5 brothers in that great battle pierced that foremost of Rakshasas with many whetted shafts of golden wings. Pierced with those terrible shafts resembling angry snakes, Alambashaw, O king, became inflamed with rage like the king of the serpents himself. Deeply pierced, O king, within only a few moments, O sire, by those great Ka warriors, the Rakshasa, much afflicted, remained senseless for a long while. Regaining his consciousness then, and swelling through rage to twice his dimensions, he cut off their arrows and standards and bows. And as if smiling the while he struck each of them with 5 arrows. Then that mighty Rakshasa and great Ka warrior, Alambashaw, excited with wrath, and as if dancing on the terrace of his car, quickly slew the steeds, and then the charioteers, of those 5 illustrious adversaries of his. And burning with rage he once more pierced them with sharp arrows of diverse shades by hundreds and thousands. Then that wanderer of the night, viz., the Rakshasa Alambashaw, having deprived those great bowmen of their cars, rushed impetuously at them, wishing to dispatch them to Yama's abode. Beholding them thus afflicted in battle by that wicked Rakshasa, the son of Arjuna rushed at him. Then the battle that took place between him and the cannibal resembled that between Vritra and Vasava. And the mighty Ka warriors of thy army, as also of the Pandavas, all became spectators of that engagement, encountering each other in fierce battle, blazing with wrath, endued with great might, and with eyes red in rage. Each beheld the other in that battle to resemble Yuga fire. And that engagement between them became fierce and awful, like that between Sakra and Samvara in days of old in the battle between the gods and Asuras. Section 6. Dhritarashtra said, How, O Sanjaya, did Alambashaw resist in combat the heroic son of Arjuna, smiting many of our mighty Ka warriors in battle? And how also did that slayer of hostile heroes, viz., the son of Subhadra, fight with Rishyasringa's son? Tell me all this in detail, exactly as it happened in that fight. What also did Bhima, that foremost of Ka warriors, and the Rakshasa Ghatotkacha, and Nakula, and Sahadeva, and the mighty Ka warrior Satyaki, and Dhananjaya, do with my troops in battle? Tell me all this truly, O Sanjaya, for thou art skilled in narration. Sanjaya said, I will presently describe to thee, O sire, the awful battle that took place between that foremost of the Rakshasas and the son of Subhadra. I will also describe to thee the prowess that Arjuna put forth in battle, and Bhimasena the son of Pandu, and Nakula, and Sahadeva, as also the warriors of thy army headed by Bhishma and Drona, all of whom fearlessly achieved wonderful feats of diverse kinds. Alambashaw, uttering loud shouts and repeatedly roaring at Abhimanyu, rushed impetuously against that mighty Ka warrior in battle, saying, Wait, wait. Abhimanyu also, repeatedly roaring like a lion, rushed with a great force at that mighty bowman, viz., the son of Rishyasringa, who was an implacable foe of the former's sire. Soon then those 2 foremost of Ka warriors, man and Rakshasa, on their cars, encountered each other, like the god and Daniva. That best of Rakshasa were endued with powers of illusion, while Falguni's son was acquainted with celestial weapons. Then Abhimanyu, O king, pierced Rishyasringa's son in that battle with 3 sharp shafts, and once more with 5. Alambashaw, also, excited with wrath, speedily pierced Abhimanyu in the chest with 9 shafts like a guide piercing an elephant with hooks. Then, O Bharata, that wanderer of the night, endued with great activity, afflicted Arjuna's son in that combat with 1,000 arrows. Then Abhimanyu, excited with rage, pierced that prince of the Rakshasas in his wide chest with 9 straight shafts of great sharpness. Piercing through his body, these penetrated into his very vitals. And that best of Rakshasas, his limbs mangled by them, looked beautiful like a mountain overgrown with flowering kinsukas. Bearing those shafts of golden wings on his body, that mighty prince of Rakshasas looked radiant like a mountain on fire. Then the vindictive son of Rishyasringa, inflamed with wrath, covered Abhimanyu, who was equal unto Mahendra himself, with clouds of winged arrows. Those sharp shafts resembling the rods of Yama himself, shot by him, pierced Abhimanyu through and entered the earth. And similarly the gold-decked arrows shot by Arjuna's son, piercing Alambasha through, entered the earth. The son of Subhadra then, in that battle, with his straight shafts, obliged the Rakshasa to turn his back upon the field, like Sakra repulsing Maya in days of old. That scorcher of foes, the Rakshasa, then, thus repulsed and struck repeatedly by his adversary, exhibited his great powers of illusion by causing a thick darkness to set in. Then all the combatants there, O king, were covered by the darkness. Neither could Abhimanyu be seen, nor could friends be distinguished from foes in that battle. Abhimanyu, however, beholding that thick and awful gloom, invoked into existence, O son of Kuru's race, the blazing solar weapon. Thereupon, O king, the universe once more became visible. And thus he neutralized the illusion of that wicked Rakshasa. Then that prince of men, excited with wrath and endued with great energy, covered that foremost of Rakshasa in that battle with many straight shafts. Diverse other kinds of illusion were conjured up there by that Rakshasa. Conversant with all weapons, the son of Falguni, however, neutralized them all. The Rakshasa then, his illusions all destroyed, and himself struck with shafts, abandoned his car even there, and fled away in great fear. After that Rakshasa addicted to unfair fight had been thus vanquished, the son of Arjuna began to grind thy troops in battle, like a juice-blind prince of wild elephants agitating a lake over a grown with lotus. 465 Then Bhishma, the son of Santanu, beholding his troops routed, covered Subhadra's son with a thick shower of arrows. Then many mighty car warriors of the Dhritarashtra army, standing in a ring round that single hero, began to strike him forcibly with their shafts. That hero, then, who resembled his sire in prowess and who was equal to Vasudeva in valor and might, that foremost of all wielders of weapons, achieved diverse feats in that battle that were worthy of both his sire and maternal uncle. Then the heroic Dhananjaya, excited with wrath and desirous of rescuing his son, arrived at the spot where the latter was slaughtering thy troops as he came along. And similarly, O king, thy sire Devavrata in that battle approached Parthalikra approaching the sun. 466 Then thy sons, O monarch, supported by cars, elephants, and steeds, surrounded Bhishma in that battle and protected him from every side. And so also the Pandavas, O king, clad in mail and surrounding Dhananjaya, engaged in fierce battle, O bull of Bharata's race. Then Saradwat's son, Kripa, O king, pierced Arjuna, who was staying in front of Bhishma, with 25 shafts. Thereupon, like a tiger attacking an elephant, Satyaki, approaching Kripa, pierced him with many whetted shafts from desire of doing what was agreeable to the Pandavas. Gautama, in return, excited with wrath, quickly pierced him of Madhu's race in the chest with 9 arrows winged with the feathers of the kanka bird. Sini's grandson also, excited with wrath, and forcibly drawing his bow, quickly sped at him an arrow capable of taking his life. The fiery son of Drona, however, excited with wrath, cut in twain that arrow as it coursed impetuously towards Kripa, resembling Indra's bolt in effulgence. Thereupon that foremost of car warriors, viz., Sini's grandson, abandoning Gautama, rushed in battle towards Drona's son Lycra in the firmament against the moon. Drona's son, however, O Bharata, cut Satyaki's bow in twain. After his bow had thus been cut off, the former began to strike the latter with his shafts. Satyaki then, taking up another bow capable of bearing a great strain and slaughtering the foe, struck Drona's son, O king, in the chest and arms with 6 shafts. pierced therewith, and feeling great pain, for a moment he was deprived of his senses, and he sat down on the terrace of his car, catching hold of his flagstaff. Regaining his consciousness then, the valiant son of Drona, excited with rage, afflicted him of Vrishani's race in that battle, with one long shaft. That shaft, piercing Sini's grunts and through, entered the earth like a vigorous young snake entering its hole in the season of spring. And with another broad-headed arrow, Drona's son in that battle cut off the excellent standard of Satyaki. And having achieved this feat, he uttered a leonine roar. And once more, O Bharata, he covered his adversary with a shower of fierce shafts like a clouds, O king, covering the sun after summer is past. Satyaki also, O monarch, baffling that arrowy shower, soon covered the son of Drona with diverse showers of arrows. That slayer of hostile heroes, viz., the grandson of Sini, freed from that arrowy shower like the sun from the clouds, began to scorch the son of Drona with his energy. Swelling with rage, the mighty Satyaki once more covered his foe with 1,000 arrows and uttered a loud shout. Beholding his son then thus afflicted like the moon by Ra'u, the valiant son of Bharadwaj rushed towards the grandson of Sini. Desirous, O king, of rescuing his son who was afflicted by the Vrishani hero, Drona, in that great battle, pierced the latter with a shaft of exceeding sharpness. Satyaki then, abandoning the mighty Ka warrior as Wataman, pierced Drona himself in that battle with 20 arrows of exceeding sharpness. Soon after, that scorcher of foes and mighty Ka warrior, viz., Kunti's son of immeasurable soul, excited with wrath, rushed in that battle against Drona. Then Drona and Partha encountered each other in fierce combat like the planets Buddha and Sukra, O king, in the firmament. 467. Section CI. Dhritarashtra said, How did those bulls among men, viz., that great bowman Drona, and Dhananjaya the son of Pandu, encounter each other in battle? The son of Pandu is ever dear to the wise son of Bharadwaj. The preceptor also is ever dear to Pritha's son, O Sanjaya. Both of those Ka warriors delight in battle, and both of them are fierce like lions. How therefore did Bharadwaj's son and Dhananjaya, both fighting with care, encounter each other in battle? Sanjaya said, In battle Drona never recognizes Partha as dear to himself. Partha also, keeping a Kshatriya's duty in view, recognizes not in battle his preceptor. Kshatriyas, O king, never avoid one another in battle. Without showing any regard for one another, they fight with sires and brothers. In that battle, O Bharata, Partha pierced Drona with 3 shafts. Drona, however, regarded not those shafts shot in battle from Partha's bow. Indeed, Partha once more covered the preceptor in the fight with a shower of arrows. Thereupon the latter blazed up with wrath like a conflagration in a deep forest. Then, O king, Drona soon covered Arjuna in that combat with many straight shafts, O Bharata. Then King Duryodhana, O monarch, dispatched Susaman for taking up the wing of Drona. Then the ruler of the Trigatas, excited with rage and forcibly drawing his bow, covered Partha, O king, with a profusion of arrows furnished with iron heads. Shot by those 2 warriors, O king, the shafts looked beautiful in the welkin-like cranes in the autumnal sky. Those shafts, O lord, reaching the son of Kunti, entered his body like birds disappearing within a tree bending with a load of tasteful fruits. Arjuna then, that foremost of Ka warriors, uttering a loud roar in that battle, pierced the ruler of the Trigatas and his son with his shafts. Pierced by Partha like death himself at the end of the Yuga, they were unwilling to avoid Partha, resolved as they were on laying down their lives. And they shot showers on the car of Arjuna. Arjuna, however, received those arrowy showers with showers of his own, like a mountain, O monarch, receiving a downpour from the clouds. and the lightness of hand that we then beheld of Batsu was exceedingly wonderful. For alone he baffled that unbearable shower of arrows shot by many warriors like the wind alone scattering myriads of clouds rushing upon clouds. And at that feat of Patha, the gods and the Danavas, assembled for witnessing the fight, were highly gratified. Then, O Bharata, engaged with the Trigartas in that battle, Patha shot, O king, the Vivya weapon against their division. Then arose a wind that agitated the welkin, felled many trees, and smote down their hostile troops. Then Drona, beholding the fierce Vivya weapon, himself shot an awful weapon called the sailor. And when that weapon, O ruler of men, was shot by Drona in that battle, the wind abated and the 10 quarters became calm. The heroic son of Pandu, however, made the Ka warriors of the Trigarta division destitute of prowess and hope, and caused them to turn their backs on the field. Then Duryodhana and that foremost of Ka warriors, viz. Kripa, and Aswathaman, and Saliya, and Sudakshina, the ruler of the Kamvojas, and Vinda and Danuvinda of Avanti, and Valika supported by the Valikas, with a large number of Kas surrounded Patha on all sides. And similarly Bhagadatu also, and the mighty Srutayush, surrounded Bhima on all sides with an elephant division. Ampara's rivers, and Sala, and Shavala's son, O monarch, began to check the twin sons of Madri with showers of bright and sharp arrows. Bhishma, however, in that battle, supported by the sons of Dhritarashtra with their troops, approaching Yudhishthira, surrounded him on all sides. Beholding that elephant division coming towards him, Pritha's son Vrikadara, possessed of great courage, began to lick the corners of his mouth like a lion in the forest. Then Bhima, that foremost of Ka warriors, taking up his mace in that great battle, quickly jumped down from his car and struck terror into the hearts of thy warriors. Beholding him mace in hand, those elephant warriors in that battle carefully surrounded Bhimasena on all sides. Stationed in the midst of those elephants, the son of Pandu looked resplendent like the sun in the midst of a mighty mass of clouds. Then that bull among the sons of Pandu began with his mace to consume that elephant division like the wind dispelling a huge mass of clouds covering the welkin. Those tuskers, while being slaughtered by the mighty Bhimasena, uttered loud cries of woe like roaring masses of clouds. With the diverse scratches on his person, inflicted by those huge animals with their tusks, the son of Pritha looked beautiful on the field of battle like a flowering kinsuka. Seizing some of the elephants by their tusks, he deprived them of those weapons. Wrenching out the tusks of others, with those very tusks he struck them on their frontal globes and felled them in battle like the destroyer himself armed with his rod. Wielding his mace bathed in gore, and himself bespattered with fat and marrow and smeared with blood, he looked like Rudra himself. Thus slaughtered by him, the few gigantic elephants that remained, ran away on all sides, O king, crushing even friendly ranks. And in consequence of those huge elephants fleeing away on all sides, Duryodhana's troops once more, O bull of Bharata's race, fled away from the field. Section 6. Sanjaya said, at midday, O king, happened a fierce battle, fraught with great carnage, between Bhishma and the Somakas. That foremost of Ka warriors, viz. Ganga's son, began to consume the ranks of the Pandavas with keen shafts by hundreds and thousands. Vaisayadeva Bharata began to grind those troops like a herd of bulls grinding, with a dread, a heap of paddy sheaves. Then Drishthadima and Sikandin and Virata and Drupada, falling upon Bhishma in that battle, struck that mighty Ka warrior with numerous arrows. Bhishma then, having pierced Drishthadima and Virata each with 3 arrows, sped a long shaft, O Bharata, at Drupada. Thus pierced in battle by Bhishma, that grinder of foes, those great bowmen became filled with wrath, O king, like snakes trod upon by human feet. Then Sikandin pierced the grandsire of the Brattas with many shafts of unfading glory. Bhishma, however, regarding his foe as a female, struck him not. Drishthadumna then, in that battle, blazing up with wrath like fire, struck the grandsire with 3 shafts in his arms and chest. And Drupada pierced Bhishma with 25 shafts, and Virata pierced him with 10, and Sikandin with 25. Deeply pierced with those shafts, he became covered with blood, and looked beautiful like a red Asoka variegated with flowers. Then the son of Ganga pierced, in return, each of them with 3 straight shafts. And then, O sire, he cut off Drupada's bow with a broad-headed arrow. The latter then, taking up another bow, pierced Bhishma with 5 shafts. And he pierced Bhishma's charioteer also with 3 sharp shafts on the field of battle. Then the 5 sons of Draupadi, and the 5 Kakya brothers and Satyaki also of the Satwata race, headed by Yudhishthira, all rushed towards Ganga's son, desirous of protecting the Panchalas headed by Drishthadumna. And so all the warriors of thy army also, O king, prepared to protect Bhishma, rushed at the head of their troops against the Pandava host. And then happened there a fierce general engagement between thy army of men and steeds and theirs, that increased the population of Yama's kingdom. And Ka warriors falling upon Ka warriors dispatched one another to Yama's abode. And so men and elephant riders and horse riders, falling upon others of their class, dispatched them to the other world with straight shafts. And here and there on the field, O monarch, Kas, deprived of riders and charioteers by means of diverse kinds of fierce shafts, were in that battle dragged on all sides over the field. And those cars, O king, crushing large numbers of men and steeds in battle, were seen to resemble the wind itself, in speed, and vapoury edifices in the firmament, for their picturesque forms. And many car warriors cased in mail and endued with great energy, decked with earrings and headgears and adorned with garlands and bracelets, resembling the children of the celestials, equal to Sakra himself for prowess in battle, surpassing Vaisravana in wealth and Vrihaspati in intelligence, ruling over extensive territories, and possessed of great heroism, O monarch, deprived of their cars, were seen to run hither and thither like ordinary men. Huge tuskers also, O chief of men, deprived of their skilled riders, ran, crushing friendly ranks, and fell down with loud shrieks. Prodigious elephants, looking like newly risen clouds and roaring also like the clouds, were seen to run in all directions, deprived of their coats of mail. And, O sire, their chamaras and variegated standards, their umbrellas with golden staves, and the bright lances of their riders, lay scattered about. 468 and elephant riders, O king, deprived of their elephants, belonging both of thy army and theirs, were seen to run, on foot, amid that awful press. And steeds from diverse countries, decked with ornaments of gold, were seen, by hundreds and thousands, to run with the speed of the wind. And horse riders, deprived of their horses, and armed with swords, were in that battle seen to run, or made to run, by others assailing them. Elephant, meeting with a flying elephant in that dreadful battle, proceeded, quickly crushing foot soldiers and steeds. And, similarly, O king, those prodigious creatures crushed many cars in that battle, and cars also, coming upon fallen steeds, crushed them in their course. And steeds too, in the press of battle, crushed many foot soldiers, O king, with their hoofs. And thus, O monarch, they crushed one another in diverse ways. 469 And in that fierce and awful battle there flowed a terrible river of bloody current, and heaps of boughs obstructed its straight course, and the hair of slain warriors formed its moss, and broken cars formed its lakes, and arrows its eddies, and steeds formed its fishes, and heads, severed from trunks, formed its blocks of stone, and it abounded with elephants that formed its crocodiles, and coats of mail and headgears formed its froth, and bows, in the hands of the warriors, constituted the speed of its current, and swords its tortoises, and banners and standards in profusion formed the trees on its banks, and mortals constituted its banks which that river continually ate away, and it abounded with cannibals that formed its swans, and that stream, instead of swelling the ocean with its discharge, swelled the population of Yama's kingdom. And brave Kshatriyas, mighty Ka warriors, casting off all fear, O king, sought to cross that river with the aid of cars, elephants, and steeds that played the part of rafts and boats. And as the river Vaitarani beareth all departed spirits towards the domains of the king of the dead, so that river of bloody current bore away all timid men deprived of their senses in a swoon. And the Kshatriyas, beholding that awful carnage, all exclaimed, saying, Alas, through Duryodhana's fault the Kshatriyas are being exterminated. Why, O Dhritarashtra of sinful soul, deluded by avarice, harboured envy for the sons of Pandu, who are graced with numerous virtues. Diverse exclamations of this kind were heard there, made by one another, fraught with the praises of the Pandavas and censure of thy sons. Hearing then these words uttered by all the combatants, thy son Duryodhana, that offender against all, addressed Bhishma and Drona and Kripa and Salya, O Bharata, saying, Fight ye without boastfulness. Why tarry ye at all? Then the battle was resumed between the Kurus and the Pandavas, that fierce battle, O king, caused by the match at dice and marked by an awful slaughter. Thou beholdest now, O son of Vichitravirya, the dreadful fruit of that rejection by thee, of the counsels of thy friends, though warned against it by many illustrious persons. Neither the sons of Pandu, O king, nor their troops, nor they that follow them, nor the Kauravas, show the least regard for their lives in battle. For this reason, O tiger among men, a dreadful destruction of kinsmen is taking place, caused either by destiny or by thy evil policy, O king. Section CV. Sanjaya said, O tiger among men, Arjuna sent those Kshatriyas that followed Susaman to the abode of the king of the dead by means of his whetted shafts. Susaman, however, in that battle, pierced Partha with his shafts. And he pierced Vasudeva with 70, and Arjuna once more with 9 shafts. Checking those shafts by means of his arrowy showers, that mighty Ka warrior, viz., the son of Indra, dispatched Susaman's troops into Yama's abode. Those mighty Ka warriors, while being slaughtered by Partha in that battle as if by death himself at the end of the Yuga, all fled away from the field, O king, struck with panic, some abandoning their steeds, some abandoning, O sire, their cars, and others their elephants, fled away in all directions. Others taking with them their horses, elephants, and cars, fled away, O king, with great speed. Foot soldiers in that dreadful battle, throwing aside their weapons, and without any regard for one another, fled away hither and thither. Though forbidden by Susaman the ruler of the Trigarters, and by other foremost of kings, they stayed not yet in battle. Beholding that host routed, thy son Duryodhana himself at the head of the whole army and with Bhishma ahead, attacked Dhananjaya with all his vigour, for the sake, O king, of protecting the life of the ruler of the Trigarters. And he stayed in battle, scattering diverse kinds of arrows, supported by all his brothers. The rest of the men all fled away. Similarly, the Pandavas, O king, clad in mail and with all their vigour, proceeded, for the sake of Falguni, to the spot where Bhishma was. Although acquainted with the awful prowess in battle of the wielder of Gandiva, These yet proceeded with loud cries and great bravery to the spot where Bhishma was and surrounded him on all sides. Then the Parmurabanad hero covered the Pandava army in that battle with his straight shafts. The sun having reached the meridian, the Kauravas, O king, fought with the Pandavas in one confused mass. The heroic Satyaki, having pierced Gritavarman with 5 arrows, stayed in battle scattering his arrows by thousands. And so King Drupada also, having pierced Drona with many whetted shafts, once more pierced him with 70 shafts and his charioteer with 9. Bhimsen also, having pierced his great-grandsire King Valaka, uttered a loud roar like a tiger in the forest. Arjuna's son, Abhimanyu, pierced by Chitrasena with many shafts, deeply pierced Chitrasena in the chest with 3 arrows. Engaged with each other in battle, those 2 foremost of men looked resplendent on the field like the planets, Venus and Saturn, O king, in the firmament. Then that slayer of foes, viz., the son of Subhadra, having slain his antagonist's steeds and charioteer with 9 arrows, uttered a loud shout. Thereupon that mighty car warrior, viz., Chitrasena, quickly jumping down from the car whose steed had been slain, mounted, O king, without delay, the car of Dharmaka. The valiant Drona pierced the latter's charioteer also. Then, O king, Drupada, thus afflicted at the head of his troops, retreated by the aid of his fleet steeds, recollecting the hostility that existed from days of old between himself and Drona. Bhimsena, within a moment, deprived King Valaka of his steeds, car and charioteer, in the very sight of all the troops. Fallen into a situation of great danger and with fear in his heart, O King Valaka, that best of men, jumping down from that vehicle, quickly mounted upon the car of Lakshmana in that battle. Satyaki, having checked Gritavarman in that dreadful battle, fell upon the grandsire and rained on him shafts of diverse kinds. 470 piercing the grandsire with 60 whetted shafts swinged with feathers. He seemed to dance on his car, shaking his large bow. The grandsire then hurled at him a mighty dart made of iron, decked with gold, endued with great velocity, and beautiful as a daughter of the Nagas. Beholding that irresistible dart, resembling death himself, coursing towards him, that illustrious warrior of the Vrishan race baffled it by the celerity of movements. Thereupon that fierce dart, unable to reach him of the Vrishan race, fell down on the earth like a large meteor of blazing splendor. Then he of Vrishan's race, O king, taking up with a firm hand his own dart of golden effulgence, hurled it at the car of the grandsire. That dart, hurled in that dreadful battle with the strength of Satyaki's arms, coursed impetuously like the fatal night, coursing speedily towards a doomed man. As it coursed, however, towards him with great force, Bhishma cut it in twain, O Bharata, with a couple of horseshoe-headed arrows of keen edge, and thereupon it fell down on the earth. Having cut the dart, that grinder of foes, viz., Ganga's son, excited with wrath and smiling the while struck Satyaki in the chest with 9 arrows. Then the Pandava warriors, O elder brother of Pandu, with their cars, elephants, and steeds, 471 surrounded Bhishma in that battle, for the sake of rescuing him of Madhu's race. Then commenced again a fierce battle, making the hair to stand on end, between the Pandavas and the Kauravas, both of whom were desirous of victory. Section CVI. Sanjaya said, beholding Bhishma excited with wrath in battle, surrounded on all sides by the Pandavas like the sun in the firmament, O king, by the clouds at the end of summer, Duryodhana, O monarch, addressed Dusasana, saying, this heroic and great bowman Bhishma, this slayer of heroes, hath, O bull of Bharata's race, been surrounded on all sides by the brave Pandavas. It is thy duty, O hero, to protect that illustrious one. Protected by us in battle, our grandsire Bhishma will slay all the Panchalas along with the Pandavas. The protection of Bhishma, therefore, I think, is our highest duty, for this great bowman of his vows, viz. Bhishma, is our protector in return. Therefore, surrounding the grandsire with all our troops, do thou protect him, who always achieveth the most difficult feats in battle. Thus addressed by Duryodhana, thy son Dusasana, surrounding Bhishma with a large force on all sides, took up his position. Then Shivala's son Sakuni, with hundreds and thousands of horsemen having bright spears and swords and lances in hand, and who formed a proud, well-dressed, and strong body bearing standards, and who were mingled with excellent foot soldiers that were all well trained and skilled in battle, began to cheek Nakula, and Sahadeva, and Yudhishthira the son of Pandu, surrounding those foremost of men on all sides. Then King Duryodhana dispatched 10,000 other brave horsemen for resisting the Pandavas. When these rushed like so many Garudas towards the enemy with great impetuosity, the earth, O king, struck with their horse hoofs, trembled and uttered a loud noise, and the loud clatter of their hoofs was heard, resembling the noise made by a large forest of bamboos in conflagration on a mountain. And as these dashed over the field, there rose a cloud of dust, which rising to the welkin shrouded the very Sunday, and in consequence of those impetuous steeds, the Pandava army was agitated like a large lake with a flight of swans suddenly lighting on its bosom. And in consequence of their neighing, nothing else could be heard there. Then King Yudhishthira, and the 2 sons of Bandu by Madri, quickly checked the charge of those horsemen in battle, like a continent, O king, bearing the force, at full tide, of the surging sea swollen with the waters of the rainy season. Then those 3 car warriors, O monarch, with their straight shafts, cut off the heads of those horse riders. Slain by those strong bowmen, they fell down, O king, on the earth, like mighty elephants tumbling into mountain caves, slain by huge compeers. Indeed, coursing all over the field, those warriors of the Pandavas' army cut off the heads of those cavalry soldiers with sharp-bearded darts and straight shafts. Struck with swords, those horsemen, O bull of Bharata's race, suffered their heads to drop like tall trees, dropping their fruits all over the field, O king. Steeds along with their riders were seen fallen or falling, deprived of life. And while being thus slaughtered, the steeds, affected with panic, fled away like smaller animals desirous of saving their lives at sight of the lion. And the Pandavas, O king, having vanquished their foes in that great battle, blew their conches and beat their drums. Then Duryodhana, filled with grief on seeing his troops vanquished, addressed the ruler of the Madras, O chief of the Bharatas, and said, There, the eldest son of Pandu, accompanied by the twins in battle, in thy very sight, O thou of mighty arms, rooteth our troops, O Lord, O mighty armed one, resist him like the continent resisting the ocean. Thou art exceedingly well known as possessed of might and prowess that are irresistible. Hearing these words of thy son, the valiant Salya proceeded with a large body of cars to the spot where Yudhishthira was. Thereupon, the son of Pandu began to resist in battle that large host of Salya rushing impetuously towards him with the force of a mighty wave. And that mighty car warrior, viz. King Yudhishthira the Just, in that battle quickly pierced the ruler of the Madras in the centre of the chest with 10 shafts. And Nakula and Sahadeva struck him with 7 straight shafts. The ruler of the Madras then struck each of them with 3 arrows. And once more he pierced Yudhishthira with 60 sharp-pointed arrows. And excited with wrath he struck each of the sons of Madri also with 2 shafts. Then that vanquisher of foes, the mighty armed Bhima, beholding the king in that great battle, staying within reach of Salya's car as if within the very jaws of death, quickly proceeded to Yudhishthira's side. Then when the sun, having passed the meridian, was sinking, there commenced a fierce and terrible battle on that part of the field. Section Kvi. Sanjaya said, Then thy sire, excited with wrath, began to strike the Pathas and their troops all round, with excellent shafts of great sharpness. And he pierced Bhima with 12 shafts, and Satyaki with 9. And having pierced Nakula with 3 shafts, he pierced Sahadeva with 7. And he pierced Yudhishthira in the arms and the chest with 12 shafts. And piercing Drishthadama also, that mighty warrior uttered a loud roar. Him Nakula pierced, in return, with 12 shafts, and Satyaki with 3. And Drishthadama pierced him with 70 shafts, and Bhimasena with 7. And Yudhishthira pierced the grandsire in return with 12 shafts. Drona, on the other hand, having pierced Satyaki, pierced Bhimasena next. And he pierced each of them with 5 sharp shafts, each of which resembled the rod of death. Each of those 2, however, pierced Drona, that bull among Brahmanas, in return, with 3 straight shafts. The Sauviras, the Kitavas, the Easterners, the Westerners, the Northerners, the Malavas, the Abhishakas, the Zurasnas, the Sivis, and the Vasatis, did not avoid Bhishma in battle, although they were incessantly slaughtered by him with sharp shafts. And similarly kings coming from diverse countries and armed with diverse weapons, approached the Pandavas, without seeking to avoid them in battle. And the Pandavas, O king, surrounded the grandsire on all sides. Surrounded on all sides, yet unvanquished by that large body of cars, Bhishma blazed up like a fire in the midst of a forest, and consumed his foes. His car was his fire chamber, his bow constituted their flames of that fire, swords, darts, and maces constituted the fuel, his shafts were the sparks of that fire, and Bhishma was himself the fire that consumed the foremost of Kshatriyas. Indeed, with shafts furnished with golden wings and vulturine feathers and endued with great energy, with barbed arrows, and nalikas, and long shafts, he covered the hostile host. And he felled elephants and car warriors also with his sharp shafts. And he made that large body of cars resemble a forest of palmyras shorn of their leafy heads. And that mighty armed warrior, that foremost of all wielders of weapons, O king, deprived cars and elephants and steeds of their riders in that conflict. And hearing the twang of his bowstring and the noise of his palms, loud as the roar of the thunder, all the troops trembled, O Bharata. The shafts of thy sire, O bull of Bharata's race, told on the foe. Indeed, shot from Bhishma's bow they did not strike the coats of mail only, but pierced them through. And we beheld, O king, many cars destitute of their brave riders dragged over the field of battle, O monarch, by the fleet steeds yoked unto them. 14,000 car warriors, belonging to the Chedis, the Kasis, and the Karushas, of great celebrity and noble parentage, prepared to lay down their lives, and retreating from the field, and owning excellent standards decked with gold, having met with Bhishma in battle who resembled the destroyer himself with wide open mouth, all went to the other world along with their cars, steeds, and elephants. And we beheld there, O king, cars by hundreds and thousands, some with their axles and bottoms broken, and some, O Bharata, with broken wheels. And the earth was strewn with cars broken along with their wooden fences, with the prostrate forms of car warriors, with shafts, with beautiful but broken coats of mail, with axes, O monarch, with maces and short arrows and sharp shafts, with bottoms of cars, with quivers and broken wheels, O sire, with innumerable bows and scimitars and heads decked with earrings, with leathern fences and gloves and overthrown standards, and with bows broken in various parts. And elephants, O king, destitute of riders, and slain horsemen, of the Pandava army, lay dead, The valiant Pandavas, notwithstanding all their efforts, could not rally those Car warriors, who, afflicted by the shafts of Bhishma, were flying away from the field. Indeed, O king, that mighty host, while being slaughtered by Bhishma, endued with energy equal to that of Indra himself, broke so completely that no two persons fled together. With its cars, elephants, and steeds overthrown, and with its standards laid low in profusion, the army of the sons of Pandu, deprived of senses, uttered loud exclamations of woe. And at that time, sire slew son, and son slew sire, and friend smote dear friend, impelled by fate. And many combatants of the Pandavas' army, throwing aside their armor, were seen flying in all directions with dishevelled hair. Indeed, the Pandava troops looked like bulls running wild in fear, and no longer restrained by the yoke. Indeed, loud were the exclamations we heard of woe that they uttered. Then that delighter of the Adavas, beholding the Pandava army breaking, reined the excellent car that he guided, and addressing Vatsa the son of Pritha, said, "The hour is come, O Partha, which thou hadst hoped for. Strike now, O tiger among men, or thou wilt be deprived of thy senses. Formerly, O hero, thou saidst, O Partha, in that conclave of kings in Virata's city, in the presence also of Sanjaya, these words, I will slay all the warriors of Dhritarashtra's son, all of them with their followers, including Bhishma and Drona, that would fight with me in battle, O son of Kunti, O chastiser of foes, make those words of thine true. Remembering the duty of a Kshatriya, fight, without any anxiety." Thus addressed by Vasudeva, Arjuna hung down his head and looked askance at him. And Vatsa replied very unwillingly, saying, "To acquire sovereignty with hell in the end, having slain those who should not be slain, or the woes of an exile in the woods, these are the alternatives. Which of these should I achieve? Urge the steeds, O Hrishikasa, I will do thy bidding. I will overthrow the Kuru grandsire Bhishma, that invincible warrior." Thus asked, Madhava urged those steeds of a silvery hue, to the spot where Bhishma, incapable of being looked at like the sun himself, was staying. Then that large host of Yudhishthira rallied and came again to the fight, beholding the mighty armed Partha proceeding for an encounter with Bhishma. Then Bhishma, that foremost one among the Kurus, repeatedly roared like a lion, and he soon covered Dhananjaya's car with a shower of arrows. Within a trice that car of his with its steeds and charioteer became entirely invisible in consequence of that thick shower of arrows. Vasudeva, however, without fear, mustering patience, and endued with great activity, urged those steeds mangled with Bhishma's shafts. Then Partha, taking up his celestial bow of twang loud as the roar of the clouds, caused Bhishma's bow to drop from his hands, cutting it into fragments by means of his sharp shafts. Then thy sire, the Kuru hero, whose bow had thus been cut off, stringed another large bow within the twinkling of the eye. Arjuna, however, excited with wrath, cut that bow also of his. The son of Santanu applauded that lightness of hand displayed by Arjuna, saying, well done, O mighty armed one. Well done, O son of Kunti. Having addressed him thus, Bhishma took up another beautiful bow in that battle, and shot many arrows at Partha's car. And Vasudeva showed great skill in the management of steeds, for, displaying the circling motion, he baffled all those arrows of Bhishma. Mangled with the arrows of Bhishma, those two tigers among men looked beautiful like two angry bulls marked with scratches of horns. Then that slayer of hostile heroes, viz., the mighty armed Vasudeva of Madhu's race, beholding that Partha was fighting mildly and that Bhishma was incessantly scattering his arrowy showers in battle, and that stationed between the two hosts, he latter was scorching everything like the sun himself, smiting down the foremost of Yudhishthira's combatants, and, in fact, achieving feat on Yudhishthira's army like unto what happeneth at the end of the Yuga, could not any longer bear it. Abandoning then, O sire, Partha's steeds that looked like silver, and filled with wrath, that great lord of yoga powers jumped down from that great car, repeatedly roaring like a lion, the mighty Krishna of great energy and immeasurable splendor, the Lord of universe, with eyes red as copper from rage, and having his bare arms alone for his weapons, rushed towards Bhishma, whip in hand, desirous of slaying him and seeming to split the universe itself with his dread. Beholding Madhava in the vicinity of Bhishma and about to fall upon him and that furious battle, the hearts of all the combatants seemed to be in a stupor. Bhishma is slain, Bhishma is slain. These loud exclamations were heard there, O king, caused by the fear inspired by Vasudeva. Robed in yellow silk, and himself dark as the lapis lazuli, Janardana, when he pursued Bhishma, looked beautiful as a mass of clouds charged with lightning. Like a lion towards an elephant, or the leader of a bovine herd upon another of his species, that bull of mad whose race, with a loud roar, impetuously rushed towards Bhishma. Beholding him of eyes like lotus petals, thus, rushing towards him in that battle, Bhishma began to fearlessly draw his large bow, and with a fearless heart he addressed Govinda, saying, Come, come, O thou of eyes like lotus petals. O God of the gods, I bow to thee. O best of the Satwatas, throw me down today in this great battle. O God, slain by thee in battle, O sinless one, great will be the good done to me, O Krishna, in every respect in the world. Amongst all, in the three worlds, great is the honor done to me today in battle, O Govinda. Strike me as thou pleasest, for I am thy slave, O sinless one. Meanwhile, the mighty armed Partha, quickly following Kesava behind, seized him by encircling him with his two arms. That best of male beings, viz., Krishna, of eyes like lotus petals, seized by Partha, still proceeded with great speed, bearing the latter away with him. The mighty Partha, that slayer of hostile heroes, however, forcibly catching hold of his legs, stopped Shikasa with great difficulty at the 10th step. Then Arjuna, his dear friend, filled with sorrow, affectionately addressed Kesava, who was then sighing like a snake and whose eyes were troubled in wrath, saying, O thou of mighty arms, stop, O Kesava, it behoveth thee not to make those words false which thou hadst spoken before, viz., I will not fight. O Madhava, people will say that thou art a liar. All this burden resteth upon me. I will slay the grandsire. I swear, O Kesava, by my weapons, by truth, and my good deeds, that, O slayer of foes, I will do all by which the destruction of my foes may be achieved. Behold this very day that invincible and mighty car warrior in the act of being thrown down by me, with the greatest ease, like a crescent moon at the end of the Yuga, when the destruction of the universe comes. Madhava, however, hearing these words of the high-souled Falguni, spoke not a word, but in anger once more mounted upon the car, and then upon those two tigers among men, when stationed on the car. Bhishma the son of Santanu, once more poured his arrowy showers like the clouds pouring rain upon the mountain breast. Mahabharata took the lives of the hostile warriors like the sun sucking with his rays the energies of all things during summer. As the Pandavas had been breaking the ranks of the Kurus in battle, so thy sire broke the Pandava ranks in battle. And the routed soldiers, helpless and heartless, slaughtered in hundreds and thousands by Bhishma, were unable to even look at him in that battle, him who resembled the midday sun blazing in his own splendor. Indeed, the Pandavas, afflicted with fear, timidly gazed at Bhishma, who was then achieving superhuman feats in that battle. And the Pandava troops, thus fleeing away, O Bharata, failed to find a protector like a herd of kine sunk in a shoal of ants while being trod down by a strong person. Indeed, the Pandavas could not, O Bharata, look at that mighty car warrior incapable of being shaken, who, furnished with a profusion of shafts, was scorching the kings in the Pandava army, and who in consequence of those shafts looked like the blazing sun shedding his fiery rays. And while he was thus grinding the Pandava army, the 1,000-rayed maker of day repaired to the setting hills, and the troops, worn with fatigue, set their hearts on withdrawal from the field. Section Kvi. Sanjaya said, while they were battling, the sun set, O Bharata, and there came the dreadful hour of twilight and the battle could no longer be seen. Then King Yudhishthira, seeing that twilight had come and that his own troops, slaughtered by Bhishma, had thrown aside their weapons, and that stricken with fear, and turned off the field, they were seeking to flee away, and beholding Bhishma also, that mighty car warrior, excited with wrath and afflicting everybody in fight, and noticing that the mighty car warriors of the Somakas, having been vanquished, had all become cheerless, reflected a little, and then ordered the troops to be withdrawn. Then King Yudhishthira withdrew his forces. And similarly, the withdrawal of thy forces also took place at the same time. Then those mighty car warriors, O chief of the Kurus, having withdrawn their forces, entered their tents, themselves mangled in battle, afflicted by the shafts of Bhishma, and reflecting upon that hero's feats in battle, the Pandavas obtained no peace of mind. Bhishma also, having vanquished the Pandavas and the Saranjayas in battle, was worshipped by thy sons and glorified by them, O Bharata. Accompanied by the rejoicing Kurus, he then entered his tent. Night then set in, that deprives all creatures of their senses. Then in that fierce hour of night, the Pandavas, the Vrishnis and the invincible Saranjayas sat down for a consultation. All those mighty persons, skilled in arriving at conclusions in council, coolly deliberated about that which was beneficial for them in view of their immediate circumstances. Then King Yudhishthira, having reflected for a long while, said these words, casting his eyes on Vasudeva, Behold, O Krishna, the high-souled Bhishma of fierce prowess. He crusheth my troops like an elephant crushing a forest of reeds. We dare not even look at that high-souled warrior. Like a raging conflagration he licketh up my troops. The valiant Bhishma of keen weapons, when excited with wrath in battle and bow in hand shooting his shafts, becometh as fierce as the mighty Naga Takshaka of virulent poison. Indeed, the angry Yama is capable of being vanquished, or even the chief of the celestials armed with a thunder, or Varuna himself, noose in hand, or the lord of the Yakshas armed with mace. But Bhishma, excited with wrath, is incapable of being vanquished in battle. When this is the case, O Krishna, I am, through the weakness of my understanding, plunged in an ocean of grief, having got Bhishma, as a foe, in battle. I will retire into the woods, O invincible one. My exile would be for my benefit. Battle, O Krishna, I no longer desire. Bhishma slayeth us always. As an insect, by rushing into a blazing fire meeteth only with death, even so do I rush upon Bhishma. In putting forth prowess, O thou of Vrishni's race, for the sake of my kingdom, I am, alas, led to destruction. My brave brothers have all been exceedingly afflicted with arrows. In consequence of the affection they bear to myself, their eldest brother, they had to go into the woods, deprived of kingdom. For myself alone, O slayer of Madhu, hath Krishna been sunk into such distress. I regard life to be of high value. Indeed, even life now seemeth to be difficult of being saved. If I can save that life, its latter remnant will I pass in the practice of excellent virtue. If, with my brothers, O Kesava, I am worthy of thy favour, tell me, O Krishna, what is for my benefit, without contravening the duties of my order. Hearing these words of his, and describing the situation in detail, Krishna, from compassion, said these words in reply for comforting Yudhishthira. O son of Dharma, O thou that art firm in truth, do thou not indulge in sorrow, thou that hast these invincible heroes, these slayers of foes, for thy brothers. Arjuna and Bhimasena are each imbued with the energy of the wind and the fire. The twin sons of Madri also are each as valiant as the chief of the celestials himself. From the good understanding that exists between us, do thou set me also to this task. Even I, O son of Pandu, will fight with Bhishma. Directed by thee, O great king, what is there that I may not do in great battle? Challenging the bull among men, viz. Bhishma, I will slay him in battle, in the very sight of the Dharashtas, if Phalguni doth not wish to slay him. If, O son of Pandu, thou seest victory to be certain on the slaughter of the heroic Bhishma, even I, on the single car, will slay that aged grandsire of the Kurus. Behold, O king, my prowess, equal to that of the great Indra in battle. I will overthrow from his car that warrior who always shooteth mighty weapons. He that is an enemy of the sons of Pandu, without doubt, is my enemy also. They that are yours are mine, and so they that are mine are yours. Thy brother, Arjuna, is my friend, relative, and disciple. I will, O king, cut off my own flesh and give it away for the sake of Arjuna. And this tiger among men also can lay down his life for my sake. O sire, even this is our understanding, viz., that we will protect each other. Therefore, command me, O king, in what way I am to fight. Formerly, at Paplavya, Partha had, in the presence of many persons, vowed, saying, I will slay their son of Ganga. These words of the intelligent Partha should be observed in practice. Indeed, if Partha requests me without doubt I will fulfill that vow. Or, let it be the task of Phalguni himself in battle. It is not heavy for him. He will slay Bhishma, that subjugator of hostile cities. If excited in battle, Partha can achieve feats that are incapable of being achieved by others. Arjuna can slay in battle the very gods exerting themselves actively, along with the Daityas and the Danavas. What need be said of Bhishma, therefore, O king? Endued with great energy, Bhishma, the son of Santanu, is now of perverted judgment, of intelligence decayed, and of little sense. Without doubt, he knoweth not what he should do. Hearing these words of Krishna, Yudhishthira said, It is even so, O thou of mighty arms, even as thou sayest, O thou of mad whose race. All these together are not competent to bear thy force. I am sure of always having whatever I desire, when, O tiger among men, I have thyself staying on my side. O foremost of victorious persons, I would conquer the very gods with Indra at their head, when, O Govinda, I have thee for my protector. What need I say, therefore, of Bhishma, though he is a mighty car warrior? But, O Krishna, I dare not, for my own glorification, falsify thy words. Therefore, O Madhava, as promised before by thee, render me aid without fighting for me. In this battle an agreement was made by me with Bhishma. He said, I will give thee counsel, but fight I shall never for thee, since I shall have to fight for Duryodhana's sake. Know this for truth. Therefore, O Lord, Bhishma may give me sovereignty by giving me good counsel, O Madhava. Therefore, O slayer of Madhu, all of us, accompanied by thee, will once more repair unto Mahabharata, for asking him about the means of his own death. All of us then, O best of persons, together going to Bhishma without delay, will speedily ask him of Kuru's race his advice. O Janardana, he will truly give us beneficial counsel, and O Krishna, I will do in battle what he will say. Of austere vows, he will give us counsel, as also victory. We were children and orphans. By him were we reared. O Madhava, him, our aged grandsire, I wish today, him, the sire of our sire. O, fie upon the profession of Kshatriyas. Sanjaya continued, hearing these words, O king, he of Vrishani's race said unto Yudhishthira, O thou of great wisdom, these words of thine, O king, are to my taste. Bhishma, otherwise called Mahabharata, is skilled in weapons. With only his glances he can consume the foe. Repair unto that son of the ocean going, Ganga, for asking him about the means of his death. Asked by thee, in particular, he will certainly say the truth. We will, therefore, proceed for questioning the Kuru grandsire. Repairing unto the reverend son of Santanu, we will, O Bharata, ask him his advice, and according to the advice that he will give us we will fight with the foe. Having thus deliberated, O elder brother of Pandu, the heroic sons of Pandu, and the valiant Vasudeva, all proceeded together towards the abode of Bhishma, casting aside their coats of mail and weapons and entering them his tent, they all bowed to him, bending their heads. And the sons of Pandu, O king, worshipping that bull of Bharata's race, and bowing unto him with their heads, sought his protection. The Kuru grandsire, the mighty armed Bhishma, then addressed them, saying, Welcome art thou, O thou of Vrishani's race. Welcome art thou, O Dhananjaya. Welcome to thee, O King Yudhishthira the Just. And to thee, O Bhima. Welcome to you also, ye twins. What am I to do now for enhancing your joy? Even if it be exceedingly difficult of achievement, I will yet do it with all my soul. And to the son of Ganga, who thus repeatedly spoke unto them with such affection, King Yudhishthira, with a cheerful heart, lovingly said these words, O thou that art conversant with everything, how shall we obtain victory, and how shall we acquire sovereignty? How also may this destruction of the creatures be stopped? Say all these unto me, O Lord. Tell us the means of thy own death. How, O hero, shall we be able to bear thee in battle? O grandsire of the Kurus, thou givest not thy foes even a minute hold to pick in thee. Thou art seen in battle with thy bow ever drawn to a circle. When thou takest thy shafts, when aimest them, and when drawest the bow, for letting them off, no one is able to mark. O slayer of hostile heroes, constantly smiting, as thou dost, cars and steeds and men and elephants, we behold thee on thy car, O mighty armed one, to resemble a second Sunday. What man is there, O bull of Bharata's race, who can venture to vanquish thee, scattering showers of arrows in battle, and causing a great destruction? Tell me, O grandsire, the means by which we may vanquish thee in battle, by which sovereignty may be ours, and lastly, by which my army may not have to undergo such destruction. Hearing these words, Santanu's son, O elder brother of Pandu, said unto the son of Pandu, As long as I am alive, O son of Kunti, victory cannot be yours in battle, O thou of great wisdom. Truly do I say this unto thee. After, however, I am vanquished in fight, ye may have victory in battle, ye sons of Pandu. If, therefore, ye desire victory in the battle, smite me down without delay. I give you permission, ye sons of Pritha, strike me as ye please. I am thus known to you in what I regard to be a fortunate circumstance. 472 After I am slain, all the rest will be slain. Therefore, do as I bid. Yudhishthira said, Tell us the means by which we may vanquish thee in battle, thee that art, when excited with wrath in the fight, like unto the destroyer himself armed with mace. The wielder of the thunderbolt may be vanquished, or Varuna, or Yama. Thou, however, art incapable of being defeated in battle by even the gods and Asuras united together, with Indra at their head. Bhishma said, That, O son of Pandu, is true, which thou sayest. O thou with mighty arms! When with weapons and my large bow in hand I contend carefully in battle, I am incapable of being defeated by the very gods and the Asuras with Indra at their head. If, however, I lay aside my weapons, even these Ka warriors can slay me. One that hath thrown away his weapons, one that hath fallen down, one whose armor hath slipped off, one whose standard is down, one who is flying away, one who is frightened, one who says, I am thine, one who is a female, one who beareth the name of a female, one no longer capable of taking care of oneself, one who hath only a single son, or one who is a vulgar fellow's comma. With these I do not like to battle. Hear also, O king, about my resolve formed before. Beholding any inauspicious omen I would never fight. That mighty Ka warrior, the son of Drupada, O king, whom thou hast in thy army, who is known by the name of Sikandin, who is wrathful in battle, brave, and ever victorious, was a female before but subsequently obtained manhood. How all this took place, ye all know it truly. Brave in battle and clad in mail, let Arjuna, keeping Sikandin before him, attack me with his sharp shafts. When that inauspicious omen will be there, especially in the form of one that was a female before, I will never seek, though armed with bow and arrow, to strike him. Obtaining that opportunity, let Dhananjaya the son of Pandu quickly pierce me on every side with his shafts, O bull of Bharata's race. Except the highly blessed Krishna, and Dhananjaya the son of Pandu, I do not behold the person in the three world who is able to slay me while exerting myself in battle. Let Vatsu, therefore, armed with weapons, struggling carefully in battle, with his excellent bow in hand, placing Sikandin or something else before, throw me down from my car. Then the victory will be certain. Do this, O great king, even this that I have said unto thee, O thou of excellent vows. Thou wilt then be able to slay all Dhritarashtra's assembled together in battle. Sanjaya continued. The Pathas then, having ascertained all this, went back to their tents, saluting the Kuru grandsire, viz., the high-souled Bhishma. After Ganga's son, prepared to go to the other world, had said this, Arjuna, burning with grief and his face suffused in shame, said these words, How, O Madhava, shall I fight in battle with the grandsire who is my senior in years, who is possessed of wisdom and intelligence, and who is the oldest member of our race? While sporting in days of childhood, O Vasudeva, I used to smear the body of this high-souled and illustrious one with dust by climbing on his lap with my own filthy body. O elder brother of Gada, he is the sire of my sire Pandu. While the child, climbing on the lap of this high-souled one, I once called him father. I am not thy father but thy father's father, O Brat! Even this is what he said to me, in reply, in my childhood. He who said so, oh, how can he be slain by me? Oh, let my army perish. Whether it is victory or death that I obtain, I will never fight that high-souled person. Even this is what I think. What dost thou think, O Krishna? Vasudeva said, having vowed the slaughter of Bhishma before, O Jishu, how canst thou abstain from slaying him, agreeably to the duties of a Kshatriya? Throw down from his car, O Patha, that Kshatriya who is invincible in battle. Victory can never be yours without slaying Ganga's son. Even thus shall he go to the abode of the armor. This hath been settled before by the gods. That which hath been destined before, O Patha, must happen. It cannot be otherwise. None save thee, O invincible one, not even the wielder of the thunderbolt himself, would be capable of fighting with Bhishma, who is like the destroyer with wide open mouth. Slay Bhishma, without any anxiety. Listen also to these words of mine that our Vrihas party of great intelligence had said unto Sakra in days of old. one should slay even an aged person endued with every merit and worthy of reverence if he cometh as a foe, or, indeed, any other who approacheth for destroying oneself. O Dhananjaya, this is the eternal duty sanctioned for the Kshatriya, viz., that they should fight, protect subjects, and perform sacrifices, all without malice. Arjuna said, Sikandin, O Krishna, will certainly be the cause of Bhishma's death, for Bhishma, as soon as he beholds the prince of the Panchalas, abstains from striking. Therefore, keeping Sikandin before him and at our head, we will, by that means, overthrow the son of Ganga. Even this is what I think. I will hold in check the great bowman with my shafts. As regards Sikandin, he will fight with Bhishma alone, that foremost of all warriors. I have heard from that chief of the Kuras that he would not strike Sikandin, for having been born before as a woman he subsequently became a male person. Sanjaya continued, having settled this with Bhishma's permission, the Pandavas, along with Madhava, went away with rejoicing hearts. And then those bulls among men retired to their respective beds. Section 6. Dhritarashtra said, How did Sikandin advance against the son of Ganga in battle, and how did Bhishma also advance against the Pandavas? Say all this unto me, O Sanjaya. Sanjaya said, Then all those Pandavas, towards the hour of sunrise, with beat of drums and cymbals and smaller drums, and with the blare of conches of milky whiteness, all around, went out for battle, placing Sikandin in their van. And they marched out, O king, having formed an array that was destructive of all foes. And Sikandin, O monarch, was stationed in the very van of all the troops. And Bhimasena and Dhananjaya became the protectors of his car wheels. And in his rear were the sons of Draupadi and the valiant Abhimanyu. And those mighty car warriors, viz., Satyaki and Chekatana, became the protectors of the last. And behind them was Drishthadumna protected by the Panchalas. Next to Drishthadumna, behind, marched the royal lord Yudhishthira, accompanied by the twins, filling the air with leonine shouts, O bull of Bharata's race. Next behind him was Virata, surrounded by his own troops. Next to him marched Drupada, O mighty armed one. And the 5 Kakya brothers and the valiant Drishtaketu, O Bharata, protected the rear of the Pandava army. Having disposed their vast army in such an array, the Pandavas rushed against thy host, prepared to cast away their lives. And similarly the Kauravas, O king, placing that mighty car warrior Bhishma at the head of their whole host, proceeded against the Pandavas. And that invincible warrior was protected by thy mighty sons. Next behind them was the great bowman Drona, as also his mighty son, as Wataman. Next behind was Bhagadatta, surrounded by his elephant division. And behind Bhagadatta were Kripa and Kritavarman. Behind them was Sudakshina, the mighty ruler of the Kamvojas, and Jayatsena, the king of the Magadhas, and Shivala's son and Frihadvala. And similarly, many other kings, that were all great bowmen, protected the rear of thy host, O Bharata. As each day came, Bhishma the son of Santanu formed arrays in battle, sometimes after the manner of the Asuras, sometimes after that of the Pisachas, and sometimes after that of the Rakshasas. Then commenced the battle between thy troops, O Bharata, and theirs, both parties smiting one another and increasing the population of Yama's kingdom. And the Pathas, with Arjuna at the head, placing Sikandin in the van, proceeded against Bhishma in that battle, scattering diverse kinds of arrows. And then, O Bharata, afflicted by Bhishma with his shafts, many of thy warriors, profusely bathed in blood, repaired to the other world. And Nakula and Sahadeva, and the mighty car warrior Satyaki, approaching thy army, began to afflict it with great vigour. Thus slaughtered in battle, O bull of Bharata's race, thy warriors were unable to resist that vast host of the Pandavas. Then thy host, vigorously afflicted by great Ka warriors and thus slaughtered by them everywhere, fled away on all sides. Slaughtered with sharp shafts by the Pandavas and the Srinjayas, they found not a protector, O bull of Bharata's race. Dhritarashtra said, Tell me, O Sanjaya, what the valiant Bhishma, excited with rage, did in battle, upon beholding my host afflicted by the Pathas. O sinless one, tell me how that hero, that chastiser of foes, rushed against the Pandavas in battle, and slaughtered the Somakas. Sanjaya said, I will tell thee, O king, what thy sire did when thy son's host was afflicted by the Pandavas and the Srinjayas. With cheerful hearts, the brave sons of Pandu, O elder brother of Pandu, encountered thy son's host, slaughtering all whom they met. That carnage, O chief of men, of human beings, elephants and steeds, that destruction by the foe of thy army in battle, Bhishma could not brook. That invincible and great bowman, then, reckless of his very life, poured upon the Pandavas, the Panchalas, and the Srinjayas, showers of long shafts and calf-toothed and crescent-shaped arrows. And with weapons, O monarch, he checked with his shafts and with showers of other weapons, both offensive and defensive, all sped with energy and wrath, the 5 foremost of mighty Ka warriors of the Pandavas, who had been struggling vigorously in battle. Excited with wrath, he slaughtered in that battle countless elephants and steeds. And that bull among men, O monarch, throwing down many Ka warriors from their cars, 473 and horsemen from their horses, and crowds of the foot soldiers, and elephant warriors from the backs of the beasts they rode, struck terror into the foe. And the Pandava warriors all rushed together upon Bhishma singly, upon that mighty Ka warrior struggling in battle with great activity, like the Asuras rushing together upon him with a thunderbolt in hand. Shooting on all sides his whetted arrows, whose touch resembled that of Indra's thunder, he seemed to the enemy to have assembled a terrible visage. While fighting in that battle, his large bow, resembling that of Sakra himself, seemed to be always drawn to a circle. Beholding those feats in battle, thy sons, O monarch, filled with exceeding wonder, worshipped the grand sire. The Pathas cast their eyes, with cheerless hearts, upon thy heroic sire struggling in battle, like the celestials upon the Asura, Viprashati, in days of old. 474 they could not resist that warrior who then resembled the destroyer himself with wide open mouth. In that battle on the 10th day, Bhishma, with his sharp shafts, consumed the division of Sikandin like a conflagration consuming a forest. Him resembling an angry snake of virulent poison, or the destroyer urged by death himself, Sikandin pierced with 3 shafts in the center of the chest. Deeply pierced therewith, Bhishma saw that it was Sikandin who was piercing him. Excited with wrath, but unwilling to fight with Sikandin, Bhishma laughingly said, Whether thou choosest to strike me or not, I will never fight with thee. Thou art that Sikandin still which the Creator had made thee first. 475 Hearing these words of his, Sikandin, deprived of his senses by wrath, and licking the corners of his mouth, addressed Bhishma in that battle, saying, I know thee, O mighty armed one, to be the exterminator of the Kshatriya race. I have heard also of thy battle with Jamadani's son. I have also heard much of thy superhuman prowess. Knowing thy prowess, I will still fight with thee today. For doing what is agreeable to the Pandavas and is agreeable to my own self, O chastiser of foes, I will today fight with thee in battle, O best of men. I will, of a certainty, slay thee. I swear this before thee by my troth. Hearing these words of mine, do that which thou shouldst. Whether thou choosest to strike me or not, thou shalt not escape me with life. O thou that art ever victorious, O Bhishma, look thy last on this world. Sanjaya continued, having said so, Sikandin in that battle pierced Bhishma with 5 straight shafts, having already pierced him with his wordy shafts. Hearing those words of his, the mighty Ka warrior Arjuna, regarding Sikandin to be Bhishma's destroyer, urged him on, saying, I will fight behind thee, rooting the foe with my shafts. Excited with fury, rush thou against Bhishma of terrible prowess. The mighty Bhishma will not be able to afflict thee in battle. Therefore, O mighty armed one, encounter Bhishma with vigour. If, O sire, thou returnest today without slaying Bhishma, thou wilt, with myself, be an object of ridicule to the world. Seek to do that in battle by which, O hero, we may not incur ridicule in this great battle. Stay the grandsire. O thou of great strength, I will protect thee in this battle, checking all the Ka warriors of the Kuru army. Do thou slay the grandsire, Drona, and Drona's son, and Kripa, and Sayadana, and Chitrasana, and Vikana, and Jayadratha the ruler of the Centaurs, Vinda and Danuvinda of Avanti, and Sudakshina the ruler of the Kamvojas, and the brave Bhagadatta, and the mighty king of the Magadhas, and Somadatta's son, and the brave Rakshasas who is Rishyasringa's son and the ruler of the Trigatas, alone with all the other great Ka warriors of the Kuru army, I will check like the continent resisting the surging sea. Indeed, I will hold in check all the mighty warriors of the Kuru army assembled together and battling with us. Do thou slay the grandsire. Section CX. Dhritarashtra said, how Sikandin the prince of the Panchalas, excited with wrath, rushed in battle against the grandsire, viz., Ganga's son of righteous soul and regulated vows. What mighty Ka warriors of the Pandavas' army, upraised weapons, desirous of victory, and exerting themselves with activity, protected Sikandin on that occasion which required great activity. How also did Bhishma the son of Santanu, endued with great energy, fight on that 10th day of battle with the Pandavas and the Srinjayas. I cannot brook the idea of Sikandin encountering Bhishma in battle. Indeed, when Sikandin attacked Bhishma, was Bhishma's car or his bow broken? Sanjaya said, while fighting in that battle, O bull of Bharata's race, neither the bow nor the car of Bhishma had suffered any injury. He was then slaying the foe with straight shafts. Many thousands of mighty Ka warriors belonging to thy army, as also elephants, O king, and steeds well harnessed, proceeded for battle, with the grandsire in the van. Agreeably to his vow, O thou of Kuru's race, the ever-victorious Bhishma was incessantly engaged in slaughtering the troops of the Pathas. The Panchalas and the Pandavas were unable to bear that great bowman battling with them, and slaying his foes with his shafts. When the 10th day came, the hostile army was torn into pieces by Bhishma with his shafts by hundreds and thousands. O elder brother of Pandu, the sons of Pandu were incapable of defeating in battle the great bowman Bhishma, who resembled the destroyer himself armed with a lance. Then, O king, the unvanquished Vatsu or Dhananjaya, who was capable of drawing the bow with even the left hand, came to that spot, frightening all the Ka warriors. Roaring loudly like a lion, and repeatedly drawing the bowstring, and scattering showers of arrows, Partha careered on the field of battle like death himself. Frightened at those roars of his, thy warriors, O bull of Bharata's race, fled away in terror, like smaller animals, O king, at the sound of the lion. Beholding the son of Pandu crowned with victory and thus afflicting that host, Duryodhana himself under the influence of terror addressed Bhishma and said, the son of Pandu, O sire, with white steeds, yoked unto his car, and having Krishna for his charioteer, consumeth all my troops like a conflagration consuming a forest. Behold, O son of Ganga, all troops, slaughtered by Pandu's son in battle, are, O foremost of warriors, fleeing away. Indeed, as the herdsman belaboureth his cattle in the forest, even so, O scorcher of the foes, is my army being belaboured. Broken and driven away on all sides by Dhananjaya with his shafts, the invincible Bhima is also routing that, already broken, host of mine. And Satyaki, and Chekatana, and the twin sons of Madri, and the valiant Abhimanyu, these also are routing my troops. The brave Drishthadhyumna, and the Rakshasa Ghatotkacha also, are vigorously breaking and driving away my army in this fierce conflict. Of these troops that are being slaughtered by all those mighty Ka warriors, I do not see any other refuge in the matter of their staying and fighting on the field. O Bharata, save thee, O tiger among men, that art possessed of prowess equal to that of the celestials. Therefore, receive thou those great Ka warriors without delay, and be thou the refuge of these afflicted troops. Thus addressed by him, O king, thy sire Devavrata, the son of Santanu, reflecting for a moment and settling what he should do, said these words unto thy son, comforting him therewith, O Duryodhana, listen calmly to what I say, O king. O thou of great might, formerly I vowed before thee that slaying every day 10,000 Hysult Kshatriyas, I would come back from the battle. I have fulfilled that vow, O bull of Bharata's race. O thou of great might, today I will achieve even a great feat. Today I will either sleep myself being slain, or I will slay the Pandavas. O tiger among men, I will today free myself from the debt I owe thee, the debt, O king, arising out of the food thou gavest me, by casting away my life at the head of thy army. Having said these words, O chief of the Bharatas, that invincible warrior, scattering his shafts among the Kshatriyas, attacked the Pandava host. And the Pandavas then, O bull of Bharata's race, began to resist the son of Ganga, staying in the midst of his forces and excited with wrath like a snake of virulent poison. Indeed, O king, on that 10th day of the battle, Bhishma, displaying his might, slew, O son of Kuru's race, hundreds of thousands. And he drained the energies of those royal and mighty Ka warriors that were the foremost among the Panchalas, like the sun sucking up the moisture of the earth with his rays. Having slain 10,000 elephants of great activity and 10,000 steeds also, O king, along with their riders, and full 200,000 of foot soldiers, that best of men, viz., Bhishma, shone resplendent in battle like a fire without a curl of smoke. And no one amongst the Pandavas was capable of even looking at him, who then resembled the burning sun staying in the northern solstice. The Pandavas, however, though afflicted in battle by that great bowman, still rushed, accompanied by the mighty Ka warriors of the Srinjayas, for slaughtering him. Battling with myriads upon myriads around him, Santanu's son Bhishma then looked like the cliff of Meru covered on all sides with masses of clouds. Thy sons, however, stood, surrounding Bhishma on all sides with a large force, for protecting him. Then commenced a fierce battle between the Kurus and the Pandavas. Section CXI. Sanjaya said, Arjuna then, O king, beholding the prowess of Bhishma in battle, addressed Sikandin saying, proceed towards the Grandasire. Thou shouldst not entertain the slightest fear of Bhishma today. Even I will throw him down from his excellent car by means of my sharp shafts. Thus addressed by Partha, Sikandin, O bull of Bharata's race, having heard those words, rushed at the son of Ganga. And so Drishthadhyumna also, O king, and the mighty Ka warrior Abhimanyu, having heard those words of Partha, joyfully rushed at Bhishma. And old Virata and Drupada, and Kuntibohu also, clad in mail, rushed at Bhishma in the very sight of thy son. And Nakula, Sahadeva, and the valiant king Yudhishthira also, and all the rest of the warriors, O monarch, rushed against Bhishma. As regards thy warriors, O king, that rushed, according to the measure of their might and courage, against those mighty car warriors of the Pandava army, united together. Listen to me as I speak of them, and thee. Like a young tiger attacking a bull, Chitrasana, O king, rushed against Chekadana, who in that battle was proceeding forgetting at Bhishma. Kritavarman, O king, resisted Drishtadama, who had reached the presence of Bhishma and who was exerting himself with great activity and vigor in that battle. Somadatta's son, O monarch, with great activity, resisted Bhimasena, excited with fury and desirous of slaying Bhishma. Similarly, Vigana, desirous of protecting Bhishma's life, resisted the brave Nakula, who was scattering innumerable arrows around. And so, O king, Kripa the son of Saradwat, excited with rage, resisted Sahadeva proceeding towards Bhishma's car. And the mighty Dharmika rushed at that Rakshasa of cruel deeds, viz., the mighty son of Bhimasena, desirous of Bhishma's slaughter. Thy son Duryodhana himself resisted Satyaki proceeding to battle. Sudakshina, the ruler of the Kamvojas, O king, resisted Abhimanyu, O monarch, who was proceeding towards Bhishma's car. And Aswathaman, O king, excited with rage, resisted old Virata and Drupada, those two chastisers of foes united together. And Bharadwa the son, exerting himself with vigor in battle, resisted the eldest Pandava, that is to say, King Yudhishthira the Just, who was desirous of Bhishma's death. And that great bowman, viz., Dusasana, in that battle, resisted Arjuna, who was rushing with great speed, with Sikandin before him, desirous of coming upon Bhishma, O monarch, and illuminating the 10 quarters with his bright weapons. And other warriors of thy army resisted in that great battle the mighty car warriors of the Pandavas proceeding against Bhishma. Drishtadama, that mighty car warrior, excited with rage, rushed against Bhishma alone and addressing the troops, repeatedly said in a loud voice, There, Arjuna, that delighter of Kuru's race, is proceeding against Bhishma in battle. Rush ye against Ganga's son. Be not afraid. Bhishma will not be able to attack you in battle. 476 Vasava himself cannot venture to fight with Arjuna in battle. What therefore need be said of Bhishma who, though possessed of bravery in battle, is feeble and old? Hearing these words of their commander, the mighty car warriors of the Pandava army, filled with joy, rushed towards the car of Ganga's son. Many foremost of men, however, of thy army cheerfully received and resisted those heroes coming towards Bhishma like impetuous mass of living energy. That mighty car warrior, Dusasana, abandoning all fears, rushed against Ananjaya, desirous of protecting the life of Bhishma. And so the heroic Pandavas also, O king, rushed in battle against thy sons, those mighty car warriors, stationed about Bhishma's car. And then, O king, we beheld a highly wonderful incident, viz., that Partha, having proceeded as far as Dusasana's car, could not advance further. As the continent resists the surging sea, even so did thy son, Dusasana, resist the angry son of Pandu. Both of them were foremost of car warriors. Both of them, O Bharata, were invincible. Both of them, in beauty and splendor, O Bharata, resembled the sun or the moon. Both of them were excited with wrath, and each of them desired to slay the other. And they encountered each other in dreadful battle like Maya and Sakra in days of old. And Dusasana, O king, in that battle pierced the son of Pandu with 3 shafts and Vasudeva with 20. Then Arjuna, excited with rage upon beholding him of Vrishani's race thus afflicted, pierced Dusasana with 100 shafts. These, penetrating through the latter's armor, drank his blood in that battle. Then Dusasana, excited with wrath, pierced Partha with 5 shafts. And once more, O chief of the Bharatas, he pierced Arjuna in the forehead with 3 sharp shafts. And with those shafts sticking to his forehead, The son of Pandu looked beautiful in that battle, like Meru, O king, with its tall crests. That great bowman, viz. Partha, then thus deeply pierced by thy son wielding the bow, looked resplendent in that battle like a flowering kinsuka. The son of Pandu then, excited with rage, afflicted Dasasna, like Rahu inflamed with rage on the 15th day of the lighted fortnight, afflicting the moon at full. Thus afflicted by that mighty warrior, thy son, O king, pierced Partha in that battle with many shafts whetted on stone and winged with the features of the canker bird. Then Partha, cutting off Dasasna's bow and splitting his car with 3 shafts, sped at him many fierce arrows resembling the darts of death. Thy son, however, cut off all those shafts of Partha, exerting himself with vigor before they could reach him. All this seemed highly wonderful. Then thy son pierced Partha with many shafts of great sharpness. Then Partha, excited with rage in that battle, placed on his bowstring a number of shafts whetted on stone and furnished with wings of gold, and aiming them, sped them all at his foe. These, O king, penetrated the body of that high-souled warrior, like swans, O monarch, diving into a lake. Thus afflicted by the high-souled son of Pandu, thy son, avoiding Partha, quickly proceeded to the car of Bhishma. Indeed, Bhishma then became an island unto him who was thus sinking into fathomless waters. Regaining consciousness then, thy son, O monarch, endued with heroism and prowess, once more began to resist Partha with sharp arrows, like Purandara resisting the Asura, Vritara. Of huge form, thy son began to pierce Arjuna, but the latter was scarcely pained at all this. Section XI. Sanjaya said, the mighty bowman, Alambashaw, the son of Rishyasringa, in that battle, resisted Satyaki clad in mail and proceeding towards Bhishma. He of Madhu's race, however, O king, excited with wrath, pierced the Rakshasa with 9 arrows, smiling the while, O Bharata. And so the Rakshasa also, O king, excited with wrath, afflicted him of Madhu's race, viz., that bull of Sini's line, with 9 arrows. Then Sini's grandson, that slayer of hostile heroes, of Madhu's race, excited with rage, sped in that battle a profusion of arrows at the Rakshasa. Then that mighty aimed Rakshasa pierced Satyaki, of prowess incapable of being baffled, with many sharp arrows, and uttered a loud shout. Then he of Madhu's race, endued with great energy, though deeply pierced by the Rakshasa in that battle, still relying upon his prowess, laughed at his wounds, and uttered loud roars. Then Bhagadatta, excited with rage, afflicted him of Madhu's race in that battle with many sharp arrows, like a guide piercing a huge elephant with a hook. Then that foremost of car warriors, viz., the grandson of Sini, abandoning the Rakshasa in battle, sped many straight shafts at the ruler of the Pragjyotishas. The ruler of the Pragjyotishas then, with a board-headed arrow of great sharpness, displaying great lightness of hand, cut off the large bow of Satyaki. Then that slayer of hostile heroes, excited with rage and taking up another bow of greater impetus, pierced Bhagadatta in that battle with many sharp arrows. That mighty bowman, viz., Bhagadatta, then deeply pierced, began to lick the corners of his mouth. And he then hurled at his foe, in that dreadful battle, a tough dart, made wholly of iron, decked with gold and stones of lapis lazuli, and fierce as the rod of Yama himself, sped with the might of Bhagadatta's arm and coursing towards him impetuously. Satyaki, O king, cut that dart in twain by means of his shafts. Thereupon that dart fell down suddenly, like a great meteor shorn of its splendor. Beholding the dart baffled, thy son, Duryodhana, O monarch, surrounded him of Madhu's race with a large number of cars. And seeing that mighty car warrior among the Vrishnis thus surrounded, Duryodhana, angrily addressing all his brothers, said, "Take such steps, ye Kauravas, that Satyaki may not, in this battle, escape you and this large division of cars, with life. If he be slain, the vast host of the Pandavas may be regarded as slain also." Accepting Duryodhana's words with the answer, "So be it, those mighty Ka warriors fought with Sini's grandson in the view of Bhishma, the mighty ruler of the Kamvojas. In that battle, resisted Abhimanyu, who was proceeding against Bhishma, the son of Arjuna, having pierced the king with many straight shafts, 477 once more pierced that monarch, O monarch, with 64 shafts. Sudakshina, however, desirous of Bhishma's life, pierced Abhimanyu in that battle with 5 arrows and his charioteer with 9. And the battle that took place there, in consequence of the meeting of those two warriors, was fierce in the extreme. That grinder of foes, Sikandin, then rushed at the son of Ganga. Old Virata and Drupada, those mighty Ka warriors, both excited with rage, rushed to battle with Bhishma, resisting the large host of the Kauravas as they went. That best of Ka warriors, viz. Aswathaman, excited with rage, encountered both those warriors. Then commenced to battle, O Bharata, between him and them. Virata then, O chastiser of foes, struck, with broad-headed shafts, that mighty bowman and ornament of battle, viz. Drona's son, as the latter advanced against them. And Drupada also pierced him with 3 sharp shafts. Then the preceptor's son, Aswathaman, coming upon those mighty warriors, thus striking him, viz. The brave Virata and Drupada both proceeding towards Bhishma, pierced them both with many shafts. Wonderful was the conduct that we then beheld of those two old warriors, inasmuch as they checked all those fierce shafts shot by Drona's son. Like an infuriate elephant in the forest rushing against an infuriate compeer, Kripa, the son of Saradwat, proceeded against Sahadeva, who was advancing upon Bhishma. And Kripa, brave in battle, quickly struck that mighty Ka warrior, viz. The son of Madri, with 70 shafts decked with gold. The son of Madri, however, cut Kripa's bow in twain by means of his shafts. And cutting off his bow, Sahadeva then pierced Kripa with 9 arrows. Taking up then, in that battle, another bow capable of bearing a great strain, Kripa, excited with rage and desirous of Bhishma's life, cheerfully struck Madri's son in that battle with 10 shafts. And so the son of Pandu, in return, desirous of Bhishma's death, excited with rage, struck the wrathful Kripa in the chest, with many shafts. And then occurred there a terrible and fierce battle. That scorcher of foes, viz. Vikana, desirous of saving the grandsire Bhishma, excited with rage in that battle, pierced Nakula with 60 arrows. Nakula also, deeply pierced by thy intelligent son, pierced Vikana in return with 70 shafts. Those two tigers among men, those two chastisers of foes, those two heroes, struck each other for the sake of Bhishma, like 2 bovine bulls in a fold. Thy son Dharmaka, endued with great prowess, proceeded, for the sake of Bhishma, against Ghatotkacha, advancing to battle and slaughtering thy army as he came. Hidimva's son, however, O king, excited with rage, struck Dharmaka, that chastiser of foes, in the chest a straight shaft. The heroic Dharmaka then, shouting cheerfully, pierced Bhimasana's son on the field of battle with 60 shafts of keen points. That mighty Ka warrior, viz. The son of Ridika, resisted Drishthadama, that foremost of Ka warriors, who was advancing to battle from desire of Bhishma's slaughter. The son of Prishata, however, having pierced Gritavarman with 5 shafts made wholly of iron, once more, struck him quickly in the centre of the chest 50 shafts. And similarly, O king, Prishata's son struck Gritavarman with 9 sharp and blazing shaft, winged with the feathers of the kanka bird. encountering each other with great vigour. The battle that took place between them for Bhishma's sake was as fierce as that between Vritra and Vasava. Against Bhimasena, who was advancing upon the mighty Bhishma, proceeded Varisravas with great speed, saying, "Wait, wait, and the son of Somadatta struck Bhima in the centre of the chest with an arrow of exceeding sharpness and golden wings in that battle. And the valiant Bhimasena, with that arrow on his chest, looked beautiful, O best of kings, like the crowned mountain in days of old with the dart of Skanda. And those two bulls among men, enraged in battle, shot at each other shafts brightly polished by their forgers and endued with effulgence of the Sunday. Bhima, longing for Bhishma's death, fought with the mighty son of the Somadatta, and the latter, desirous of Bhishma's victory, fought with the former, each carefully seeking to counteract the other's feats. Bharadwaja's son resisted Yudhishthira, the son of Kunti, who, accompanied by a large force, was coming towards Bhishma. Hearing the rattle of Drona's car, O king, that resembled the roar of the clouds, the Prabhadrakas, O sire, began to tremble. That large force of Pandu's son, resisted by Drona in battle, could not, exerting vigorously, advance even one step. Thy son Chitrasena, O king, resisted Chekatana of wrathful visage, who was exerting vigorously for coming upon Bhishma. Possessed of great prowess and great dexterity of hand, that mighty car warrior for the sake of Bhishma, battled with Chekatana, O Bharata, according to the utmost of his power. And Chekatana also fought with Chitrasena to the utmost of his power. And the battle that took place there in consequence of the meeting of those two warriors was exceedingly fierce. As regards Arjuna, although he was resisted by all means, O Bharata, he still compelled thy son to turn back and then crushed thy troops. Dussasana, however, to the utmost stretch of his power, began to resist Partha, wishing, O Bharata, to protect Bhishma. The army of thy son, O Bharata, undergoing such slaughter, began to be agitated here and there by many foremost car warriors of the Pandava. Section XI. Sanjaya said, the heroic Drona, that great bowman endued with the prowess of an infuriate elephant, that foremost of men possessed of great might, taking up his large bow which was capable of checking even an infuriate elephant, and shaking it in his hands, was engaged in afflicting the Pandava ranks, having penetrated into their midst. That valiant warrior, acquainted with every omen, beholding the omens on all sides, addressed his son, who also was scorching the hostile ranks, and said these words, This is that day, O son, on which the mighty Partha, desirous of slaying Bhishma in battle, will exert himself to the best of his might. My arrows are coming out of the quiver of their own accord. My bow seems to yawn. My weapon seems unwilling to obey my behests, and my heart also is cheerless. Animals and birds are uttering fearful and incessant cries. Vultures seem to disappear beneath the feet of the Bharata troops. The sun himself seems to have lost hue. The quarters are all ablaze. The earth seems to shriek, inspire fear, and tremble everywhere. Cankers, and vultures, and cranes are frequently crying. Jackals are uttering inauspicious and fierce yells foreboding great danger. Large meteors seem to fall from the centre of the solar disk. The constellation called Pariah, with a trunkless form, appeareth around the Sunday. The solar and the lunar disks have become awful, foreboding great danger to Kshatriyas about the mangling of their bodies. The idols of the Kuru king in his temples tremble and laugh and dance and weep. The illustrious moon riseth with his horns downward. The bodies of the kings belonging to the Kuru army all seem to be pale, and though clad in mail, are shorn of splendour. The loud blare of Panchajanya and the twang of Gandiva are heard on all sides of both the armies. Without doubt, Arjuna, relying upon his great weapons and avoiding other warriors, will advance upon the grandsire. The pores of my body are contracting, and my heart also is depressed, thinking, O mighty armed one, of the encounter between Bhishma and Arjuna. Keeping on his foe the Panchala prince of sinful soul and conversant with deceit, Partha is proceeding towards Bhishma for battle. Bhishma said before that he would not slay Sikandin. By the Creator had that one been made female, though through chance he subsequently became a male person. That mighty son of Yajnasena is also an inauspicious omen by himself. The son of the ocean-going, Ganga, will not strike that person of inauspicious self. Thinking of this, viz., that Arjuna, excited with wrath, is about to fall upon the aged Kuru grandsire, my heart is exceedingly depressed. The wrath of Yudhishthira, an encounter between Bhishma and Arjuna in battle, and an endeavour like this, of the shooting of weapons, by myself, these three, are certainly fraught with great harm to creatures. Arjuna is endued with great energy. He is powerful, brave, accomplished in weapons, and possessed of valour that is very active. Capable of shooting his arrows to a great distance and shooting them with force. He is, besides, acquainted with omens, endued with great might and intelligence, and above fatigue, that foremost of warriors has incapable of defeat by the very gods with Vasava at their head. The son of Pandu possesses terrible weapons and is ever victorious in battle. Avoiding his path, go thou to battle, for Bhishma's victory, O thou of rigid vows. 478. Today in this dreadful battle thou wilt behold a great carnage. The beautiful and costly coats of mail, decked with gold, of brave warriors will be pierced with straight shafts, and the tops of standards, and bearded javelins, and bows, and bright lances of sharp points, and darts bright with gold, and the standards on the backs of elephants, will all be cut off by Iritin in wrath. O son, this is not the time when dependents should take care of their lives. Go to battle, keeping heaven before thee, and for the sake of fame and victory. There, the ape-bannered Arjuna crosseth on his car the river of battle that is awful and incapable of being easily crossed, and hath cars, elephants, and steeds, for its eddies. Regard for Brahmanas, self-restraint, liberality, asceticism, and noble conduct, are seen in Yudhishthira alone, who hath for his brothers Dhananjaya, and the mighty Bhimasena, and the twin sons of Madri by Pandu, and who hath Vasudeva of the Vrishan race for his protector. The wrath, born of grief, of that Yudhishthira, whose body hath been purified by the flames of penance, directed to the wicked son of Dhritarashtra, is consuming this Bharata host. The cometh Partha, having Vasudeva for his protector, checking, as he cometh, this entire Dhritarashtra army. Behold, Kiritin is agitating this host like a large whale agitating the vast sea of crested waves. Hark, cries of distress and woe are heard in the van of the army. Go, encounter the heir of the Panchala king. As for myself, I will proceed against Yudhishthira. The heart of King Yudhishthira's very strong array is difficult of access. Inaccessible as the interior of the sea, it is guarded on all sides by Atratas, Satyaki, and Abhimanyu, and Drishthadama, and Vrikadara, and the twins. Even these are protecting the ruler of men, viz., King Yudhishthira. Dark as the younger brother of Indra, and risen like a tall salar, behold Abhimanyu advancing at the head of the Pandava host, like a second Filgana. Take up thy mighty weapons, and with thy large bow in hand proceed against the royal son of Prishata, viz., Sikandin, and against Vrikadara. Who is there that doth not wish his dear son to live for many years? Keeping the duties of a Kshatriya, however, before me, I am engaging thee to this task. So Bhishma also, in this battle, is consuming the mighty host of the Pandavas. O son, he is, in battle, equal to Yama or Varuna himself. Section Ksif. Sanjaya said, hearing these words of the high Suladrona, Bhagadatta and Gripa and Salya and Gritavarman, and Vinda and Danuvinda of Avanti, and Jayadratha the ruler of the Sindhus, and Chitrasana and Vikana and Damarshana and others, these 10 warriors of thy army, supported by a large host consisting of many nationalities, fought with Bhimasena, desirous of winning high renown in the battle for Bhishma's sake. And Salya struck Bhima with 9 arrows, and Kritavarman struck him with 3, and Gripa with 9. And Chitrasana and Vikana and Bhagadatta, O sire, each struck him with 10 arrows. And the ruler of the Sindhus struck him with 3, and Vinda and Danuvinda of Avanti each struck him with 5 arrows. And Duryodhana struck that son of Bandu with 20 sharp arrows. Bhimasena, O king, pierced in return every one of those kings, those foremost of men in the world, those mighty warriors of the Dhritarashtra army, one after another. The brave Pandava, that slayer of hostile heroes, pierced Salya with 7 arrows, and Kritavarman with 8. And he cut off Gripa's bow with arrow fixed thereon, O Bharata, in the middle, dividing it in twain. And after thus cutting off his bow, he pierced Gripa once more with 7 arrows. And he struck Vinda and Danuvinda with 3 arrows each. And he pierced Damarshana with 20 arrows, and Chitrasana with 5, and Vikana with 10, and Jayadratha with 5. And once more striking the ruler of the Sindhus with 3 arrows, he uttered a loud shout, filled with joy. Then Gautama, that foremost of warriors, taking up another bow, angrily pierced Bhima with 10 sharp shafts. Pierced with those 10 shafts like a huge elephant with a hook, the valiant Bhimasena, O king, filled with wrath, struck Gautama in that battle with many shafts. Possessed of the splendor of Yama himself, as he appears at the end of the Yuga, Bhimasena then, with 3 arrows, dispatched into death's domain the steeds of the ruler of the Sindhus as also his charioteer. Thereupon that mighty warrior, viz. Jayadratha, quickly jumping down from the car whose steeds had been slain, shot in that battle many sharp-pointed shafts at Bhimasena. Then, O sire, with a couple of broad-headed arrows, he cut off, O chief of the Bharatas, the bow of the high-souled king of the Sindhus in the middle. His bow cut off, himself deprived of his steeds and charioteer slain. Jayadratha then, O king, quickly mounted on the car of Chitrasana. Indeed, the son of Pandu achieved in that battle a most wonderful feat, for piercing all those mighty warriors and holding them in check, he deprived, O sire, the ruler of the Sindhus of his in the very sight of all the army. Salya could not brook to see the prowess that Bhimasena displayed, for saying unto him, wait, he aimed some sharp arrows well polished by the forger's hands, and pierced Bhima therewith in that battle. And Gripa and Gritavarman and the valiant Bhagadatta, and Vinda and Danuvinda of Avanti, and Chitrasana, and Damarshana, and Vikana, and the valiant ruler of the Sindhus also, in that battle, these chastisers of foes, all quickly pierced Bhima for the sake of Salya. Bhima then pierced each of them in return with 5 arrows. And he pierced Salya then with 70 arrows and once more with 10. And Salya then pierced him with 9 arrows and once more with 5. And he pierced Bhimasena's charioteer also, deep in his vitals, with a broad-headed arrow. The valiant Bhimasena then, beholding his charioteer Vaizoka deeply pierced, sped 3 arrows at the arms and chest of the ruler of Madras. And as regards the other great bowmen, he pierced each of them in that battle with 3 straight arrows, and then uttered a loud roar like that of a lion. Each of those great bowmen then, exerting himself with vigor, deeply pierced that son of Pandu skilled in battle, with 3 arrows in his vitals. That mighty bowman viz. Bhimasena, though pierced deeply, trembled not, but stood still, like a mountain drenched with torrents of rain by showering clouds. Then that mighty car warrior of the Pandavas, filled with wrath, that celebrated hero, deeply pierced the ruler of the Madras with 3 arrows. And he pierced the ruler of the Pragjotishas, O king, in that battle, with 100 arrows. Of great renown, he then pierced Gripa with many arrows, and then, displaying great dexterity, he cut off with a keen-edged shaft the bow, with arrow fixed thereon, of the high-souled Kritavarman. Then Kritavarman, that scorcher of foes, taking up another bow, struck Vrikadara between his eyebrows with a long arrow. Bhima, however, in that battle, having pierced Salya with 9 arrows made wholly of iron, and Bhagadatta with 3, and Kritavarman with 8, pierced each of the others with Gautama at the head, with 2 arrows. Those warriors also, in return, pierced him, O king, with sharp-pointed shafts. Through thus afflicted by those mighty car warriors with all kinds of weapons, yet, regarding them all as straw, he coursed on the field without any anxiety. Those foremost of car warriors, on the other hand, with great coolness, sped at Bhima sharp-pointed arrows by hundreds and thousands. The heroic and mighty Bhagadatta then, in that battle, hurled at him a dart of fierce impetuosity furnished with a golden staff. And the Sindhu king, of strong arms, hurled at him a lance and an axe. And Gripa, O king, hurled at him a Satagni, and Salya an arrow. And the other great bowmen each sped at him 5 arrows with great force. The son of the wind god then cut off, with a sharp shaft, that lance in twain. And he cut off that axe also with 3 shafts, as if it were a sesame stalk. And with 5 shafts swinged with the feathers of the canker bird, he cut that Satagni into fragments. That mighty car warrior then, having cut off the arrow sped by the ruler of the Madras, forcibly cut off the dart sped by Bhagadatta in that battle. As regards the other fierce shafts, Bhimasena, proud of his feats in battle, cut them each into 3 fragments by means of his own straight shafts. And he struck each of those great bowmen also with 3 shafts. Then Dhananjaya, during the progress of that dreadful battle, beholding the mighty car warrior Bhima striking the foe and battling against many with his arrows, came thither on his car. Then those bulls among men of thy army, beholding those 2 high-souled sons of Bandu together, gave up all hopes of victory. Then Arjuna, desirous of slaying Bhishma, placing Sikandin before him, approached Bhima who had been fighting with those great car warriors and fell upon those fierce combatants, numbering 10, of thy army, O Bharata. Then Vatsu, desirous of doing what was agreeable to Bhima, pierced all those warriors, O king, who had been battling with Bhima. Then King Duryodhana urged Susaman for the destruction of both Arjuna and Bhimasena, saying, O Susaman, go thou quickly, supported by large force. Slay those 2 sons of Pandu, viz., Dhananjaya and Vrikadara. Hearing these words of his, the Trigarta king who ruled the country called Brasthala, quickly rushed in battle upon those 2 bowmen, viz., Bhima and Dhananjaya, and surrounded them both by many thousands of cars. Then commenced a fierce battle between Arjuna and the foe. Section CXV. Sanjaya said, Arjuna covered with his straight shafts the mighty car warrior Salya, who was struggling vigorously in battle. And he pierced Susaman and Gripa with 3 arrows each. And in that battle the Atrita Arjuna, afflicting thy host, struck the ruler of the Pragjotishas, and Jayadratha the king of the Sindhas, and Chitrasena, and Vikana, and Kritavarman, and Damarshana, O monarch, and those 2 mighty car warriors, viz., the princes of Avanti, each with 3 arrows winged with the feathers of the canker and the peacock. Jayadratha, staying on the car of Chitrasena, pierced Partha, in return, O Bharata, and then, without loss of time, Bhima also, with his shafts. And Salya, and that foremost of car warriors, viz. Griper, both pierced Jaishu, O monarch, with diverse arrows capable of penetrating into the very vitals. Thy sons headed by Chitrasena, O king, each quickly pierced Arjuna and Bhimasena in that battle, O sire, with 5 sharp shafts. Those 2 foremost of car warriors, however, viz. Those sons of Kunti, those bulls of Bharata's race, began in that battle to afflict the mighty host of the Trigartas. Susaman, in return, pierced Partha with 9 swift arrows, and uttered a loud shout frightening the vast host of the Pandavas. And other heroic car warriors pierced Bhimasena and Dhananjaya with many straight-going arrows of keen points and golden wings. Amid these car warriors, however, those 2 bulls of Bharata's race, viz. The 2 sons of Kunti, those great car warriors, looked exceedingly beautiful. And they seemed to sport amid them like 2 furious lions amid a herd of kine, cutting off in various ways the bows and arrows of many brave warriors in that battle. Those 2 heroes felled the heads of combatants by hundreds upon hundreds. Innumerable cars were broken, and steeds by hundreds were slain, and many elephants, along with their riders, were laid low on the field in that dreadful battle. And car warriors and horsemen and elephant riders in large numbers, O king, deprived of life, were seen moving in convulsions all over the field. And the earth was covered with slain elephants and foot soldiers in large bands, and steeds deprived of life, and cars broken in diverse ways. And the prowess we beheld there of Partha was highly wonderful, inasmuch as holding in check all those heroes, that mighty warrior caused a great slaughter. Gripa, and Gritavarman, and Jayadratha, the ruler of the Centaurs, and Vinda and Danuvinda of Avanti, these did not forsake the battle. Then that great bowman Bhima, and that mighty car warrior Arjuna, began in that battle to rout the fierce host of the Kauravas. The kings, in that army, quickly sped at Dhananjaya's car, myriads upon myriads and millions upon millions of arrows furnished with peacock feathers. Partha, however, checking those arrows by means of his own arrowy showers, began to send those mighty car warriors to Yama's abode. The great car warrior Salya then, excited with wrath and as if sporting in that battle, struck Partha in the chest with some straight shafts of broad heads. Partha then, cutting off by means of 5 shafts Salya's bow and leathern fence, pierced the latter deeply in the very vitals with many arrows of keen points. Taking up another bow capable of bearing a great strain, the ruler of the Madras then furiously attacked Jaishu with 3 arrows, O king, and Vasudeva with 5. And he struck Bhimasena in the arms and the chest with 9 arrows. Then Drona, O king, and that mighty car warrior, viz. The ruler of the Magadhas, commanded by Duryodhana, both came to that spot where those 2 mighty car warriors, viz. Partha and Bhimasena, were slaughtering the mighty host of the Kuru king. Jayatsena, the king of the Magadhas, then, O bull of Bharata's race, pierced Bhima, that wielder of awful weapons in battle, with 8 sharp arrows. Bhima, however, pierced him, in return, with 10 arrows, and once more with 5. And with another broad-headed shaft he felled Jayatsena's charioteer from his niche in the car. The steeds of his car, no longer restrained, ran wildly in all directions, and thus carried away the ruler of the Magadhas from battle, in the sight of all the troops. Meanwhile Drona, noticing an opening, pierced Bhimasena, O bull of Bharata's race, with 8 keen shafts furnished with heads shaped after the frog's mouth. Bhima, however, ever delighting in battle, pierced the preceptor, who was worthy of paternal reverence, with 5 broad-headed arrows, and then, O Bharata, with 60. Arjuna, again piercing Susaman with a large number of arrows made, wholly, of iron, destroyed his troops like the tempest destroying mighty masses of clouds. Then Bhishma, and the king, viz. Duryodhana, and Vrihadvala, the ruler of the Koslas, excited with rage, advanced upon Bhimasena and Ananjaya. At this, the heroic warriors of the Pandava army, and Drishthadhyumna the son of Prishata, rushed in battle against Bhishma, who was advancing like death himself with wide open mouth. Sikandin also, sighting the grandsire of the Bharatas, was filled with joy and rushed at him, abandoning all fear of the mighty Ka warrior. Then all the Pathas, with Yudhishthira at their head, placing Sikandin in the van, and uniting with the Srinjayas, fought with Bhishma in battle. And similarly all the warriors of thy army, placing Bhishma of regulated vows in their van, fought in battle with all the Pathas headed by Sikandin. The battle then that commenced between the Kauravas and sons of Bandu for the sake of Bhishma's victory or victory over Bhishma was exceedingly terrible. Indeed, in that game of battle, blade for the sake of victory or the reverse, Bhishma, O monarch, became the stake on which the victory of thy army depended. Then Drishthadhyumna, O king, commanded all the troops, saying, Rush against the son of Ganga. Do not fear, ye best of Ka warriors. Hearing those words of their generalissimo, the army of the Pandavas quickly advanced against Bhishma, ready to lay down their lives in that dreadful battle. Bhishma then, that foremost of Ka warriors, received that large host rushing towards him, like a continent receiving the surging sea. Section CXVI. Dhritarashtra said, How, O Sanjaya, did Santanu's son Bhishma of mighty energy fight on the 10th day of battle with the Pandavas and the Srinjayas? How also did the Kauravas resist the Pandavas in battle? Describe to me the great battle fought by Bhishma, their tournament of battle. Sanjaya said, I will presently describe to thee, O Bharata, how the Kauravas fought with the Pandavas, and how that battle took place. Day after day many mighty Ka warriors of thy army, excited with wrath, were dispatched to the other world by the diadem-decked Arjuna, with his great weapons. The ever-victorious Kuru warrior Bhishma also, agreeably to his vow, always caused a great carnage among the Patha army. O chastiser of foes, beholding Bhishma fighting at the head of the Kurus, and Arjuna also fighting at the head of the Panchalas, we could not say truly on which side the victory will declare itself. On the 10th day of battle, when Bhishma and Arjuna encountered each other, awful was the carnage that took place. On that day, O scorcher of foes, Santanu's son, Bhishma, conversant with high and mighty weapons, repeatedly slew thousands upon thousands of warriors. Many, O Bharata, whose names and families were not known, but who, endued with great bravery, were run retreating from battle, were on that day slain by Bhishma. Scorching the Pandava army for 10 days, Bhishma, of virtuous soul, gave up all desire of protecting his life. Wishing his own slaughter presently at the head of his troops, no more shall I slay large numbers of foremost of warriors. Thought thy mighty armed sire Devavrata. And seeing Yudhishthira near him, O king, he addressed him, saying, O Yudhishthira, O thou with great wisdom, O thou that art acquainted with every branch of learning, listen to these righteous and heaven-leading words, O sire, that I say. O Bharata, I no longer desire to protect, O sire, this body of mine. I have passed much time in slaying large numbers of men in battle. If thou wishest to do what is agreeable to me, strive to slay me, placing Patha with the Panchalas and the Srinjayas at thy van. Ascertaining this to be his intention, King Yudhishthira of true sight proceeded to battle with the Srinjayas for his support. Then Drishthadhyumna, O king, and Pandu's son Yudhishthira, having heard those words of Bhishma, urged thereon on. And Yudhishthira said, Advance. Fight. Vanquish Bhishma in battle. Ye all will be protected by that conqueror of foes, viz. Jaishan of unbaffled aim. And this great bowman, this generalissimo, of our forces, viz. the son of Prishata, as also Bhima, will assuredly protect you. Ye Saranjayas, entertain no fear today of Bhishma in battle. Without doubt, we will vanquish Bhishma today, placing Sikandin in our van. Having, on the 10th day of battle, made such a vow, the Pandavas, resolved to conquer or go to heaven, advanced, blinded by rage, with Sikandin and Dhananjaya the son of Bandu to the fore. And they made the most vigorous efforts for the overthrow of Bhishma. Then diverse kings, of great might, urged by thy son, and accompanied by Drona and his son and a large force, and the mighty Dusasana at the head of all his uterine brothers, proceeded towards Bhishma, staying in the midst of that battle. Then those brave warriors of thy army, placing Bhishma of high vows in their van, battled with the Pathas headed by Sikandin. Supported by the Chedis and the Panchalas, the Apanadajana, placing Sikandin ahead, proceeded towards Bhishma, the son of Santanu. And the grandson of Sini battled with Drona's son, and Drishtaketu with the descendant of Puru, and Yadamanu with thy son Duryodhana at the head of his followers. And Virata, at the head of his forces, encountered Jayadratha supported by his own troops. And Vardhakshitra's heir, O chastiser of foes, encountered thy son Chitrasana armed with excellent bow and arrows. 479 And Yudhishthira proceeded against the mighty bowman Salyu at the head of his troops. And Bhimasena, well protected, proceeded against the elephant division of the Kaurava army. And Drishthadama, the prince of Panchala, excited with fury and accompanied by his brothers, proceeded against Drona, that foremost of all wielders of weapons, invincible and irresistible. That chastiser of foes, viz., Prince Vrihadvana, bearing on his standard the device of the lion, proceeded against Subhadra's son, whose standard bore the device of the Kankara flower. Thy sons, accompanied by many kings, proceeded against Sikandin and Dhananjaya the son of Pritha, from desire of slaughtering both of them. When the combatants of both armies rushed against each other with awful prowess, the earth shook under their dread. Beholding Santanu's son in battle, the divisions of thy army and of the foe, O Bharata, became mingled with one another. Tremendous was the din, O Bharata, that arose there of those warriors burning with rage and rushing against each other. And it was heard on all sides, O king. With the blare of conchs and the leonine shouts of the soldiers, the uproar became awful. The splendour, equal to that of either the sun or the moon, of bracelets and diadems of all the heroic kings, became dimmed. And the dust that rose looked like a cloud, the flash of bright weapons constituting its lightning. And the twang of bows, the whiz of arrows, the blare of conchs, the loud beat of drums, and the rattle of cars, of both the armies, constituted the fierce roar of those clouds. And the welkin, over the field of battle, in consequence of the bearded darts, the javelins, the swords and showers of arrows of both armies, was darkened. And car warriors, and horsemen felled horsemen, in that dreadful battle. And elephants killed elephants, and foot soldiers slew foot soldiers. And the battle that took place for Bhishma's sake, between the Kurus and the Pandavas, O tiger among men, was fierce in the extreme, like that between two hawks for a piece of flesh. Engaged in battle, that encounter between those combatants desirous of slaughtering and vanquishing one another, was extremely dreadful. Section XVI. Sanjaya said, Abhimanyu, O king, displaying his prowess for the sake of Bhishma, fought with thy son who was supported by a large force. Then Duryodhana, excited with wrath, struck Abhimanyu in the chest with 9 straight arrows, and once more with 3. Then in that battle, Arjuna's son, inflamed with wrath, hurled at Duryodhana's car a terrible dart resembling the rod of death himself. Thy son, however, that mighty car warrior, O king, with a broad-headed arrow of great sharpness, cut off in twain the dart of terrible force coursing towards him with great speed. Beholding that dart of his drop down on the earth, Arjuna's wrathful son pierced Duryodhana with 3 shafts in his arms and chest. And once more, O chief of the Bharatas, that mighty car warrior of Bharata's race struck the Kuru king with 10 fierce shafts in the center of his chest. And the battle, O Bharata, that took place between those 2 heroes, viz., Subhadra's son, and that bull of Kuru's race, the former fighting for compassing Bhishma's death and the latter for Arjuna's defeat, was fierce and interesting to behold, and gratifying to the senses, and was applauded by all the kings. That bull among Brahmanas and chastiser of foes, viz., the son of Drona, excited with wrath in that battle, forcibly struck Satyaki in the chest with fierce arrow. The grandson of Suni also, that hero of immeasurable soul, struck the preceptor's son in every vital limbs with 9 shafts winged with the feathers of the kanka bird. As Haman then, in that battle, struck Satyaki, in return, with 9 shafts, and once more, quickly, with 30, in his arms and chest. Then that great bowman of the Satwata race, possessed of great fame, deeply pierced by Drona's son, pierced the latter, in return, with arrows. The mighty car warrior Paurava, covering Drishtaketu in that battle with his shafts, mangled that great bowman exceedingly. The mighty car warrior Drishtaketu, endued with great strength, quickly pierced the former with 30 arrows. Then the mighty car warrior Paurava cut off Drishtaketu's bow, and uttering a loud shout, pierced him with whetted shafts. Drishtaketu then taking up another bow, pierced Paurava, O king, with 73 shafts of great sharpness. Those 2 great bowmen and mighty car warriors, both of gigantic stature, pierced each other with showers of arrows. Each succeeded in cutting off the other's bow, and each slew the other's steeds. And both of them, thus deprived of their cars, then encountered each other in a battle with swords. And each took up a beautiful shield made of bull's hide and decked with 100 moons and graced with 100 stars. And each of them also took up a polished sword of brilliant lustre. And thus equipped, they rushed, O king, at each other, like 2 lions in the deep forest, both seeking the companionship of the same lioness in her season. They wheeled in beautiful circles, advanced and retreated, and displayed other movements, seeking to strike each other. Then Paurava, excited with wrath, addressed Drishtaketu, saying, Wait, and struck him on the frontal bone with that large scimitar of his. The king of the Chedis also, in that battle, struck Paurava, that bull among men, on his shoulder joint, with his large scimitar of sharp edge. Those 2 repressors of foes thus encountering each other in dreadful battle and thus striking each other, O king, both fell down on the field. Then thy son Jayatsena, taking Paurava up on his car, removed him from the field of battle on that vehicle. And as regards Drishtaketu, the valiant and heroic Sahadeva, the son of Madri, possessed of great prowess, bore him away from the field. Chitrasana, having pierced Susaman with many arrows made wholly of iron, once more pierced him with 60 arrows and once more with 9. Susaman, however, excited with wrath in battle, pierced thy son, O king, with hundreds of arrows. Chitrasana then, O monarch, excited with rage, pierced his adversary with 30 straight shafts. Susaman, however, pierced Chitrasana again in return. 480. In that battle for the destruction of Bhishma, Subhadra's son, enhancing his fame and honor, fought with Prince Vrihadvana, putting forth his prowess for aiding his sire, Partha, and then proceeded towards Bhishma's front. The ruler of the Koslas, having pierced the son of Arjuna with 5 shafts made of iron, once more pierced him with 20 straight shafts. Then the son of Subhadra pierced the ruler of Koslas with 8 shafts made wholly of iron. He succeeded not, however, in making the ruler of the coastlers to tremble, and, therefore, he once more pierced him with many arrows. And Folguni's son then cut off Vrihadvala's bow, and struck him again with 30 arrows winged with feathers of the canker bird. Prince Vrihadvala then, taking up another bow, angrily pierced the son of the Folguni in that battle with many arrows. Verily, O scorcher of foes, the battle, for Bhishma's sake, that took place between them, both excited with rage and both conversant with every mode of fight, was like the encounter of Vali and Vasava in days of old on the occasion of the battle between the gods and the Asuras. Bhimasena, fighting against the elephant division, looked highly resplendent like Sakra armed with a thunder after splitting large mountains. 481 Indeed, elephants, huge as hills, slaughtered by Bhimasena in battle, fell down in numbers on the field, filling the earth with their shrieks. Resembling massive heaps of antimony, and of mountain-like proportions, those elephants with frontal globes split open, lying prostrate on the earth, seemed like mountains strewn over the earth's surface. The mighty bowman Yudhishthira, protected by a large force, afflicted the ruler of the Madras, encountering him in that dreadful battle. The ruler of the Madras, in return, displaying his prowess for the sake of Bhishma, afflicted the son of Dharma, that mighty car warrior, in battle. The king of Centaurs, having pierced Virata with 9 straight arrows of keen points, once more struck him with 30. Virata, however, O king, that commander of a large division, struck Jayadratha in the center of his chest with 30 shafts of keen points. The ruler of the Matsyas and the ruler of the Centaurs, both armed with beautiful bows and beautiful scimitars, both decked with handsome coats of mail and weapons and standards, and both of beautiful forms, looked resplendent in that battle. Drona, encountering Drishthadhyumna the prince of the Panchalas in dreadful battle, fought fiercely with his straight shafts. Then Drona, O king, having cut off the large bow of Prashata's son, pierced him deeply with 50 arrows. Then that slayer of hostile heroes, viz., the son of Prashata, taking up another bow, sped at Drona who was contending with him, many arrows. The mighty car warrior Drona, however, cut off all those arrows, striking them with his own. And then Drona sped at Drupada's son 5 fierce shafts. Then that slayer of hostile heroes, viz., the son of Prashata, excited with rage, hurled at Drona in that battle a mace resembling the rod of death himself. Drona, however, with 50 arrows checked that mace decked with gold as it coursed impetuously towards him. Thereupon that mace, cut into fragments, O king, by those shafts shot from Drona's bow, fell down on the earth. Then that scorcher of foes, viz., the son of Prashata, beholding his mace baffled, hurled at Drona an excellent dart made wholly of iron. Drona, however, O Bharata, cut that dart with 9 shafts in that battle, and then afflicted that great bowman, viz., the son of Prashata. Thus took place, O king, that fierce and awful battle between Drona and the son of Prashata, for the sake of Bhishma. Arjuna, getting at the son of Ganga, afflicted him with many arrows of keen points, and rushed at him like an infuriate elephant in the forest upon another. King Bhagadatta, however, of great prowess, then rushed at Arjuna, and checked his course in battle with showers of arrows. Arjuna then, in that dreadful battle, pierced Bhagadatta's elephant coming towards him, with many polished arrows of iron, that were all bright as silver and furnished with keen points. The son of Kunti, meanwhile, O king, urged Sikandin, saying, "Come, proceed towards Bhishma, and slay him!" Then, O elder brother of Pandu, the ruler of Pragjyotishas, abandoning that son of Pandu, quickly proceeded, O king, against the car of Drupada. Then Arjuna, O monarch, speedily proceeded towards Bhishma, placing Sikandin ahead. And then there took place a fierce battle, for all the brave combatants of thy army rushed with great vigor against Arjuna, uttering loud shouts. And all this seemed extremely wonderful. Like the wind dispersing in the summer masses of clouds in the welkin, Arjuna dispersed, O king, all those diverse divisions of thy sons. Sikandin, however, without any anxiety, coming up at the grandsire of the Bharatas, quickly pierced him with great many arrows. As regards Bhishma, his car was then his fire chamber. His bow was the flame of that fire, and swords and darts and maces constituted the fuel of that fire. And the showers of arrows he shot were the blazing sparks of that fire with which he was then consuming Kshatriyas in that battle. As a raging conflagration with constant supply of fuel wandereth amid masses of dry grass when aided by the wind, so did Bhishma blaze up with his flames, scattering his celestial weapons. And the Kuru hero slew the Somakas that followed Partha in that battle. Indeed, that mighty Ka warrior checked also the other forces of Arjuna, by means of his straight and whetted shafts furnished with wings of gold. Filling in that dreadful battle all the points of the compass, cardinal and subsidiary, with his leonine shouts, Bhishma felled many Ka warriors, O king, from their cars, and many steeds along with their riders. And he caused large bodies of cars to look like forests of palmyras shorn of their leafy heads. That foremost of all wielders of weapons, in that battle, deprived cars and steeds and elephants of their riders. Hearing the twang of his bow and the slap of his palms, both resembling the roll of the thunder, the troops, O king, trembled all over the field. The shafts, O chief of men, of thy sire were never bootless as they fell. Indeed, shot from Bhishma's bow they never fell, only touching the bodies of the foe, but pierced them through in every case. We saw crowds of cars, O king, deprived of riders, but unto which were yoked fleet steeds, dragged on all sides with the speed of the wind. Full 14,000 great Ka warriors of noble parentage, prepared to lay down their lives, unretreating and brave, and possessed of standards decked with gold, belonging to the Chedis, the Kasis, and the Kaurushas, approaching Bhishma, that hero who resembled the destroyer himself with wide open mouth, were dispatched to the other world, with their steeds, cars, and elephants. There was not, O king, a single great Ka warrior among the Somakas, who, having approached Bhishma in that battle, returned with life from that engagement. Beholding Bhishma's prowess, people regarded all those warriors who approached him as already dispatched to the abode of the king of the dead. Indeed, no Ka warrior ventured to approach Bhishma in battle, except the heroic Arjuna having white steeds, yoked unto his car, and owning Krishna for his charioteer, and Sikandin, the prince of Panchala, of immeasurable energy. Section XVI. Sanjaya said, Sikandin, O bull among men, approaching Bhishma in battle, struck him in the center of the chest with 10 broad-headed arrows. The son of Ganga, however, O Bharata, only looked at Sikandin with wrath and as if consuming the Panchala prince with that look. Remembering his femininity, O king, Bhishma, in the very sight of all, struck him not. Sikandin, however, understood it not. Then Arjuna, O monarch, addressed Sikandin, saying, Come, rush quickly and slay the grandsire. What needst thou say, O hero? Slay the mighty Ka warrior Bhishma. I do not see any other warrior in Yudhishthira's army who is competent to fight with Bhishma in battle, save thee, O tiger among men. I say this truly. Thus addressed by Partha, Sikandin, O bull of Bharata's race, quickly covered the grandsire with the diverse kinds of weapons. Disregarding those shafts, thy sire Devavrata began, with his shafts, to check the angry Arjuna only in that battle. And that mighty Ka warrior, O sire, began also to dispatch, with his shafts of keen points, the whole army of the Pandavas to the other world. The Pandavas also, O king, after the same manner, supported by their vast host, began to overwhelm Bhishma like the clouds covering the maker of day. O bull of Bharata's race, surrounded on all sides, that Bharata hero consumed many brave warriors in that battle like a raging conflagration in the forest, consuming numberless trees. The prowess that we then beheld there of thy son, Dusasana, was wonderful, inasmuch as he battled with Partha and protected the grandsire at the same time. With that feat of thy son Dusasana, that illustrious bowman, all the people there were highly gratified. Alone he battled with all the Pandavas, having Arjuna amongst them, and he fought with such vigour that the Pandavas were unable to resist him. Many car warriors were in that battle deprived of their cars by Dusasana, and many mighty bowmen on horseback and many mighty warriors, elephants, pierced with Dusasana's keen shafts, fell down on the earth, and many elephants, afflicted with his shafts, ran away in all directions. As a fire fiercely blazeth forth with bright flames when fed with fuel, so did thy son blaze forth, consuming the Pandava host. And no car warrior, O Bharata, of the Pandava host ventured to vanquish or even proceed against that warrior of gigantic proportions, save Indra's son, Arjuna, owning white steeds and having Krishna for his charioteer. Then Arjuna also called Vijaya, vanquishing Dusasana in battle, O king, in the very sight of all the troops, proceeded against Bhishma. Though vanquished, thy son, however, relying upon the might of Bhishma's arms, repeatedly comforted his own side and battled with the Pandavas with great fierceness. Arjuna, O king, fighting with his foes in that battle, looked exceedingly resplendent. 482 Then Sikandin, in that battle, O king, pierced the grandsire with many arrows whose touch resembled that of the bolts of heaven and which were as fatal as the poison of the snake. These arrows, however, O monarch, caused thy sire little pain, for the son of Ganga received them laughingly. Indeed, as a person afflicted with heat cheerfully receives torrents of rain, even so did the son of Ganga receive those arrows of Sikandin. And the Kshatriyas there, O king, beheld Bhishma in that great battle as a being of fierce visage who was incessantly consuming the troops of the high-souled Pandavas. Then thy son, Duryodhana, addressing all his warriors, said unto them, Rush ye against Falguni from all sides. Bhishma, acquainted with the duties of a commander, will protect you. Thus addressed, the Kaurava troops casting off all fear, fought with the Pandavas. And once more, Duryodhana said unto them, with his tall standard bearing the device of the golden Palmyra, Bhishma stayeth, protecting the honour and the armour of all the Dhritarashtra warriors. The very gods, striving vigorously, cannot vanquish the illustrious and mighty Bhishma. What need be said, therefore, of the Parthas who are mortals? Therefore, ye warriors, fly not away from the field, getting Falguni for a foe. I myself, striving vigorously, will today fight with the Pandavas, uniting with all of you, ye lords of earth, exerting yourselves actively. Hearing these words, O monarch, of thy son with bow in hand, many mighty combatants, excited with rage, belonging to the Vidas, the Kalingas, and the diverse tribes of the Desakas, fell upon Falguni. And many combatants also, belonging to the Nishadas, the Sauviras, the Valakas, the Daridas, the Westerners, the Northerners, the Malavas, the Apagatas, the Zurasnas, the Sivis, the Vasatis, the Salwas, the Sakas, the Trigatas, the Amvashthas, and the Kikayas, similarly fell upon Partha, like flights of insects upon a fire. The mighty Dhananjaya, otherwise called Vatsu, then, O monarch, calling to mind diverse celestial weapons and aiming them at those great car warriors at the heads of their respective divisions, 483 quickly consumed them all, by means of those weapons of great force, like fire consuming a flight of insects. And while that firm bowman was, by means of his celestial weapons, creating thousands upon thousands of arrows, his Gandiva looked highly resplendent in the welkin. Then those Kshatriyas, O monarch, afflicted with those arrows with their tall standards torn and overthrown, could not even together approach the ape-bannered Partha. Cow warriors fell down with their standards, and horsemen with their horses, and elephant riders with their elephants, attacked by Iritin with his shafts. And the earth was soon covered all on all sides with the retreating troops of those kings, routed in consequence of the shafts shot from Arjuna's arms. Partha then, O monarch, having routed the Kaurava army, sped many arrows at Dusasna. Those arrows with iron heads, piercing thy son Dusasna through, all entered the earth like snakes through ant hills. Arjuna then slew Dusasna's steeds and then felled his charioteer. And the Lord Arjuna, with 20 shafts, deprived Vivansati of his car, and struck him 5 straight shafts. And piercing Kripa and Vikarna and Salya with many arrows made wholly of iron, Kunti's sun-owning white steeds deprived all of them of their cars. Thus deprived of their cars and vanquished in battle by save the Arsashin, Kripa and Salya, O sire, and Dusasna, and Vikarna and Vivansati, all fled away. Having vanquished those mighty car warriors, O chief of the Bharatas, in the forenoon, Partha blazed up in that battle like a smokeless conflagration, scattering his shafts all around like the sun shedding rays of light. Partha felled many other kings, O monarch, making those mighty car warriors turn their backs upon the field by means of his arrowy showers. Arjuna caused a large river of bloody current to flow in that battle between the hosts of the Kurus and the Pandavas, O Bharata. Large numbers of elephants and steeds and car warriors were slain by car warriors, and many were the car warriors slain by elephants, and many also were the steeds slain by foot soldiers. And the bodies of many elephant riders and horsemen and car warriors, cut off in the middle, as also their heads, fell down on every part of the field. And the field of battle, O king, was strewn with slain princes, mighty car warriors, falling or fallen, decked with earrings and bracelets. And it was also strewn with the bodies of many warriors cut off by car wheels, or trodden down by elephants. And foot soldiers ran away, and horsemen also with their horses. And many elephants and car warriors fell down on all sides. And many cars, with wheels and yokes and standards broken, lay scattered all about on the field. And the field of battle dyed with the gore of large numbers of elephants, steeds, and car warriors, looked beautiful like a red cloud in the autumnal sky. Dogs, and crows, and vultures, and wolves, and jackals, and many other frightful beasts and birds, set up loud howls at the sight of the food that lay before them. Diverse kinds of winds blew along all directions, and Rakshasas and evil spirits were seen there, uttering loud roars. And strings, embroidered with gold, and costly banners, were seen to wave, moved by the wind. And thousands of umbrellas and great cars with standards attached to them were seen lying scattered about on the field. Then Bhishma, O king, invoking a celestial weapon, rushed at the son of Kunti, in the very sight of all the bowmen. Thereupon Sikandin, clad in mail, rushed at Bhishma, who was dashing towards Arjuna. At this, Bhishma withdrew that weapon resembling fire, in effulgence and energy. Meanwhile Kunti's sun-owning white steed slaughtered thy troops, confounding the grand sire. 484. Section 6. Sanjaya said, when the combatants of both armies, strong in number, were thus disposed in battle array, all those retreating heroes, O Bharata, set their heart upon the region of Brahma. 485. In course of the general engagement that followed, the same class of combatants did not fight with the same class of combatants. Cow warriors fought not with cow warriors, or foot soldiers with foot soldiers, or horsemen with horsemen, or elephant warriors with elephant warriors. On the other hand, O monarch, the combatants fought with one another like mad men. Great and dreadful was the calamity that overtook both the armies. In that fierce slaughter, when elephants and men spread themselves on the field, all distinctions between them ceased, for they fought indiscriminately. Then Salya and Gripa, and Chitrasana, O Bharata, and Dusasana, and Vikana, those heroes mounted on their bright cars, caused the Pandava host to tremble. Slaughtered in battle by those high-souled warriors, the Pandava army began to reel in diverse ways, O king, like a boat on the waters tossed by the wind. As the wintry cold cuts kine to the quick, so did Bhishma cut the sons of Pandu to the quick. As regards thy army also, many elephants, looking like newly risen clouds, were felled by the illustrious Partha. And many foremost of warriors too was seen to be crushed by that hero, and struck with arrows and long shafts in thousands. Many huge elephants fell down, uttering frightful shrieks of pain. And the field of battle looked beautiful, strewn with the bodies, still decked with ornaments of high-souled warriors deprived of life and with heads still decked with earrings. And in that battle, O king, which was destructive of great heroes, when Bhishma and Dhananjaya the son of Pandu put forth their prowess, thy sons, O monarch, beholding the grandsire exert himself vigorously, approached him, with all their troops placed ahead. Desirous of laying down their lives in battle and making heaven itself their goal, they approached the Pandavas in that battle, which was fraught with great carnage. The brave Pandavas also, O king, bearing in mind the many injuries of diverse kinds inflicted upon them before by thee and thy son, O monarch, and casting off all fear, and eager to win the highest heavens, cheerfully fought with thy son and the other warriors of thy army. Then the generalissimo of the Pandava army, viz., the mighty Ka warrior Drishthadhyumna, addressing his soldiers, said, Ye Somakas, accompanied by the Srinjayas, rush ye at Ganga's son. Hearing those words of their commander, the Somakas and the Srinjayas, though afflicted with showers of arrows, rushed at the son of Ganga. Thus attacked, O king, thy sire Bhishma, influenced by wrath, began to fight with the Srinjayas. In days of old, O sire, the intelligent Rama had imparted to Bhishma of glorious achievements that instruction in weapons which was so destructive of hostile ranks. Relying on that instruction and causing a great havoc among the troops of the foe, that slayer of hostile heroes, viz., the old Kuru grandsire Bhishma, day after day, slew 10,000 warriors of the Ratha. On the 10th day, however, O bull of Bharata's race, Bhishma, single-handed, slew 10,000 elephants. And then he slew 7 great Ka warriors among the Matsyas and the Panchalas. In addition to all this, in that dreadful battle 5,000 foot soldiers, and 1,000 tuskers, and 10,000 steeds, were also slain by thy sire, O king, through skill acquired by education. Then having thinned the ranks of all the kings, he slew Satnaka, the dear brother of Virata. And the valiant Bhishma, having slain Satnaka in battle, felled, O king, full 1,000 Kshatriyas with his broad-headed shafts. Besides these, all the Kshatriyas of the Pandava army who followed Dhananjaya, as soon as they approached Bhishma, had to go to Yama's abode. Covering the Pandava host from every side with showers of arrows, Bhishma stayed in battle at the head of the Kaurava army, achieving the most glorious feats on the 10th day, as he stayed between the two armies, bow in hand. None of the kings, O monarch, could even look at him, for he then resembled the hot midday sun in the summer sky. As Sakra scorched the Daitya host in battle, even so, O Bharata, did Bhishma scorch the Pandava host. Beholding him thus put forth his prowess, the slayer of Madhu, viz., the son of Devaki, cheerfully addressing Dhananjaya, said, "There, Bhishma, the son of Santanu, stayeth between the two armies. Slaying him by putting forth thy might, thou mayst win victory. There, at that spot, whence he breaketh our ranks, check him, putting forth thy strength. O Lord, none else, save thee, ventureth to bear the arrows of Bhishma." Thus urged, the ape-bannered Arjuna at that moment made Bhishma with his car, steeds, and standard, invisible by means of his arrows. That bull, however, among the foremost of Kurus, by means of his own arrowy showers, pierced those showers of shafts shot by the son of Pandu. Then the king of the Panchalas, the valiant Drishtaketu, Bhimasena the son of Pandu, Drishtadama of Prashata's race, the twins, Nakula and Sahadeva, Chekatana, and the 5 Kayakaya brothers, and the mighty armed Satyaki and Subhadra's son, and Ghatotkacha, and their 5 sons of Draupadi, and Sikandin, and the valiant Kantibhoa, and Susaman, and Virata, these and many other powerful warriors of the Pandava army, afflicted by the shafts of Bhishma, seemed to sink in an ocean of grief. Falguni, however, rescued them all. Then Sikandin, taking up a mighty weapon and protected by Iritin, rushed impetuously towards Bhishma alone. The unvanquished Vatsa then, knowing what should be done after what, slew all those that followed Bhishma, and then himself rushed at him. And Satyaki, and Chekatana, and Dristadama of Prashata's race, and Virata, and Drupada, and the twin sons of Madri by Pandu, all protected by that firm bowman, viz., Arjuna, rushed against Bhishma alone in that battle. And Abhimanyu, and the 5 sons of Draupadi also, with mighty weapons upraised, rushed against Bhishma in battle. All those firm bowmen, and retreating from battle, pierced Bhishma in diverse parts of his body with well-aimed shafts. Disregarding all those shafts, large in number, shot by those foremost of princes belonging to the Pandava host, Bhishma of undepressed soul penetrated into the Pandava ranks. And the grandsire baffled all those arrows, as if sporting the while. Frequently looking at Sikandin the prince of the Panchalas with a laugh, he aimed not a single arrow at him, recollecting his femininity. On the other hand, he slew 7 great Ka warriors belonging to Drupada's division. Then confused cries of woe soon arose amongst the Matsyas, the Panchalas, and the Chedis, who were together rushing at that single hero. With large numbers of foot soldiers and steeds and cars, and with showers of arrows, O scorcher of foes, they overwhelmed that single warrior, viz., Bhishma the son of Bhagriti, that scorcher of foes, like a clouds overwhelming the maker of day. Then in that battle between him and them, which resembled the battle between the gods and the Asuras in days of old, the diadem-decked Arjuna, placing Sikandin before him, pierced Bhishma repeatedly. Section CXX. Sanjaya said, thus all the Pandavas, placing Sikandin before them, pierced Bhishma in that battle repeatedly, surrounding him on all sides. And all the Srinjayas, uniting together, struck him with dreadful satagnis, and spiked maces, and battle-axes, and mallets, and short thick clubs, and bearded darts, and other missiles, and arrows furnished with golden wing, and darts, and lances, and campanas, and with long shafts, and arrows furnished with heads shaped like a calf-tooth, and rockets. Thus afflicted by many, his coat of mail was pierced everywhere. But though pierced in every vital part, Bhishma felt no pain. On the other hand, he then seemed to his enemies to resemble in appearance the all-destructive fire that rises at the end of Yuga. His bow and arrows constituted the blazing flames of that fire. The flight of his weapons constituted its friendly breeze. The rattle of his car wheels constituted its heat, and mighty weapons constituted its splendor. His beautiful bow formed its fierce tongue, and the bodies of heroic warriors, its profuse fuel. And Bhishma was seen to roll through the midst of crowds of cars belonging to those kings, or to come out of the press, at times, or course once more through their midst. Then, disregarding the king of the Panchalas and Drishtaketu, he penetrated, O monarch, into the midst of the Pandava army. He then pierced the 6 Pandava warriors, viz., Satyaki, and Bhima, and Dhananjaya the son of Pandu, and Drupada, and Virata, and Drishthadama of Prashata's race, with many excellent arrows of great sharpness and dreadful whizzing exceeding impetuosity, and capable of piercing through every kind of armor. Those mighty car warriors, however, checking those keen shafts, afflicted Bhishma with great force, each of them striking him with 10 shafts. Those mighty shafts, whetted on stone and furnished with golden wings, which the great car warrior Sikandin shot, quickly penetrated into Bhishma's body. Then the diadem-decked Arjuna, excited with wrath, and placing Sikandin ahead, rushed at Bhishma and cut off the latter's bow. Thereupon mighty car warriors, 7 in number, viz., Drona and Kritavarman, and Jayadratha the ruler of the Centaurs, Ambari's rivers, and Sala, and Saliya, and Bhagadatta could not brook that act of Arjuna. Inflamed with rage, they rushed at him. Indeed, those mighty car warriors, invoking into existence celestial weapons, fell with great wrath upon that son of Pandu, and covered him with their arrows. And as they rushed towards Falguni's car, the noise made by them was heard to resemble that made by the ocean itself when it swelleth in rage at the end of the Yuga. Kill, bring up, our forces, take, pierce, cut off. This was the furious uproar heard about Falguni's car. Hearing that furious uproar, the mighty car warriors of the Pandava army rushed forward, O bull of Bharata's race, for protecting Arjuna. They were Satyaki, and Bhimasena, and Drishthadama of Prashata's race, and both Virata and Drupada, and the Rakshasa Ghatotkacha, and the wrathful Abhimanyu. These 7, inflamed with rage, and armed with excellent bows, rushed with great speed. And the battle that took place between these and the Kaurava warriors was fierce, making the hair stand on end, and resembling, O chief of the Bharatas, the battle of the gods with the Danavas. Sikandin, however, that foremost of car warriors, protected in the battle by the diadem-decked Arjuna, pierced Bhishma, in that encounter, with 10 shafts after the latter's bow had been cut off. And he struck Bhishma's charioteer with other shafts, and cut off the latter's standard with 1 shaft. Then the son of Ganga took up another bow that was tougher. That even was cut off by Falguni with 3 sharp shafts. Indeed, that chastiser of foes, viz., Arjuna, who was capable of drawing the bow with even his left hand, excited with rage, one after another, cut off all the bows that Bhishma took up. Then Bhishma, whose bows were thus cut off, excited with rage, and licking the corners of his mouth, shook up a dart that was capable of riving a hill. In rage he hurled it at Falguni's car. Beholding its course towards him like the blazing bolt of heaven, the delighter of the Pandavas fixed 5 sharp broad-headed arrows on his bowstring. And with those 5 arrows, O chief of the Bharatas, the angry Arjuna cut off into 5 fragments that dart hurled from Bhishma's arms. Thus cut off by the angry Arjuna, that dart then fell down like a flash of lightning separated from a mass of clouds. Beholding his dart cut off, Bhishma became filled with rage. That hero, that subjugator of hostile cities, then began to reflect. And he said unto himself, with only a single bow I could slay all the Pandavas, if the mighty Vishnu himself had not been their protector. For 2 reasons, however, I will not fight with the Pandavas, viz., their unslayableness, and the femininity of Sikandin. Formerly, when my sire wedded Kali, he pleased with me, gave me two boons, viz., that I should be incapable of being slain in battle, and that my death should depend on my own choice. I should, however, now wish my own death, this being the proper hour. Ascertaining this to be the resolve of Bhishma of immeasurable energy, the rishis and the vases stationed in the firmament said, "That which hath been resolved by thee is approved by us also, O son. Act according to thy resolution, O king. Withdraw thy heart from battle." On the conclusion of the words, fragrant and auspicious breeze charged with particles of water began to blow along a natural direction. 486 And celestial cymbals of loud sounds began to beat. And a flowery shower fell upon Bhishma, O sire. The words spoken by the rishis and the vasas, however, O king, were not heard by any one save Bhishma himself. I also heard them, through the power conferred on me by the Muni. Great was the grief, O monarch, that filled the hearts of the celestials at the thought of Bhishma, that favourite of all the worlds, falling down from his car. Having listened to these words of the celestials, Santanu's son Bhishma of great ascetic merit rushed out at Vatsu, even though he was then being pierced with sharp arrows capable of penetrating through every armour. Then Sikandin, O king, excited with rage, struck the grandsire of the Brattas in the chest with 9 sharp arrows. The Kuru grandsire Bhishma, however, though struck by him in battle, thus trembled not, O monarch, but remained unmoved like a mountain during an earthquake. Then Vatsu, drawing his bow Gandiva with a laugh, pierced the son of Ganga with 25 arrows. And once more, Dhananjaya, with great speed and excited with wrath, struck him in every vital part with hundreds of arrows. Thus pierced by others, also with thousands of arrows, the mighty Ka warrior Bhishma pierced those others in return with great speed. And as regards the arrows shot by those warriors, Bhishma, possessed of prowess in battle that was incapable of being baffled, equally checked them all with his own straight arrows. Those arrows, however, endued with wings of gold and whetted on stone, which the mighty Ka warrior Sikandin shot in that battle, scarcely caused Bhishma any pain. Then the diadem-decked Arjuna, excited with rage and placing Sikandin to the fore, approached Bhishma, nearer, and once more cut off his bow. And then piercing Bhishma with 10 arrows, he cut off the latter's standard with 1. And striking Bhishma's chariot with 10 arrows, Arjuna caused him to tremble. The son of Ganga then took up another bow that was stronger. Within, however, the twinkling of an eye, as soon, in fact, as it was taken up, Arjuna cut that bow also into 3 fragments with 3 broad-headed shafts. And thus the son of Bandu cut off in that battle even all the bows of Bhishma. After that, Bhishma the son of Santanu no longer desired to battle with Arjuna. The latter, however, then pierced him with 25 arrows. That great bowman, thus pierced greatly, then addressed Dusasana, and said, "Behold, Partha, that great Ka warrior of the Pandavas, excited with wrath in battle, pierceth me alone with many thousands of arrows. He is incapable of being vanquished in battle by the wielder of the thunderbolt himself. As regards myself also, O hero, the very gods, Danavas and Rakshasas united together, are incapable of vanquishing me. What shall I say then of mighty Ka warriors among men?" While Bhishma was thus speaking to Dusasana, Falguni with sharp shafts, and placing Sikandin to the fore, pierced Bhishma in that battle. Then Bhishma, deeply and excessively pierced by the wielder of Gandiva with keen-pointed shafts, once more addressed Dusasana with a smile and said, "These arrows coursing towards me in one continuous line, whose touch resembleth that of heaven's bolt, have been shot by Arjuna. These are not Sikandin's. Cutting me to the quick, piercing through even my hard coat of mail, and striking me with the force of mesh-halers. These arrows are not sea-candins, of touch as hard as that of the Brahmana's rod, of chastisement 487, and of impetus unbearable as that of the thunderbolt. These arrows are afflicting my vital forces. These are not sea-candins, of the touch of maces and spiked bludgeons. Those arrows are destroying my vital forces like messengers of death commissioned by the grim king himself. These are not sea-candins, like angry snakes of virulent poison, projecting their tongues out. These are penetrating into my vitals. These are not sea-candins, these that cut me to the quick like the cold of winter cutting kind to the quick. Save the heroic wielder of Gandiva, viz., the ape-bannered Jishu, even all other kings united together cannot cause me pain. Saying these words, Bhishma, the valiant son of Santanu, as if for the object of consuming the Pandavas, hurled a dart at Partha. Partha, however, caused that dart to drop down, cutting it into 3 fragments with 3 shafts, in the very sight, O Bharata, of all the true heroes of thy army. Desirous of obtaining either death or victory, the son of Ganga then took up a sword and a shield decked with gold. Before, however, he could come down from his car, Arjuna cut off by means of his arrows that shield into 100 fragments, and that feat of his seemed exceedingly wonderful. Then the king Yudhishthira urged his own troops, saying, Rush ye at Ganga's son. Do not entertain the slightest fear. Then, armed with bearded darts, and lances, and arrows, from all sides, with axes, and excellent scimitars, and long shafts of great sharpness, with carved-toothed arrows, and broad-headed shafts, they all rushed at that single warrior. Then arose from among the Pandava host a loud shout. Then thy sons also, O king, desirous of Bhishma's victory, surrounded him and uttered leonine shouts. Fierce was the battle fought between thy troops and those of the enemy on the 10th day, O king, when Bhishma and Arjuna met together. Like unto the vortex that occurs at the spot where the Ganga meets the ocean, for a short while of vortex occurred there where the troops of both armies met and struck one another down. And the earth, wet with gore, assumed a fierce form, and the even and the uneven spots on her surface could no longer be distinguished. Although Bhishma was pierced in all his vital limbs, yet on that the 10th day he stayed, calmly, in battle, having slain 10,000 warriors. Then that great bowman, Partha, stationed at the head of his troops, broke the centre of the Kuru army. Ourselves then, afraid of Kunti's son Ananjaya having white steeds attached to his car, and afflicted by him with polished weapons, fled away from the battle. The Sauviras, the Katavas, the Easterners, the Westerners, the Northerners, the Malavas, the Abhishakas, the Zurasnas, the Sivis, the Vasatis, the Salwas, the Sayas, the Trigatas, the Amvashthas, and the Kakiyas. 488. These and many other illustrious warriors afflicted with arrows and pained by their wounds, abandoned Bhishma in that battle while he was fighting with the diadem-decked Arjuna. Then a great many warriors, surrounding that single warrior on all sides, defeated the Kurus that protected him, and covered him with shower of arrows. Throw down, seize, fight, cut into pieces, this was the furious uproar, O king, heard in the vicinity of Bhishma's car. Having slain in that battle, O monarch, his foes, by hundreds and thousands, there was not in Bhishma's body space of even 2 fingers' breadth that was not pierced with arrows. Thus was thy sire mangled with arrows of keen points by Falguni in that battle. And then he fell down from his car with his head to the east, a little before sunset, in the very sight of thy sons. And while Bhishma fell, loud cries of alas and O Bharata, were heard in the welkin uttered by the celestials and the kings of the earth. And beholding the high-souled grandsire falling down from his car, the hearts of all of us fell with him. That foremost of all bowmen, that mighty armed hero, fell down, like an uprooted standard of Indra, making the earth tremble the while. 489 pierced all over with arrows, his body touched not the ground. At that moment, O bull of Bharata's race, a divine nature took possession of that great bowman lying on a bed of arrows. The clouds poured a cool shower over him, and the earth trembled. While falling he had marked that the sun was then in the southern solstice. That hero, therefore, permitted not his senses to depart, thinking of that inauspicious season of death. And all around in the welkin he heard celestial voices saying, "Why, oh why, should Ganga's son, that foremost of all warriors of weapons, yield up his life during the southern declension?" Hearing these words, the son of Ganga answered, "I am alive." Although fallen upon the earth, the Kuru grandsire Bhishma, expectant of the northern declension, suffered not his life to depart. Ascertaining that to be his resolve, Ganga, the daughter of Himavat, sent unto him the great rishis in swan-like form. Then those rishis in the forms of swans inhabiting the Manasa lake, quickly rose up, and came together, for obtaining a sight of the Kuru grandsire Bhishma, to that spot where that foremost of men was lying on his bed of arrows. Then those rishis in swan-like forms, coming to Bhishma, beheld that perpetuator of Kuru's race lying on his bed of arrows. Beholding that high-souled son of Ganga, that chief of the Bharatas, they walked round him, and the sun being then in the southern solstice, they said, addressing one another, these words, "Being a high-souled person, why should Bhishma pass out of the world during the southern declension?" Having said these words, those swans went away, proceeding towards the southern direction. Endued with great intelligence, Bhishma, O Bharata, beholding them, reflected for a moment. And the son of Santanu then said unto them, "I will never pass out of the world, as long as the sun is in the southern solstice. Even this is my resolve. I will proceed to my own ancient abode when the sun reacheth the northern solstice. Ye swans, I tell you this truly. Expectant of the northern declension, I will hold my life. Since I have the fullest control over the yielding up of my life, I will, therefore, hold life, expectant of death during the northern declension. The boon that was granted to me by my illustrious sire, to the effect that my death would depend on my own wish. Oh, let that boon become true. I will hold my life, since I have control in the matter of laying it down." Having said these words to those swans, he continued to lie down on his bed of arrows. When that crest of the Kuru race, viz., Bhishma of great energy, fell down, the Pandavas and the Saranjayas uttered leonine shouts. When the grandsire of the Bharatas, who was endued with great might, was overthrown, thy son, O bull of Bharata's race, knew not what to do. And all the Kurus were entirely deprived of their senses. And the Kurus headed by Kripa and Duryodhana sighed and wept. And from grief they remained for a long while deprived of their senses. And they remained perfectly still, O monarch, without setting their hearts on battle. As if seized by thighs, they stood motionless, without proceeding against the Pandavas. When Santanu's son Bhishma of mighty energy, who was regarded as unslayable, was slain, all of us thought that the destruction of the Kuru king was at hand. 490 vanquished by save the Arsashin, with our foremost heroes slain, and ourselves mangled with sharp arrows, we knew not what to do. And the heroic Pandavas, possessed of massive arms that looked like spiked maces, having obtained the victory and won a highly blessed state in the other world, 491, all blew their great conches. And the Somakas and the Panchalas all rejoiced, O king. Then when thousands of trumpets were blown, the mighty Bhimasena slapped his armpits and uttered loud shouts. When the all-powerful son of Ganga was slain, the the heroic warriors of both armies, laying down their weapons, began to reflect thoughtfully. And some uttered loud shrieks, and some fled away, and some were deprived of their senses. And some censured the practices of the Kshatriya order, and some applauded Bhishma. And the rishis and the Pitras all applauded Bhishma of high vows. And the deceased ancestors of the Bharatas also praised Bhishma. Meanwhile the valiant and intelligent Bhishma, the son of Santanu, having recourse to the yoga which is taught in the greater Upanishads and engaged in mental prayers, remained quiet, expectant of his hour. Section CXXI. Dhritarashtra said, "Alas, what was the state of my warriors, O Sanjaya, when they were deprived of the mighty and god-like Bhishma, who had become a Brahmacharin for the sake of his reverend sire? Even then I regarded the Kuras and all the others as slain by the Pandavas when Bhishma, despising the son of Drupada, struck him not. Wretch that I am, also I hear today of my sire's slaughter. What can be an heavier sorrow than this? My heart assuredly, O Sanjaya, is made of adamant, since it breaketh not into 100 fragments on hearing of Bhishma's death. Tell me, O thou of excellent vows, what was done by that lion among the Kuras, viz., the victory-desiring Bhishma when he was slain in battle? I cannot at all brook it that Mahabharata should be slain in battle. Alas, he that was not slain by Jamadani's son himself in days of old by means of even his celestial weapons, alas, he hath now been slain by Drupada's son Sikandin, the prince of Panchala." Sanjaya said, "Slain in the evening the Kuru grandsire Bhishma saddened the Dhritarashtras and delighted the Panchalas. Falling down on the earth, he lay on his bed of arrows without, however, touching the earth with his body. Indeed, when Bhishma, thrown down from his car, fell upon the surface of the earth, cries of "Oh" and "Alas" were heard among all creatures. When that boundary tree of the Kuras, viz., the ever-victorious Bhishma, fell down, fear entered the hearts, O king, of the Kshatriyas of both the armies. Beholding Bhishma, the son of Santanu, with his standard overthrown and his armor cut open, both the Kuras and the Pandavas were inspired, O monarch, with sentiments of cheerlessness. And the welkin was enveloped with a gloom, and the sun himself became dim. The earth seemed to utter loud shrieks when the son of Santanu was slain. This one is the foremost of those conversant with the Vedas. This one is the best of those that are conversant with the Vedas! Even thus did creatures speak of that bull among men as he lay on his bed of arrows. This one, formerly ascertaining his sire Santanu to be afflicted by karma, this bull among men, resolved to draw up his vital steed! Even thus did the rishis together with the siddhas and the churanas said of that foremost one of the Bharatas as he lay on his bed of arrows. When Santanu's son Bhishma, the grandsire of the Bharatas, was slain, thy sons, O sire, knew not what to do. Their faces wore an expression of grief. The splendor of their countenances seemed to abandon them, O Bharata. All of them stood in shame, hanging down their heads. The Pandavas, on the other hand, having won the victory, stood at the head of their ranks. And they all blew their large conchs decked with gold. And when in consequence of their joys thousands of trumpets, O sinless one, were blown there, we beheld, O monarch, the mighty Bhimasena, the son of Kunti, sporting in great glee, having quickly slain many hostile warriors endued with great strength. And a great swoon overtook all the Kuras. And Karna and Duryodhana repeatedly drew long breaths. When the Kuru grandsire Bhishma fell down, thus, cries of sorrow were heard all round, and the greatest confusion prevailed among the Kuru army. Beholding Bhishma fallen, Visandasasana, with great speed, entered the division commanded by Drona. That hero, clad in mail and at the head of his own troops, had been placed by his elder brother, for the protection of Bhishma. That tiger among men now came, plunging the troops he had commanded into grief. Beholding him coming towards them, the Kauravas surrounded Prince Dusasana, desirous, O monarch, of hearing what he had to say. Then Dusasana of Kuru's race informed Drona of Bhishma's slaughter. Drona then, hearing those evil tidings, suddenly fell down from his car. Then the valiant son of Bharadwaja, quickly recovering his senses, forbade the Kuru army, sire, to continue the fight. Beholding the Kurus desist from battle, the Pandavas also, through messengers on fleet horses, forbade their orders, ceased to fight. The kings of both armies, putting off their armor, all repaired to Bhishma. Desisting from the fight, thousands of other warriors then proceeded towards the high-souled Bhishma like the celestials towards the Lord of all creatures. Approaching Bhishma was then, O bull of Bharata's race, lying on his bed of arrows. The Pandavas and the Kurus stood there, having offered him their salutations. Then Santanu's son Bhishma of righteous soul addressed the Pandavas and the Kurus who, having reverenced him thus, stood before him. And he said, Welcome to you, ye highly blessed ones. Welcome to you, ye mighty car warriors. Gratified am I with your sight, ye that are the equals of the very gods. Thus addressing them with his head hanging down, he once more said, My head is hanging down greatly. Let a pillow be given to me! The kings, standing there, then fetched many excellent pillows that were very soft and made of very delicate fabrics. The grandsire, however, desired them not. That tiger among men then said unto those kings with a laugh, These, ye kings, do not become a hero's bed. Beholding them, that foremost of men, that mightiest of car warriors in all the worlds, viz., the mighty armed Dhananjaya, the son of Pandu, he said, O Dhananjaya, O thou of mighty arms, my head hangeth down, O sire. Give me a pillow such as thou regardest to be fit! Section XXI. Sanjaya said, stringing then his large bow and reverentially saluting the grandsire, Arjuna, with eyes filled with tears, said these words, O foremost one among the Kurus, O thou that art the first among all wielders of weapons, command me, O invincible one, for I am thy slave. What shall I do, O grandsire! Unto him Santanu's son said, My head, O sire, hangeth down! O foremost one among the Kurus. O Falguni, get me a pillow. Indeed, give me one without delay, O hero, that would become my bed. Thou, O Patha, art competent, thou art the foremost of all wielders of bows. Thou art conversant with the duties of Kshatriyas, and thou art endued with intelligence and goodness! Then Falguni, saying, So be it, desired to do Bhishma's bidding. Taking up Gandiva and a number of straight shafts, and inspiring them with mantras, and obtaining the permission of that illustrious and mighty car warrior of Bharata's race, Arjuna then, with 3 keen shafts endued with great force, supported Bhishma's head. Then that chief of the Bharatas, viz., Bhishma of virtuous soul, conversant with the truths of religion, seeing that Arjuna, having divined his thought, had achieved that feat, became highly gratified. And after that pillow had thus been given to him, he applauded Dhananjaya. And casting his eyes upon all the Bharatas there, he addressed Kunti's son Arjuna, that foremost of all warriors, that enhancer of the joys of his friends, and said, Thou hast given me, O son of Pandu, a pillow that becometh my bed. If thou hadst acted otherwise, I would have cursed thee, from wrath. Even thus, O mighty armed one, should a Kshatriya, observant of his duties, sleep on the field of battle on his bed of arrows! Having addressed Vatsa thus, he then said unto all those kings and princes that were present there, these words, Behold ye the pillow that the son of Bandu hath given me. I will sleep on this bed till the sun turneth to the northern solstice. Those kings that will then come to me will behold me, yield up my life. When the sun on his car of great speed, and unto which are yoked 7 steeds, will proceed towards the direction occupied by Vaisravana, verily, even then, will I yield up my life like a dear friend dismissing a dear friend. Let a ditch be dug here around my quarters, ye kings. Thus pierced with hundreds of arrows will I pay my adorations to the Sunday. As regards yourselves, abandoning enmity, cease ye from the fight, ye kings. Sanjaya continued, then there came unto him some surgeons well trained in their science, and skilled in plucking out arrows, with all becoming appliances of their profession. Beholding them, the son of Ganga said unto thy son Kama, let these physicians, after proper respect being paid to them, be dismissed with presents of wealth. Brought to such a plight, what need have I now of physicians? I have won the most laudable and the highest state ordained in Kshatriya observances. Ye kings, lying as I do on a bed of arrows, it is not proper for me to submit now to the treatment of physicians. With these arrows on my body, ye rulers of men, should I be burned! Hearing these words of his, thy son Duryodhana dismissed those physicians, having honoured them as they deserved. Then those kings of diverse realms, beholding that constancy in virtue displayed by Bhishma of immeasurable energy, were filled with wonder. Having given a pillow to thy sire thus, those rulers of men, those mighty car warriors, viz., the Pandavas and the Kauravas, united together, once more approached the high-souled Bhishma lying on that excellent bed of his. Reverentially saluting that high-souled one and circumambulating him thrice, and stationing guards all around for his protection, those heroes, with bodies drenched in blood, repaired for rest towards their own tents in the evening, their hearts plunged into grief and thinking of what they had seen. Then at the proper time, the mighty Madhava, approaching the Pandavas, those mighty car warriors cheerfully seated together and filled with joy at the fall of Bhishma, said unto Dharma's son Yudhishthira these words, by good luck victory hath been thine, O thou of Kuru's rear. By good luck hath Bhishma been overthrown, who is unslayable by men, and is a mighty car warrior of aim incapable of being baffled. Or, perhaps, as destiny would have it, that warrior who was master of every weapon, having obtained thee for a foe that canst slay with thy eyes alone, hath been consumed by thy wrathful eyes! Thus addressed by Krishna, King Yudhishthira the Just, replied unto Janardana, saying, through thy grace is victory, through thy wrath is defeat. Thou art dispeller of the fears of those that are devoted to thee. Thou art our refuge. It is not wonderful that they should have victory whom thou always protectest in battle, and in whose welfare thou art always engaged, O Kesava. Having got thee for our refuge, I do not regard anything as wonderful. Thus addressed by him, Janardana answered with a smile, O best of kings, these words can come from thee alone. Section XXI. Sanjaya said, after the night had passed away, O monarch, all the kings, the Pandavas and the Dhritarashtras, repaired to the grandsire. Those Kshatriyas then saluted that bull of their order, that foremost one among the Kurus, that hero lying on a hero's bed, and stood in his presence. Maidens by thousands, having repaired to that place, gently showered over Santanu's sun-powdered sandalwood and fried paddy, and garlands of flowers. And women and old men and children, and ordinary spectators, all approached Santanu's son like creatures of the world, desirous of beholding the Sunday, trumpets by hundreds and thousands, and actors, and mimes, and skilled mechanics also came to the aged Kuru grandsire. And ceasing to fight, putting aside their coats of mail, and laying aside their weapons, the Kurus and the Pandavas, united together, came to the invincible Devavrata, that chastiser of foes. And they were assembled together as in days of old, and cheerfully addressed one another according to their respective ages. And that conclave full of Bharata kings by hundreds and adorned with Bhishma, looked beautiful and blazing like a conclave of the gods in heaven. And that conclave of kings engaged in honouring the son of Ganga looked as beautiful as a conclave of the celestials engaged in adorning their lord, viz., the grandsire, Brahman. Bhishma, however, O bull of Bharata's race, suppressing his agonies with fortitude though burning with the arrows, still sticking to his body, was sighing like a snake. His body burning with these arrows, and himself nearly deprived of his senses in consequence of his weapon wounds, Bhishma cast his eyes on those kings and asked for water. Then those Kshatriyas, O king, brought thither excellent viands and several vessels of cold water. Beholding that water brought for him, Santanu's son said, I cannot, O sire, now use any article of human enjoyment. I am removed from the pale of humanity. I am lying on a bed of arrows. I am staying here, expecting only the return of the moon and the sun. Having spoken these words and thereby rebuked those kings, O Bharata, he said, I wish to see Arjuna! The mighty armed Arjuna then came there, and reverentially saluting the grandsire stood with joined hands, and said, What shall I do? Beholding then that son of Pandu, O monarch, thus standing before him after having offered him respectful salutations, Bhishma of righteous soul cheerfully addressed Ananjaya, saying, Covered all over with thy shafts, my body is burning greatly. All the vital parts of my body are in agony. My mouth is dry. Staying as I am with body afflicted with agony, give me water, O Arjuna. Thou art a great bowman. Thou art capable of giving me water duly! The valiant Arjuna then saying, So be it, mounted on his car, and striking his Gandiva with force, began to stretch it. Hearing the twang of his bow and the slap of his palms which resembled the roar of the thunder, the troops and the kings were all inspired with fear. Then that foremost of car warriors, mounted on his car, circumambulated the prostrate chief of the Bharatas, that foremost of all wielders of weapons. Aiming then a blazing arrow, after having inspired it with mantras and identified it with the Parjanya weapon, in the very sight of the entire army, the son of Pandu, viz., Partha, pierced the earth a little to the south of where Bhishma lay. Then there rose a jet of water that was pure, and auspicious, and cool, and that resembling the nectar itself, was of celestial scent and taste. And with that cool jet of water Partha gratified Bhishma, that bull among the Kuras, of godlike deeds and prowess. And at that feat of Partha who resembled Sakra himself in his acts, all those rulers of earth were filled with great wonder. And beholding that feat of Vatsu implying superhuman prowess, the Kuras trembled like kine afflicted with cold. And from wonder all the kings the present waved their garments in the air. And loud was the blare of conchs and the beat of drums that were then heard all over the field. And Santanu's son, his thirst quenched, then addressed Jishu, O monarch, and said, applauding him highly in the presence of all those kings, these words, viz. O thou of mighty arms, this is not wonderful in thee, O son of Kuru's race. O thou of immeasurable effulgence, even Narada spoke of thee as an ancient rishi. Indeed, with Vasudeva as thy ally, thou wilt achieve many mighty feats which the chief of the celestials himself with all the gods, of a certainty, will not venture to achieve. They that have knowledge of such things know thee to be the destroyer of the whole Kshatriya race. Thou art the one bowman among the bowmen of the world. Thou art the foremost among men. As human beings are, in this world, foremost of all creatures, as Garuda is the foremost of all winged creatures, as the ocean is the foremost among all receptacles of water and the cow among all quadrupeds, As the sun is the foremost amongst all luminous bodies and him of it among all mountains, as the Brahmana is the foremost among all castes, art thou the foremost of all bowmen. Dhritarashtra's son, Duryodhana, listened not to the words repeatedly spoken by me and Vidura and Drona and Rama and Janardana and also by Sanjaya. Reft of his senses, like unto the idiot, Duryodhana placed no reliance on those utterances. Past all instructions, he will certainly have to lie down forever, overwhelmed by the might of Bhima! Hearing these words of his, the Kuru king Duryodhana became of cheerless heart. Eyeing him, Santanu's son said, Listen, O king. Abandon thy wrath. Thou hast seen, O Duryodhana, how the intelligent Patha created the jet of cool and nectar-scented water. There is none else in this world capable of achieving such feat. The weapons appertaining to Agni, Varuna, Soma, Vayu, and Vishnu, as also those appertaining to Indra, Pasupati, and Paramasti, and those of Prajapati, Datri, Tashtri, Savitri, and Vivaswat, all these are known to Dhananjaya alone in this world of men. Krishna, the son of Devaki, also knoweth them. But there is none else here that knoweth them. This son of Pandu, O sire, is incapable of being defeated in battle by even the gods and the Asuras together. The feats of this high-souled one are superhuman. With that truthful hero, that tournament of battle, that warrior accomplished in fight, let peace, O king, be soon made. As long as the mighty armed Krishna is not possessed by wrath, O chief of the Kurus, it is fit, O sire, that peace should be made with the heroic Pathas. As long as this remnant of thy brothers is not slain, let peace, O monarch, be made. As long as Yudhishthira with eyes burning in wrath doth not consume thy troops in battle, let peace, O sire, be made. As long as Nakula, and Sahadeva, and Bhimasena, the sons of Pandu, do not, O monarch, exterminate thy army, it seems to me that friendly relations should be restored between thee and the heroic Pandavas. Let this battle end with my death, O sire. Make peace with the Pandavas. Let these words that are uttered to thee by me be acceptable to thee, O sinless one. Even this is what I regard to be beneficial both for thyself and the race itself of Kuru. Abandoning thy wrath, let peace be made with Pathas. What Falguni hath already done is sufficient. Let friendly relations be restored with the death of Bhishma. Let this remnant of warriors live. Relent, O king. Let half the kingdom be given to the Pandavas. Let King Yudhishthira the just go to Indraprastha. O chief of the Kurus, do not achieve a sinful notoriety among the kings of the earth by incurring the reproach of meanness, becoming a fomenter of intestine dissensions. Let peace come to all with my death. Let these rulers of earth cheerfully mix with one another. Let sire get back the son, let sister's son get back the maternal uncle. If from want of understanding and possessed by folly thou dost not hearken to those timely words of mine, thou wilt have to repent greatly. What I say is true. Therefore, desist even now. Having, from affection, said these words unto Duryodhana in the midst of the kings, the son of the ocean-going, Ganga, became silent. Though his vital limbs were burning with the arrow wounds, yet, prevailing over his agonies, he applied himself to yoga. Sanjaya continued, having heard these beneficial and peaceful words fraught with both virtue and profit, thy son, however, accepted them not, like a dying man refusing medicine. Section Ksif. Sanjaya said, after Santanu's son Bhishma, O monarch, had become silent, all those rulers of earth, the present, then returned to their respective quarters. Hearing of Bhishma's slaughter that bull among men, viz., Radha's son, Karna, partially inspired with fear quickly came there. he beheld that illustrious hero lying on his bed of reeds. Then Vrisha, Karna, endued with great glory, with voice choked in tears, approaching that hero lying with eyes closed, fell at his feet. And he said calmly, O chief of the Kurus, I am Radha's son, who while before thy eyes, was everywhere looked upon by thee with hate! Hearing these words, the aged chief of the Kurus, the son of Ganga, whose eyes were covered with film, slowly raising his eyelids, and causing the guards to be removed, and seeing the place deserted by all, embraced Karna with one arm, like a sire embracing his son, and said these words with great affection: Come, come. Thou art an opponent of mine, who always challengest comparison with me. If thou hadst not come to me, without doubt, it would not have been well with thee. Thou art Kunti's son, not Radha's. Nor is Adhirata thy father. O thou of mighty arms, I heard all this about thee from Narada as also from Krishna Dwapayana. Without doubt, all this is true. I tell thee truly, O son, that I bear thee no malice. It was only for abating thy energy that I used to say such harsh words to thee. O thou of excellent vows, without any reason thou speakest till of all the Pandavas. Sinfully didst thou come into the world. It is for this that thy heart hath been such. Through pride, and owing also to thy companionship with the low, thy heart hateth even persons of merit. It is for this that I spoke such harsh words about thee in the Kuru camp. I know thy prowess in battle, which can with difficulty be borne on earth by foes. I know also thy regard for Brahmanas, thy courage, and thy great attachment to almsgiving. O thou that resemblest a very god, amongst man there is none like thee. For fear of intestine dissensions I always spoke harsh words about thee. In bowmanship, in aiming weapon, in lightness of hand and in strength of weapons, thou art equal to Falguni himself, or the high-souled Krishna. O Gana, proceeding to the city of Kazi, alone with thy bow, thou hadst crushed the kings in battle for procuring a bride from the Kuru king. The mighty and invincible King Jarasandha also, ever boastful of his prowess in battle, could not become thy match in fight. Thou art devoted to Brahmanas, thou always fightest fairly. In energy and strength, thou art equal to a child of the celestials and certainly much superior to men. The wrath I cherished against thee is gone. Destiny is incapable of being avoided by exertion. O slayer of foes, the heroic sons of Bandu are thy uterine brothers. If thou wishest to do what is agreeable to me, unite with them, O thou of mighty arms. O son of Surya, let these hostilities end with me. Let all the kings of earth be today freed from danger! Karna said, I know this, O thou of mighty arms. All this without doubt is, as thou sayest. As thou tellest me, O Bhishma, I am Kunti's son, and not the son of a suitor. I was, however, abandoned by Kunti, and I have been reared by a suitor. Having, so long, enjoyed the wealth of Duryodhana, I dare not falsify it now. Like Vasudeva's son who is firmly resolved for the sake of the Pandavas, I also, O thou that makest profuse presents to Brahmanas, am prepared to cast away my possessions, my body itself, my children, and my wife, for Duryodhana's sake. Death from disease, O thou of Kuru's race, doth not become a Kshatriyu. Relying upon Sayadana, I have always offended the Pandavas. This affair is destined to take its course. It is incapable of being prevented. Who is that would venture to overcome destiny by exertion? Various omens indicating the destruction of the earth, O grandsire, were noticed by thee and declared in the assembly. It is well known to me that the son of Pandu and Vasudeva are incapable of being conquered by other men. Even with them we venture to fight. I will vanquish the son of Pandu in battle. Even this is my firm resolve. I am not capable, of casting off this fierce animosity that I cherish against the Pandavas, with a cheerful heart, and keeping the duties of my order before my eye, I will contend against Ananjaya. Firmly resolved that I am on battle, grant me thy permission, O hero. I will fight. Even this is my wish. It behoveth thee to forgive me also any harsh words that I may have at any time uttered against thee, or any act that I may have done against thee from anger or inconsiderateness! Bhishma said, Indeed, thou art unable to cast off this fierce animosity. I permit thee, O Karna. Fight, moved by the desire of heaven. Without anger and without vindictiveness, serve thou the king according to thy power and according to thy courage, and observant of the conduct of the righteous. Have then my permission, O Karna. Obtain thou that which thou seekest. Through Dhananjaya thou wilt obtain all those regions, hereafter, which are capable of being had by fulfilling the duties of a Kshatriya. Freed from pride, and relying on thy own might and energy, engage in battle, since a Kshatriya cannot have a source of greater happiness than a righteous battle. For a long while I made great efforts for bringing about peace, but I succeeded not, O Karna, in the task. Truly do I say this unto thee! Sanjaya continued, after the son of Ganga had said this, Radha's son, Karna, having saluted Bhishma and obtained his forgiveness, got up on his car and proceeded towards the quarters of thy son. The end of Bhishma Parva. Footnotes 1. Return. Tapaskshra, because Kuru, the common ancestor of the rival houses, performed his ascetic austerities there. Since Kuru's time, many ascetics took up their abode there. 2. Return. Some texts have dadasham for dashas. 3. Return. Literally, gives heat. 4. Return. Varna is used here in the sense of races and not castes. 5. Return. This sloka is variously read. For Bowman in the first line some texts read Bimam, which I have adopted. For Sahasa in the second line some texts have Rajasa, and then Aditai, locative, for Adityas. 6. Return. The Bombay text is evidently faulty here. It repeats the second half of the 7th sloka, making the second half of the 25th the first half of the 24th. 7. Return. That is, stragglers should not be slain. 8. Return. Literally, confiding. 9. Return. The Bombay text has Kastrapana issue. The Bengal texts have Kastrapojayab issue. 10. Return. Rather, have their periods run out. 11. Return. The Bombay text reads Pralashe for Prajashe. I have adopted the former. 12. Return. Both the Bengal and the Bombay editions have Kakaran for Kakatan as the Birdwin pundits correct it. A bitch producing dogs and bitches would be no anomaly. 13. Return. Unlike the Bengal editions, the Bombay edition correctly includes this sloka, or rather half sloka, within the 17th, making the 17th a triplet instead of a couplet. For the well-known word Dishthaitis, however, the Bombay text has Vishthitis. 14. Return. The Bombay text reads Parichana for Parachina. The former is better. 15. Return. Vasis is explained by Nilakantha as Virodk. Kuntavata, a river having bloody eddies. 16. Return. Kunatamakadaya Naiva. I have adopted Nilakantha's explanation. The Birdwin pundits take it as referring to weapons instead of hearers. The passage, however, may mean that the bird screams so frightfully as if it vomits blood. The only thing that militates against this interpretation is that akadayan is a causal verb. In the Mahabharata, however, causal forms are frequently used without causal meaning. 17. Return. This sloka is omitted in many editions, though it is certainly genuine. I have rendered it very freely, as otherwise it would be unintelligible. The fact is, 3 lunations twice meeting together in course of the same lunar fortnight is very rare. The lunar fortnight, Paksha, being then reduced by 2 days, the day of full moon or that of new moon, instead of being, as usual, the 15th day from the first lunation becomes the 13th day. Lunar eclipses always occur on days of the full moon, while solar eclipses on those of the new moon. Such eclipses, therefore, occurring on days removed from the days of the first lunation by 13 instead of, as usual, 15 days, are very extraordinary occurrences. 18. Return. Vishamam is battle or war, and Akranda is weeping or productive of grief. The latter word may also mean a fierce battle. If understood in this sense, Vishamam may be taken as indicating hostility or absence of peace. 19. Return. Nilakanthu explains this in a long note, the substance of which is appended below. Kings are divided into 3 classes, viz., owners of elephants, Gajapati, owners of the horses, Aswapati, and owners of men, Narapati. If an evil-omened planet, Papagraha, sheds its influence upon any of the 9 constellations beginning with Aswini, it forebodes danger to Aswapatis. If on any of the 9 beginning with Magga, it forebodes danger to Gajapatis, and if on any of the 9 beginning with Mula, it forebodes danger to Narapatis. What Vyasa says here, therefore, is that one or another Papagraha has shed its influence upon one another of each of the 3 classes of constellations, thus foreboding danger to all classes of kings. 20. Return. Vidi notanti. 21. Return. Aparvani, that is, not on Parva days or days of full moon and new moon as ordinarily coming. The Bombay edition, after Aparvani, reads Grahan Outhow. A better reading unquestionably grasped Havtow, as many Bengal texts have. 22. Return. Pratisarotas, strict grammar would require Pratisarotasas. The meaning is that those that flowed east to west now flow west to east, and see. For Kurdanti some texts have Nardanti, which is certainly better. Kurdanti means play or sport, whales playing like bulls would be in meaning, unless the sport is accompanied by bellowing. 23. Return. The Birdwin pundits read Saskasani for Sakarasani. The latter, however, is the true reading. 24. Return. The original is very obscure. Eluka is explained by Nilakantha as a brand, used for want of lambs. The line, however, is elliptical. The Birdwin pundits introduce an entirely new line. 25. Return. Mahabharata is swelling greatly. 26. Return. Pawina is explained by Nilakantha as Atai 27. Return. Some of the Bengal texts read Anugruam, making the initial a silent after Maharsha, in the vocative case. There can be no doubt, however, that this is incorrect. The true reading is Nadamam, which I have adopted. The Bombay text reads Nachadamam. The introduction of the article cha needlessly makes the line incorrect as to meter. 28. Return. The second line of the 67th sloka is very obscure. I have followed Nilakantha in translating it thus. The sense seems to be that when crows hover behind an army, that is an auspicious sign, while it is an inauspicious sign if they are seen ahead. I am not sure that Nilakantha is right in taking the pronoun ye as referring to even crows. 29. Return. Such as don't fight, for you will be dead men soon. And see. 30. Return. Nilakantha explains these 5 species thus: trees such as the pipul, gulma, shrub, as kusa, kaza, and sea, growing from a clump underneath, creepers, such as all plants growing upon the soil but requiring some support to twine round. Valley, those that creep on the earth and live for a year only, such as the gourd, the pumpkin, etc. And lastly, trina, such as grass and all plants that are stemless, having only their barks and leaves. 31. Return. When Gayatri, or Brahma or the universe, is mentioned, these 24 are indicated, 5 of which exist independently, the remaining 19 being the result of 5 in those various proportions. 32. Return. I have rendered 4 and 5 a little too freely. The language of the original is very terse. 33. Return. Samyam is homogeneity. The allusion is to the state of the universe before creation, when there exists nothing but a homogeneous mass or Brahma alone. The first compound of the second line is read differently. The Birdwin Pandits and the Bombay edition read Ananyam, in the accusative. Many of the Bengal texts read Anamnayana, in the instrumental. The meaning is scarcely affected by this difference of reading. 34. Return. The order of a destruction is that earth merges into water, water into fire, fire into air, and air into space. And so the order of birth is that from space arises air, from air arises fire, from fire arises water, and from water arises earth. 35. Return. Nilakanthu explains the last 6 slokas as having an esoteric meaning. By Sudarsana he understands the mind. The rest is explained consistently. Interpretations, however, are not rare among commentators seeking to put sense in nonsense. 36. Return. The Bombay text reads Varshopa Vatas Vapa Vatas Samas. 37. Return. For Pinadu occurring in the Bengal texts, the Bombay edition reads Vichitra. 38. Return. The Bengal texts add a line here which is properly omitted in the Bombay edition. 39. Return. After the 10th occurs a line in the Bengal text which is evidently vicious. 40. Return. Day of the full moon and that of the new moon. 41. Return. The Bengal texts, except the Birdwin one, have Diviphadatias. Of course, the latter reading is correct. 42. Return. The Bombay text has Savatas, which is better, for Savata in the Bengal texts. 43. Return. In the first line of 28, the Bengal texts read Sirasas, ablative, for Sikat of the Bombay edition. In the last line of 29 also, the Bombay text has Plavantiva Pravajina for the Bengal reading Patitija Pravajina. No material difference of meaning arises if one or the other is accepted. 44. Return. Alluding to the tradition of Shiva's holding Ganga on his head and for which the great god is sometimes called Gangadhara. 45. Return. This word occurs in various forms, Kachumala and Kachumali being 2 others. 46. Return. The Bombay edition reads Tuficha after Jam Vikanda. The meaning becomes changed. 47. Return. The sacred stream Ganga is believed to have 3 currents. In heaven the current is called Mandakini, on earth it is called Ganga, and in the subterraneous world it is called Bhagavati. 48. Return. The Bengal texts, excepting the Birdwin one, incorrectly read Sakram for Satram. 49. Return. The correct reading is Gatimanti. Many of the Bengal texts incorrectly read Matamanti, which is unmeaning. 50. Return.